Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. Let's start with a brief recap of the previous episode. The story begins in an interstellar era where technology and genetic powers intertwine. Young Su Ming, the second son of the Karen family, once considered the family's hope, was stripped of his surname and expelled due to his obsession with machinery, which made him a laughingstock. However, on the day he was abandoned, the gears of fate began to turn. A mysterious electronic voice announced the awakening of the Mecha martial god system in his mind, marking the start of a profound transformation in his life. Su Ming, abandoned by his family, possessed astonishing potential. His genetic and cerebral abilities advanced rapidly, reaching the level of a level 2 genetic warrior within just a week. His strength and speed made him a formidable presence on the logistics planet, and his mechanical arm displayed extraordinary power in battle. However, Su Ming's rise attracted the envy and schemes of his family's political enemies. Despite numerous assassination attempts, Su Ming's sharp instincts and formidable strength allowed him to evade deadly threats time and again. Not only did he defeat his would-be assassins, but he also continuously pushed his limits, showcasing his incredible combat prowess. Meanwhile, Su Ming's father, Karen Clarence, an apocalypse-level warrior, began to take note of his son's growth. Once casting Su Ming out for his perceived incompetence, he now felt a complex mix of emotions as he witnessed his son's remarkable abilities. He reconsidered his earlier judgment and, in a bid to protect Su Ming, even rescinded the bounty on him, hoping he would return to the Empire. However, Su Ming chose to remain in the Black Domain, a place fraught with danger and opportunity. He was determined to hone his skills and become stronger, to make those who once ridiculed him regret their actions, and to instill fear in those who betrayed him. In this vast universe, he aimed to carve out his own destiny with his own hands. Su Ming's journey was filled with challenges and battles, but he never backed down. Using his intelligence and strength, he repeatedly triumphed over formidable foes. His name began to spread throughout the Black Domain, earning respect and awe. His mechanical prowess continued to improve through combat, enhancing his mecha's performance significantly. As Su Ming's power grew, he gained access to more advanced mechanical knowledge and even started to build his own mecha. This mecha not only demonstrated immense power in battle, but also formed an inexplicable bond with Su Ming, enabling him to fight seamlessly and unlock powers beyond the limits at critical moments. That's the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're new to this story and are interested, you can start with part 1 through the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into the storyline of part 2. Upon seeing Su Ming pull out a sniper rifle, everyone present, whether it was the Manchu Han Imperial feast or the officials from various countries, couldn't help but shake their heads. Impossible, they thought. At this distance, it's nearly impossible to get a lock. Su Ming's action of taking out a sniper rifle seemed to everyone like a desperate move, a last-ditch attempt to try his luck. But the opponent was no fool. Trying one's luck in the vastness of space was nearly impossible. The angles in space are practically infinite, and even if someone stood still several kilometers away, hitting them without proper aiming would be nearly zero. Su Ming's action suggested he had no better option left. Sure enough, from the surveillance video, everyone saw Su Ming casually fire a shot at the crystalline creature after pulling out the sniper rifle. It was clear that Su Ming hadn't locked onto the target beforehand. It was a random shot, like trying his luck. The shot was so far off target that it seemed impossible to hit the crystalline creature. The crystalline creature also noticed the shot and inwardly chuckled with disdain. Even if it didn't dodge, the shot wouldn't hit. Was this human really out of options, resorting to such a brainless attack? But just as this thought crossed its mind, a powerful energy reaction erupted from an inconspicuous corner of the dark void. The crystalline creature instantly felt itself locked onto. Panic set in as it frantically tried to evade the lock. However, the lock was relentless, like a leech clinging to its host. The next moment, an energy burst forth, and a terrifying attack was launched directly at the crystalline creature. A small, silver mech emerged from the void. It was the child mech of the Inyang parent-child mech. The attack had come from the sniper rifle on the child mech's arm. The crystalline creature, now in a state of panic, immediately tried to dodge the attack. Fortunately, the distance in the vast space was great enough that even when locked onto, there was a chance to evade the sniper shot. With a sudden change in direction, the crystalline creature managed to dodge the shot. However, before it could feel a sense of relief, it was struck viciously from behind by an attack. Boom! The crystalline creature was torn apart, parts of its body rendered lifeless by the star energy attack. Witnessing this, everyone, whether at the Manchu Han Imperial feast or among the officials, stood up in shock. How could this be possible? The crystalline creature had dodged the child mech's attack, but its evasion path coincided perfectly with the trajectory of Su Ming's first shot. It looked as if the crystalline creature had deliberately moved into the path of Su Ming's initial bullet. However, everyone present was not an ordinary person. they could naturally see that it wasn't the crystal creature deliberately moving into Su Ming's first shot. Instead, Su Ming cleverly maneuvered the submecha to fire a shot, forcing the crystal creature into the path of the first bullet. The first shot didn't lock onto the crystal creature, so it didn't sense any danger at that moment and ended up getting hit. Manhin, what's going on? Why did the crystal creature move right into that guy's attack? The viewers in the live stream were utterly baffled by what had just happened. They only saw a submecha suddenly appear, fire a blank shot, and then the crystal creature inexplicably jumped into the path of the main mecha's first shot. Everyone in the live stream was confused, not understanding a thing. Manhin paused for a couple of seconds, then spoke with a serious expression. This mecha warrior definitely has the qualifications to be an instructor in a major interstellar nation. This maneuver is just too impressive. Now, let me break down this operation for everyone. You all saw the submecha, right? During the chase, this mecha warrior stealthily hid the submecha and used it to track the crystal creature's movements. Despite the crystal creature's constant changes in direction, it was gradually falling into the trap set by the main and submechas, though it didn't realize it. The main mecha fired a shot, and at the same time, the submecha locked onto the crystal creature and fired as well. Because of the distance, the submecha's shot arrived first, forcing the crystal creature into the path of the main mecha's shot. This maneuver not only tested the mecha warrior's shooting accuracy, but also their anticipation, calculation, and multitasking skills. Each aspect of this operation could be used as a textbook example in the mecha academies of a major interstellar nation. Manhin was genuinely amazed by Su Ming's operation, so much so that he even questioned whether the person inside the mecha was human. Is this really something a human can do? He wondered. Su Ming's attack shattered another part of the crystal creature's body. Without hesitation, Su Ming absorbed the inactive part into his system, gaining nearly 9,000 starlight points. The crystal creature fused and recovered again. As soon as it did, it desperately tried to flee. It was utterly terrified. The person behind it had ghost-like, unpredictable operations, making it impossible to know when the next strike would come. It was truly terrifying. At this moment, the crystal creature didn't dare underestimate Su Ming at all and fled with all its might. However, there was no way Su Ming would let it escape. After being severely damaged twice by Su Ming, the crystal creature was now only at 60 of its peak strength. Not only was it no match for Su Ming, but it also couldn't escape his attack range. Su Ming's main and submechas, like shadowy hunters in the void, executed each attack with chilling precision and ruthlessness. Each shot was astonishingly impressive. Flashes of fire erupted in the void, shattering the crystalline creatures into pieces. At this moment, in the Empire's conference room, everyone watched Su Ming's operations on the screen with deep admiration in their eyes. Su Ming's skills were so flawless that even the highest level experts couldn't find any fault. His performance was so mesmerizing and imaginative, it was like watching a piece of art. This was the collective impression of Su Ming's marksmanship. Colonel Clarence sat comfortably in his chair, trying to maintain a neutral expression. However, he couldn't help but let a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha, not bad. My boy's marksmanship is pretty decent. He's probably just a tiny bit better than that Knight Saint sniper of our empire when he was young, Clarence said, chuckling. But really, this kid's making it difficult for the Knight Saint sniper. If he keeps this up and becomes a top-level expert, our dear Knight Saint sniper might find himself in an awkward position. Upon hearing Colonel Clarence's words, everyone present couldn't help but twitch their eyes slightly. The Knight Saint sniper was one of the Empire's most formidable top-level snipers, with marksmanship that was almost supernatural. However, seeing Su Ming now, it was clear that his skills were a notch above those of the Knight Saint sniper at the same level. The crowd began to ponder silently. If Su Ming truly ascended to the top level, with his current marksmanship, he could become an exceptionally fearsome assassin. Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. At that moment, an Imperial general stood up and looked at Colonel Clarence. Colonel Clarence, when is your son planning to return to the Empire? With his skills, he could easily serve as an instructor for both mecha and marksmanship. The Empire is in need of such talent right now. As soon as the general finished speaking, everyone present showed thoughtful expressions and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su Ming was Colonel Clarence's son, and Clarence was one of the 99 top-level experts of the Empire, making Su Ming a true son of the Empire. This was far superior to his older brother, Su Rue. If Su Ming returned to the Empire, he could easily become an instructor with his abilities. Having witnessed Su Ming's talents, everyone now had a deep appreciation for him. Such a genius could undoubtedly be considered the pride of the Empire. If he returned, he would likely have a green light for any future endeavors. The Empire would certainly value such a talent. Everyone's thoughts aligned with the generals. When would Su Ming return? Would he come back? What position would he take in the Empire? Their gazes turned toward Colonel Clarence, expecting him to know his son's plans. Under their watchful eyes, Colonel Clarence maintained a calm demeanor. No rush. This kid has high ambitions and wants to make his way outside. It's good for him. Being overly protected by the Empire won't help his growth. It's better to let him explore and gain experience outside for now, Clarence said, his face unflustered and his heart steady. But whether Su Ming would return, and when he might come back, was something even Colin Clarence was unsure of. He had been preoccupied with Imperial military affairs and had little time for his family, leading to a distant relationship with his son. However, they had recently reconciled and their bond had grown stronger. This kind of emotional connection takes time to build, and Colin Clarence had a hunch about why Su Ming was reluctant to return to the Empire. It wasn't about the Colin family. It was tied to his mother's death. Thinking of this, a trace of sadness flickered in Colin Clarence's eyes as he looked at the screen. Some things, even for someone as powerful as an apocalypse, are beyond control. Su Ming's current independence left him wondering if it was truly beneficial for him. Meanwhile, in the starry expanse of the Donglin Galactic Empire, Su Ming had shattered the crystalline creature into countless fragments. Most of these crystal shards had lost their vitality, drifting as lifeless debris in the void. Only a few tiny pieces retained some activity, attempting to reassemble. Su Ming glanced at these active crystals with little concern. The crystal had nearly turned transparent, its energy so depleted that it couldn't even form a humanoid shape. Such weak crystalline creatures posed no threat, barely more formidable than an ordinary person. They were pathetically weak. Casually, Su Ming absorbed the shattered crystal fragments into his system. In an instant, his system's starlight points soared from 37,000 to 84,000, more than doubling. Su Ming showed a hint of regret on his face. If he had absorbed the entire crystalline creature, he could have gained around 100,000 starlight points. However, the energy loss during the creature's battle, breakdown, and attempted reassembly meant he only gained over 40,000 points. Still, Su Ming was satisfied with the increase. Without hesitation, Su Ming reached out to capture the remaining active crystal creature. The creature, now reduced to about a cubic meter, looked pitiful. Mr. Su Ming, please stop. Don't kill this crystalline creature. The major galactic empires need to study it. Mr. Su Ming, the independent knowledge module is ready. Please hand over the crystalline creature to us. The officials of the Donglin Galactic Empire broke into a cold sweat at Su Ming's actions, fearing he would dissolve this crystal creature as he had the others. If Su Ming completely destroyed it, the entire human society might condemn the Donglin Galactic Empire. Are you kidding me? You called on the entire human society to help, and while we were still on our way, you went ahead and killed the crystal creature? This is just playing with us, isn't it? At this moment, the Eastern Lin Universal State had no intention of keeping the creature for their own research. They only wanted to capture it alive and hand it over to the approaching apocalypse-level experts for the human society to study. Hearing the anxious words of the official, Su Ming let out a light chuckle. He never intended to kill the crystal creature in the first place. It indeed had significant research value. By turning it over to the various universal states for study, Su Ming wouldn't have to deal with the potential threat of the crystal civilization alone in the future. In the vast emptiness of distant space, a spaceship was speeding away into the unknown. Inside the ship, a crystalline being, entirely deep red, sat motionless, staring blankly at the starry expanse, lost in thought. Suddenly, the being's gaze shifted from vacant to alert, as if it had become a different person in that instant. The consciousness transfer had succeeded. The crystalline being exhaled softly and muttered to itself. If Su Ming were here, he would be astonished to find that this being's eyes were identical to those of the crystalline creature he had previously fought. By all rights, the crystalline creature that Su Ming had battled should have been reduced to a primitive state, retaining only basic vitality. However, before launching its attack, the creature had secretly split off a clone, commandeered a spaceship, and was now en route back to its crystalline civilization. At this moment, the crystalline being demonstrated a previously unseen ability consciousness transfer. Its primary consciousness had originally resided in the body engaged in combat with Su Ming, but as that body was gradually dismantled by Su Ming, the creature had to transfer its consciousness to its clone. The body left behind in human civilization was now merely a vessel of active crystal without any consciousness, akin to a vegetative state in human terms. After the consciousness transfer, the crystalline being's aura underwent significant changes. These changes were the result of the creature adapting to the attack methods of the strange beings it had encountered. In other words, the ability to transfer consciousness not only moved the crystal's awareness, but also its adaptive capabilities. The crystalline being now seated on the spaceship had already adapted to the abilities of toxin wielders and ice manipulators. It would return to its civilization equipped with these adapted abilities. That human, has a unique ability that cannot be read or adapted. The crystalline being muttered, a look of gravity passing through its eyes. He can absorb my body. This human is a significant threat. Before our civilization can invade, we must eliminate him first. The crystalline being's eyes flashed with a murderous glint as it spoke. Upon returning to its civilization, the crystalline being would immediately relay information about human society to its people and ensure that Su Ming was eliminated before any invasion commenced. With its resolve firmed, the crystalline being piloted the spaceship toward the distant realm of its crystalline civilization. The crystalline being had transferred its consciousness, but no one realized this. After all, no one was omniscient. They couldn't possibly know that the crystalline creature had this ability. Most would assume the creature had been rendered unconscious and that its awareness would return once the small crystal recovered. The possibility of discovery might only arise when records of the spaceship's use were reviewed by the Eastern Lin Galactic Empire, but that was beyond anyone's current foresight. Su Ming had reduced the crystalline creature to its primitive state and placed it into a container filled with static energy essence. This creature's energy was so weak that the static energy essence could keep it in a fixed state for years without any issues. With the static energy essence stabilizing it, the crystalline creature lost its ability to absorb other materials and grow stronger. Su Ming then handed the container over to the officials of the Donglin Cosmic Nation. One of the officials, who appeared particularly shrewd, accepted the container with a smile and said, "Mr. Su Ming, the Donglin Cosmic Nation promises to reward you with specialized knowledge once the issue with the crystalline creature is resolved. May I ask what type of specialized knowledge you are interested in?" After hearing the official's words, Su Ming pondered for a moment before replying, "Do you have any specialized knowledge in the field of mechanics?" The official was not surprised by Su Ming's request, as he had anticipated Su Ming's interest in mechanical knowledge. With a slight smile, he replied, "In the Donglin Cosmic Nation, we have 3 specialized areas of mechanical knowledge: brain domain splitting, mechanical softening, and reutilization. Which one would you like to choose as your reward, Mr. Su Ming?" Hearing this, Su Ming felt a bit tempted. These 3 specialized mechanical knowledge areas could be learned at any stage of a mechanic's career, each offering unique benefits. Su Ming carefully reviewed the descriptions of the 3 areas. 1. Brain domain splitting. First stage. Splits the brain domain energy into an equal level, allowing remote control of 1 additional mech. Second stage. Splits the brain domain energy into 2 equal levels, allowing remote control of 2 additional mechs. Third stage. Splits the brain domain energy into 3 equal levels, allowing remote control of 3 additional mechs. Drawback. Increased consumption of brain domain energy proportionate to the number of splits. 2. Mechanical softening. First stage. Softens the joints of the mech, increasing flexibility by about 15. Second stage. Softens the joints of the mech, increasing flexibility by about 30. Drawback. Decreased defense and hardness of the softened joints by a corresponding flexibility ratio of 15-30. 3. Reutilization. First stage. Utilizes nanotechnology to repair damaged mechanical equipment or mechs from scrapped parts within 5 minutes. Second stage. Utilizes nanotechnology to repair damaged mechanical equipment or mechs from scrapped parts within 3 minutes. Drawback. Repaired mechanical equipment operates at only half of its original efficiency and energy level. After reading through the descriptions, Su Ming found himself deep in thought. These 3 independent areas of knowledge are distinct from traditional mechanical knowledge and do not influence each other. Even the weakest mechanic can learn these 3 areas of mechanical knowledge. Moreover, as a mechanic's skills improve, the power that these 3 areas of knowledge can unleash becomes increasingly formidable. After considering these 3 independent areas of mechanical knowledge, Su Ming decided to choose the first one: cerebral partitioning. Each of these 3 independent areas of mechanical knowledge has its own value. For instance, softening can enhance the flexibility of mechs, which can lead to a significant transformation for close combat mech warriors. This would also be of great value and help to Su Ming. However, after some thought, Su Ming decided to abandon this idea. Strictly speaking, Su Ming's strength does not lie in close combat, but rather in long-range sniping and overall battlefield awareness and judgment. Su Ming excels in rhythm and overall awareness. While he is not weak in close combat, there is still a gap when compared to top-tier operators. Therefore, this independent area of mechanical knowledge would not provide a significant boost for Su Ming. Additionally, due to the limitations of this knowledge, using it could easily result in the mech's joints being damaged during combat. Su Ming imagined a scenario where he used combat techniques. If both sides were evenly matched, employing moves like Heaven Splitter or Wave Stacker could put a considerable load on the mech's joints, potentially causing damage and affecting his operations. Thus, he decided against choosing the mechanical softening knowledge. As for the knowledge on reuse, Su Ming shook his head. This independent area of knowledge is suitable for mech warriors who cannot assemble their own mechs but need to adapt to frequent combat on the battlefield. While it could be useful for Su Ming, it is also somewhat redundant. If any of Su Ming's equipment were damaged, he could simply bring out a spare piece of equipment or mech. There is no need to invest so much time and effort into mech self-repair, especially when the repair would result in reduced effectiveness. For Su Ming, it is indeed somewhat redundant. Instead, Su Ming turned his attention to the cerebral partitioning skill, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. This skill, as the name suggests, allows the brain to be partitioned into independent cerebral energy levels, enabling multitasking. Not only can he pilot his own mech, but he can also pilot additional mechs. After learning the third stage of this knowledge, he could even pilot 3 additional mechs. Once Su Ming masters this knowledge, he can partition his cerebral energy levels and pilot 4 mechs along with his main one. The resulting combat power, while not exactly quadrupled, would certainly increase 2 to 3 times without any issue. Although for others, this independent area of mechanical knowledge might seem redundant, especially given that after reaching the third stage, the cerebral energy consumption is 4 times higher than normal. Such high consumption might result in exhaustion within 10 minutes, with all energy depleted. Normally, a person's cerebral energy level has a replenishment process during consumption. The consumption and replenishment are almost balanced, allowing a mech warrior to maintain combat effectiveness for several hours. However, if consumption significantly exceeds replenishment, the warrior will feel drained shortly after the battle begins, with no time to recover, drastically reducing combat duration. Even a 4-fold increase in consumption can lead to a 10-fold decrease in endurance. This specific knowledge might seem useless to ordinary people, but Su Ming is anything but ordinary. Su Ming has a system that allows him to replenish his energy levels using starlight points. What would be an unbearable energy drain for others is just a matter of using starlight points for Su Ming. Consuming starlight points to boost combat power is a great trade-off for him. This piece of mechanical knowledge seems tailor-made for Su Ming. Sir, I choose brain domain splitting, thank you, Su Ming said with a smile to the official. The official was visibly surprised by Su Ming's choice. Based on his observations, he thought Su Ming would lean towards more skill-based mechanical softening techniques, but Su Ming chose a consumption-based mechanical knowledge. Mr. Su Ming, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? For most people, he wouldn't bother persuading them, letting them choose as they wish. But Su Ming was different. The official knew that Su Ming was the second son of His Excellency Coron Clarence of the Empire, a man with an extraordinary background. As an official of the Donglin Galactic Empire, he had a keen sense for such matters, and came with the intention of building a good relationship with Su Ming. Now, hearing Su Ming's choice of a seemingly less advantageous mechanical knowledge, he couldn't help but advise him. If Coron Clarence finds out his son chose such a seemingly useless piece of mechanical knowledge, he might think I misled Su Ming, the official thought, not wanting to bear that blame. This knowledge might not be as powerful as you expect. The official tried to explain the drawbacks of energy consumption, but Su Ming's mechanical expertise far surpassed the official's. He was well aware of the drawbacks. Shaking his head, Su Ming replied, "It's okay. I choose this mechanical knowledge." The official sighed and smiled wryly. "All right, Mr. Su Ming, since you've made your choice, I won't say any more. Here's the chip with the mechanical knowledge." He handed the chip to Su Ming. Su Ming took the chip and quickly integrated the mechanical knowledge into his mech warrior system. Beep, initiating the upload of specialized mechanical knowledge. Brain region split in progress. Beep, this knowledge is of a unique type and requires the host to train independently. Currently, the first phase of training is at 0-40 hours. An additional 40 consecutive hours of training are needed to advance to the second phase. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Ming couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He then let out a bitter laugh. It seems his plan to take it easy won't come to fruition. The specialized knowledge isn't just information. It's also a form of training. There are no shortcuts. He has to proceed step by step through the brain region energy level split training. Su Ming's defeat of the crystalline creatures caused a massive stir across the cosmic network. Initially, people were drawn to the event due to the threat posed by the crystalline creatures, but soon, it was Su Ming's astonishing maneuvers that captivated everyone's attention. His tactics were nothing short of spectacular. Not only was his final decisive sniper shot a masterstroke, but the coordinated attacks with the mother-daughter mecha could also serve as textbook examples. Now, numerous videos dissecting Su Ming's actions are being uploaded online, with major bloggers enthusiastically analyzing his techniques. For those truly experienced in mecha operations, Su Ming's maneuvers, underlying skills, and decision-making processes are invaluable. Many people are repeatedly watching and learning from Su Ming's videos. For the general public, it's akin to witnessing a professional showcase of skill. Even if they can't grasp all the nuances, they are still awestruck by the battle. It was soon discovered that this individual, Su Ming, is from the Empire. And that's not all apparently. He comes from a prominent background. My relative, who works in the archives, mentioned that Su Ming is the son of a significant figure in the Empire. No wonder such a skilled individual emerged out of nowhere. He must be a prodigy nurtured by one of the Empire's influential families. Guys, I have more news. My cousin works in the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nations government, and he confirmed that Su Ming is the second son of Lord Coron Clarence of the Empire. Before long, Su Ming's details were uncovered by netizens. In an era where information flows freely, finding details about someone, especially someone like Su Ming who isn't trying to hide, is incredibly easy. For the countless bored netizens, uncovering Su Ming's identity was a piece of cake. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, he had already garnered a following on the cosmic network. Remarkably, a significant portion of his fans were female. His fluid maneuvers, handsome appearance, youthful promise, and distinguished background made him the epitome of an ideal partner for many women. If Su Ming had a social media account, his follower count would likely have surged into the billions. In the interstellar society, young mecha warriors are the true stars of the era, and Su Ming is no exception. The news of Su Ming being the son of Corn Clarence quickly reached officials across various cosmic nations. While the general populace was fascinated by the spectacle, the officials were focused on the potential benefits. The techniques Su Ming displayed while battling the crystalline creatures' binding methods, dissolution techniques, and the special energy used to shatter the creatures were all meticulously noted in the videos. These methods are not known to be developed in human society, at least not publicly. This sparked a keen interest among cosmic nations in acquiring these technologies. If crystalline creatures do possess a civilization and humans encounter them again, having these technologies would significantly alleviate concerns. However, now that everyone knew Su Ming was the son of Cologne Clarence, those covetous eyes quickly withdrew. Seriously, the son of the Empire's prodigy having some advanced technology unknown to human society isn't surprising at all. It's highly likely that this technology was developed by the Empire itself and simply taught to him by Cologne Clarence. Anyone daring to covet the Empire's technology would surely face the wrath of the Empire, experiencing firsthand the vast gap in civilization. While other cosmic nations might be unaware of the Empire's affairs, surely the Empire itself knows its own business. The top officials and generals in the Empire's conference room are certainly aware of the Empire's research and hidden technologies. At this moment, everyone was looking at Cologne Clarence with a peculiar expression, leaving him puzzled. What's with those looks? Cologne Clarence asked irritably. The officials exchanged glances, and one of them tentatively asked, Cologne Clarence, have you perhaps established a private research institute to develop these new technologies and teach them to your son? Cologne Clarence was taken aback, but then responded with a wry smile. Do you really think I developed these technologies myself? The officials nodded in unison. Seeing this, Cologne Clarence was speechless. I don't have the time to research these technologies. My son learned them on his own. The official's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. Who are you trying to fool? These technologies are beyond the current capabilities of human society, and a boy not even 20 years old managed to develop them? Cologne Clarence, you're quite the trickster. However, those familiar with Cologne Clarence had a thoughtful look in their eyes. They knew that although Cologne Clarence was a mechanic, his skills were just barely passable. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be piloting a mech assembled by someone else. Cologne Clarence's true strength lay in his physical abilities and close combat skills. Even a mech offered limited enhancement to him. To put it bluntly, Cologne Clarence was just a brute who spent his free time figuring out how to be more resilient and unleash his power effectively. Expecting Cologne Clarence to establish a research institute and develop energy technologies? That's beyond his capability. So, if Cologne Clarence didn't develop these technologies, who did? The officials exchanged puzzled glances. At this moment, one official shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the matter any further. After all, Su Ming is from the Empire. His mastery of this technology gives us an edge over other countries, which is undoubtedly a good thing, the politician said with a smile. He then turned his gaze to Colin Clarence and asked, Honorable Mr. Clarence, despite what has been said, I'd like to inquire through you whether Su Ming has any intention of selling this technology. If he does, the Empire won't disappoint him and will offer him a good price. Hearing the politician's words, Colin Clarence hesitated for a moment, then a thoughtful look crossed his face. I can ask Su Ming, but whether he agrees or not is up to him. Cough, cough. I apologize for the late update today, everyone. I had some matters to attend to during the day. Thanks for your patience. The matters in the Donglin Universe Kingdom had come to an end, and Su Ming's spaceship was fully recharged. He had no desire to linger any longer, and was ready to head towards the Eastern Alliance. Sitting inside the spaceship, Su Ming accessed the isolated knowledge domain in his brain. Almost immediately, the contents of this isolated knowledge appeared in his mind. Unlike regular mechanical knowledge, which could be learned with the system's assistance even during sleep, isolated knowledge required extensive training to master. The process of brain domain splitting involved using special methods to stimulate the brain energy levels and continuously train them until they could be split through conscious control during a burst of energy. The first phase required 40 hours of meditation to grasp the initial isolated knowledge. Without hesitation, Su Ming prepared to enter a meditative state. Just then, his expression changed as he received a phone call. It was from his father. Surprised, Su Ming answered the call, and Colin Clarence's large face appeared on the screen. Ahem, I heard about the recent events in the Donglin Universe Kingdom, and I watched the videos, Colin Clarence said, appearing somewhat uneasy. Though their relationship had thawed, The long lack of communication made their conversation a bit awkward and uncertain. Colin Clarence decided to get straight to the point. The Empire wants to know if your energy freezing technology, special light energy technology, and crystal dissolution technology are for sale, he asked. Su Ming was taken aback for a moment, but then understood. Colin Clarence was referring to the static energy element, starlight energy, and the system's absorption capability. These were the most prominent abilities Su Ming had displayed when attacking the crystal creatures, and the Donglin Universe Kingdom's livestream had undoubtedly captured them. Now, various universe kingdoms were undoubtedly coveting these technologies. However, out of respect for the Empire, they likely hesitated to ask directly. But due to his father's influence, the Empire asked Colin Clarence to approach Su Ming, making the request less abrupt. After hearing Colin Clarence's question, Su Ming pondered for a moment. The system-related technology was non-negotiable. No matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't provide it. However, the energy knowledge related to humanoid civilizations could potentially be sold to the Empire. Su Ming knew well that Colin Clarence was a loyal general to the Empire, and the Empire's prosperity was one of his top concerns. Selling the technology to the Empire would give it an edge over other universe kingdoms, which would undoubtedly make Colin Clarence very pleased. Although this father of his had been unreliable in the past, he had still supported Su Ming in many ways. After some thought, Su Ming was about to respond. However, seeing Su Ming ponder for a long time, Colin Clarence assumed Su Ming was worried about something. He quickly added, "Don't worry, with me around, you won't suffer any losses. We'll make sure the Empire pays a hefty price." Hearing this, Su Ming became curious. What kind of offer can the Empire make to buy my technology? Colin Clarence thought for a moment before slowly replying, "If I remember correctly, there's a piece of divine mechanical knowledge in the Empire that you can learn at this stage. With my status, I should be able to get it for you." Upon hearing this, Su Ming's heart began to race. Really? Can my dad actually get divine mechanical knowledge? Divine mechanical knowledge pertains to the technology of the third cosmic age. Once mastered, it can grant mechanics supernatural abilities. This knowledge is far more valuable than energy-related knowledge. Even 10 pieces of equivalent energy-related knowledge might not match the worth of one piece of divine mechanical knowledge. Could this be true? Su Ming even wondered if his father was secretly paying extra for this opportunity. "Dad, are you secretly paying for this?" Su Ming asked, eyeing Colin Clarence suspiciously. Seeing the doubt on Su Ming's face, Colin Clarence burst into laughter. "Don't worry. Although it's divine mechanical knowledge, it's at a relatively basic level, so its value isn't that high among such knowledge. And if I'm not mistaken, you've made some breakthroughs in the field of energy, right?" Su Ming nodded slowly. He wouldn't easily reveal his secrets to others, but Colin Clarence was his father and wouldn't harm him, so he admitted it openly. "Your energy-related knowledge isn't something you could have researched on your own. You must have acquired it from another civilization, right?" Colin Clarence speculated boldly, looking at Su Ming. Su Ming was taken aback. "How did you know?" Colin Clarence chuckled and said, "Kid, you've underestimated the type of knowledge you possess, or rather, its significance within human civilization. Due to certain inherent thought patterns and physiological structures, humans aren't particularly sensitive to energy types. Our strength lies in using external tools. So, energy-related knowledge hasn't seen significant breakthroughs to this day. The true value of your technology isn't in the technology itself, but in the thought processes and reference points it contains. In simple terms, the Empire isn't just buying your technology. They're buying a direct iona direction for researching energy-related knowledge. With this knowledge, the Empire can continually make breakthroughs in the field of energy." Hearing Colin Clarence's words, Su Ming suddenly understood. "No wonder I thought this technology couldn't possibly be as valuable as divine mechanical knowledge. It turns out the Empire wasn't interested in the technology itself, but rather in its potential applications. The officials of the Cosmic Nation aren't fools. Their sharp eyes likely discerned that Su Ming had mastered technology from another civilization. Such occurrences, though rare, are not unheard of in the vast universe. People often discover relics or beings from other civilizations in various places, thereby acquiring corresponding knowledge. This kind of knowledge is usually bought at high prices by major cosmic nations. So, is your knowledge from biological entities of another civilization, or from relics?" Colin Clarence asked softly. Whenever technology from other civilizations appears, it inevitably raises the issue of potential civilizational invasion. If the technology comes from a civilization weaker than human civilization, it's not a big deal. But if it comes from a more advanced civilization, there could be serious invasion threats. Colin Clarence's concern was understandable. After hearing Colin Clarence's question, Su Ming thought for a moment, and then replied with a smile, "Don't worry. My knowledge comes from a civilization that has already been destroyed. There's no problem at all." Hearing this, Colin Clarence nodded in relief and advised, publicly, "You should say that this knowledge was obtained through the Empire's exploration of other cosmic civilizations. Don't say you acquired it yourself." or it could lead to a lot of trouble. Su Ming nodded, feeling a warm sensation in his heart, knowing Colin Clarence was covering for him. All right, have you decided whether to sell your technology? Colin Clarence asked. Su Ming smiled and replied, yes, but I'll only sell the static energy technology. The other two involve some personal matters and can't be sold. Colin Clarence nodded. That will suffice. Once you transfer the technology to me, I'll confirm it with the Empire, and then they will transfer the divine mechanical knowledge to you. Su Ming nodded and transmitted the static energy knowledge to Colin Clarence's communicator. They then ended the call. Not long after, Su Ming noticed new mechanical knowledge appearing in his storage space. Excited, he opened the file to examine it. Exoskeleton Mech Knowledge Attributes. Divine Knowledge Basic Knowledge Effects. Grants the mech divine attributes, allowing it to merge with the pilot's exoskeleton when entering combat mode, linking the two together. Divine Reaction Capability, 50. Mech Tactility, 60. Power Conduction, 20. Special Ability Limb Regeneration. The mech can repair itself by consuming bioenergy levels, restoring to 100 of its pre-damage capabilities. Note, this state is only active when the mech is integrated with the pilot's exoskeleton. It does not possess independent repair abilities when detached. Upon reading this, Su Ming couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Divine mechanical knowledge truly lives up to its name. Just the effects of this one piece of knowledge far surpass the scope of ordinary mechanical understanding. The most remarkable aspect of this ability is that it allows a mech to connect with the pilot's sense of touch. Normally, a mech warrior can only assess the mech's status and damage through its internal diagnostic systems, lacking any direct sensory perception of the entire mech. However, this divine mechanical knowledge enables the pilot to experience tactile sensations from the mech. This means that whether the mech is damaged, attacking, or charging, the pilot can feel it all through touch. For a mech warrior, this represents a significant qualitative leap, potentially boosting combat effectiveness by more than 50%. After all, operating a device through thick gloves versus using one's bare fingers makes a huge difference in both efficiency and flexibility. Divine mechanical knowledge transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary, breaking through the constraints of conventional mechanical thinking and granting machines some extraordinary capabilities. Su Ming didn't hesitate and immediately integrated the divine mechanical knowledge into the Mech Wuzuan system. Then, he plunged into the bioactivity liquid, equipped the breathing apparatus, and fell into a deep sleep. With divine mechanical knowledge at his disposal, why would he bother with isolated mechanical studies? Naturally, he chose to sleep first, letting the system upload the divine knowledge into his mind before learning any independent mechanical skills. Time passed, and days flew by as Su Ming's spacecraft continued its journey. Human society spans vast distances, and the Eastern Alliance is extremely far from the Black Domain, requiring a long voyage. However, Su Ming had plenty to occupy himself with on the ship, so the journey didn't feel tedious. He treated it as a secluded retreat in the cosmos. At this moment, Su Ming emerged from the bioactivity liquid. His body exuded an aura of fierce and refined power, akin to a piece of steel forged through countless trials, brimming with explosive strength. Level 7 body forging achieved. Reaching level 7 body forging required a whopping 50,000 starlight points, which Su Ming didn't have before. But now, after absorbing the crystalline creature and acquiring tens of thousands of starlight points, he decisively upgraded his body forging to level 7. After reaching level 7, Su Ming felt a subtle sense of transformation within his body. It seemed that level 7 body forging was a critical threshold, and upon reaching it, the body undergoes a significant metamorphosis. Curious, Su Ming decided to leave the spacecraft and venture into the starry expanse. To his surprise and delight, he found that his body could withstand the pressure difference in a vacuum. Although he wasn't yet at the level where he could survive without oxygen, he could now move freely in a vacuum without being crushed by the pressure difference. This means that Su Ming's physical strength is now comparable to that of a top-level expert. Apart from the advancement in his body tempering level, Su Ming experienced significant improvements over the past few days due to his study of divine knowledge and independent item knowledge. His mastery of independent item knowledge has now reached the first stage, which means that in addition to piloting his main mech, Su Ming can now operate another mech in battle. Unlike a typical mother-child mech setup, where the child mech is noticeably weaker, the secondary mech Su Ming pilots has energy levels and combat power identical to his main mech. The only difference is that the secondary mech cannot use the divine knowledge external skeleton. This represents a substantial increase in combat power for Su Ming. With his grasp of divine mechanical knowledge and independent item knowledge, he can now fight with the strength equivalent to 2.5 of his former selves, boosting his combat power by 2.5 times. Su Ming's current stats are as follows. Host, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 60,000. Brain energy level, 61,000. Gene lock activation level, mid-level 7. Physical activity, 100. Body tempering level, level 7. Star points needed for next body tempering level, 100,000. Physical defense capability, 150,000 attacks below 150,000 energy level cannot harm his body. Maximum starlight energy endurance, 5,000. Current star points, 48,000. Mechanical knowledge subcategories, 3,100. Independent item knowledge, brain split LV1. Divine knowledge, external skeleton. Compared to his previous self, Su Ming's current stats have undergone a dramatic transformation. He couldn't help but marvel at how beneficial it has been to venture out. In the Black Domain, his progress was slow and methodical. However, after leaving the Black Domain, he encountered crystalline creatures, divine knowledge, and independent item knowledge, each contributing significantly to his advancement. In a short period, Su Ming's cultivation has reached mid-level 7. Moreover, once he dons his mech, the power he can unleash far surpasses his physical capability. Previously, he struggled against level 10 gene warriors and had to flee, but now he can stand his ground even against mid-level 10 gene warriors without fear. The past few days have brought immense progress for Su Ming. At that moment, an electronic voice suddenly sounded from within the spaceship. Beep! The spaceship is about to enter the territory of the Eastern Alliance. Do you wish to proceed? Hearing the prompt, Su Ming's expression changed slightly. He walked to the spaceship's window and looked out at the starfield ahead. The Eastern Alliance site was surprising to have reached its territory so quickly. Without hesitation, Su Ming said, "Proceed." With his command, the spaceship immediately entered a space jump. A few minutes later, Su Ming felt a slight tremor as the spaceship exited the jump, and they had arrived within the Eastern Alliance's territory. Beep. Ship model identified. Access permit detected on board. Welcome to the Eastern Alliance. A deep electronic male voice resonated inside the spacecraft. This was the Eastern Alliance's security system, designed to verify the ship's identity and access permit. Su Ming had arranged for his access permit back in the Black Zone. As soon as his spacecraft entered the Eastern Alliance territory, it was detected. The invisible barriers and energy fields in the surrounding space soon dissipated. Without hesitation, Su Ming piloted his ship into the Eastern Alliance's star region. Shortly after Su Ming's access permit was verified, a man in a military uniform glanced at his display screen. The screen showed a red alert, indicating the entry of a significant individual. With advanced technology, human society had become highly precise in data management. Originally, Su Ming wouldn't have been marked as a significant individual. However, his recent fame from a battle in the Dongling Galactic state, along with his innovative technology, skills, and background, had made him notable enough for the Eastern Alliance to tag him as important. Upon seeing the significant individual alert, the man in the military uniform was momentarily surprised. He then opened the information on the significant individual, revealing Su Ming's identity. Realizing it was Su Ming, the man muttered to himself, "It's him?" Su Ming's reputation had surged recently, and the soldier had certainly heard of him. He had even watched videos of Su Ming fighting against crystalline creatures, leaving a strong impression on him. The soldier had to admit that Su Ming was top tier among mech warriors of his level, excelling in operation, awareness, and technique. After some thought, the soldier made a call. What is it?" A deep male voice answered. "Su Ming, who fought against the crystalline creatures in the Dongling Galactic state, has arrived in the Eastern Alliance," the soldier said in a low voice. "Oh, Su Ming? The brat from the Kellen Clarence family? Interesting." Kellen Clarence was quite arrogant, defeating several of our Eastern Alliance's champions. Many remember him. Now that Kellen Clarence is hiding in the Empire, many have been itching for a chance. With his brat now in the Eastern Alliance, let's see if our young ones can teach him a lesson. The man on the other end chuckled. Hearing this, the soldier couldn't help but smile, seemingly envisioning the young warriors of the Eastern Alliance. Nonetheless, he cautioned, "Be careful. Su Ming's combat skills are formidable. Among his peers, there aren't many who can match him." Upon hearing the soldier's words, the man on the phone laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? In Dongming, the spirit of competition thrives. The younger generation is at a stage where they're proud and full of energy. It's time for them to see the true strength of top talents from other cosmic nations. My only concern is that this Su Ming kid better not be too weak. If he loses too early, the youngsters of Dongming will start causing trouble again." The soldier chuckled softly and then replied, "All right, let's leave it at that for now. I'll go inform the well-known young talents about Su Ming's entry and let them test his skills." Su Ming boarded the spaceship, ready to head towards the Tianshang starfield of the Dongming Alliance. He had previously heard from his adoptive father that the trial grounds for the geniuses of the Dongming Alliance were located in the Tianshang starfield, where a large number of the Alliance's talents gathered. The renowned Tianshang 3 rankings, which are famous throughout human society, are also situated in this starfield. These rankings were established by the Dongming Alliance to encourage the growth of young talents. There are 3 lists: the Mecha list, the Combat Power list, and the Mechanics list. The mecha list requires the younger generation to defeat their opponents while using mechas to earn recognition. In contrast, the combat power list mandates that participants must defeat their opponents without using any mechas or mechanical equipment, relying solely on their physical strength to advance. The mechanics list is the only non-combat ranking among the three, assessing the ability of mechanics to assemble machinery, typically dominated by skilled mechanics. Although initiated by the Dongming Alliance, these rankings have evolved into civilization-wide competitions due to cultural influence. If viewed from Su Ming's previous life's perspective, it is somewhat akin to the Olympics. While hosted by one entity, it involves competition among various global powers. Not only does the Dongming Alliance host these rankings, but other powerful cosmic nations also sponsor the Tiansheng 3 rankings, providing mechanical knowledge, special potions, valuable mechanical equipment, and combat techniques. These resources are crucial for the younger generation, and the competitive atmosphere of the Dongming Alliance's unique governance has prompted these nations to send their young talents for training and growth, offering various rewards. Su Ming aimed for the Tiansheng 3 rankings primarily because the challenges offer mechanical knowledge rewards as one progresses. High-ranking individuals can even obtain divine knowledge provided by other nations. At that moment, Su Ming's expression changed as he looked through the spaceship window into the cosmic void. He saw the faint silhouette of another spaceship quietly appearing opposite his own. However, Su Ming was certain that this spaceship was not heading towards him, but was preparing to leave the Tiansheng starfield. As Su Ming approached the starfield, the other spaceship was preparing to depart. The two ships quickly passed each other. Su Ming frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the departing spaceship. It was quite aggressive. Normally, even when spaceships pass close to each other, they reduce their power systems to avoid causing energy waves that could disrupt each other's paths and cause misunderstandings. This is considered a basic courtesy and an unspoken rule of space travel. However, the spaceship in front showed no intention of slowing down its propulsion system. It continued to speed away from the Tiansheng starfield at full throttle. The intense vibrations from its propulsion caused Su Ming's spaceship to sway slightly, affecting its original flight path. Although it wasn't a major issue, the attitude conveyed by the other ship's pilot left Su Ming feeling displeased. Su Ming moved to the window of his spaceship and looked at the other vessel. He saw a young man, around 21 or 22 years old, standing at the window of the opposite ship, also looking in his direction. At that moment, their gazes locked. Instantly, powerful energy waves erupted from both spaceships. Su Ming's eyes clashed with the young man's, and their energy levels collided in the void between the ships. The intense energy reaction in the void would have torn apart anyone caught in the line of sight. Fortunately, there was no one between them. The energy waves exploded like deep-sea currents. Nothing was visible on the surface, but beneath, a fierce undercurrent swirled. The young man's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, seemingly taken aback by Su Ming's energy level. The standoff continued. What had started as a simple collision now held deeper significance for both men. The young man's hand instinctively reached for a black combat knife at his waist, gripping its handle tightly. Su Ming, meanwhile, placed his right hand over his storage space, his mental energy constantly communicating with it. Inside the storage space, a Star Destroyer sniper rifle lay quietly, surrounded by Su Ming's mental energy. He could draw it out at any moment to unleash devastating power. Yet, Su Ming did not draw the sniper rifle, and the young man did not unsheath his knife. Their movements seemed frozen in time, each searching for the other's weakness. Their energies extended outward, eyes locked onto each other, trying to find even the slightest flaw in the other's stance. Any discovered weakness would be met with a swift and deadly attack. As the two spaceships sped in opposite directions, they soon separated, creating distance between them. Throughout the entire encounter, neither Su Ming nor the young man made a move. Only when the ships had moved far beyond attack range did both relax. They simultaneously cast their gazes toward the receding spacecraft, each thinking the same thing. This person is incredibly strong. Can you help me find out this person's identity? Su Ming asked the spaceship's AI system after collecting his thoughts. The AI had already captured the person's appearance. Such a formidable young expert must be well known in human society. Once the AI compared his appearance with its database, it would quickly identify him. Beep. Identity information retrieved. Hearing the system's response, Su Ming was taken aback. This incredibly powerful young man was only ranked 817th on the Mech Warrior list? Just how strong are the top 800? When Su Ming faced off against the young man earlier, he could feel an incredibly dense and solid aura from him. Furthermore, Chan Hui's locking and counterlocking abilities were exceptionally strong. Su Ming had never encountered anyone with such strong locking abilities, except for those at the vacuum level or higher. During their standoff, Su Ming had to push his mental strength to the limit to avoid being locked by the young man, achieving a stalemate. If Chan Hui were any stronger, Su Ming would have shown a flaw. 9th level lower tier? Su Ming muttered to himself. At this moment, he began to realize just how extraordinary the top talents in the universe were. Although Su Ming had previously faced many 9th and 10th level experts, and even some vacuum level experts in the black domain, all of those individuals were over 40 years old and had been seasoned genetic warriors for a long time. Reaching the 9th level lower tier at 21 years old meant that by around 23, one might have a chance to advance to the vacuum level. Chun Hui's cultivation level made him a top-tier talent among his peers. 9-level lower tier at 21 years old? That's insanely strong, Su Ming murmured. If Qian Hui heard this, he would probably be shocked out of his mind. In fact, Qian Hui was already stupefied. Just as Su Ming had queried Chun Hui's information, Qian Hui had also looked up Su Ming. He could sense that Su Ming's cultivation might not be as high as his own, but there was an intense resilience in Su Ming's energy, allowing him to hold his ground in a direct confrontation. Of course, a simple remote energy clash couldn't prove everything, but what caught Chun Hui's attention the most was Su Ming's locking ability. While Su Ming was astonished by Chun Hui's abilities, Qian Hui was equally shocked by Su Ming's. During their standoff, Qian Hui felt as if Su Ming's aura was locking onto him from all directions, overwhelmingly powerful. If the standoff had continued any longer, Qian Hui might have been forced to make a move first, revealing a flaw under the immense pressure. He's Su Ming, and he's only 17? That's insane, Qian Hui muttered, his eyes filled with shock. He knew who Su Ming was. He had seen videos of Su Ming battling crystal creatures in the Eastern Lin universe country. He had thought Su Ming was just average, but facing him in person had put immense pressure on him. What was most difficult for him to accept was that Su Ming, at 17, had already reached a mid-level 7 cultivation. When he was 17, he was probably still diligently studying at the academy, with only a high-level 5 cultivation. If they were the same age, Su Ming would completely outclass him. For the incredibly confident Qian Hui, this realization was a huge blow. It was laughable that those frogs in the well were gearing up to use Su Ming as a stepping stone. When they finally face Su Ming, they won't even know what hit them. Qian Hui muttered to himself. Recently, the news of Su Ming's arrival in the Eastern Alliance had been spreading like wildfire among the younger generation. Who among the young doesn't want to be famous? These young individuals in the Eastern Alliance couldn't help but feel a sense of imbalance seeing Su Ming's rising fame. Now, they all wanted to trample on Su Ming to boost their own reputation. However, the difference between watching a video and facing reality is stark. In videos, from a Godseya view, everyone seems weak. But actually facing Su Ming, the sheer pressure alone could crush some people. It's a pity, I was just about ahead to the court of life. Otherwise, staying in the heavenly holy star region to meet you would be interesting. When I return from the court of life, after enhancing my life level, I'll come and challenge you. Qian Hui murmured, his gaze shifting to the distant star region, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. It seemed something in that far-off star region exhilarated him. As for Su Ming, encountering Qian Hui was just a minor episode along the way. Su Ming quickly put it behind him and sped towards the heavenly holy star region. Due to its special interstellar status, the Eastern Alliance had heavily modified the heavenly holy star region. Originally, the star region was mainly planet-based, but the Eastern Alliance cleared out the planets in the center and built a massive flat arena spanning trillions of square kilometers in the void. This arena had normal gravity, living facilities, air, water, ranking systems, and more. If it weren't for the flat surface, it would be indistinguishable from a habitable planet. Geniuses would live and compete on this enormous flat arena. At this moment, Su Ming piloted his spaceship and landed directly on the heavenly holy plane. Is that the ship? I heard Su Ming was heading towards the heavenly holy star region. It must be this one, a young man said with a brightened expression as he watched the spaceship descend. These youths, around 20 years old, all exuded powerful auras, with the weakest being at the low-level 7 gene warrior standard. When they saw the young man step off the spaceship, their faces lit up with delight. They all recognized him immediately. It was Su Ming. All right, Lao Ma, start the live stream. It's time to make a name for myself. I can't believe Su Ming actually showed up. Now he'll see the difference between a top-tier genius and an ordinary one. The competitive atmosphere in the Dongming Alliance is intense, and our combat skills are leagues ahead of those from other cosmic nations. Su Ming is just a frog in a well, and it's about time he realizes his place. A young man with a strong and solid presence walked up to Su Ming's spaceship with a grin, waiting for him to come down. The leader of the group, slightly more composed, looked around at his companions and shook his head as he spoke. Don't underestimate Su Ming. I've seen his skills. Except for his lower cultivation level, his techniques are impressive and very strong. This young man, named Wang Quan, was the strongest among them, with an 8th level lower tier cultivation. Many others carried the superiority complex of the Dongming Alliance, viewing Su Ming as a mere frog in a well. However, Wang Quan knew that some of his companions couldn't even comprehend Su Ming's techniques, which made them think Su Ming was average. In reality, Even Wang Quan didn't dare to underestimate Su Ming's skills. Of course, it was just his skills. As an 8th-level lower-tier Gene warrior, Wang Quan still felt a bit dismissive of Su Ming's 7th-level cultivation. Admittedly, Wang Quan also wanted to gain some popularity, which would bring him benefits and resources. The wealth he would gain could be exchanged for various knowledge and supplements, possibly allowing him to advance further. So, even if it seemed like bullying the weak, Wang Quan shamelessly wanted to fight Su Ming. After Su Ming stepped off the spaceship, his gaze fell on the crowd ahead. He wasn't surprised. He had heard what they were saying outside. As he walked down, his expression remained calm and unperturbed. Su Ming, right? Imlikino from Crane Star. I've seen your videos from the Donglin Cosmic Nation. Not bad. Come, fight me. A young man eagerly stepped forward and challenged Su Ming. He was secretly pleased with himself for seizing the opportunity to challenge Su Ming before anyone else. The live stream was already on. Breaking the myth, a battle with Su Ming was a prominent headline posted by this young man on the forum, which quickly caught the attention of many netizens. Su Ming is in the Dongming Alliance? Seems like it's true. Su Ming is right there, and this guy wants to challenge him. Su Ming's popularity was still high, and soon many people followed the headline into the live stream. Once they saw the live footage, they stayed to watch. This young man named Likino had some fame. At 22 years old, being at the 7th upper tier level was quite an achievement, making him a standout among the youth. Compared to ordinary people, Likino's status and cultivation were exceptionally dazzling. Many people knew Likino, and thus discovered that Su Ming had arrived in the Dongming Alliance. Seeing so many people flood into his live stream, Likino was delighted. Riding on Su Ming's popularity was indeed effective. He looked at Su Ming with satisfaction, adjusting his stance to prepare for the battle. Su Ming glanced at the man, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Are you ranked on the Tiansheng list?" Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Li Qinyuo was taken aback and then replied somewhat angrily, "What does my challenge have to do with rankings?" Su Ming immediately understood that this person likely wasn't ranked. The Tiansheng list, established by the Dongming Alliance, is not something just anyone can get onto. Each of its 3 lists admits only 20,000 people. Considering these lists target all the young talents under 25 within the entire human society, which numbers in the trillions, being in the top 20,000 is an extremely rare achievement. The stringent requirements to make it onto the Tiansheng list were clear. However, Su Ming had come to the Tiansheng star region to gain mechanical knowledge and wasn't interested in those who weren't ranked. Shaking his head, Su Ming said, "Sorry, I'm not interested in those who aren't ranked." With that, he walked past Li Qinyuo. Li Qinyuo's face turned red with embarrassment. Su Ming was not familiar with the cultural atmosphere of the Dongming Alliance, where rejecting a challenge is almost unheard of and considered a severe insult. Feeling humiliated, especially since he was live streaming, Li Qinyuo prepared to attack Su Ming. Just then, a hand stopped him. Li Qinyuo turned to see Wang Quan, who shook his head and then addressed Su Ming. "You want to challenge someone ranked, right? I have a ranking. Why not fight me?" Su Ming turned around. "You have a ranking?" Wang Quan nodded and said, "Combat list, 19,200th place." Su Ming was momentarily stunned and instinctively prepared to refuse. Ranking 19,200 was almost the same as not being ranked at all. There was no need to fight him. Seeing Su Ming's hesitation, Wang Quan seemed to guess what he was thinking and calmly said, "I understand it's your first time in the Dongming Alliance, and you might not be familiar with our rules." Su Ming stopped, showing an interested expression, and seriously said, "I'm all ears." Wang Quan explained, "The Dongming Alliance values competition highly, and there are some unwritten rules. Any challenge must involve a wager from both parties." "A wager?" Su Ming asked, surprised. Wang Quan nodded. Typically, in these knowledge duels, the loser has to surrender one piece of their knowledge to the winner. Otherwise, the confrontation would offer no benefit to either side beyond combat experience. To maintain a mutually agreeable atmosphere, some kind of incentive is necessary. After hearing Wang Quan's explanation, Su Ming's expression showed a sudden realization. "So, if you are willing to accept my challenge, I am prepared to wager a unique piece of knowledge as the stakes." After hearing Wang Quan's words, Su Ming didn't hesitate and accepted the challenge right away. He wouldn't pass up the opportunity for exclusive knowledge. However, Su Ming was somewhat surprised that Wang Quan raised the stakes to such high-level knowledge for their duel. Normally, a mid-level general knowledge wager would have sufficed. Exclusive mechanical knowledge is worth more than 10 times ordinary mechanical knowledge. Since that's the case, I'll put up an exclusive piece of knowledge as my wager too. After all, both sides should offer something of equal value for the bet. Luckily, Su Ming had obtained an exclusive piece of knowledge from the Donglin Galactic Nation earlier, or things would have been awkward. Quan is betting this big? I remember he only has 2 pieces of exclusive knowledge. He's really going all out this time. Wang Quan's companions exchanged surprised glances, clearly shocked. "I don't see a problem. It's a sure bet." Quan is already an 8th level genetic warrior, while Su Ming is only at the 7th level. Though Su Ming is strong for his level, so is Quan. With this level difference, Su Ming is bound to lose. Some of the onlookers, despite their arrogance, couldn't deny Wang Quan's confidence and agreed with his chances. After all, making it to the Tianshang top 3 rankings is an achievement out of millions. Even though Wang Quan was ranked lower, he was still one of the top talents of his generation. Get the live stream up and running? We need to capture the entire fight. Wang Quan's companions hadn't forgotten their primary goal in challenging Su Ming, to gain views and popularity. Wang Quan was well known within the genetic warrior community, but not among the general public. This fight was the perfect opportunity to boost his profile. Increased visibility would bring more resources and support, making this an excellent chance for Wang Quan. Everyone, don't miss the live stream of Wang Quan versus Su Ming. Place your bets on who you think will win. One of the young men, understanding exactly what Wang Quan wanted, excitedly announced to the viewers. The chat room quickly filled with comments. I only know Su Ming. I think he'll win. Su Ming for sure. I've seen Su Ming's technical analysis on Manhin's stream. He's really strong, no doubt. Go Su Ming. I support Su Ming. Seeing the overwhelming support for Su Ming, the young man couldn't help but chuckle. It seems some of you might not be familiar with the genetic warrior ranking system. Let me post their levels and Tianshang top 3 rankings for you. He then shared the information about Wang Quan and Su Ming, including their ranks, but deliberately left out their ages. If their ages were revealed, Wang Quan being a 20-year-old level 8 gene warrior, and Su Ming a 17-year-old, not yet at level 7, it would not only give the impression that Wang Quan was bullying someone younger, but also suggest that Wang Quan wouldn't stand a chance against Su Ming if they were the same age. Although this is true, withholding some information for the sake of viewership is quite normal. This was a clever tactic by Wang Quan's companions, yet it indeed misled the livestream audience to some extent. Most viewers, being ordinary people, only understood that a level 8 gene warrior should be stronger than a level 7 one. They didn't consider that many other factors could influence the outcome of a gene warrior's battle. When viewers saw that Wang Quan was already a level 8 gene warrior while Su Ming was just at level 7, they were astonished. Who is this Wang Quan? He's amazing. He looks so young and is already a level 8 gene warrior. Such a person will surely become a high-ranking officer in the future. What a promising young talent, they exclaimed. Suddenly, the discussion in the chat was all about Wang Quan. In the interstellar society, where civilization constantly faces external threats, personal strength and heroism are highly glorified. The public has an unconditional admiration for the strong. Su Ming was undoubtedly powerful and had already attracted a group of fans. But with Wang Quan appearing on the scene, boasting a higher level, the audience's attention quickly shifted. The number of viewers in the livestream began to grow, and soon, it caught the attention of the Empire's youth. Many people from the Empire started tuning in. Su Ming, the son of Sir Colin Clarence, is now challenging the younger generation of the Dongming Alliance. The son of the Empire's prodigy must be incredibly strong. If Su Ming defeats these young talents from the Dongming Alliance, it would be a great honor for the Empire. I have to watch this. With that, a flood of viewers from the Empire surged into the live stream. Where's Su Ming? We're here to see Su Ming take on the younger generation of the Dongming Alliance. Su Ming can do it. He's one of the Empire's young powerhouses. It's time to dominate the Dongming Alliance. Seeing some Empire viewers boasting in the chat, the people from the Dongming Alliance couldn't sit still. They immediately responded, "Are you kidding me? Our Dongming Alliance is known for having the most strong and talented individuals in the universe. Your empire might be good in technology, but when it comes to geniuses and warriors, you better stay humble." Hilarious. You probably don't even know how formidable the top 3 geniuses of the Tianshang ranking are. Soon, the faces of the Empire folks will be slapped hard. The online discussion grew increasingly heated, and the topic Empire Su Ming challenges Dongming Star region quickly shot up to 21st on the trending list. Meanwhile, Colin Clarence was sitting in a battleship en route to the front lines when the ship's AI suddenly began to alert him. Beep, we've detected news that might interest the Honorable Colin Clarence. Would you like to check it out? A hint of surprise flashed across Colin Clarence's face. He then slowly nodded and said, "Yes, open it and let me see." What? Su Ming has already gone to the Eastern Alliance? Well, this just got interesting. A strange expression appeared on Colin Clarence's face, as if something had just occurred to him. Turn on the live stream. I want to see Su Ming's situation, he said calmly. Immediately, a huge screen appeared in front of Colin Clarence. Su Ming had arrived at the Celestial Star region and was preparing to start his challenge. This news quickly reached the ears of some people in the Eastern Alliance. Good. He's Colin Clarence's son, right? Make sure to beat that kid to a pulp. Colin Clarence is so despicable. His son must be beaten black and blue in the Eastern Alliance. A top-tier expert from the Eastern Alliance chuckled lightly, seemingly satisfied with this outcome, and spoke indifferently. However, Su Ming was unaware of all this. He noticed that someone had started streaming him, but he didn't care. Trying to ride my coattails? Fine. But if you can't keep up, don't blame me, he thought to himself. My ranking is based on pure combat power. I can pilot a mech, but my raw physical strength is much stronger. I know your mech skills are impressive, but even if you beat me in a mech fight, you won't make it onto the leaderboard, Wang Quan said, looking at Su Ming. Su Ming smiled and responded nonchalantly, no problem. If your raw physical strength is stronger, then let's compete in that. Pure physical combat refers to fighting without the use of mechs, relying solely on one's body. Weapons can be used, but no mental energy bursts are allowed. This method of combat tests pure physical capability and exists for a reason. In extreme conditions where mechs might be unusable, physical combat skills become crucial. Wang Quan's mental energy wasn't great, and while his mech skills were decent, they weren't his strong suit. His real strength lay in his physical prowess. Hearing that Su Ming wanted to compete in pure physical combat, a hint of joy appeared on Wang Quan's face. Excellent. Su Ming's mech skills are well known from videos, but now he's giving up his mech advantage to compete in physical strength. He's getting overconfident, Wang Quan thought. Initially unsure, he now felt certain of his victory. All right, let's get on the ring. Wang Quan jumped onto the platform, looking down at Su Ming. Su Ming didn't hesitate and jumped up as well. As soon as both men stood on the platform, a defensive shield rose around them. At that moment, the atmosphere between them changed dramatically. No longer casual, they started releasing their energy, which began to intertwine and clash within the ring. The tension in the arena grew as both men adjusted to their battle stances. At some point, a long spear had appeared in Wang Quan's hand. Forged from an unknown metal, it was a simple cold weapon, not a piece of mechanical equipment. However, Su Ming could clearly sense the chilling aura emanating from the spear. If unleashed, it could easily become a terrifying killing tool, capable of piercing a gaping hole through any opponent. Wang Quan glanced at Su Ming and noticed his empty hands, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Su Ming was a genetic warrior who fought with his fists? This was extremely rare among genetic warriors. But Wang Quan quickly dismissed his surprise. He scrutinized Su Ming, observing his relaxed stance and casual demeanor, which suggested he wasn't even in combat mode. What a great opportunity. Wang Quan's heart surged with excitement, and he prepared to thrust his spear towards Su Ming's face. But as soon as the thought formed, he instinctively dismissed it. According to his judgment, if he aimed for Su Ming's face, it would give Su Ming a chance to dodge and exploit Wang Quan's opening, putting him at a disadvantage. Attacking from the front wasn't an option. It would give Su Ming a clear view of the spear's trajectory. What about from the left? Wang Quan tightened his grip on the spear, ready to strike. But then, he abruptly halted, unwilling to act rashly. He realized that with Su Ming's current relaxed posture, a slight sidestep would allow him to easily evade the attack, exposing Wang Quan's back. Not from the left, then. What about the right? An absurd feeling crept into Wang Quan's heart, and his hand holding the spear began to tremble. The right side was no different. Any attempt to strike Su Ming's right side would be dodged, leaving Wang Quan vulnerable. Wang Quan stood there, sweat forming on his forehead. How is this possible? Panic flickered in his eyes. Despite Su Ming's seemingly casual stance, which appeared full of openings, a closer look revealed none. No matter where Wang Quan aimed his attack, Su Ming would effortlessly evade and counterattack. Is there really no flaw in his stance? Wang Quan felt a wave of absurdity, standing frozen and unsure. Attack? No, it would be dodged, leaving him vulnerable. But not attacking wasn't an option either, as their energies were already entangled and clashing. This was the peak moment of their confrontation. If Wang Quan didn't act, his momentum would gradually dissipate. Once it was entirely gone, he wouldn't have the courage to fight, conceding defeat without Su Ming even lifting a finger. How could he possibly win this fight? Su Ming looked at Wang Quan with a calm expression, shaking his head slightly. Wang Quan is decent, but he falls far short compared to a top-tier talent like Chen Hui. He himself isn't without flaws. However, in terms of combat awareness, Wang Quan lags far behind him. Even if he stands casually, he can intimidate Wang Quan into not daring to make a move. Su Ming, not wanting to waste time, subtly released a bit of his aura. Under the pull of this energy, even though Wang Quan couldn't find any flaws in Su Ming's stance, he was still forced to raise his spear and charge at Su Ming. Wang Quan thrust his spear directly at Su Ming. As Wang Quan had anticipated, Su Ming easily dodged the attack, making it impossible for him to lock onto Su Ming's movements. However, Wang Quan, being one of the top 3 in the Tianshang rankings, quickly adjusted. Just as he was about to fall into a disadvantageous position, he swung his spear sideways, successfully deflecting Su Ming's strike. The two clashed momentarily before separating again. Su Ming looked at Wang Quan, slightly surprised. This move had caught him off guard. While Wang Quan might lack precision in targeting, his spear skills and adaptability were commendable. Although Su Ming had a slight edge in this exchange, Wang Quan's energy level allowed him to neutralize it. With their energies clashing, neither paused, and they launched fierce attacks at each other. Wang Quan's eyes flashed with determination as he unleashed a thunderous spear strike at Su Ming. The spear tore through the air, whistling as it headed straight for Su Ming. Unfazed, Su Ming met Wang Quan's spear heat. As they battled, neither noticed a figure quietly appearing below the arena. It was a young man with a nonchalant and rebellious demeanor. He approached the arena reluctantly, yawning as he glanced at the fight. Some spectators noticed the young man and were instantly shocked. Li Heron? What's he doing here? One young man exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Li Heron, a prodigy ranked 1,490th in the Mecha rankings, had been recognized. Li Heron, realizing he was recognized, wore a helpless expression. Social anxiety, folks. Stop staring at me, he muttered, sneaking into a corner to sit down. My old man, seriously, can't beat the Empire's guy, so he sends me to handle his son. How embarrassing. Don't say I'm bullying anyone. I really don't want to, Li Heron grumbled, turning his gaze to the arena. At that moment, Li Heron's eyes widened in surprise as he watched the fight. Using his body to block a spear? This guy's pretty fierce, he exclaimed. On the arena, Su Ming charged at Wang Quan like a raging bull. Wang Quan gritted his teeth and thrust his spear at Su Ming. But then, Su Ming reached out and grabbed the spearhead with his hand, snapping it with a sharp cry. The spectators were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief, as they watched Su Ming in awe, as if he were some alien creature. Though the spearhead wasn't as sharp as the tip, it was still as sharp as a regular blade. Yet, it only left a faint red mark on Su Ming's arm before he broke it with his bare hands. Is Su Ming's body made of steel? It's unbelievably tough. The viewers in the live stream were in shock at what they saw. However, Su Ming's expression remained unchanged. The spear, though sharp, was hardly a challenge for Su Ming, who had undergone body refinement 7 times. Despite his body energy level being just mid-level 7, his physique was already incredibly hard and formidable. To harm Su Ming, one would need at least an upper level 8 energy level. His actual combat power, augmented by body refinement, couldn't be judged by a mere mid-level 7 standard. Even an 8th level Gene Warrior might not have the upper hand against him. Wang Quan, having lost his spear, didn't have time to retrieve a spare from his storage space. Helplessly, he faced Su Ming with his bare fists. Su Ming's eyes gleamed, and he swiftly charged towards Wang Quan. Kai Tian. Although Kai Tian was a blade technique, mastering its essence allowed it to be applied to any weapon, including fists. Su Ming erupted with an overwhelming aura, resembling an ancient giant, as he rushed at Wang Quan. No one dared to underestimate Su Ming anymore. Initially, everyone thought Su Ming's true strength lay in his mech operation, but now it was clear that his physical strength was equally formidable. His charge exuded an unstoppable force. Wang Quan shouted, unleashing his energy level completely, and met Su Ming hidden with terrifying power. Boom! The two collided, shaking the entire arena. The crowd watched with wide eyes, afraid to miss any detail. After the collision, Wang Quan was visibly sent flying, crashing into the energy shield and falling heavily to the ground. He was covered in blood, with cracks all over his body, looking utterly miserable. In contrast, Su Ming had only a slight crack on his shoulder, with no significant injuries elsewhere. The outcome was clear. The winner was obvious. Wang Quan's companions were in an uproar. They had thought victory was certain, but to their astonishment, Wang Quan was defeated by Su Ming. It was unbelievable. Only Li Heron, standing below the arena, had his eyes fixed on Su Ming's shoulder. He noticed that after the battle, Su Ming's shoulder healed rapidly before his eyes. Li Heron's eyes lit up, and he murmured to himself, incredible vitality, incredible bodily toughness. This Su Ming is a treasure. Perfect. I was just wondering how to get to the Court of Life. And now I've found someone with such strong life force. Old man, sorry, but you'll have to find someone else to fight Su Ming. I won't be doing it. If I hurt Su Ming, who will take me to the Court of Life? With that, Li Heron started walking towards Su Ming. Wang Quan was covered in blood, but after treatment from the medical robot, he quickly recovered. With a somewhat dejected expression, he walked over to Su Ming, a bitter smile on his face, and handed over a crystal. A bet is a bet. I lost this fight fair and square. This piece of independent knowledge is yours, he said with a sigh. Originally, Wang Quan had planned to gain some fame by defeating Su Ming, but instead, he found himself bloodied and humiliated. The entire audience in the live stream witnessed his defeat, forcing him to hastily shut down the stream and leave the area with his companions. Holding the piece of independent knowledge, Su Ming used his system to read it aloud. The knowledge was about focused energy, body fighting knowledge effect. Focus brings strength. The more concentrated the knowledge holder, the stronger their power. First level effect. With increased focus, the next attack's power increases by 2050. The power coefficient depends on the level of concentration. Second level effect. With increased focus, the next attack's power increases by 20,100. Negative effect. Once focused on the attack, attention cannot be diverted to other areas like defense or targeting, leading to a decline in other aspects. After reading this, Su Ming thought for a moment, and then recorded the knowledge into his mech warrior system. Although it wasn't mechanical knowledge, which was a bit disappointing, it was still an independent piece of knowledge, much more valuable than ordinary knowledge. Better than nothing, he decided to learn it immediately. Just as Su Ming recorded this piece of knowledge into his system, he suddenly felt a sense of alertness. Instinctively, he looked to the side and sensed a strong presence approaching. Without thinking, he threw a powerful punch filled with energy towards the intruder. Whoa! Li Heron, who was approaching Su Ming, was startled. His body reacted like a frightened cat, leaping away just in time to avoid Su Ming's punch. Wait, brother. I mean no harm, don't attack, Li Heron said innocently, looking at Su Ming with an awkward smile. Su Ming paused and looked at Li Heron, asking, "Who are you?" He was slightly taken aback. He had sensed someone approaching and reacted instantly with a punch. Although it was just a regular punch, his energy had completely locked onto the intruder's presence, making it difficult for anyone to dodge. Yet, this person had managed to escape his punch in an instant, a feat not many could achieve, especially peers of the same age. Seeing the confusion on Su Ming's face, Li Heron chuckled and scratched his head. "I'm Li Heron. Mind if we chat for a bit?" Li Heron? Su Ming's expression changed slightly. Suddenly, his intelligence system in his earpiece alerted him. Beep, Li Heron. Ranked 1490 in the mech rankings. Hearing the system's notification, Su Ming was taken aback. A ranking of 1490 in the mecha leaderboard? That's already considered a top-tier genius. Why would they seek me out? Su Ming looked at Li Heron with suspicion. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem likely that a genius ranked 1490 would come to challenge him. Seeing the doubt in Su Ming's eyes, Li Heron scratched his head and chuckled before speaking. "Why are you staying in the Tianshang star region? Although it boasts the rankings of the Tianshang 3 lists, most of the top-ranked geniuses aren't actually active here. It's rare to encounter highly ranked geniuses in this region." Li Heron continued with a smile. "How about we go somewhere else? I promise it'll be a lot of fun." Hearing Li Heron's suggestion, Su Ming couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. "Where?" "The Court of Life," Li Heron said in a low voice. "The Court of Life? What kind of place is that?" Su Ming asked, frowning in curiosity. Now it was Li Heron's turn to be puzzled. "You don't know about the Court of Life?" he asked in surprise. "No. Is it strange not to know about it?" Su Ming replied matter-of-factly. In truth, he had only become truly conscious of the world around him after turning 16, which was just about a year ago. So, he naturally wasn't well-versed in some of the world's peculiarities. Li Heron gave Su Ming a surprised look. Seeing the genuine seriousness on Su Ming's face, he believed that Su Ming wasn't joking and really didn't know about the Court of Life. The Court of Life is actually a relic from another civilization," Li Heron explained in a low voice. "A relic?" Su Ming was taken aback and then frowned slightly. Normally, any relic found would be quickly divided and assimilated by the human societies of the cosmic nations. Almost no discovered relics from other civilizations remain intact. If the Court of Life is truly a relic from another civilization, it would have been quickly absorbed by human civilization. How could there still be an opportunity for others to enter it? Seeing Su Ming's surprise, Li Heron chuckled and explained, "Because this relic isn't in the material form we normally understand, and its location isn't in normal cosmic space either." Su Ming's expression changed slightly. "Are you saying it's in a parallel dimension?" Li Heron nodded. "Something like that, but not as exaggerated. It's more like a space that grew out of normal space, sharing the same origin as the main space. You could call it an alternate dimension." Su Ming nodded in understanding. "So what do you mean by non-material form?" Li Heron shook his head. "Even the 5 great cosmic nations haven't figured that out. How would I know? But there's one characteristic of the Court of Life. You can't bring any material objects out of it. Only living beings can enter this space and achieve some sort of life-level enhancement within it." Upon hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming's face showed a thoughtful expression, but he was still somewhat puzzled. "Why do you want to drag me into the Court of Life with you?" Su Ming asked curiously. "That's the most important question. After all, we are not related, and inviting me into the Court of Life for no reason seems suspicious." Li Heron chuckled and then explained, "Although the Court of Life is still in the exploration stage, some parts have already been mapped out. To gain benefits from the Court of Life, there's only one condition. The stronger your life force, the farther you can go, and the more expansive the areas you can explore." As he spoke, Li Heron's gaze lingered on Su Ming, his eyes showing a hint of admiration as if he were appraising something valuable. Su Ming felt a shiver run down his spine and took a couple of steps back, distancing himself from Li Heron. "How can I trust you?" Su Ming asked, still wary. Seeing the caution in Su Ming's eyes, Li Heron laughed and said, "You can look up information about the Court of Life with your clearance level. As for why you should trust me," Li Heron paused and then grinned, "it's simple. My old man often gets beaten up by your old man, but they're pretty good friends." Su Ming was taken aback. "Your old man is? Dimensional God. Li Ku of the Eastern Netherworld Alliance." "What?" Su Ming looked at Li Heron in surprise, not expecting him to be the son of a dimensional god. Li Ku, known as the Dimensional God, was a high-ranking member of the Eastern Netherworld Alliance, skilled in superdimensional divinity. He had been both a friend and a rival to Su Ming's father for many years. Despite Li Ku's formidable superdimensional abilities, he often found himself bested by Su Ming's father, whose near-invincible frontal combat skills countered Li Ku's more intricate powers. Realizing Li Heron was the son of Li Ku, Su Ming's guard lowered somewhat. In a way, Li Heron was the son of his father's comrade, which meant he probably didn't harbor ill intentions. Su Ming glanced at Li Heron and, after confirming some information about the Court of Life through his smart system, slowly nodded in agreement. Li Heron was overjoyed at Su Ming's acceptance. They boarded their spaceship and left the Sacred Star region. After several hours, the two figures disembarked from the ship and appeared in the void. The entrance to the Court of Life was there, a mysterious space where only divine items would manifest. Everything else on you remained, but became invisible. Divine items? Su Ming asked, surprised. Li Heron chuckled softly, then looked at Su Ming. "You should have your own custom-built mechs, right? Mechs that have been awakened can function as divine artifacts, allowing you to utilize their full capabilities. But if someone else built the mech for you, it won't work the same way." Upon hearing Li Heron's words, a look of realization crossed Su Ming's face. He did have awakened mechs. Every mech he assembled for the first time was an awakened mech. Counting them up, he had over 10 class awakened mechs alone, so he didn't need to worry about having usable mechs when they entered the Court of Life. Seeing the relaxed expression on Su Ming's face, Li Heron felt reassured. He then said to Su Ming, "Let's go. We're heading in." With that, Li Heron was the first to dive into the chaotic spatial turbulence ahead. Su Ming glanced at the spatial turbulence in front of him and hesitated for a moment. But considering that Li Heron had already gone in, he figured it should be safe. He then followed Li Heron into the turbulence. If it were an unknown spatial turbulence, it could lead to an unknown space, potentially trapping them permanently until they ran out of energy and perished. However, some spatial turbulences have a certain directionality, allowing for a clear determination of their flow. These turbulences are safe and can be used to enter another time-space continuum. Without hesitation, Su Ming retrieved a rather hefty-looking mech from his storage space and encased himself in it. This was the Shield Mountain Heavy Mech, a model focused on defense. Its exterior was covered in thick alloy plating, and its energy shield had 3 layers, capable of withstanding an astounding total energy level of 1 million points. Even a master at the vacuum level would need a full 5 minutes to break through Shield Mountain's shield. The Shield Mountain mech was enormous, standing over 30 meters tall and exuding a heavy, black metallic sheen. Its left arm held a similarly massive shield, also over 30 meters high, which could easily protect the entire mech when deployed. The right arm wielded a sniper rifle that emitted a chilling aura. The Dark Forest Basic Modeled Class Sniper Rifle was a gigantic weapon classified as heavy artillery. Once activated, it could unleash exceptionally terrifying power, more than twice that of other sniper rifles of the same class. Of course, this immense power came at the cost of a longer charging time, but this was entirely manageable for the Shield Mountain mech. The correct way to use the Shield Mountain mech was to leverage its formidable defensive capabilities to withstand enemy attacks while using high-powered, long-charge weapons from behind the shield. Though cumbersome, any mech hit by the Shield Mountain's attacks, even a class mech, would be in serious trouble. Su Ming was an expert mech operator, excelling with highly maneuverable mechs. However, he opted for the Shield Mountain mech this time for safety reasons, despite its lack of agility compared to his usual choice of more maneuverable mother-daughter mechs. After all, in a place where danger can strike from any direction, relying solely on reflexes and awareness is definitely not secure. It's much safer to stay inside a heavy mech. The surrounding space-time turbulence continuously shifts, causing light and normal matter to distort into various bizarre shapes, creating an exceptionally surreal scene. However, Su Ming knew in his heart that these distortions were mostly visual. The actual matter and light hadn't changed much. After floating in the space-time turbulence for a while, Su Ming felt the surrounding space calm down, and gradually, his vision started to clear up. The Life Court is an extra-dimensional space outside the main timeline, where everything around is tinged with a pale yellow substance, giving the impression that a pale yellow filter has been added to the entire dimension. As Su Ming's vision returned to normal, he raised his hand to see that his arm had also taken on a pale yellow hue. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel, guessing that the light spectrum in this dimension must differ from that of the main universe, causing this unusual appearance. At this moment, Li Heron had also settled into a pale yellow mech. Su Ming estimated that the mech was originally silver-white, but appeared pale yellow in this world. Heron, what's the plan? Su Ming asked through the communication device. In front of them stretched an endless void filled with intense radioactive light, dazzling to the extreme. A peculiar expression crossed Su Ming's face. The void was truly devoid of any matter, containing only endless emptiness and violent radiation. For an ordinary person, stepping into the life court would result in being torn apart by the rampant energy. Let's go. We'll head straight in. This space is quite intriguing, you'll understand once you're inside, Li Heron said to Su Ming. Without hesitation, the two piloted their mechs into the void before them. As soon as they entered, Su Ming noticed a significant change in the surroundings. The previously empty void transformed into a massive corridor through the assembly of energy, enveloping the entire space. Su Ming and Li Heron were now flying within this corridor. What is this? Su Ming muttered in astonishment. This is the energy form constructed by the civilization within the life court. It's fascinating. They can create a form that is part energy, part matter through different energy combinations. In normal human civilizations, only equipment that has undergone divine transformation can be used here. The scene before us is like the greatest work of art, Li Heron explained. With every step they took, the surrounding energy reassembled, presenting entirely different scenes before them. The scenery around them changed significantly with the different energy structures. What kind of civilization is this? Can we find its knowledge? Su Ming was deeply curious about the civilization capable of creating such a magnificent energy tableau. Li Heron's voice came through the communicator. We haven't fully explored or identified the main body of the life court civilization yet. However, many have encountered its life forms. Life forms? This civilization still exists? Are we invading? Su Ming was startled. Not really. This civilization has faded into the annals of history. The so-called life forms, once you encounter them, you'll understand, Li Heron reassured him. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded slowly and continued flying forward with Li Heron without further hesitation. As they ventured deeper, Su Ming suddenly sensed something unusual within his body. What's happening? My body's vitality is decreasing. With the mechanical Wuzuan system, Su Ming could monitor his bodily functions very precisely. Initially, his vitality was at 100, but the deeper they went, the surrounding energy seemed to be draining his vitality, causing it to drop gradually. 97, 95, and in the blink of an eye, it had already decreased by 10, reaching 90. This is the origin of the name Court of Life. The surrounding energy siphons off your vitality, but if you withstand it, the Court of Life will reward you. Li Heron's voice emerged from the communication device. His tone was low, as if he too was enduring the energy drain. Su Ming nodded, unconcerned, knowing he could replenish his vitality using starlight points. As long as he had enough starlight points, the loss of vitality wouldn't be a serious issue. As they continued to fly forward, a loud bell suddenly rang. Startled, both Su Ming and Li Heron froze. The sound was like a pronouncement of judgment, and as it resonated, the surrounding energy shifted, isolating the area into an independent space-time continuum. What's going on? Su Ming shouted into the communication device. The Court of Life has begun its judgment. Li Heron replied. Judgment? Su Ming had no time to ask further as 5 apparitions appeared before him and Li Heron. Thankfully, there were only 5 of them, which didn't seem too overwhelming. But Su Ming could clearly sense the hostility emanating from these newly appeared figures. Without hesitation, the apparitions expanded and charged at Su Ming and Li Heron. You handle the offense, Su Ming shouted decisively. He then rushed forward, raising his shield. With a burst of energy from his brain, the shield emitted a brilliant golden light and expanded, enveloping both his mech and Li Heron's mech. The shield transformed into a formidable defense, effortlessly blocking the attacks of the 5 apparitions. Seizing the moment, Su Ming scrutinized the apparitions. They resembled ghosts from human folklore, shrouded in dark yellow energy shields, wielding large swords, and exuding immense power. Sensing the energy radiating from each apparition, Su Ming's eyes narrowed. Each apparition had the energy level of a 9th-level Gene warrior. Combined, they exerted around 400,000 energy pressure on his shield. However, the Shield Mountain's defensive capability reached an impressive 1 million points. Despite the formidable and terrifying attacks from the Phantoms, Su Ming, piloting the Shield Mountain, managed to withstand them. Well done, Li Heron exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy at the sight of Su Ming's mech displaying such incredible defense. He then raised his sniper rifle and swiftly aimed at one of the Phantoms. Boom! A terrifying burst of fire erupted from the back of the shield-bearer mech, striking one of the Phantoms. This attack came from Li Heron's sniper rifle, unleashing an incredibly powerful shot that shattered the Phantom into pieces. Su Ming nodded in approval. Indeed, Li Heron's marksmanship and the power of his shot were exceptional. befitting someone ranked highly on the Tianshang list. However, just as the phantom was obliterated, it quickly reformed and appeared before them again. Su Ming's expression shifted. Is it invincible? He wondered aloud. No, it can be killed. We just need to shoot it many times, Li Heron replied softly. As he said, although the phantom reassembled, its aura weakened slightly in the process. Su Ming sighed in relief. Fortunately, it wasn't like the crystalline creatures that grew stronger when attacked. If it were, these 5 phantoms would keep them busy for quite some time. Hold them off. I'm preparing my second shot, Li Heron said, his voice filled with determination. With the shield-bearer mech protecting him, he could focus solely on attacking without worrying about defense. He calmly readied his sniper rifle, his neural interface activating as he aimed at the phantom he had previously targeted. But then, Li Heron was stunned to see the shield-bearer mech place its shield in front and pull out an enormous sniperno, a cannon? It had a massive barrel and a recoil-dampening base, looking every bit like a large artillery piece. What are you doing? Use the shield. They're attacking us, Li Heron exclaimed, bewildered by Su Ming's actions. Su Ming glanced at Li Heron and replied calmly, yours is too slow. Let me handle this. Li Heron was taken aback, but before he could react, a powerful and explosive energy wave surged from the front. The next moment, a deafening boom resonated, shaking the very space around them. The recoil was so intense that it almost made Li Heron jump out of his skin, nearly causing him to fire his own weapon at the shield-bearer. The energy wave was overwhelming, sending a strong sense of danger through Li Heron. To his astonishment, the sniper rifle beside Su Ming transformed into a standing artillery piece, emitting a terrifying energy pulse from its barrel. Dark Forest, Model D Sniper Rifle Basic Variant. Handheld mode increases flexibility by 100, energy output between 150,000 to 200,000 units. Hits temporarily lock onto the target, increasing the accuracy of the second shot by 30. Su Ming had adjusted the Dark Forest sniper rifle into turret mode, positioning it firmly behind him. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosions continued one after another. Li Heron watched as the shells landed precisely on the phantoms, attacking the shield of the shield-bearer. The sky was filled with relentless artillery fire, so rapid that Li Heron felt as if 10 cannons were firing simultaneously. Each of the 5 phantoms was shattered and reformed repeatedly, only to be met with another barrage of cannon fire before they could fully regroup. After several cycles, the phantoms were all obliterated by the shield-bearer's terrifying cannons. Looking at the now clear battlefield, Li Heron felt a lingering sense of awe. The cannon fire was intense and powerful, simple yet overwhelmingly effective. If he had been the one facing those shells, his only options would have been to flee and avoid the onslaught. It was just too brutal. But he liked it. With a look of excitement, Li Heron approached the shield-bearer, where Su Ming was storing the massive shield and sniper rifle in his storage space. Hey buddy, do you have the blueprints for that sniper rifle? Sell me a copy. This thing is freaking awesome. Su Ming glanced at Li Heron and shook his head. I assembled it myself, not for sale. Hearing this, Li Heron pouted. So stingy. Despite his words, Li Heron knew very well that every mechanic had their unique engraving patterns and methods, especially when it came to modified mechanical equipment. These unique patterns were a mechanic's signature and their well-guarded secret. Selling the blueprints would be like revealing the weaknesses of their creations. Feeling a bit regretful, he couldn't help but admire the modifications on the cannon. At that moment, both Su Ming and Li Heron felt a strange surge of life energy flowing into their bodies. Su Ming sensed the energy with a curious expression. Under its influence, it felt as if his genes were undergoing some changes. This life energy was more potent than normal cellular activity. As it merged with his body, parts of his genetic chain began to absorb the energy, emitting a faint golden glow. What is this? Su Ming murmured. Hearing Su Ming, Li Heron chuckled and explained. This is the charm of the Court of Life. Although we lost a lot of cellular activity earlier, in the Court of Life, we undergo a trial. The trial involves sending out life forms to battle. If you win, the court rewards you with higher-level life energy. But if you fail, Li Heron paused, then continued with a meaningful tone. The lost cellular activity is granted to the newly emerged life forms, allowing them to gain life energy. For the life forms in this space? Su Ming's face showed a hint of curiosity as he asked, in the Court of Life, can these life forms become stronger or come back to life after gaining this cellular activity? When he had previously attacked the phantoms, he had already noticed that these phantoms were not real life forms. They lacked the characteristics of living beings. Compared to life forms, they were more like 5 energy constructs, not genuine life forms. If the so-called Court of Life was filled with such entities, then in a certain sense, there were indeed no truly living beings there. Li Heron shook his head and said, this is what the 5 cosmic nations are currently researching. The Court of Life seems to contain a capability to resurrect life forms. Although no life form has been definitively brought back to life yet, some properties of the court suggest it's heading in that direction. Resurrection? Is that really possible? Su Ming murmured to himself, showing a trace of skepticism. In theory, it should be possible. After all, normal organisms are composed of both material and informational states. If you can collect all the informational states you originally had and restore the cellular activity, it should be achievable. However, Li Heron paused before continuing. This is only theoretical. The Eastern Alliance has already discovered that in addition to informational states and cellular activity, the human body also contains elements like spirit and divinity. If these elements are not restored along with the informational states and cellular activity, it would at best be a cloned replica, not a true resurrection. Su Ming nodded slowly, aligning with his own understanding. Reviving someone was not that simple. It involved many layers and was not merely about reactivating cells and injecting information. So, the Court of Life is trying to resurrect the life forms of its underlying civilization? Su Ming speculated about the purpose of the court, sensing that the so-called judgment had a specific goal. Li Heron nodded. That's the prevailing theory. Su Ming looked deeper into the Court of Life. At that moment, his interest in the court surged. He was eager to see what lay in its depths. If he could harness this resurrection ability, even just once, he would not hesitate to venture into the depths of the court. After all, there was someone he needed to bring back to life. Let's go deeper, Su Ming said calmly, his figure moving first toward the depths of the Court of Life. Li Heron was taken aback, then muttered, "Why so eager all of a sudden? Attracted by life energy now?" Su Ming ignored him and continued flying deeper. "Hey, wait for me," Li Heron exclaimed, quickly maneuvering his mecha to follow Su Ming, and they both disappeared into the depths. As soon as the two left, the energy structure of the place underwent a massive change. 5 shadowy figures gradually emerged from the void, and a surge of immense life energy flooded into their bodies, restoring their auras to the same strength they had when Su Ming first encountered them. It seemed these 5 shadows were waiting for the next group to enter the Court of Life. Meanwhile, as Su Ming and Li Heron flew deeper into the Court of Life, a peculiar sight was unfolding in a vast region of space elsewhere in the universe. Suspended in this expanse was a battalion of alien soldiers with unusual appearances. These beings had deep blue skin, elongated arms with thick fingers, and were covered in blue tendrils. Most strikingly, they had no noses, and their heads split open from the top down to their eyes, giving them an eerie look. This alien race was known as the Void Clan, who were in constant conflict with humanity. Unlike humans, who require life-sustaining planets to thrive, the Void Clan could naturally survive in the cosmic void and effortlessly traverse through it. At this moment, members of the Void Clan were conversing in their own language. The human civilization's attack is fierce. Their Tianqi is incredibly powerful, and it's hard to gain an advantage against them. I heard the Void Lord has a mission for us this time? The Void Clan members were discussing among themselves when suddenly, a powerful void fluctuation occurred. A formidable Void Clan member gradually materialized from the void. This being was enveloped in the void itself, appearing deeply mysterious and connected to the very fabric of the void. Upon seeing this figure, all the Void Clan soldiers immediately became alert. The Void Lord. This was a terrifying entity on par with the human Tianqi. Although the human Tianqi, with their mech enhancements, were practically twice as powerful in combat, typically requiring 3 Void Lords to contend with 1 Tianqi, the Void Lord was still a being of that caliber. The presence of the Void Lord commanded respect and awe from all the Void Clan members, plunging the scene into silence. The Void Lord opened his eyes, scanning the soldiers before speaking slowly. Human civilization's strength lies in their technology and mechs, but our Void civilization also has its own strengths. Moreover, our trump card has yet to be discovered by the human civilization. Hearing the Void Lord's words, the soldiers below seemed to grasp something, their faces lighting up with excitement. You guessed it right. The Void Emperor, seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, let out a light chuckle and then spoke calmly. The Void civilization not only has an affinity with the Void, allowing us to traverse it at will, but we can also open Void channels for long-distance teleportation. Currently, we are attempting to establish more than 20 channels connecting the Void civilization to human civilization, targeting key areas of human society. Recently, we've made a discovery. There exists a unique dimension, possibly remnants of another civilization, in a subdimension adjacent to the spatial coordinates of human civilization. By following this channel, we might be able to enter the realms of human civilization. However, we need to send a team of soldiers to explore this subdimension to ensure its safety and stability. Are you willing to venture into the subdimension? Silhouettes sliced through the void, entering a peculiar space via a passageway. The beings behind these silhouettes possessed unique abilities that allowed them to merge seamlessly into the void and survive in a vacuum environment. These were the Void civilization people. Upon entering this strange space, they immediately split into dozens of small teams, each heading in different directions. After a while, however, they suddenly furrowed their brows, sensing an unusual energy around them that seemed to be siphoning the vitality from their bodies. The weaker members of the Void civilization began to feel highly uncomfortable. The vitality of the weaker Void beings was certainly no match for that of the stronger ones. As their vitality diminished, it gradually affected their normal physiological functions. Some of them displayed expressions of pain, gasping for air like drowning individuals, their bodies convulsing due to the loss of vitality. Unable to move forward, they collapsed and writhed on the spot. Su Ming and Li Heron could never have imagined that entering the Court of Life would be a disaster for the weaker beings. These individuals wouldn't even survive until the court's judgment. Their vitality would be entirely drained, leaving them incapable of normal physiological functions. The leading Void beings soon noticed that many in their group had reached a dangerously low level of vitality. If it dropped any further, they would be unable to maintain their physiological functions and would perish in this region. A few powerful Void beings frowned. The vitality drain posed no significant problem for them, as their body's self-healing abilities and immense life force could sustain them for a long distance. But the weaker Void beings were not so fortunate. You should go back. The powerful Void beings communicated in their unique way to their struggling companions. The weaker Void beings had already reached their limits and would have left if not for the military orders. Hearing the command to retreat, they gratefully turned back without hesitation. However, they underestimated the Court of Live's relentless drain on their vitality. Before they could completely exit the court, their vitality dropped to a level that could no longer support normal physiological functions. One by one, they lost consciousness, floating aimlessly within the court. The Court of Life showed no mercy. The process of stripping away their vitality continued unabated. Soon, their bodies disintegrated into lifeless flesh, drifting in the Court of Life. The energies within the Court of Life quickly assimilated, causing even the last remnants of their bodies to vanish without a trace. After stripping the corporeal vitality from hundreds of Void beings, the extracted life energy flowed through certain channels within the Court of Life, eventually reaching a deep, secluded area. In this area, approximately 100 individuals lay quietly, exuding a strong life force, appearing as if they were merely asleep. To the untrained eye, they seemed alive. However, if a human with apocalyptic senses were present, they would keenly perceive that these individuals were indeed dead. Despite their bodies retaining vitality and some informational states almost indistinguishable from the living, their divinity representing their spirit and life imprint had been completely stripped away. Divinity is the core factor that distinguishes an individual from a mere replica. Thus, even though these beings possessed all the characteristics necessary for a normal life form, the Court of Life did not awaken them. Awakening them would only result in replicas, not the true individuals. At this moment, the life energy from the deceased Void beings flowed through the energy channels of the Court of Life into this space. Upon entering, the energy underwent a significant transformation, merging with a peculiar substance that caused it to mutate. This mutated life energy hovered between material and immaterial states. The Court of Life then directed this mutated energy into another form of existence within this space. Apart from the hundreds of slumbering, divinity-stripped beings, numerous silver glowing orbs hovered above them. These orbs were not material in the traditional sense, but seemed like constructs of thought and imagination. If a divine being from the Eastern Alliance were to witness this, they would be astonished, as the emanations from these silver orbs mirrored their divine senses exactly. These silver orbs were condensations of divinity, varying in size and maturity. The larger ones appeared more complete and rich, while the smaller ones seemed more rudimentary. The life energy extracted from the Void beings, after transforming into this peculiar form, was manipulated by an unseen force to flow into these divine condensations. It was as if an invisible hand was meticulously weaving, integrating the transformed life energy into the divine condensations according to a special pattern. The process of forming these divine condensations was not merely about shaping them, but also involved inscribing unique imprints to restore their original forms. At this moment, some of the more mature divine condensations were beginning to show signs of nearing completion. With a bit more harvested vital energy, these divine essences could truly coalesce, becoming the key factor in reviving the dormant beings of this ancient civilization. In the Court of Life, two figures navigated through the void, surrounded by fluctuating energies that continuously stripped away the vitality of the mecha pilots' bodies. However, Su Ming and Li Heron, piloting their respective mechas, were no ordinary individuals. Despite the increasingly intense energy drain, both maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of anxiety. Occasionally, a silver-white light flickered across Su Ming's body, instantly restoring his lost vitality. This was the power of starlight energy, which Su Ming could use to replenish his vitality. As long as he had enough starlight points, he could maintain over 90 of his vitality. Li Heron, too, had his own countermeasures. His body gradually became semi-transparent, at times appearing to be in this dimension, and at other times, seemingly slipping into another. The son of a dimensional deity was not to be underestimated. Li Heron used this unique method to draw sustenance from another realm, preventing his vitality from being continuously drained by the court of life. Suddenly, both of them sensed something and looked ahead, only to find three mechas undergoing judgment. Dozens of phantoms were furiously attacking these mechas. The deeper the phantoms were, the stronger their power, comparable to top-tier 9th-grade genetic warriors. 10 phantoms combined had immense combat strength. To Su Ming and Li Heron's surprise, despite the fierce assault, the three mechas showed no signs of faltering. Instead, their offense and defense were perfectly coordinated. The three mechas moved in unison, unleashing terrifying energy levels that easily shredded the phantoms to pieces. Let's go check it out. These three mechas look familiar. We might know the pilots and can help them deal with the phantoms, Li Heron suggested. Su Ming nodded in agreement. Although the pilots of these mechas might not be from the Empire and could very well be from the Eastern Alliance, technically competitors to Su Ming, they were all part of human civilization. When facing any external civilization, humanity stood united as one, setting aside interstellar national competitions. This unity was the key reason humanity had evolved from a surface civilization to a cosmic one. Without such cohesion, human civilization would have perished in its development stages under the threat of other civilizations. Without hesitation, Su Ming and Li Heron piloted their mechas into the battle with the three mechas ahead. Boom! At that moment, Shieldbearer unleashed terrifying speed, accelerating rapidly and positioning its shield in front. A massive red light erupted from the shield, accompanied by intense energy fluctuations. This was Shieldbearer's special attack method, accelerating from a distance to generate immense kinetic energy. Finally, the shield took on a sharp shape with a convex center and tapered edges, charging forward with great force. The shield strike. Celestial meteor crashed down like a massive black mech from 30 meters high, slamming into the phantoms besieging three other mechs. Su Ming's sudden appearance drew everyone's attention. The three human pilots were initially startled but relaxed upon realizing it was a friendly mech. Everyone then witnessed the incredible speed of Shield Mountain's charge, which instantly shattered several phantoms with an unstoppable force. This was a power-charged strike, overwhelmingly strong, leaving the phantoms with no chance to resist. Even if they reformed, they were significantly weakened. The others, all skilled fighters, reacted swiftly. The moment Su Ming dispersed the phantoms, they launched their own attacks to finish off the newly reformed phantoms. With the upper hand, they quickly expanded their advantage, making it impossible for the phantoms to recover. Before long, all the phantoms were completely annihilated. A surge of mystical energy flowed into Su Ming and his companions. This higher form of life energy began enhancing their genetic makeup at a fundamental level. Everyone remained silent, focusing on absorbing this transformative energy. None of the three mech pilots felt that Su Ming and Li Heron were stealing their energy. The life energy from the life court's judgment was equally distributed. Su Ming and Li Heron simply brought in additional sources of life energy. Once the five had fully absorbed the energy, they exchanged glances. Huh, it's you. Su Ming was surprised to recognize one of them as Chen Hui, a top-ranked individual in the Tianshang list's top 1,000. He hadn't expected to encounter Chen Hui here. The other two were a burly man and a graceful young woman. Chen Hui also recognized Su Ming. It's you. You've come to the life court too? He exclaimed, clearly surprised. Chen Hui had a strong impression of Su Ming and had intended to challenge him after their paths first crossed. However, he had been preoccupied with exploring the life court with two friends, missing his chance to challenge Su Ming. Unexpectedly, Su Ming had also entered the life court. Although eager to fight, Chen Hui knew this was not the right place. Oh wow, it's you guys. No wonder you looked so familiar. Li Heron chimed in with a grin. Known for his chatty nature and social anxiety, Li Heron was well-liked within the Dongming Alliance. At this moment, Li Heron looked at the three people with a smile and then turned to Su Ming, saying, "Come, brother Su Ming. Let me introduce you. This is Du Bing, an expert in close combat mecha fighting, ranked 1071 on the Tianshang list. This young lady is Chi Sun, ranked 812 on the Tianshang list. And this one, by the way, do you know Chen Hui from before?" Li Heron looked at Su Ming in surprise. Su Ming shook his head and was about to speak. But just then, all five of them suddenly turned their heads to look in one direction of the Court of Life. From that direction, a strong void fluctuation emanated, and soon, several figures gradually appeared in their line of sight. As the five of them saw the figures approaching from the distance, they gradually made out who they were and were suddenly taken aback. Void Clan? How could there be Void Clan members here? The appearance of Void Clan beings was well documented across all human civilizations in the universe. The moment they saw these figures, they instantly recognized them. These beings flying towards them were indeed from the Void Clan. and there were quite a few of them. The five exchanged glances, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. A preliminary estimate suggested there were at least 100 of them. Although their combat abilities were unknown, anyone who could advance this far in the Court of Life must be formidable. Just as the five recognized the Void Clan members, the Void Clan naturally noticed the five as well. Just as the five instantly identified the Void Clan, these Void Clan members, upon seeing the unique human mechs, immediately realized the identity of the five. Excellent, this path is clear. Confirming they could reach human civilization. Discovering beings from human civilization meant they must be close. Send two to notify the other exploration teams to converge here. We'll launch an attack first, capture these beings from human civilization alive, and gather information about them. The Void Clan quickly made arrangements based on this encounter. A few powerful Void Clan members silently disappeared from the rear of the group, presumably to notify other teams to converge. The remaining hundreds of Void Clan members rushed towards Su Ming and his companions at high speed. Hey guys, we've encountered the Void Clan, Li Heron said as he saw the Void Clan forces closing in, looking at the other four. The Void Clan appearing here is suspicious. The Court of Life connects to the main universe space of the Dongming Alliance. If the Void Clan finds a path to the Dongming Alliance, it could be a big problem. How about we capture some of them alive? The Dongming Alliance has a divine seer who can read the thoughts of living beings. We could take them back and see what these Void Clan members are up to. Du Bing, a burly young man, squinted his eyes slightly, then looked menacingly at the approaching Void Clan members. I don't see a problem with that, Su Ming said with a light smile. Although he wasn't from the Dongming Alliance, and the Void Clan wouldn't enter his empire first even if they found the passage, as a member of human civilization, he naturally had to stand united against outsiders. 100 Void Clan members won't be easy to deal with. Everyone should state their positions. Otherwise, it'll be hard to coordinate during the fight, the only female mech warrior suddenly said, looking at the other four. I'm flexible, any role works for me. Same here, you guys decide. Everyone spoke up naturally. War is not an individual battle. While individual battles can be won with personal skills, team coordination requires roles like defense, offense, disruption, and assault. A team with members in different roles is undoubtedly much stronger than one with members all in the same role, assuming equal skill levels. That's why Qishuan asked this question. However, except for Su Ming, everyone present was a renowned genius on the Tianshang list, the cream of the crop among their peers in human civilization. At this level, who couldn't handle any position? Alright, let's decide roles based on the mechs we are currently using, Chenhui said calmly. Mine is the Flying Tiger D-Class mech, very fast with high burst damage. I'll take the Vanguard position. Shield Mountain, I'll handle defense. Tongue Snake 2.0 mech, I'll focus on output. The team quickly shared their mechs and capabilities through their communication devices. Su Ming took on defense, Du Bing and Chen Hui focused on output. Li Heron handled interference, and Qishuan took on the Vanguard role. Once roles were confirmed, they quickly formed their formation, ready for the Void Clan's arrival. Su Ming's Shield Mountain, towering over 30 meters, stood at the front like an impregnable fortress, shielding Du Bing, Chen Hui, and Li Heron. Qishuan, piloting her mech, hovered nearby, positioned outside the main formation. The Vanguard role is the most dangerous yet the most rewarding in a team. It requires a mech with tremendous burst damage and terrifying speed, but these mechs are usually quite fragile. Their energy shields can be shattered if focused upon, so the pilot needs exceptional operational skills and situational awareness to determine when to advance and when to hold back. 5 mechs floated in the void, each emitting a powerful energy wave. Seeing this, the expressions of the Void Clan members changed slightly. Form up, attack, their leader commanded. Instantly, the Void Clan members began to shift into a unique formation. Both sides unleashed their energy freely within the life court, resulting in intense collisions in the void. Triggered by the energy, both sides struck simultaneously. Many Void Clan members, without hesitation, extended their hands, generating strong energy waves as one of their attack methods. Using their bodies to interact with the void, they created special energy waves to attack. Meanwhile, those in the rear spat out crystalline stones, channeling their internal power into the stones, which in turn emitted terrifying energy beams aimed at Su Ming and his team. Naturally, their first target was Su Ming's Shield Mountain. Its massive body perfectly covered the 3 mechs behind it. Unless Shield Mountain was taken down, the mechs behind it were untouchable. Here they come. Su Ming's eyes remained calm, showing no signs of panic. He raised his shield, making small adjustments to block the incoming attacks effectively. Although it was a defensive maneuver, there was still a lot of room for skillful operation. The mechs occupying the defensive positions weren't just mindlessly using their defensive capabilities to absorb enemy attacks. If that were the case, a concentrated volley from the hundreds of Void Tribe members could easily render the shield bearer's shields useless. To truly withstand numerous attacks on the battlefield without the shield breaking, exceptional technique was required. As attacks from all directions shot towards him, Su Ming quickly mapped out the trajectories of these incoming assaults from the Void Tribe in his mind. Each attack had its unique path in Su Ming's brain angle, speed, arrival time, and power. These factors all transformed into intuitive data points that continually surfaced in his mind. A truly powerful defender had to operate with a difficulty level even higher than those in offensive positions. As the varied attacks, some fast and some slow, densely targeted Su Ming, he pushed his mental faculties to the limit. With each incoming wave of attacks, he made slight adjustments to his shield. When a beam struck the shield, Su Ming subtly moved his arm, generating just the right amount of energy to absorb the initial impact. Simultaneously, he used his wrist to angle the shield, turning it into a mirror-like surface. The attack was then deflected, exploding harmlessly behind the shield bearer. Su Ming didn't just take the hits he'd. Instead, he used the shield's angle and energy fluctuations to adjust the energy frequency, deflecting each attack. As a result, the actual damage to the shield was only about 515 of the original attack power. Most of the force was skillfully redirected elsewhere. An expert move reveals its brilliance. Su Ming's shield technique showcased his comprehensive understanding of timing, energy levels, shield strength, and judgment. Observers couldn't help but shout, "Impressive!" Even those behind him lacked the confidence to replicate his level of precision. The total energy of the attacks in this wave might have reached millions, but only about 300,000 points actually hit the shield, making it a perfect defense. For shield bearers, whose shields automatically regenerate, this level of damage was negligible. Even if more waves came, their automatic recovery ability could handle it. Seeing their defensive teammates so reliable, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief and focused their attention on the Void Tribe's formation, confidently unleashing their attacks. With the front line blocking enemy attacks, those responsible for output in the rear could concentrate solely on their offensive roles, making it an exhilarating experience for every mech warrior. Tungsha Mecha and Zeus Thunder Mecha were two formidable war machines. The Tungsha Mecha, a sniper-type mecha, fired shot after shot of its sniper rifle, relentlessly targeting the Void Tribe warriors. Chun Hui's skills were not to be underestimated. Even when he previously encountered Su Ming, he held his own in both locking and unlocking targets. Now, his sniper shots were like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, ready to strike with lethal precision. Each gunshot claimed the life of a Void Tribe soldier. On the other hand, Du Bing piloted the Zeus Thunder Mecha. This mecha excelled in both area attacks and single-target bursts. The Zeus Thunder Mecha unleashed bolts of lightning from its body, sending terrifying currents toward the Void Tribe, causing significant trouble for them. The elite mecha warriors of human civilization had encountered these formidable foes. Among them, these 5 mecha pilots held considerable status in human society. The Void Tribe had a shared resolve: either capture these warriors alive or annihilate them. They couldn't afford to let them escape. At this moment, both sides had the same thought: either capture or eliminate the other. The outcome, however, would depend on the ensuing battle. Su Ming released his energy, gripping the shield of the Shanshan Mecha tightly. Although the Shanshan Mecha possessed offensive capabilities, Su Ming focused on fulfilling his defensive role in the team. His job was to ensure that the 3 mechas behind him remained unharmed, maximizing the team's overall power. Suddenly, Li Heron, who had been quiet until now, seized the opportunity. As Su Ming blocked the second wave of attacks from the Void Tribe, Li Heron launched a special shell into a gap in the Void Tribe's formation. The shell didn't seem to hit anyone, but it exploded into high-frequency noise, causing the surrounding Void Tribe warriors to clutch their ears in pain and temporarily lose their ability to attack. Li Heron's role was known as the Disruptor. The Disruptor's job was to throw off the enemy's attack rhythm and render them incapable of attacking. This position was often considered the most dangerous on the battlefield, because everyone wanted to eliminate such a nuisance first. However, Li Heron was cunning enough to stay within the protective range of the Shanshan Mecha's shield, launching his attacks from there. Seeing the noise shell's effectiveness, Li Heron grinned mischievously and set up another cannon. Boom! The cannon fired another shell into the Void Tribe's ranks, exploding amidst their formation. The shell exploded, seemingly without any effect, but the expressions on the faces of the Void Tribe members changed. In that moment, they felt their once reliable affinity with the Void dissipate. The sensation of being seamlessly merged with the Void began to fade. It was as if the special substance from the shell had solidified the surrounding Void. Without their inherent Void affinity, the speed of the Void Tribe members plummeted. At that moment, Li Heron shouted, "Go, Chi-sun!" With a resounding shout from Li Heron, a small yet immensely powerful mech shot out from beside the formation. This was the Feihud-class burst-type mech, known for its lightning speed and high burst damage. Though fragile, it offered incredible maneuverability. If the pilot could harness its potential, this mech could become a terrifying force on the battlefield. The pilot of this formidable machine was Chi-Xuan, the only female member of the team, responsible for the vanguard position. At this moment, After Li Heron deployed the Void immobilizing grenade, the resistance of the Void tribe increased significantly, rendering them unable to traverse the Void unimpeded. Deprived of their ability to move through the Void tribe's mobility and energy immunity were greatly diminished, leaving them severely weakened. This was the perfect moment for the burst-type mech to strike. Qixuan's nimble mech brandished two large black swords, which began to emit a frighteningly intense energy wave. Huh. Qixuan let out a soft cry, her eyes sparkling a sign that her neural energy was at its peak. Confidence surged through her, but she also knew she had to be at her sharpest, as her mech was extremely fragile. It was as though only a single layer of armor stood between her and death. A moment's lapse could lead to her being instantly overwhelmed. With swords glowing red from thermal energy, her mech sliced through the Void, catching the Void tribe off guard. In an instant, 7 or 8 Void tribe members fell in her wake. Damn. It's the human civilization's vanguard mech? Use the Void bind to limit its movement space. The Void tribe's lead commander, having seen the Feihu mech wreak havoc on his ranks, quickly barked orders. He was well-versed in countering these vanguard mechs from countless skirmishes with human forces. No matter how skilled the pilot, if the mech's movement space was restricted, it would soon be overwhelmed and destroyed. The commander's battlefield experience paid off immediately. Dozens of Void tribe members thrust their arms into the Void, and a faint Void cage began to form around the human forces. Li Heron, assist Qixuan in breaking through. Su Ming commanded urgently over the comms. With some of the Void tribe's firepower now drawn towards the Feihu mech, Su Ming's side felt less pressured, allowing the shield bearer's energy to recharge. With the reduced pressure, Su Ming gained a clearer view of the battlefield. Got it. Li Heron responded without hesitation, preparing to deploy a neurotoxin to aid Qixuan's escape. At that moment, Qixuan's calm voice suddenly cut through the comms channel. No need. I can handle it myself. Hearing Qixuan's words, everyone was taken aback. But since she had already said so, Du Bing and Qin Hui didn't hesitate. They unleashed their energy to its maximum potential, releasing a terrifying attack that struck the formation of the Void clan. Their assault instantly killed several Void clan members and disrupted their formation. The Void clan's ranks fell into temporary chaos due to the sudden loss of combat power. Seeing this, Qixuan moved swiftly, her long sword stabbing furiously, killing the Void clan members who were sealing the space one by one. The scorching energy from her sword permeated the entire area, making the flying mech look as if it were standing in a churning void. Several more Void clan members fell to Qixuan's blade, bringing the total to around 15 or 16. The Void clan's elite warriors were enraged and melded into the Void, launching an attack on Qixuan. Each of these elite warriors had the combat power equivalent to a 10th-level genetic soldier. Even Qixuan would be hard-pressed to survive their combined assault. Seeing this, Su Ming and the others couldn't help but feel anxious. But at that critical moment, Qixuan made a move that took everyone by surprise. She piloted her mech straight up into the sky, deftly avoiding the Void clan elite's encirclement. Su Ming and the others were shocked by this maneuver. Qixuan, are you crazy? Li Heron shouted over the communication channel. Although Qixuan had avoided the ambush, she had ascended so far that she was now beyond the reach of Su Ming and the others. This meant Qixuan had left the protective range of her team. In the midst of a battle, such a move was extremely dangerous, as it almost guaranteed death if separated from the team's support. Originally, Qixuan could have broken through the Void clan elite's encirclement with just minor injuries if she had coordinated with her team. But now, even if they wanted to help her, they were powerless and could only watch in frustration. Qixuan seemed to have a different plan. Despite Li Heron's anxious calls over the communication channel, she remained silent. The Void clan elites exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They seized this opportunity and charged towards Qixuan's position. To them, Qixuan was as good as dead. At that moment, one of the Void clan elites suddenly narrowed his eyes. From above, a black shadow shot down with incredible speed. It was a sword. The long sword wielded by Qixuan's flying mech. She had thrown her sword directly at 2 Void clan members with lightning speed. These 2 members didn't panic. They simply melded into the Void, becoming one with it. This was the unique ability of the Void clan to hide in the Void. Although it will lose most of its offensive capability, it can still be immune to 95 of kinetic attacks, commonly known as physical attacks. The 2 long swords seemed to pass through a projection, going straight through the bodies of the 2 Void tribe members without causing any harm. A hint of mockery appeared on the faces of the 2 Void tribe members as they prepared to charge forward. At that moment, the 2 long swords suddenly exploded within their bodies. Qixuan had secretly modified her flying tiger mecha. She equipped the 2 swords with a self-destruct feature. As they pierced through the bodies of 2 Void clan experts, the self-destruct mechanism was triggered, causing the swords to explode into dazzling flames, completely obliterating the 2 Void clan experts. Although the Void clan's abilities allow them to merge with the Void and avoid most attacks, The internal explosions of these powerful bombs left little chance for survival. The explosion's shockwaves sent several nearby Void Clan experts sprawling. No one expected the swords to house such a devastating feature. Initially, none of the Void Clan experts should have died, but Chi Sun's sudden weapon self-destruction resulted in the deaths of 2 experts, leaving the remaining ones both shocked and furious. You're courting death. The remaining Void Clan experts furiously charged at the flying tiger mecha. Their innate ability to merge with the void made them faster than the mecha. They quickly caught up and launched a concentrated attack, which, if it hit, would likely destroy the mecha and leave Chi Sun with little chance of survival. Chi Sun, dodge quickly. Li Heron's face was filled with anxiety. For some reason, the flying tiger mecha did not take any evasive action and continued flying straight ahead. Seeing this, the Void Clan experts showed a hint of joy, certain their attack was about to hit. But at that moment, an unusual energy fluctuation emanated from the flying tiger mecha. Sensing this, the Void Clan experts were filled with disbelief. She's going to self-destruct. Even those on the ground were taken aback by the energy fluctuation. Chi Sun was actually going to self-destruct? Before anyone could react further, the terrifying energy erupted from within the flying tiger mecha, first consuming the mecha itself and then enveloping the pursuing Void Clan experts. In an instant, several Void Clan experts were killed in the explosion, further reducing their numbers. Logically, Su Ming and his companions should have been happy, but their faces showed complex emotions. Self-destruct? Chi Sun just self-destructed like that? This girl was so fierce, choosing to self-destruct without hesitation. For some reason, a classic line from an anime character popped into Su Ming's head. Art is an explosion? He felt an absurd sense of irony. Why did she do it? Was it really necessary? At that moment, Su Ming squinted and let out a soft hum. Using the system's X-ray vision, he saw through the explosion's flames and noticed a small black dot hovering in the void above the blast site. As the flames gradually faded, Su Ming observed the black dot rapidly descending. Whoosh! The extraordinary speed created a sonic boom, immediately drawing everyone's attention. To their astonishment, they realized that Chi Sun had somehow exited her mech and was now above the enemy's flying mech. Chi Sun wasn't dead. She was descending swiftly, wielding a mechanical weapon that had appeared in her hand. With terrifying kinetic energy, she slashed at the injured Void Clan member who had barely survived the mech's self-destruction. What's happening? Li Heron's face was filled with bewilderment, unable to comprehend how Chi Sun had survived the explosion. Su Ming glanced over and then spoke quietly into the communication channel. Cover her. The explosion from Chi Sun's 2 swords was a smokescreen. When the flames burst, she left her flying mech and hid in the sky, making the Void Clan think she was still inside. Now, with the mech exploding again, it will catch the Void Clan off guard, killing some of them and allowing Chi Sun to finish off the injured. Impressive. Su Ming sincerely admired her. At this moment, he felt that the Tianshang rankings were indeed prestigious. For Chi Sun to rank 800th among the most talented individuals in human civilization, her cunning, operational skills, judgment, and decisiveness were all top-notch. Chi Sun's maneuver was a textbook example of a strategic assault, flawlessly executed. Even Su Ming doubted he could have done better. After hearing Su Ming's explanation, Li Heron's mouth dropped open, and he mumbled, "Is this really something a human can pull off? She's incredible." At that moment, Chi Sun's voice suddenly came through the communication channel. "Stop chatting and get ready to support." Upon hearing Chi Sun, Su Ming immediately focused his gaze upward, activating his brain's neural network. Chi Sun was rapidly descending, using the momentum to charge at 2 Void Clan experts. Before they could react, Chi Sun decapitated them, blue blood splattering everywhere in the void. Having slain the 2 Void Clan experts, Chi Sun didn't hesitate and frantically sped towards Su Ming and the others. At this point, Chi Sun was truly out of options. Her aggressive tactics had eliminated dozens of Void Clan experts, but they were too reckless. She didn't have time to don her mech again, leaving her body exposed in the void. With her flesh and blood far less durable than a mech, it would only take 5 ordinary Void Clan soldiers concentrating their fire to kill her. Su Ming and his team were well aware of this, and so were the Void Tribe soldiers. Without any hesitation, the Void Tribe soldiers unleashed terrifying void rays towards Chi Sun. With no mech support to maneuver, Chi Sun's ability to change direction was almost zero, forcing a straight descent. Under such circumstances, any well-trained soldier could easily hit Chi Sun. At that moment, the shield-bearer mech, which had been standing still, suddenly shot up into the sky. Su Ming then raised his sniper rifle and fired fiercely at Chi Sun. Yes, you heard that right. He aimed directly at Chi Sun. The bullet shot towards Chi Sun at an incredible speed. Witnessing this, the 3 people behind Su Ming were shocked. "Su Ming, are you crazy?" Li Heron shouted frantically over the communication channel. However, Su Ming remained calm and unperturbed. He spoke quietly into the comms to Chi Sun. Use your mech blade to slice that bullet in half. Hurry. Seeing the bullet speeding towards her, Chi Sun was startled. After the recent intense battle, her defenses were severely weakened. If that bullet hit her, she would be gravely injured. But hearing Su Ming's resolute tone over the comms, Chi Sun gritted her teeth and, with a determined heart, raised her mechanical sword to meet the bullet heaten. To her surprise, when the mechanical blade struck the bullet, there was no terrifying explosion. Instead, the bullet shattered, releasing a large amount of unknown substance that immediately enveloped her. Chi Sun instinctively tried to unleash her muscle energy to fend off the encroaching material. To her astonishment, her energy levels were instantly frozen upon contact with the substance, as if it could obstruct the transfer of energy. Seeing the bullet burst open, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Static energy substance. The bullet hadn't been equipped with any harmful functions. It was filled with a large amount of static energy substance. With the speed of a mech, there was no way to intercept the Void Clan's attack on Chi Sun in time. But a bullet could. Chi Sun was falling downward while the bullet was shot upward, meaning their relative speed was much faster than the incoming attack from the Void Clan. In that critical moment, Su Ming didn't hesitate and fired the bullet. He ensured the bullet had only simple kinetic energy without any energy burst, which could have harmed Chi Sun even if the bullet was split. Confirming that the static energy substance had enveloped Chi Sun, Su Ming immediately activated the mech's spatial jump function, setting the spatial anchor point in the area Chi Sun was about to pass through. At this point, Chi Sun was surrounded by the static energy substance, making it impossible for her to use any energy. However, her momentum continued, and without any muscle energy burst, she still plummeted downward at high speed. The next moment, the Void Clan's attack arrived, with terrifying force, rapidly closing in on Chi Sun. It's over, was the only thought in the minds of Chi Sun and the other 3 team members. But just then, the attacks targeting Chi Sun bizarrely halted 2 seconds before reaching her, as if someone had pressed a pause button. The energy had completely staticized. While the energy was static, Chi Sun, being a physical entity, was not affected by the static energy substance and continued her descent. 2 seconds later, the Void Clan's attacks on Chi Sun resumed their trajectory but missed their target, which had descended significantly during the brief pause. Seeing this, Chi Sun's eyes gleamed with excitement. Nice move, Su Ming. That was amazing. The team members also witnessed this and praised Su Ming loudly over the comms. However, Su Ming didn't hear their compliments, as the Shield Guardian had activated its space jumping function. Su Ming was currently traversing folded space, which blocked signals from the main space. When Su Ming emerged from the folded space, he was 2 kilometers away, right where Chi Sun had appeared. Without hesitation, Su Ming released anti-static energy to neutralize the static energy enveloping Chi Sun, preventing the Shield Guardian from crashing. In the next moment, the Shield Guardian caught Chi Sun securely, and Su Ming quickly raised the giant shield in front of the mech, then descended rapidly. The second wave of attacks came quickly. Yet, with most of their elites already lost, there was no way the Void Clan could break through the Shield Guardian's defenses with just 1 round of attacks. Su Ming effortlessly deflected the attacks, minimizing the damage to the giant shield. Seeing this, several Void Clan members, realizing this was their last chance, didn't let up. With 60 of their forces already decimated, the remaining 40 were low-power Void Clan members. The Shield Guardian, having used its space-jumping ability to rescue Chi Sun, was now separated from the other 3 Mechs. This was the perfect opportunity to destroy the Shield Guardian before it could reunite with the others, ensuring the Void Clan's defeat. A large number of Void Clan members surrounded the Shield Guardian, with some even using spatial fluctuations to get behind it, aiming for a fatal strike from the rear. Su Ming, piloting the Shield Guardian, saw their movements clearly, and a silver gleam flashed in his Aisa sign of his brainwave levels reaching their peak. Instantly, the giant shield in the Shield Guardian's hands split into 4 pieces. These pieces began rotating around the Shield Guardian, successfully blocking attacks from all directions. Li Heron and the others below watched in astonishment. The standard Shield Guardian did not possess such capabilities. Clearly, Su Ming had heavily modified his Shield Guardian, endowing the shields with comprehensive defensive abilities. As the shields rotated around the Shield Guardian, they underwent another transformation. Sharp blades extended from the edges of the 4 shields, which then shot out, spinning and slicing through the bodies of the Void Clan members. Blue blood mist exploded in the sky as the shields cut through the attackers. At this moment, Dunshan shifts from defense to offense, transforming into a relentless killing machine, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the Void tribe around him. The heavy shield could also transform into a lethal and terrifying weapon of attack. Given the weight of the shield, even when divided into 4 parts, it still possessed a formidable mass. A mere graze would cause injury, and a direct hit could mean death. One after another, the Void Clan members fell under the assault of the heavy shield. By now, After several rounds of attacks from Su Ming and his team, the Void Clan's numbers had dwindled from over 100 to just 20 or 30. Su Ming's massive shield alone had taken out nearly 50 ordinary Void Clan soldiers. These soldiers had the combat strength of roughly a level 7 Gene warrior. Although Su Ming was also at level 7, combined with enhancements from his mech, starlight points, and body strengthening techniques, his overall power could reach the level of a level 10 Gene warrior. When the heavy shield, a massive weapon, was used in direct confrontation, it became a weapon of mass destruction, instantly claiming numerous lives. With only 20 or 30 Void Clan members left, they no longer constituted an army at best. They were a combat unit. At this scale of battle, it wasn't really a team fight anymore. Below, Li Heron and the others had already piloted their Mechs into the sky. With most of the Void Clan exterminated, the threat to Su Ming's team of 5 had significantly diminished, and there was no longer a need to maintain their previous formation. Each could now play to their strengths and abilities. Each of these 5 individuals was extraordinary. To rank around the top 1,000 on the Heavenly Saint list, one had to be a peerless genius among tens of thousands. Each possessed formidable combat prowess, not just limited to offensive or disruptive roles. Su Ming, save some for me. Li Heron laughed loudly as he soared into the sky, a mechanical battle axe appearing in his hand at some unknown moment. The axe crackled with terrifying lightning energy as he swung it towards the Void Clan members. Seeing this, the Void Clan members' faces changed, and they prepared to escape into the void. However, Li Heron let out a light shout, and a mysterious force erupted from his mech, instantly immobilizing the surrounding void. Divine mechanical knowledge, Su Ming muttered to himself, sensing the divine power emanating from Li Heron. Su Ming deeply understood the allure of divine mechanical knowledge. Realizing that Li Heron's divine knowledge seemed oriented towards dimensional void manipulation, Su Ming noted that it allowed Li Heron to temporarily freeze the void. This move was the bane of the Void Clan, rendering them immobile within the confined space. Soon, these Void Clan members, deprived of their void advantage, were annihilated by the 4 Mechs. The void quickly returned to tranquility. The 4 Mechs hovered slowly in the void, taking advantage of the post-battle lull to restore their energy levels. Chi Sun patted the large head of Shield Mountain, then smiled as she jumped off the mech, her body floating in the void. She then pulled out another silver-white mech and donned it. The 5 present were not only Gene warriors, but also highly skilled mechanics. Their mechanical gear was all self-made. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to activate in the Court of Life. Fei Hu's gear was already scrapped, but Chi Sun had other Mechs and naturally switched to a different one. At this moment, the 5 of them remained silent, closing their eyes to digest the gains and losses of the recent battle. Gene warriors, especially those who have unlocked their brain domain potential, experience growth from every life-or-death battle. After recovering, each of the 5 sensed a slight increase in their brain domain levels. However, they didn't linger for long and swiftly left the area. By the way, did you keep those prisoners? Su Ming asked curiously as he flew and turned his head. Li Heron grinned and opened his mech's hand to reveal 2 unconscious members of the Void Clan. Bound together, their limbs severed. These were the only 2 survivors. The Void Clan's intrusion into the Court of Life was suspicious, so they had to keep the prisoners alive to find out how they got in. Once back in human society, Tian Qi, who specializes in mind control, could read their thoughts and uncover the mystery. Don't worry, my old man knows Tian Qi well. I'll hand these 2 over to him, and he'll handle it, Li Heron said with a smile. He then placed the 2 Void Clan members into life capsules and stored them in his space compartment. Friends, what's the plan? Do we stay or leave? Du Bing suddenly asked over the communication channel. Hearing Du Bing's question, the group paused for a few seconds of contemplation. The Court of Life had a unique mechanism. Once you leave, you are no longer welcome to return. Given their current abilities, re-entry seemed unlikely. The Court of Life was a rare opportunity to significantly enhance one's life level and physical abilities. Unless they had gained all possible benefits, no one would want to leave. Still, human civilization's matters are more pressing. We need to inform the 5 galactic nations about the Void Clan's incursion into the Court of Life as soon as possible. Who knows if this is the only Void Clan team that made it here? Typically, when a civilization explores a new area, they send multiple teams. There might be other Void Clan squads in the Court of Life, Chen Hui said slowly. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Although reluctant, they knew what the right decision was. With that, they prepared to leave the way they came. However, they didn't notice that as they departed, the bodies of the Void Clan members they had killed were absorbed by the Court of Life, transforming into clusters of life energy. The Life Tribunal, now seemingly imbued with its own consciousness, began to alter its internal layout. What was once an exit route transformed into a deeper path. As the 5 individuals continued along this path, they found themselves not escaping, but instead getting closer to a Void Clan scouting team. It was as if the Life Tribunal desired to witness a confrontation, aiming to absorb the remaining corpses and energy from the battlefield into its deepest recesses. 5 mechas were flying at extreme speed through the Court of Life. They were none other than Su Ming and his 4 companions. As they sped along, they encountered another wave of phantoms. Working together, the 5 easily annihilated the phantoms, resulting in a significant boost to their life levels. Su Ming's physical energy level also increased from 60,000 to 65,000 during this process. The enhancement of life levels is particularly effective for physical energy levels, far quicker than mere training. However, the improvement within a given stage is limited. Further advancement requires diligent practice to elevate physical energy levels, which in turn raises life levels. The 5 continued to fly forward. The life force extraction within the Court of Life posed little threat to them, as they could counteract it at their current level. Suddenly, they all sensed something and let out a collective "Hmm. Did you feel that?" Qishuan's voice came through the communication device, tinged with seriousness. The others nodded slowly in response. "We're picking up significant energy fluctuations ahead. It's the Void Clan," Li Heron stated confidently. Su Ming nodded and muttered with a frown. "This is the direction we're heading back. Why are we encountering the Void Clan? They should be behind us." Confusion flickered in everyone's eyes. Logically, the Void Clan should be pursuing them from behind, not approaching from the front. If they were coming from the front, it would mean the Void Clan had already penetrated human civilization and were now ambushing them, which seemed impossible. If the Void Clan had entered human territory, a massive war would have erupted, leaving no time for them to send troops after the group. "Something's off. Let's change direction to avoid the Void Clan's army ahead," Chen Hui suggested gravely. The group had no lack of confidence in defeating a Void Clan army, but the current situation seemed peculiar, and they did not want to waste time. Agreeing with Chen Hui, they changed course to avoid the approaching enemy. However, about 10 minutes later, their expressions changed again. They sensed another Void Clan army directly ahead, moving towards them. Both sides were on a collision course. This time, they were certain something was amiss. Something's definitely wrong. How are we encountering the Void Clan in every direction? They can't have surrounded this entire area, Li Heron said coldly. After all, they were in the void. The void, what does that mean? It's not just about moving left, right, forward, or backward. You can move up, down, or even diagonally. The directions you can take are virtually endless. But no matter which way people go, they always seem to encounter the Void Tribe. There are 2 possibilities. One is that the Void Tribe has dispatched an army to surround the entire space. Du Bing couldn't help but laugh at this point. What a joke. To surround this place, you would need to deploy trillions of troops, and even then, it might not be possible to encircle the entire void. After all, the life court is vast, comparable to the size of a galaxy cluster. Enclosing such a massive space is simply impossible. The second possibility, Du Bing said, his smile fading, is that some entity is deliberately placing the Void Tribe's army in our path, waiting for us to encounter them. After hearing Du Bing, the other 4 remained expressionless. They had already figured out the second possibility. Something was intentionally placing the Void Tribe in front of them. The Life Court, Su Ming murmured to himself. In the Life Court, if there is an entity capable of freely controlling the entire space, it is undoubtedly the Life Court itself. Everyone had always thought of the Life Court as an inanimate object or a rule-based entity with its own unique set of laws. But to their surprise, the Life Court seemed to have its own consciousness, capable of whimsically adjusting its internal structures. What is the Life Court trying to achieve? Chi Sun asked, puzzled. Su Ming squinted his eyes and slowly said, "I'm not entirely sure, but I sense it has something to do with life energy. It seems extracting our life force is no longer enough. It wants more life energy. And what could be quicker than extracting the entire life energy of a complete person?" With that, Su Ming fell silent, his gaze fixed ahead, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Damn it, that's devious. So the life energy it gives back to us is just like the nectar on a pitcher plant, merely a lure to draw others into the life court," Li Heron said, visibly annoyed. "So, what now? Is there a way to break free from the spatial chaos of the life court and escape?" Chi Sun sighed and looked at everyone. At that moment, a hint of blue emerged in Su Ming's eyes. His vision pierced through the various strange energy structures within the life court, revealing a deeper layer of space. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he said, "I have a way to enter the deeper layers of the life court. However, we might encounter greater dangers there. Are you all willing to join me in going deeper into the life court?" Upon hearing Su Ming, the 4 of them exchanged glances. Du Bing then grinned, his eyes filled with a cold determination. "Absolutely. Everyone has their limits. If the life court wants to mess with us, we'll dive into its depths and see what it's up to. We might even cause some trouble and make it pay the price." The others nodded in agreement, their thoughts mirroring Du Bing's resolve. Su Ming chuckled softly before slowly speaking. "All right, but it will take some time. Let's wipe out this Void Clan army first." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the group didn't hesitate. They immediately powered up and charged toward the Void Tribe squad. Since they would inevitably encounter these squads while moving through the court of life, they decided to eliminate this squad hidden rather than being hunted like rats. Each of the 5 had their own pride and temper. None of them could tolerate being chased around. By taking out this squad directly, they could gain some respite before the next Void Tribe army, controlled by the Court of Life, arrived. After all, time was exactly what Su Ming needed right now: quick and decisive action. Leading the charge, Su Ming suddenly released 3 more class mechas while on the move, adding to the shield bearer he already had. This brought the total to 4 mechas. Su Ming, what's this? Li Heron asked in surprise as he watched Su Ming. This was Su Ming's first time using the Spirit Fox mecha, but he had taken an immediate liking to it upon assembly. The mecha was perfect for rapid assaults, being small, incredibly fast, and equipped with interference, stealth, and burst capabilities. With strong piloting skills, it could unleash terrifying power. As Su Ming climbed into the Spirit Fox mecha, the other 3 mechas, including the shield bearer, didn't stop but continued to move forward under his control. Seeing this, Li Heron and the others were astonished. Multi-control? Su Ming, can you handle the energy consumption? Li Heron asked worriedly. They all came from wealthy backgrounds, which had allowed them to make it onto the Heavenly Saints list at such a young age. Naturally, their families had knowledge about multi-control mechanics. However, none of them had practiced it due to the significant energy drain it caused. Multi-control consumed several times more energy than single control, potentially exhausting the pilot's energy before the battle was even over, rendering the mechas inoperable. Hence, the group was concerned upon seeing Su Ming attempt it. Su Ming shook his head without offering much explanation. As their energy level surged, the Void Tribe squad sensed their presence and immediately launched an attack. Exchanging glances, Su Ming and his team altered their formation mid-flight. This time, Su Ming had 3 additional mechas, including the shield bearer and the Spirit Fox, plus 2 more for offense and defense. Normally, Su Ming could hold his own for a long time with just the shield bearer. However, with multi-control, his maneuverability with the drones wasn't as precise as with manual piloting. To be safe, he set up 2 defensive mechas. Quick and decisive, Su Ming said calmly over the communication channel. At that moment, both sides clashed in battle. The first wave of attacks from the Void Clan was ferociously directed at Su Ming and his team of 5. However, with 2 defensive Mechs in their squad, they managed to completely withstand the initial onslaught. The 3 offensive Mechs behind them remained unscathed. Attack! Su Ming commanded succinctly, immediately maneuvering the offensive Mechs to fire relentlessly into the ranks of the Void Clan. Each shot hit its mark, taking down a Void Clan soldier with roughly 3 shots. At that moment, Su Ming felt his brain energy being divided into 3 streams, flooding into the 3 Mechs to keep them operational. The energy consumption was enormous, and soon Su Ming sensed that his brain energy was nearly half depleted. He was startled, now having a clear understanding of the energy drain involved in multitasking control. It was incredibly fast and terrifying. For someone like Su Ming, who operated with meticulous precision, the energy drain reached an alarming level. At this rate, he would lose combat capability in about 10 minutes. No wonder multitasking control had always been considered impractical. But for Su Ming, this level of consumption was barely manageable. System, exchange starlight points to replenish my energy consumption at any time. Su Ming ordered calmly from within his mech. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of starlight energy flooded into his body, instantly wiping away his fatigue. He then once again channeled his brain energy into the 3 Mechs without holding back. The defensive Mechs deftly deflected each attack with precise maneuvers, while the offensive Mechs behind them unleashed a barrage on the Void Clan squads. Despite the significant energy and starlight points consumed, the results were remarkable. Numerous Void Clan elites were obliterated by the relentless assault, dying on the spot. Even before Su Ming started multitasking control, a single Void Clan squad was no match for his team of 5. Now, with Su Ming's enhanced control and 3 additional high-level Mechs, the battle was even easier. As the Void Clan's formation began to show defensive gaps and their numbers dwindled, they couldn't immediately cover these breaches, creating vulnerabilities. Lock onto the Void, Qishuan. Get ready to advance with me. Su Ming commanded calmly over the communication channel. Upon hearing this, Li Heron did not hesitate and used his mech to activate the Void Locking ability, instantly suppressing the Void Clan's Void affinity to its lowest level. In this situation, the Void Clan is temporarily unable to merge into the Void, making them vulnerable to kinetic attacks. Seeing this, Su Ming didn't hesitate and whispered urgently to Qi-sun beside him. Qi-sun, charge. With that, Su Ming, piloting the Spirit Fox mech, suddenly unleashed a terrifying speed, tearing through the Void Clan squad's defense net and plunging into their formation. Su Ming moved at an incredible speed. The Spirit Fox mecha flickered in and out of sight as if it were teleporting in segments. This was actually due to the reflective technology used by the Spirit Fox mecha, allowing it to easily conceal itself in the void and making it difficult for enemies to track. Upon seeing Su Ming's sudden burst of action, Chi Sun was not to be outdone and charged towards the Void Clan alongside him. The two, one leading and one following, piloted their assault mechas at terrifying speeds. At some point, two slender blades appeared in the hands of the Spirit Fox mecha, gleaming with a silver metallic shine, resembling the claws of a fox. The Void Clan had already noticed the small mecha. A Void Clan expert shouted coldly, "This is a human civilization's assault mecha, extremely destructive. Stop him. Kill him." Following the command, dozens of Void Clan soldiers moved instantly, rushing towards the Spirit Fox mecha. The Void Clan soldiers formed a tight formation, an effective method against assault mechas. Although assault mechas have high bursts of speed, they are not suited for being surrounded. Even if a few Void Clan soldiers were killed, the remaining ones would quickly encircle the assault mecha and focus their attacks on it. These Void Clan soldiers were battle-hardened and demonstrated high military skills immediately. However, a silver gleam flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He was not intimidated by the Void Clan's formation. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards the iron wall formed by the Void Clan soldiers. Seeing Su Ming's fierce approach, the three people below were stunned. Why do both of our assault mecha pilots seem so aggressive? Aren't they supposed to be cautious and wait for the right moment to strike? Li Heron muttered. Correcting you, the enemy isn't human to begin with. Chun Hui glanced at Li Heron, continuing his relentless attacks while speaking calmly. You make a good point. I can't argue with that, Li Heron admitted. At that moment, the Spirit Fox mecha suddenly erupted with dazzling starlight, and a powerful energy level burst forth on the battlefield. Everyone's attention shifted to the Spirit Fox mecha. The blades it held were now radiating intense starlight, and an unstoppable aura emanated from it. Heaven Splitter. In that instant, Su Ming exchanged 5,000 starlight points. This was the maximum amount of starlight energy he could endure after reaching the 7th body refinement level. It was his first time exchanging such a vast amount of starlight energy. The terrifying energy wave swept through every corner of Su Ming's body, elevating the Spirit Fox mecha's energy level to its peak. The already powerful Spirit Fox mecha now had its energy level more than doubled. Under the boost of the Heaven Splitter technique, it exuded an unstoppable and terrifying force. Boom! The dazzling starlight engulfed the Void Tribe squad that was blocking Su Ming, illuminating the entire void with a blinding brightness that made it impossible to see anything clearly for a long time. When everyone's vision finally returned, they saw that the area where the Linghu mech had unleashed its power was now a void, devoid of any trace of the Void Tribe. More than 30 Void Tribe soldiers had been turned to ashes in that single strike. The three people below gasped in shock. Chun Hui and Du Bing looked at the Linghu mech floating in the void with serious expressions. They both sensed that Su Ming's own energy level was around mid-level 7. With the mech, he could barely reach the combat strength of a level 10 genetic warrior. This was already incredible, as crossing from level 7 to level 10 was a significant leap. However, the power Su Ming had just unleashed had an energy fluctuation that vaguely reached the vacuum level. Both men wondered to themselves. If that strike had been aimed at them, even if they managed to block it, their mechs would likely be destroyed. Could such an attack really come from a level 7 genetic warrior? Everyone looked at Su Ming with eyes full of disbelief. The other experts of the Void Tribe broke out in cold sweat from that single strike. Could this human mech pilot be that strong? To unleash such power? How could they possibly fight him? If he unleashed another attack like that, their entire team would be annihilated. However, despite this, the Void Tribe experts didn't lose their resolve. They could tell that this attack had exceeded the normal limits of the mech warrior's capabilities and likely placed a huge burden on him. It was clear that he wouldn't be able to unleash such a powerful attack again in a short period of time. Attack. Send more men and eliminate him before he recovers. If he releases a second strike, we stand no chance, the Void Tribe squad leader commanded. Instantly, dozens of the Void Tribe's top fighters launched an assault on the Linghu mech. Unlike the previous soldiers, these were elite warriors with power levels 1 or 2 major grades higher, belonging to a completely different combat tier. The Void Tribe leader's judgment was spot on. Such an attack indeed pushed the limits of what Su Ming's body could handle. Even though Su Ming's body was incredibly resilient, the immense power coursing through him made him feel uncomfortable. Su Ming estimated that he could only unleash such an attack once every half hour. Doing it more frequently would cause his body to crack under the strain. At this moment, Su Ming decided to only use the normal starlight energy for combat, rather than risking another powerful burst. Despite this, Su Ming's regular combat strength was still formidable. The Linghu mech began to emit a faint, mysterious aura. Logically speaking, it should be impossible to sense such mysterious elements on a rational and precise mech. Yet, it has happened. This is a divine force, representing the pinnacle of all technology. Divine power. At this moment, the Linghu mech seemed to undergo subtle changes. A faint layer of colorful light emerged in the cockpit, linking Su Ming with the mech. divine mechanical knowledge. External exoskeleton. Activate. In an instant, Su Ming felt as if he had become one with the mech. A mysterious substance between Su Ming and the mech endowed it with special sensory capabilities, sharing these senses with him. Even the most skilled mech warriors, despite their sharp maneuvers and formidable strength, always face the barrier of the mech itself, making it difficult to perceive its subtle changes through their own bodies. This created a certain gap in operational precision. However, with the exoskeleton enhancement, some of the mech sensations were transmitted directly to the warrior. It was akin to removing gloves and using bare hands, greatly enhancing sensitivity and control. For an assault-type mech, operational ability is paramount. At that moment, dozens of Void Clan experts charged towards Su Ming. His eyes remained eerily calm, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. In that split second, he comprehensively captured the movement trajectories and angles of the Void Clan experts. It was as if they and the Linghu mech formed a vivid painting in his mind, constantly evolving. Su Ming quickly simulated countless possibilities in this brief moment. Then, with a swift movement, he piloted the Linghu mech and vanished from his original position. In the next instant, Su Ming reappeared within the encirclement of the Void Clan experts. Twin blades danced furiously, their flashes of light blocking the attacks of two Void Clan experts and cutting them down. Blue blood splattered everywhere. The remaining Void Clan experts paid no heed to their fallen comrades, their eyes cold. Using the time bought by their comrades' sacrifices, they condensed void blades from their arms and slashed towards the Linghu mech. This was the moment when Su Ming's old strength had waned, and new strength had yet to surge. Having slain two Void Clan experts, Su Ming found it difficult to defend against the others' attacks in such a short span. However, his eyes showed no panic. He knew that the assault-type mech was not his alone. A terrifying blade light cut through the sky, striking as the Void Clan experts were all focused on Su Ming. They had overlooked another mech, Chi Sun. Without the Starlight enhancement, Chi Sun's combat power was even more formidable than Su Ming's. Chi Sun seized the perfect moment, instantly unsheathing her blade and slaying three 9th-level Void Clan experts with a single strike. Su Ming had accounted for Chi Sun in his plans from the start. Her previous maneuvers and abilities had earned his full confidence. At this moment, their coordination was impeccable. Taking advantage of Chi Sun's sudden surge, Su Ming quickly adjusted his stance and swung his long blade to block the incoming void attack aimed at him. Clang! A crisp metallic collision echoed through the void. The void blades wielded by the Void Clan experts are formed by continuously compressing the void until a sharp and resilient long blade is created to attack their enemies. These void blades are no less powerful than mechanical blades, and when they clash, they unleash intense force. Su Ming frowned slightly and quickly retreated. Although he managed to block the Void Clan expert's attack, his own long blade was rendered useless. The internal structure of his mech also sustained some damage. To Su Ming's surprise, even minor damages were transmitted to his body through the exoskeleton sensory system. He could distinctly feel a sharp pain corresponding to the mech's damage. However, this pain was merely an illusion created by the exoskeleton's sensory nerves, not actual physical pain. This slight sensation allowed Su Ming to accurately assess the mech's current condition. He promptly severed the sensory nerve connection, causing the pain to vanish. Fortunately, the damage seemed to be minor, with only some small parts being deformed, which didn't significantly affect the operation. Su Ming quickly replaced the damaged mechanical blade with a spare one from his storage space. With the new blade in hand, he piloted his Linghu mech, utilizing its light-sensitive system to cloak his presence. He maneuvered swiftly and stealthily among the Void Clan experts, appearing and disappearing like an elusive assassin, exuding a suffocating aura. In a flash, he decapitated a Void Clan expert, killing him instantly in the void. Meanwhile, Chi Sun transformed into a frontline warrior, engaging the Void Clan expert's Hedon. Although his kill rate was slower than the Linghu mech, Chi Sun's direct interference allowed Su Ming to execute his stealthy kills more efficiently. Team battles are always about coordination. At this moment, Su Ming and Chi Sun formed a coordinated duo, while Su Ming's control over the other three mechs synchronized with the other three team members. Su Ming acted as a crucial link, tightly binding the four members together. On the ground, their continuous attacks decimated the Void Clan soldiers, while Su Ming and Chi Sun took down the Void Clan experts from above. In no time, the entire Void Clan squad was wiped out by Su Ming and his team, leaving numerous corpses floating in the void, with blue blood splattered everywhere. This time, the five left no survivors. They annihilated everyone. Su Ming piloted the Spirit Fox mech, descending from the sky. With a swift movement, he stored the other three mechs into his storage space. In the next moment, the arms of the Spirit Fox mech erupted with scorching flames, incinerating the corpses of the Void Clan experts. Trying to use us as a tool to do your dirty work and reap the benefits? Dream on. Su Ming sneered. As long as these bodies are burned, The so-called life energy is a joke, leaving nothing but charred remains. At that moment, a wave of anger seemed to emanate from the depths of the life tribunal. The five immediately sensed a subtle change in the surrounding energy. The surrounding life energy suddenly erupted at that moment, and the five of them sensed the surge of power, their expressions changing simultaneously. At this point, the life tribunal's drain on their bodily vitality was 5 times more intense than before. A significant amount of their vitality was being directly siphoned away by the life tribunal. If this continued, anyone without any means of resistance would succumb to death from life depletion within 10 minutes inside the life tribunal. The life tribunal indeed has its own consciousness, Su Ming remarked calmly. It's clearly retaliating against us for burning the corpses of those Void Tribe soldiers. A faint layer of starlight enveloped Su Ming's body, replenishing his vitality each time it waned. Meanwhile, a hint of light blue flickered in his eyes as he continuously monitored the energy changes ahead. I suspect that more Void Tribe squads will be teleported here by the Life Tribunal to hunt us down, Chun Hui said with a cold expression. The Void civilization and human civilization are mortal enemies. The Void Tribe squads entering here have no understanding of the Life Tribunal's rules and are being unknowingly used as pawns. They probably think encountering us is just a coincidence. But in reality, the Life Tribunal is orchestrating everything. Through energy reconstruction, the Life Tribunal can constantly rearrange the spatial sequences within itself, effortlessly controlling the movements of the squads. Do we have to eliminate all the Void Tribe squads that come in? Li Heron asked, frowning. I estimate there are at least dozens of squads. If they are all directed towards us, we could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. One squad is nothing to us, but 2, 3, 4 eventually, we won't be able to fend them off. Even a single ordinary attack from each Void Tribe soldier could easily wipe us out. Don't panic, follow me. At that moment, Su Ming's voice came through the communication channel. He immediately moved forward, his eyes glowing with a blue hue. This was the system's X-ray vision. Normally, the system's X-ray vision wouldn't easily detect the energy changes within the Life Tribunal, requiring observation over time. However, the recent violent energy fluctuations caused by the Life Tribunal's fury allowed Su Ming to see the energy changes clearly through the system. Su Ming quickly found a path leading deeper into the Life Tribunal. Without hesitation, he moved forward. The 4 others saw this and followed him without delay. But halfway through, they all suddenly paused, seeing Su Ming change direction and fly backward. The 4 of them exchanged glances, each seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. However, they trusted that Su Ming had a reason for his actions. No one here would risk their lives recklessly. With no other options, they decisively followed Su Ming, flying backward for a while. Then Su Ming changed direction again, to the left for 3 minutes, backward for 1 minute, forward for 10 minutes, and to the right for 4 minutes. There seemed to be no pattern to Su Ming's changes in direction. It felt like he was leading them in circles. The 4 were increasingly puzzled, and finally, Chi Sun couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Su Ming, why do you keep changing direction? Without shifting his focus from the path ahead, Su Ming calmly explained, the structure of the Life Tribunal space is constructed by its energy. This means that the tribunal can reconstruct the space through energy changes. Although we are changing direction frequently, from the tribunal's perspective, we are continuously progressing deeper into its core. Hearing Su Ming's explanation, the 4 of them looked enlightened, then glanced at Su Ming and the surrounding space with a mix of curiosity and surprise. They could sense the changes in the surrounding energy but couldn't detect the spatial shifts resulting from these changes. Yet, Su Ming seemed to effortlessly perceive these spatial changes, always finding the correct direction without fail, which amazed them. What ability did Su Ming possess to see through the shifting space so accurately? As the 5 of them continued to change direction, they appeared to be moving erratically like drunken individuals. Despite this seemingly random movement, the surrounding space soon began to show subtle changes. None of them were ordinary people, and they quickly sensed the shifts in the space around them. This method is working. I can feel the life energy becoming more intense. Li Heron exclaimed excitedly. If we go further, we might even be able to use the surrounding life energy to cleanse our bodies and evolve our life levels. In the past, no one had ventured into the depths of the Life Tribunal. It was previously believed that the life force of those who tried was insufficient to sustain them in the tribunal's depths. Now it seemed that the tribunal itself used energy changes to keep intruders wandering in circles, preventing them from reaching its core. The fact that they could now penetrate deeper meant they were close to uncovering the tribunal's core secrets of a civilization level that would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to them. At that moment, the Life Tribunal seemed to sense the threat posed by the 5. The energy within the tribunal began to boil, and numerous phantoms materialized around them, launching attacks. Meanwhile, all the Void Tribe squads wandering within the tribunal, guided by its influence, unknowingly started converging towards the 5's direction. In an attempt to prevent the 5 individuals from entering the deeper layers of the Life Tribunal, The Life Tribunal created direct spatial pathways leading to where the five were located, allowing the Void Clan squads to advance. At this moment, not only the Phantoms but also the Void Clan squads were closing in on the five individuals. This time, the Void Clan squad isn't just 100 strong. All the Void Clan squads that entered the Life Court have been drawn here. There are dozens of squads, totaling thousands of Void Clan soldiers and experts. Such a massive army, once united, would generate an incredibly terrifying combat power. If the five of them encounter this army, they wouldn't stand a chance. Ahead of the five, shadows are rapidly forming in the void. These are strange entities created by the Life Court using life energy, existing somewhere between living beings and energy forms. In some ways, they are somewhat similar to Su Ming's state. However, Su Ming is a definite life form, though much of his body has been transformed into an energy form. These shadows, on the other hand, lack any life signals and are merely products of concentrated life energy. They have no consciousness or sensory perception and simply follow the will of the Life Court mechanically. A large number of shadows were created and immediately launched an attack on the five. It's getting desperate. Li Heron saw this and, instead of being frightened, was delighted. Without hesitation, he launched a fierce attack on the shadows. The five coordinated their efforts once again. Su Ming also deployed 2 Mechs for defense. Meanwhile, Su Ming's main mech used his perspective to continuously scout the path ahead, leading the group forward. Although they had entered combat mode, they could still fight while advancing. Sharp attacks were constantly released from their mechs, instantly shredding the shadows to pieces. Su Ming's main mech did not attack, but focused on leading the way. He glanced back and, using his mech's X-ray vision, saw a large number of Void Clan soldiers heading their way. If these soldiers caught up, the group would either have to flee frantically or face certain death. With thousands of Void Clan soldiers, their chances of survival were nearly zero. Fortunately, Su Ming was leading the group deeper into the Life Court. Although the space was constantly changing, they were still moving forward. No matter how much the Life Court aided the Void Clan army, they would still have to chase from behind. Moreover, the Void Clan army had no idea what was happening ahead and was still in an exploratory state, not moving at full speed. As long as they weren't held up by the shadows, it would be difficult for the Void Clan army to catch up. Don't let the shadows multiply too much. Everyone, focus all your efforts on attacking the shadows. There are thousands of Void Clan soldiers behind us. Don't let the shadows slow us down. Su Ming shouted urgently as he noticed that the shadows were forming faster than they could destroy them. Hearing Su Ming's words, the four were startled and realized the dire situation they were in. Immediately, they unleashed powerful energy waves, each radiating a mysterious aura. Su Ming was all too familiar with this aura. It was the aura of divine knowledge. At that moment, the 4 people behind him all unleashed their divine powers. Divine knowledge, Zeus' wrath of thunder, divine knowledge, dimensional prison, divine knowledge, divine annihilation slash, divine knowledge, super split missile. A terrifying force erupted behind Su Ming, startling him. The 4 individuals behind him came from prestigious backgrounds. They were either descendants of the enlightened or children of high-ranking officials. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it onto the Celestial Saints list. While the poor could produce strong individuals, without resources, reaching the pinnacle was impossible. This was a given. Talent alone wasn't everything sometimes. Resources were crucial. No one on the Celestial Saints list could have made it without support from their background. So, for the 4 behind him, divine knowledge, though precious, was not unattainable. Their influential families had ways to acquire such divine knowledge for them. Now, the 4 simultaneously unleashed their divine powers, enveloping the entire void. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept through the void. It was as if all 4 had activated their ultimate abilities, reaching an astonishingly terrifying level of power. Almost instantly, all the phantoms floating in the void were obliterated by their combined strength, leaving no chance for recovery. They were completely annihilated. Even the life energy within the Life Court was momentarily pushed away from the 5 by the force of the 4. Well done. Let's speed up. Seeing that the phantoms ahead had been cleared, a look of joy appeared on Su Ming's face. The Life Court needed time to generate new phantoms, and with the path ahead clear, they had an opportunity to distance themselves from the Void Clan soldiers. Without hesitation, Su Ming accelerated his mech, swiftly navigating through the Life Court. The 4 behind him, while recovering their spent energy, quickly piloted their mechs to follow Su Ming. Faster, faster, faster. They cherished the hard-won time gap, accelerating rapidly towards the depths of the Life Court. As they sped forward, the 5 of them soon sensed a shift. They perceived a wave of threat, anger, and warning emanating from the Life Court. Upon sensing this emotional intent, Su Ming and the others exchanged glances and then smiled dismissively. Hilarious. It's panicking. Really panicking. It can only resort to threats now. Li Heron said with a mocking laugh. If it had known this would happen, it should have acted differently earlier. Now it's too late to be anxious. None of them were fools. To them, threats, anger, and warnings were just bluster. If the living tribunal really had a way to annihilate these people, would it express such emotions? It would just wipe them out directly. No need for warnings. What is this? A joke for kids? Su Ming chuckled lightly, but soon his gaze sharpened. Through the system's X-ray function, Su Ming clearly saw something that looked like a gate appearing not far ahead. Upon seeing the door appear before them, Su Ming's face lit up with joy. Without a second thought, he led the group of 4 through the door. Boom! The door swung open with a thunderous sound, and the group, piloting their mechas, rushed inside. As soon as they entered, they felt a sudden sense of gravity, grounding their feet. This was an actual, tangible space. Li He exclaimed in astonishment. In the Court of Life, the surrounding space was constructed of energy, existing between reality and illusion. However, this particular space was real, with a gravitational pull and a solid ground. With gravity came direction. The group exchanged glances and then proceeded forward without hesitation. They found themselves in a vast corridor, its walls adorned with strange murals and various inscriptions. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with interest. He used a translator device to capture the text from the murals, intending to translate it into human language. Beep. Adjusting translation logic. Please capture as many different text types as possible. The system is attempting to decipher the text pattern. A voice from the translation system announced. Hearing this, Su Ming methodically photographed all the mural content along the way, transmitting it to the translator. The corridor stretched for hundreds of kilometers, with murals and text covering every surface. The group continued forward, documenting the surrounding murals as they went. Suddenly, a heightened sense of warning emanated from the Court of Life, and ghostly images began to form around them. Sensing this, Li He shouted loudly, "Stay put. If you cause any trouble, I'll destroy this corridor and all your murals and texts." He raised his gun, aiming it at a nearby mural. The Court of Life seemed to hesitate, the ghostly images fading and the warning feeling dissipating. Li He smirked. Well, it seems the Court of Life is quite protective of these murals. They must contain some special information. Su Ming's expression changed slightly. He glanced at the translation progress bar, which was stuck at 20 and hadn't moved for a long time. Given the current level of technology, even unfamiliar text should be easily translatable if the characters were complete and logically arranged. The stalled progress suggested 2 possibilities. Either the text had no logical arrangement, or its logic was entirely different from human thinking. Su Ming leaned towards the second explanation. The first seemed unlikely, as murals and texts are generally meant to record information. The living tribunal has nothing better to do than write these meaningless texts. Isn't that just a waste of time? What do you think these murals depict? Su Ming couldn't help but ask curiously. After hearing Su Ming's question, the 4 of them glanced at each other, and then Chi Sun thoughtfully said, "It should be knowledge. The knowledge of this civilization." Hearing Chi Sun's words, everyone nodded in agreement. These murals don't follow any discernible pattern. They don't seem to be telling a story. They seem more like records of knowledge. Let's document them first. We might find answers ahead, Su Ming said in a low voice. After entering the corridor, each of them took pictures of the surrounding murals. These might hold special value, and perhaps someone in human society could decipher their content. Thanks to the speed of their mechs, they covered several hundred kilometers in just over 10 minutes. At this moment, Su Ming and the others were staring curiously at the end of the corridor. There, a massive light barrier separated the corridor from another space. Through the barrier, they saw what appeared to be a chamber-like space. Su Ming gazed through the chamber and saw peculiar-looking creatures with their eyes closed, as if in deep sleep. However, it seemed they were not just asleep. They were dead. Su Ming couldn't sense any life force from them. Look! At that moment, Du Bing pointed at the top of the chamber and exclaimed. Hearing Du Bing's words, everyone quickly looked up. They saw energy clusters about the size of human heads gathering above the chamber. These clusters emitted a mysterious aura. One that was familiar to every Inuit was the aura of divine power. These energy clusters are the condensation of divine power? Is this the reason the living tribunal absorbs biological activity? To forge divine power? Li Heron exclaimed in surprise. Divine power is a crucial factor that distinguishes living beings. Without it, a life form is no different from a clone. Could it be that the living tribunal has mastered resurrection technology? The more they discussed, the more shocked they became. Theoretically, resurrection is possible, but the entire human society has been stumped by the condensation of divine power. Each individual's divine essence is unique and cannot be replicated. Even if the body is resurrected, without the restoration of divine power, it is futile. At this moment, as if sensing their presence, the largest of the divine energy clusters quickly absorbed 2 nearby clusters. A sense of maturity and transformation emanated from this energy cluster. After devouring the 2 clusters, It evolved from a semi-finished state to a fully mature divine entity. The group watched in awe as this divine energy surged into one of the seemingly sleeping creatures. Instantly, the creature began to emit all the signals of a living being. In other words, this being has been brought back to life. The entity, now imbued with divine essence, quickly opened its eyes, and a powerful energy fluctuation emanated from within its body. His gaze fell upon Su Ming and the other four, and a deep fury flashed in his eyes. "You killed my two kin!" he exclaimed in the language of human civilization. This was likely due to the Life Court's previous interactions with humans, allowing the entity to grasp their language. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged puzzled glances. "You were the one in a rush to revive, consuming the divine essence of those two beside you. Now you're blaming us," they thought. This realization made it clear to the five that the entity deep within the Life Court was an enemy, not an ally. "Intruders, prepare to die." The resurrected being, consumed by rage, extended his hand, drawing immense life energy into it. In an instant, this life energy transformed into a dangerously potent force, launching an attack towards the five. Sensing the energy fluctuation, Su Ming and the others turned pale. So strong. This unknown entity's power is overwhelming. How could it be this powerful right after revival? Chun Hui exclaimed, feeling a shiver run down his spine. The force released by this entity was comparable to that of a flying-class warrior. To put that into perspective, after reaching the 10th level Gene Warrior, one becomes a vacuum-class warrior, and only after that does one achieve flying class. At this level, one can defy gravity and fly freely without relying on air propulsion. It was an incredibly formidable state, far surpassing the strength of the five. Even if they combined their efforts, they would stand no chance against a flying-class master. "Run!" Li Heron shouted, not wasting a moment before fleeing in the direction they had come. Su Ming and the others didn't hesitate either. Facing such a powerful attack, staying would mean certain death. Boom! The terrifying energy blast struck where they had just been standing, the shockwave making them feel as if death was pursuing them. They pushed their mechas to their limits, propulsion systems firing at full capacity, escaping the blast zone with incredible speed. After about a minute of running, Su Ming suddenly sensed something was off. "Wait, he's not following us," he said quietly over the comm channel. Hearing this, the other four halted and turned to look back at the chamber. The resurrected entity hovered there, glaring at them with hatred but making no move to leave the chamber. He can't leave the chamber, they quickly realized. If he could, given the power he displayed, they would have had no chance of escaping. But now, he remained within the confines of the chamber. Look, the life energy in the chamber is continuously flowing into him and then out of his body, one of them noted. Chi soon glanced at the chamber and instantly picked up on the information. Perhaps all his power stemmed from this chamber. After all, it seemed implausible for someone to unleash such formidable strength immediately after being revived. He must have been drawing on the chamber's energy to launch such a terrifying attack. The group quickly realized something was amiss. Now what? Soldiers of the Void Clan were closing in from behind, and the chamber ahead was protected by an energy shield, which they couldn't bypass. Li Heron's face showed a trace of anxiety. They were caught between a rock and a hard place, with no clear way forward or back. Is there a way to cut off this person's connection to the chamber's energy? Su Ming's calm voice came through the communication channel. Chun Hui glanced at Su Ming and shook his head. To sever the energy connection, we'd either need to break down the door by force or possess the knowledge of the Life Tribunal civilization to control the energy. There's no other way. Breaking down the door by force was out of the question. The life energy explosion alone would force everyone to retreat, making it impossible to even reach the door. Master the knowledge? Su Ming murmured to himself, then took out the murals and translations he had previously documented in the corridor. He crouched down to examine them closely. The others gathered around, attempting to glean a way to control the Life Tribunal from the murals. However, after a while, they all felt dizzy and overwhelmed. The reason was twofold. First, the translation was only 40 complete, making it impossible to fully decipher the murals. Second, the knowledge recorded in these murals was entirely different from human thought processes. Even with a complete translation, the content would be too obscure for them to understand. No wonder this strange civilization boldly inscribed its knowledge on murals. Apart from its own species, other civilizations couldn't comprehend its thought processes. A thought lock, leveraging unique cognitive patterns to make the knowledge incomprehensible to others, effectively secured the information. Understanding is hindered by cognitive differences. No one in human civilization could grasp the content of these murals, Li Heron said dejectedly, shaking his head. But at that moment, Su Ming's voice came through the communication channel again. There might be a way. I can try to learn this knowledge. Give me a moment and some space. The group was taken aback, then turned their attention to Su Ming's mech. They saw that Su Ming had closed his eyes inside the mech, as if he were about to fall asleep. What's going on? Li Heron was bewildered. Is he really going to sleep? Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, but since Su Ming had said so, they were too embarrassed to disturb him despite their curiosity. Their guess was correct. Su Ming was indeed asleep. However, before falling asleep, he had transferred the images of this knowledge to the Wuzuan Mech system. Beep. Acquiring knowledge of the civilization of life. Beep. Scanning complete. A total of 7,210 minor items, 2,108 intermediate items, and 149 major items of knowledge detected. Would you like to set to automatic learning? Automatic learning mode activated. Su Ming didn't hesitate. After giving a few quick instructions, he closed his eyes and immediately fell asleep. The Spirit Fox mech hovered in midair, engaging its auto-hover stabilization. However, the pilot inside was no longer in control. The four surrounding individuals cast strange glances at Su Ming. In a situation fraught with danger, Su Ming had fallen asleep? Anyone would be bewildered if a teammate dozed off at a critical moment. The four watched Su Ming in utter confusion. Indeed, he was asleep and, by their perception, quite soundly. Li Heron's forehead twitched with a vein of frustration. If it weren't for Su Ming's consistent reliability and impressive performance thus far, coupled with the fact that some divine tech advancements had made it possible for certain individuals to influence events while asleep, they might have found this utterly absurd. With the example of such a divine capability in mind, they reluctantly accepted that Su Ming's sleep might be one such ability. What now? Wait and see. Du Bing glanced at the sleeping Su Ming and remarked with a wry smile. It was a gambling test of their trust in Su Ming. The Void Tribe's army was approaching and would reach them in less than half an hour. Their time was running out, and Su Ming was still asleep, consuming that precious time. They had to decide whether to trust this seemingly unreliable approach. Gritting his teeth, Li Heron finally spoke up. Let's wait. I trust Su Ming. Chi Sun, standing nearby, didn't say a word but activated the auto-hover function, clearly showing her agreement. Seeing the two decide to trust Su Ming, Chen Hui and Du Bing exchanged glances and, without saying much, chose to believe in him as well. Thus, a strange scene unfolded in the void. At the core of the life court, a unique life form glared at the five hovering figures with hatred. Meanwhile, in the distance, a troop guided by the life court advanced towards them. Despite being surrounded, the five seemed oddly relaxed, floating in the void. Time ticked by, and Su Ming had been asleep for about 20 minutes. Worry started to flicker in the eyes of the group. Li Heron and Chen Hui frequently glanced towards the direction of the advancing Void Tribe, fearing they would see the enemy at any moment. After another 5 minutes, even Chi Sun and Du Bing grew restless, adjusting their mechs to combat mode. In the comms channel, Du Bing spoke with a serious tone. Should we wake him up? If we don't, the Void Tribe will be here soon. The three exchanged looks and slowly nodded. Just then, Su Ming's voice unexpectedly came through the comms. No need to wake me up. I'm already awake. Hearing Su Ming's voice, their faces lit up with relief and joy. How is it, Su Ming? Did you find a way to break through? Li Heron asked excitedly. Su Ming nodded and then spoke. The time is too short. I only managed to learn 2 critical subskills. One is to deactivate the energy shield, and the other is to pause the energy supply. However, the life form controlling this life court possesses far more advanced knowledge than I do. Once it realizes what's happening, it will likely regain control. We need to act swiftly and catch it off guard, charging into the energy shield before it can react. Remember, the shield will only deactivate for a moment, and the energy supply will only pause briefly. We need to move quickly. Hearing Su Ming's words, everyone couldn't help but show a look of excitement. Great. Even a moment is enough. Du Bing quickly assigned tasks. Chi Sun and Chen Hui, you take on the awakened life form Hedon. Li Heron and I will take the one still dormant in the chamber. This way, even if the awakened life form regains control, it won't dare to act recklessly. Without wasting any time, the team charged towards the core chamber of the life court, moving at their highest speed. Any delay, and the Void Tribe's army would arrive. It was crucial to end this quickly. Su Ming led the charge, utilizing the energy frequencies emitted by his mech to interface with those of the life court. In his sleep, the system had selected the 2 most suitable pieces of knowledge for the current situation. Although these were just basic skills, they were sufficient for temporary control of the chamber. The 5 figures rushed forward, relentlessly advancing towards the chamber. The life form inside the chamber noticed their actions, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes as it absorbed a massive amount of the life court's energy. Within the life court, it was the ruler, the master. Despite just awakening and having limited combat abilities, it could harness all the energy within the life court. The life form prepared to unleash a deadly strike against the intruders, but held back. Aware of its limitation, it couldn't leave the chamber. It waited for the intruders to get closer before attacking, ensuring they couldn't escape like before. Little did it know, one of the 5 had already mastered a small portion of its civilization's knowledge within just 20 minutes. Though limited, this knowledge was enough to turn the tide. As the 5, piloting their mechs, drew nearer. The life form's heart filled with scorn. Excellent. Foolish invaders, prepare to face the wrath of the life court. At that moment, it activated the life court's energy chaos, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Just then, Su Ming, who had been observing the life form through the system's vision, saw a glint of silver flash in his eyes. Su Ming's mental energy surged forth, instantly flooding into the control logic layer of the life court. In that brief moment, he temporarily seized control of the chamber. Now go! Su Ming shouted, accelerating even more. Under his command, the energy that had been flowing into the life form dissipated completely, vanishing without a trace. At the same time, the energy shield around the chamber shut down immediately. How could that be? The sudden loss of energy or the deactivation of the chamber's energy shield would shock any life form inside. How could it be that the control of the life tribunal, which requires deep knowledge of life civilizations, was suddenly lost? This life form's understanding of civilization far exceeds that of Su Ming. As long as he remains vigilant, Su Ming doesn't stand a chance, let alone seizing control. However, no one would be alert in such a situation. Who would have thought that the very area he felt most confident in would be briefly taken over? This realization made the life form break out in a cold sweat. Almost instantly, he used his superior knowledge of civilization to regain control of the chamber. But both seizing and restarting control take time. In that brief moment, Su Ming and his 4 companions had already stormed into the chamber. Just as the life form regained control, 3 mechanical blades were already at his throat. I know you can speak human language. From now on, behave yourself. Su Ming's voice echoed through his mech suit as he pointed into the chamber. 2 mechs had already aimed their cannons at the nutrient pods inside. Hundreds of life forms seemed to be in a deep sleep within the pods. These life forms had vitality but lacked divinity. If the cannons fired, these unconscious beings would be utterly obliterated without any resistance. These dormant life forms represented the last remnants of the life civilization and were crucial for its revival. If they were destroyed, even if the life tribunal annihilated all 5 intruders, it would be an unacceptable blow to the life civilization. Seeing this, the only revived life form showed a look of panic and shouted, "Don't do anything rash. I'll listen to you. I won't resist. Hand over the chamber's control to me." Su Ming commanded coldly. Hearing Su Ming's demand, the revived life form had no choice but to relinquish control of the chamber. With control back in his hands, Su Ming felt slightly relieved. As long as he held the chamber's control, the revived life form posed no real threat. After all, his strength was likely only that of a 2nd or 3rd-tier genetic warrior. Anyone of Su Ming's team could easily eliminate him. Divert the void civilization forces that have invaded, Su Ming ordered coldly. Although Su Ming had control of the chamber, it was just the chamber. His knowledge of life civilization wasn't enough to control the entire life tribunal. The overall control still lay with the life form. With a bitter smile, the life form had no choice but to manipulate the energy structures within the life tribunal and alter the direction of space. Thus, although the Void Army continued to advance, they were moving farther and farther away from the group. After completing all this, the person opened their eyes and looked at Su Ming with a helpless expression. "Sir of human civilization, I only wish to restore my civilization. Please spare us. I am willing to exchange divine knowledge for it," the being from the life civilization said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Su Ming and his companions exchanged glances, each seeing the interest in the other's eyes. Divine knowledge is different from the knowledge inscribed on the murals. Divine knowledge cannot be recorded on murals. It can only be imprinted on objects with divine characteristics or within the divinity of a being. So, even though Su Ming had memorized all the knowledge from the murals outside, the divine knowledge beyond the murals was still in the hands of the life forms. "How can I be sure that after we spare you, your life civilization won't seek revenge on us?" Su Ming asked calmly. Hearing Su Ming's words, the life form gave a bitter smile and said, "Our life civilization, after enduring invasions from other civilizations over a long period, has already been destroyed. What remains the life court and the unrevived members represents only a small fraction of our once complete civilization. Even if we were all revived, nearly 90 of our knowledge and resources have been lost. How could we possibly pose any threat to human civilization?" After hearing this, Su Ming and his companions exchanged another glance and nodded slightly. The life civilization might have been powerful once, but now it was essentially a new civilization with a significant gap in its continuity. Not only had they lost knowledge, but their resources and energy were also depleted. Such a civilization, even if it developed for tens of thousands of years, would still not be a match for human civilization. They were not worried about the life civilization seeking revenge. Su Ming thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, but you must agree to a few conditions. If you do, I will spare your civilization. Moreover, if you do well, human civilization can even help you restore your life civilization." Human society is composed not only of pure human civilization, but also of some weaker civilizations that depend on it. These weaker civilizations do not pose a significant threat and are considered part of the cultural diversity placed on the fringes of human society. In the future, the life civilization could become one of these dependent civilizations. For the life civilization at this moment, this is not harmful but rather a great opportunity. A giant like human civilization can provide protection and resources for development. Su Ming's words were essentially an offer of amnesty. The life civilization, which had been cautiously developing and harboring some hope, now had no choice but to accept this offer of amnesty. Otherwise, human civilization would never allow such a civilization to exist around it. If it weren't for the fact that human civilization was preoccupied with other matters, the life court would have already been destroyed. After hearing Su Ming's words, the life form thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. The heroes of Liangshan are undoubtedly brave, but when faced with the Imperial Court's offer of amnesty, they eagerly accepted. After all, working with a big brother beats going solo. Good. It's great that you have such awareness. Su Ming chuckled lightly, easing the tension in the room. He then spoke calmly. Before proceeding, there are a few tasks you need to complete. First, open the life court, allowing human civilization to freely access it. Second, hand over all the knowledge of the life civilization, including divine knowledge, to us. Of course, this means giving it to us, not to human civilization. Third, investigate the path through which the void civilization enters the life court, and then provide a route for human civilization to march into the void civilization. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the being from the life tribunal couldn't help but show a troubled expression. The third condition is not an issue, but can we only partially open the life tribunal? The being from the life civilization asked with a hesitant look. As Su Ming listened, his eyes gradually turned cold, and a subtle energy fluctuation began to emanate from his body. Sensing this energy, the expression of the life civilization being changed slightly. Although the energy level wasn't particularly intense, Su Ming had precisely controlled the energy within the chamber. With just a thought, the entire chamber could explode, wiping out the last remnants of the life civilization. At that moment, the life civilization being immediately understood Su Ming's intention. Cooperation meant being an ally, and potentially being pardoned. Non-cooperation meant becoming a prisoner, with the entire civilization facing extinction, not to mention the loss of the life tribunal and its knowledge. After a moment of internal struggle, the being finally sighed and nodded slowly. Fine, I agree. But the human civilization must ensure the future development and survival of the life civilization. Seeing the being's willingness to cooperate, the 5 individuals smiled in satisfaction. Su Ming spoke with a smile. Rest assured, the human civilization has always been very friendly to its allies. Welcome to the Human Civilization Alliance. Despite his words, Su Ming did not immediately release the being. It would be foolish to rely solely on a verbal promise, as the being could easily turn against them and reclaim control of the life tribunal. I will first hand over the divine knowledge of the life civilization, the being said, as the energy from the life tribunal gathered in his hand, forming a special information crystal. It was likely that all the divine knowledge of the life civilization was contained within this crystal. The being knew that Su Ming's request was a personal one, not an official demand from the human civilization, indicating a private agreement. Soon, the crystal was handed to Su Ming. He glanced at it and used the Wu Zun mecha system to read the information. Beep, reading completed. A total of 5 items of divine knowledge obtained, the system announced. Hearing this, Su Ming's expression turned slightly odd. Your civilization has only 5 items of divine knowledge? Su Ming's eyes showed a hint of doubt. How could a great civilization possess only 5 items of divine knowledge? The being from the life civilization smiled bitterly and said, we are merely the remnants of our civilization. Most of our knowledge has been lost. These are the last pieces of divine knowledge we have. Upon hearing the words of the being from the civilization of life, Su Ming nodded slowly. Before him were only a few hundred people, so it was understandable that they wouldn't have a vast repository of civilization knowledge. After the divine knowledge was uploaded into the system, Su Ming handed the crystal to the other 4 members. This mission was a joint effort among the 5 of them, so the divine knowledge they acquired would naturally be shared. Once he passed the crystal, Su Ming focused a part of his mind into the system to examine the newly acquired divine knowledge. To his disappointment, there was not a single piece of mechanical knowledge among the divine insights. Divine knowledge spans a variety of fields, not just mechanical. As a civilization that evolved along a different path, it was understandable that they lacked mechanical knowledge. The divine knowledge included 1. Divine condensation. Category: divine energy growth. Effect: converts life energy into a divine condensation, which can carry divine information. Uses: 1. Reviving individuals who have lost divine information. 2. Replenishing divine energy. 3. Absorption to enhance divine power node. This may cause the divine power to become more chaotic, and its use is not recommended. Knowledge level, high. 2. High space cube. Category, space energy. Effect, manipulates energy to create special spaces, allowing for spatial control and transformation. Knowledge level, high. 3. Life tree. Category, life energy. Effect, releases life energy to construct a special life tree, which continually provides life energy and heals physical damage. Knowledge level, intermediate. 4. Life deprivation. Category, life domain. Effect, constructs a domain using life energy wherein all life forms excluding the caster experience a decline in physical vitality. Deprivation rate, 0.5s. Additional effect, the deprived life energy can be reused by the caster to enhance the life tree, restore physical vitality, or strengthen the high space cube. Knowledge level, intermediate. 5. Life ascension. Category, life growth. Effect, consumes a large amount of life energy to permanently elevate the target's life level, allowing for ascension. Ascension limit, 5 times per individual, with a maximum of once per year. Knowledge level, intermediate. After reviewing these 5 pieces of divine knowledge, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Although most of the knowledge pertained to life, their effects were highly significant. Divine condensation, for instance, was the key to the life quartz ability to resurrect individuals. This technique, which humanity has yet to master, could potentially enable the revival of any person. In Su Ming's view, this alone made the entire mission worthwhile. Su Ming was no stranger to the 3 divine concepts: life deprivation, life ascension, and the principles of energy construction. The group had already witnessed the terrifying aspects of these powers in the court of life. Su Ming's attention was particularly drawn to the concept of life ascension, and he wore a contemplative expression. This knowledge didn't specify that it could only be used by the person who mastered it. It simply mentioned a target. This implied that others could benefit from it as well. With this in mind, Su Ming realized he could leverage this knowledge to gain significant advantages. After reading the introductions to the 5 divine knowledge items, Su Ming had a general understanding of their effects and ranked them accordingly in his mind. He entered these 5 divine knowledge items into the system, planning to have the system upload them into his mind while he slept. However, he estimated that he could currently only grasp intermediate-level divine knowledge and would need more time to comprehend higher-level knowledge. But this was just a matter of time. With the knowledge in hand, he would eventually master it. Su Ming decided to leave the divine knowledge to the system and turned his attention back to his cabin and his 4 companions. To his surprise, after reading the 5 divine knowledge items, Li Heron and the others showed signs of confusion, followed by expressions of regret and disappointment. Seeing their reactions, Su Ming was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the knowledge?" Li Heron, looking distressed, replied, "Su Ming, you know the knowledge is fine. The problem lies with us." With us? Su Ming was taken aback, but quickly realized what was happening. The 5 divine knowledge items, similar to the content on the murals earlier, were translated accurately but had a completely different way of thinking, making it hard for the others to understand. To them, the knowledge was obscure and difficult, almost putting them to sleep, making it impossible to comprehend. At that moment, Qian Hui opened his eyes and looked at the revived being from the civilization of life. He frowned and asked, "Is this divine knowledge only usable by beings of your civilization's life form? Are human beings unable to use it?" In the universe, not every civilization's knowledge could be mastered by others. For example, non-carbon-based life forms couldn't understand or use all human divine knowledge. The difference in life form structures determines their ability to grasp different knowledge systems. For these 5 divine knowledge items, it's nearly impossible for normal human life forms to use them. The being from the civilization of life hesitated before awkwardly admitting, the use of these 5 divine knowledge items requires beings that are part life form and part energy form. Humans, being primarily carbon-based, probably can't use them. He showed a hint of unease, worried that the group might turn hostile upon learning they couldn't use the knowledge. However, this was part of his small scheme. He knew that carbon-based beings could hardly use such half-life, half-energy divine knowledge, which is why he generously shared his civilization's most guarded secrets with the 5. He was certain they wouldn't be able to use it, even if they obtained it. However, he didn't notice that among the 5 people, a young man with delicate features had a fleeting, inexplicable smile in his eyes, which he quickly suppressed. This young man was none other than Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming was bursting with joy inside. Half-living entity, half-energy being. Others might not be, but I am. Normal human thought processes can't comprehend this knowledge, but once it's uploaded into the system and taught back to me by the system, I can easily grasp its content. These 5 pieces of divine knowledge seem tailor-made for Su Ming. This way, even though the other 4 possess the same divine knowledge as Su Ming, he doesn't have to worry about issues like knowledge overlap or counteraction. Qian Hui and the other 3 exchanged glances, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Chunhui then sighed and slowly said, "Forget it. It's not your fault. The difference in life forms does create some knowledge barriers. However, this knowledge might still be useful for human civilization. In the future, we might be able to draw from these ideas to develop other forms of divine knowledge." Hearing Qian Hui's words, the life form from the life civilization nodded repeatedly, agreeing earnestly. In truth, he was relieved. Fortunately, these humans didn't make a fuss over it, and he wiped the cold sweat off his brow. Since the five had already acquired the relevant knowledge, there was no point in staying any longer. Su Ming stood up and said to the life form, "Now, use the energy of the Court of Life to open a way out for us. As for the other Void Tribe soldiers still in the court, do as you please, kill them or find the passage they used to enter. Anyway, once the human civilization's universe state enters the Court of Life, you need to provide us with the direction and passage for the Void Tribe to leave." This was something they had agreed upon earlier. Hearing Su Ming's words, the life form from the life civilization didn't say much. He directly used life energy to create a passage out of the Court of Life in front of them and smiled, saying, "Rest assured, the Court of Life is under my complete control. I will surely find out the passage for those Void Tribe soldiers to leave." Su Ming and the others nodded, then activated their mechas and entered the passage. The five of them weren't worried about this life form betraying them and harming human civilization. Given the scale of the Court of Life, even if it sided with the Void Tribe, it couldn't afford to harm human civilization. If it did betray them, a massive army would descend, and the entire Court of Life would be wiped out, unable to cause even a ripple. The five followed the space passage and left the Court of Life. Soon, in a certain star region of the Eastern Alliance, five figures emerged from the void. After Su Ming and his companions left the Court of Life, they exchanged contact information and went their separate ways. The collaboration had been extremely satisfying for all five of them, with each teammate playing a crucial role. There was a possibility they might form a team again for future battles. However, for now, they needed to report the events at the Court of Life to their respective cosmic nations. Once they parted ways, Su Ming immediately called his father and informed him about the Court of Life and the Void Civilization. Kellen Clarence seemed busy initially, with a lot of background noise on his end. But upon hearing about the Void Civilization, Kellen's expression turned serious. He moved to a quieter place and asked, "Are you saying the Void Civilization has found a way through?" Su Ming nodded and replied, "Yes, the passage is the Court of Life. But the core of the court has been breached by me and a few people from Dongming. The Court of Life is now on our side, and we can use it as a route to attack the Void Civilization." Hearing this, Kellen Clarence's face lit up with a hint of joy. "Excellent. We can discuss the details later. So, according to you, we can use the Court of Life to launch a surprise attack on the Void Civilization?" Su Ming nodded. The Void Civilization likely hasn't discovered the secret of the Court of Life yet, but that could change over time. Kellen Clarence nodded thoughtfully. The Void Civilization is very powerful. It's not that simple. Even though the Void Overlords can't match the Apocalypse-level Mechs, their strange abilities make them difficult to defeat. After a moment of contemplation, Kellen Clarence said, "I understand. The final decision will have to be made collectively by the five cosmic nations, but providing this intelligence is a significant contribution. I'll record this as a merit for you in the Empire, which you can later exchange for a piece of divine knowledge." Su Ming nodded, accepting the recognition. Who could refuse divine knowledge? However, he didn't have time to return to the Empire to claim his reward just yet. He planned to find a place to digest the vast amount of knowledge he had recently acquired. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I need to discuss this matter with the other cosmic nations," Kellen Clarence said slowly. "Wait," Su Ming suddenly interjected. What is it?" Kellen Clarence asked. After a brief pause, Su Ming said, "I have a technology that can evolve life forms, and I want to negotiate a trade with the Empire." Kellen Clarence's face showed a hint of a smile. "Are you planning to sell this technology to the Empire?" But to Kellen Clarence's surprise, Su Ming shook his head and said, "This technology has biological barriers. Ordinary humans can't master it. What I want to sell to the Empire are the slots for life evolution." Kellen Clarence's face showed a trace of astonishment. "The life barrier? Normal humans can't grasp it. So how did my son manage it?" But then again, Kellen Clarence is an enlightened being, well-versed and knowledgeable. While this is peculiar, it's not entirely impossible. In fact, it might be beneficial for him if Su Ming has some secrets. "Alright, I'll discuss it with the Empire, but they will definitely need to verify how much your technology can enhance the level of life. If the improvement is minimal, it won't hold much value." Originally, Kellen Clarence wasn't even involved in this area. However, since it's his own son wanting to make the deal, he's more than willing to help. What Kellen Clarence doesn't know is that Su Ming's life level enhancement might be something beyond human civilization's grasp. If the Empire collaborates with Su Ming, the happier party might actually be the Empire, not Su Ming. After chatting casually for a while, Kellen Clarence ended the call first. He probably has a lot on his plate and is quite busy, so after a brief conversation, he went back to his work. Su Ming didn't mind. He casually arrived at a planet in the Dongming Alliance and rented a mechanical workshop to settle down. He had gained a lot of knowledge from his visit to the Life Court, and his Mechs had also sustained various degrees of damage. These would take time to repair and study. Su Ming decided to take it easy for a while. The five great cosmic nations would likely have numerous meetings and decisions to make, and the war against the Void civilization might still be some time away. Whether it's training or learning, a balance must be maintained, so Su Ming gave himself a little break. Back at his familiar workbench, Su Ming took out all the Mechs that were damaged during his time at the Life Court. The Shield Mountain and Spirit Fox Mechs had sustained the most damage, while the others hadn't directly faced the Void Tribe soldiers and didn't need repairs. Su Ming focused intently on the Mechs, and without even using his system's X-ray function, he could easily identify the issues just with his divine knowledge and external exoskeleton. He quickly discerned the problems and started disassembling the Mechs. After several battles, these two Mechs had accumulated some internal damage, which, although not affecting overall performance, did hinder energy transmission. The more internal damage there was, the more energy would be lost during transmission. From a certain perspective, the more damage, the less powerful the mech becomes. However, once repaired, there wouldn't be any significant issues. The Empire mentioned they would provide me with a piece of divine knowledge. As Su Ming repaired the Mechs, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He had heard that the Empire possessed divine knowledge that allowed Mechs to self-repair without any side effects. He planned to have his father inquire about it, and use this opportunity to request self-repairing divine mechanical knowledge from the Empire. In the following days, Su Ming gradually settled on this planet. However, it wasn't permanent. He was merely taking time to digest the knowledge he had acquired earlier and waiting for the arrangements regarding the Void civilization from the five cosmic nations. During this period, Su Ming's life became exceptionally routine. During the daytime, he assembled various mechanical components, both to experiment with new knowledge and to earn starlight points. At night, the system transferred various types of knowledge, including divine knowledge from the Life Tribunal, into Su Ming's mind, allowing him to master it. However, out of the five divine knowledges from the Life Tribunal, two were advanced and difficult for Su Ming to comprehend given his current knowledge base. Therefore, over these few days, Su Ming only managed to grasp three divine knowledges: God, Tree of Life, Domain, Life Deprivation, and Life Sublimation. After mastering these three mechanical knowledges, the first thing Su Ming did was to purchase 3 high-grade life essence potions from the Black Domain merchant, Walter. These potions were not cheap, refined using special techniques, with each potion costing 1,000,000 star coins. 1,000,000 star coins could cover the expenses of an ordinary family for several decades, highlighting the immense value of these high-grade potions. Su Ming's purpose for purchasing these potions was clear life sublimation. Previously, while in the Life Tribunal, the process of life sublimation did not fully transform Su Ming's body, only enhancing it partially. Now, having left the Life Tribunal, but having mastered the divine knowledge of life sublimation, Su Ming could continue the process he had begun. High-grade life essence potions are specialized medical concoctions used by individuals with exceptionally high body energy levels when injured or experiencing a decline in energy levels. These are standard replenishing agents for experts above the flying level. Since he had left the Life Tribunal and no longer had access to its rich life energy, using high-grade life potions as a substitute would achieve the same effect. Su Ming poured the 3 potions into the injection apparatus in front of him. The apparatus extended 2 injectors, connecting to Su Ming's body. He glanced at it, feeling somewhat like a subject in a biochemical experiment. However, this machine was merely there to administer the life potions at critical moments. Without hesitation, Su Ming connected his brain energy directly to the apparatus and began injecting the life potions into his body bit by bit. Immediately, he felt a surge of potent life energy flowing throughout his body, causing a swelling sensation. Given that these high-grade life potions were intended for use by flying-level individuals, it was somewhat strenuous for Su Ming, who was only a level 7 gene warrior. However, Su Ming did not intend to use them for normal purposes such as bodily recovery or cellular repair. He used the life elixir, which essentially served as a substitute for life energy. The potent elixir spread throughout Su Ming's body, permeating every corner. Even though he only injected a small amount under controlled conditions, a full dose might have overwhelmed him despite his robust physique. Without hesitation, Su Ming's body began to emit a faint starlight. The advantage of being a half-life, half-energy entity was his heightened control over his physical form. Su Ming could manipulate the starlight energy to manage various changes within his body. At this moment, the starlight energy exhibited unique energy fluctuations, representing the divine knowledge structure of life civilization. Under the influence of this divine knowledge, Su Ming's body started to absorb the life elixir. The large quantity of elixir transformed into life energy, which was deeply absorbed by his body. Soon, Su Ming's physical energy levels began to surge wildly. His skin shed continuously, with old flakes falling off, resembling a crab molting its shell. A new layer of skin emerged, so fair that it could invoke envy from women. At that moment, Su Ming felt an evolution in his life essence, starting from the deepest layers of his body. The evolution process lasted for over an hour. When it was over, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. His physical energy radiated slightly, creating a wave that pushed off the remaining skin flakes. He glanced at the instrument holding the life elixir, which showed that 2.5 doses had been used, leaving half a dose remaining. Seeing this, Su Ming's face showed a contemplative expression. It seemed that for a normal individual to achieve a life essence upgrade, approximately 3 doses of the elixir were needed. The remaining half dose was likely because Su Ming had already experienced minor enhancements in the life court, roughly equivalent to half a dose. This life essence upgrade brought many different sensations to Su Ming. His comprehension, physical recovery, learning, and sensory abilities all improved. This comprehensive enhancement was a natural result of the life essence upgrade. With continual improvements, Su Ming's enhanced comprehension would allow him to learn advanced knowledge. In addition to these enhancements, his physical and brain energy levels also saw significant increases. His physical energy level rose by 20,000, while his brain energy level increased by around 10,000. Now, Su Ming's system panel showed. Host, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 85,000. Brain energy level, 71,000. Genetic lock level, 7th tier, high. Physical activity, 100. Body refinement level, 7th tier, low. Star points needed for next body refinement, 100,000. Physical defense capability, 150,000 level. Attacks below 150,000 energy level cannot harm the body. Equipped with starlight points, 38,000 mechanical knowledge sub-items, 5,200 independent knowledge items, brain domain split level 3 divine knowledge, external exoskeleton, mecha, divine power, life tree, domain of life deprivation, and life ascension. The maximum starlight energy his body could withstand was 6,000. Looking at the various attributes on the panel, Su Ming wore a satisfied expression. The enhancement brought by life ascension was immense, instantly elevating him from mid-level to high-level grade 7. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could advance to an 8th-level gene warrior. However, the body can only undergo life ascension once a year, so despite its allure, the next upgrade would have to wait until next year. Days passed one by one, and before long, 2 weeks had flown by. The 5 major cosmic nations still hadn't made any significant moves. However, Su Ming felt that the calmer the surface, the more turbulent the undercurrents beneath it. It seemed the 5 cosmic nations were gearing up for something big. One day, Su Ming had just stepped away from his workbench and glanced at the colossal object in his storage space. If released, it would take the form of an enormous tree. However, this was no ordinary tree. It was a mechanical tree brimming with a sense of machinery. Indeed, this massive mechanical tree was the result of Su Ming's studies of the divine knowledge of the Tree of Life, combined with human mechanical engineering. Original divine knowledge used energy and life force to create, but it wasn't suitable for humans since carbon-based life forms couldn't directly absorb life energy for enhancement and recovery. Su Ming, however, integrated this knowledge and transformed it into a mechanical tree of life. Just as he was about to test its power and functionality, he received a phone call. The 5 cosmic nations were ready to act. Corrin Clarence's voice came through the phone. Hearing Corrin's words, a curious expression appeared on Su Ming's face. He asked, "Is this a joint operation of all human civilizations, or are the 5 cosmic nations acting independently?" "Both," Corrin Clarence replied with a smile. "The main forces will definitely be from the 5 cosmic nations. This time, there's no probing. It's a full and assault." Su Ming's expression shifted. "Have you confirmed with the Life Tribunal?" Corrin Clarence nodded. "Yes, we've confirmed. The life forms of the life civilization have no choice but to cooperate with us. The 5 cosmic nations have also acquired all of the life civilization's knowledge." Hearing this, Su Ming's face took on a peculiar look. The life forms of this civilization were indeed pitiable, first exploited by Su Ming and his group, and then further drained by the 5 cosmic nations. They were practically stripped bare. But they were probably used to it by now. After all, their resources were limited. Since the 5 cosmic nations had already confirmed with the Life Tribunal, it indicated that this operation was taken very seriously, and the scale of the war would exceed everyone's expectations. This offensive involves all of human civilization. The 5 cosmic nations will issue a corresponding draft order. In addition to the 5 nations being the primary attackers, smaller forces are encouraged to launch scattered attacks, Corrin Clarence explained slowly. Realizing the significance of Corrin's words, Su Ming asked seriously, "Smaller attacks? Tell me more." "We hope that during the main assault, various forces can launch scattered attacks. This will divert the Void Clan's attention and exhaust their forces, gradually wearing them down. These smaller forces could include weaker cosmic nations and other entities, like the Black Domain. Corin Clarence added with a light chuckle. He was just one step away from forcing Su Ming to lead the Black Domain in an all-out attack. Hearing his father's blatant hint, Su Ming quickly realized there might be some significant benefits involved. Curious, he asked, "Are the rewards substantial?" Colin Clarence chuckled and slowly replied, "Very substantial. Destroying a star cluster-level force can earn you a piece of divine knowledge, along with various other benefits. The more you destroy, the larger the force, the greater the rewards. This is a consensus reached by all human cosmic nations, and the rewards are provided by these nations." Hearing Colin Clarence's words, Su Ming nodded. At that moment, Colin Clarence suddenly asked, "By the way, the Empire is quite interested in the life ascension process you mentioned earlier. However, they want to see the data first." Data? Su Ming nodded and immediately sent his life ascension data to his father. He had recorded his data during his life ascension, and now he was passing it on to Colin Clarence. Colin Clarence quickly received Su Ming's data. Initially, he wasn't too concerned about the specifics. However, upon seeing that it was Su Ming's personal data, he took a serious look. When he saw an increase of 20,000 in physical energy levels and 10,000 in brain energy levels, Colin Clarence was astonished. So much. In human society, there are indeed some genetic enhancement and life-level improvement technologies, but they are not very mature, are costly, and their effectiveness does not justify the expense. Even from Colin Clarence's perspective, achieving a 20,000 energy level increase in one go is something that even the most advanced human laboratories might not be able to accomplish. What does a 20,000 energy level increase mean? On Su Ming, it might not seem so terrifying, but if applied to an ordinary person, it would be equivalent to forcibly elevating them to the level of a Tier 6 genetic warrior. Of course, in reality, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to withstand such an increase. However, this also highlights that a life ascension capable of a 20,000 energy level boost is an exceptionally effective technology. Seeing the numbers, Colin Clarence pondered for a while before asking, "What is the individual cost of this technology?" 3 doses of advanced life essence potion, Su Ming replied honestly. He needed to do business with the Empire, not his father, so being truthful about the costs would help Colin Clarence secure more benefits for him. What? That little? This time, Colin Clarence was genuinely surprised. Although he wasn't interested in data and experiments, his long tenure in high positions had given him some exposure to such matters, making him well aware of the associated costs. And each person can undergo this life ascension 5 times in their lifetime, Su Ming added slowly after a pause. Colin Clarence squinted, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. "All right, I understand. I will do my best to negotiate more benefits for us with the Empire. However, when dealing with them, just say we can only upgrade it 3 times. If we mention 5 times, this technology becomes extraordinary. So extraordinary that it could potentially change the fundamental military logic of human civilization. If the decision makers of human civilization find out, then this technology definitely won't be allowed to be privately held by any individual." After hanging up the phone, a thoughtful expression flashed across Su Ming's face. At this moment, he finally had a general understanding of the life enhancement technology of human civilization. Since his father said that 3 enhancements were relatively safe, the pinnacle of human technology might be comparable to the effects of 3 enhancements. The cost could even far exceed his own life sublimation technology. Now that Colin Clarence had informed Su Ming about the arrangements of the 5 major cosmic nations, Su Ming's character naturally wouldn't let him miss such a significant event as attacking the Void civilization. After all, this military operation would primarily involve the military forces of the 5 major cosmic nations, with other forces tagging along to gain some military achievements. The main risks would be borne by the 5 major cosmic nations, making it an opportunity Su Ming wouldn't want to miss. Without hesitation, Su Ming contacted Locke and the others who were stranded in the Black Domain, instructing Locke to lead the members of Wan Ting to the Eastern Alliance to join him. The saying goes, "Train an army for 1,000 days, use it for an hour." During this period, the number of Wan Tong members had grown from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Wan Tong had too much money and attracted a large number of recruits by offering the use of body activation fluid, which was highly appealing to those in the Black Domain. The influx of money led to a rapid increase in numbers. However, these numbers were not a burden for Su Ming and Wan Tong. Given the current business in genetic drugs, Wan Tong could easily support the addition of so many members. This was a source of comfort for Su Ming, as Wan Tong was finally growing under his efforts and could be utilized at such a critical time. This time, Su Ming directly dispatched 400,000 elite Wan Tong members to the Eastern Alliance to meet him. These 400,000 elites had an average combat power within the range of level 4 to 6 genetic warriors, not particularly strong, but not weak either. "Leader, can we wipe out a star cluster level force with our people?" Locke asked with a worried expression in the video. The previous chapter had mistakenly referred to it as a galaxy level force, but it should be a star cluster level force, which has now been corrected. His concern was not unfounded. A star cluster level force was roughly equivalent to 1/10 of the Black Domain's power. Although Wantong was thriving in the Black Domain, it was mostly in commercial terms. In terms of actual military strength, even a second-tier force in the Black Domain could wipe out Wantong. While 400,000 people might seem like a lot, in interstellar warfare, sheer numbers are meaningless. The key factors are equipment, combat power, technology, and defense systems. A single warship could annihilate billions of soldiers armed with pistols in 10 seconds, regardless of their military training. In the face of absolute technology and equipment, numbers and training are a joke. A star cluster-level force, while not exceedingly powerful, typically consists of hundreds of habitable planets and more than 10 stars. In the vastness of the universe, such a force is not considered particularly significant. But to think that 400,000 warriors with an average combat power of level 4 to 6 could attack such a force is indeed laughable. Su Ming chuckled lightly and then said calmly, "Just bring the Wantong members here. Once we reach the Dongming Alliance, I have my ways." Hearing Su Ming's words, Locke looked puzzled. But since Su Ming had already said so, he didn't ask further. He nodded and ended the video call. Su Ming also hung up and went straight to his workbench. On the workbench lay a large number of mechanical research blueprints. Each blueprint was filled with complex formulas and detailed designs, making anyone dizzy just by glancing at them. These blueprints were the result of Su Ming's continuous calculations, designs, and conceptualizations over a period of time. There were hundreds of them, densely packed with intricate knowledge. If sold, they would fetch a high price. These blueprints marked Su Ming's first meaningful creation of a mechanical device from scratch, based solely on his understanding of mechanical knowledge. The device designed by Su Ming had one primary function: life ascension. Once a target entered the mechanical chamber and was injected with the life essence serum, the process of life ascension would be completed within the chamber. Su Ming could achieve life ascension without relying on mechanical devices because his own body was a hybrid of a living being and an energy entity. He was well-versed in this divine knowledge and could perfectly control the life essence within his body to complete the ascension. However, for others, achieving such a transformation without mechanical intervention was impossible. Hence, Su Ming designed this life ascension device. This device not only incorporated human civilization's mechanical knowledge, but also the divine knowledge of life civilization, making it a fusion of two advanced knowledge systems. Even for the 5 cosmic nations, the value of these blueprints would be astronomical. Anyone who mastered the construction of this device could continually produce high-level warriors for their faction. Moreover, this enhancement did not have the side effects typical of genetic experiments. The life-level ascension was entirely free of adverse effects. However, a gleam flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Due to the unique nature of life civilization knowledge, no one else could engrave the specific mechanical patterns unique to life civilization from the blueprints. Unless a life entity from the life civilization collaborated with someone from human civilization, no one but Su Ming could create this device. Without hesitation, Su Ming activated his workbench and placed a storage ring filled with various mechanical components on it. He could take out any needed part from the ring. At that moment, Su Ming felt as if he had returned to his factory on the Nopu planet, where he used to craft mechanical equipment. Immersed in his work, he began the precise and stable assembly of the mechanical parts. Before long, a machine that resembled a gaming pod started to take shape in Su Ming's hands. Wantong's team still needs nearly 2 weeks to reach the Dark Domain. During this period, Su Ming has been working frantically in his workshop, tirelessly producing life ascension devices. Having already built one before, Su Ming finds the process much easier and more efficient this time around. It only takes a few hours to complete one device. Su Ming cannot afford to slack off. His confidence in this mission entirely hinges on the life ascension devices. To contend with a star cluster-level force, 400,000 gene warriors at levels 46 would be insufficient. However, if each of them undergoes a life ascension, boosting their energy levels by about 10,000,150,000, their combat power could be elevated to that of level 57 gene warriors. Without the enhancement, taking down a star cluster-level force would be nearly impossible. But with an average energy boost of over 10,000 for 400,000 people, they would form a tremendously formidable force. Thus, Su Ming has been frantically producing life ascension devices, preparing to enhance everyone's life once Wantong's members arrive. Given the large number of people, many life ascension devices are needed to keep up with the required pace. Otherwise, even if one device could enhance one person every half hour, it would take an impractically long time to enhance all 400,000 people with just one device. Click. A crisp sound emitted from the mechanical equipment in Su Ming's hands as the parts snapped perfectly into place. To Su Ming, this sound was music to his ears. Satisfied, he weighed the mechanical device in his hands before storing it in his storage space. At this moment, 50 life ascension devices lay quietly in Su Ming's storage space, the result of his relentless efforts over this period. Besides these 50 devices, there were also 3 enormous objects shrouded in shadows, resembling gigantic trees. Just then, Su Ming's expression changed as he received a message. It was from Locke. It seemed Locke had arrived on the planet where Su Ming was temporarily staying, along with Wan Tong's members. Without hesitation, Su Ming quickly stored all the surrounding mechanical parts into his storage space, then left the workshop, heading swiftly towards the location of the warship. Yes, a warship. Although it was a relatively low-grade class warship, its energy burst could reach up to 300,000 points. While not as agile as mechas, warships could still cause devastating damage in interstellar wars. After coming into some money, Wan Tong had purchased 100 warships. These warships had offensive capabilities even more powerful than level 10 gene warriors, making them the perfect tools for conquering civilizations. For this mission to attack the Void Clan, Su Ming had instructed Locke to bring all of Wan Tong's warships. These warships, exuding a strong metallic aura, were now docked in the cosmic void outside the planet. Warships from other civilizations are never allowed to enter planets at any time. This is part of the human civilization peace treaty. Therefore, at this moment, Locke and his crew had to dock their warship in the void, unable to approach the planet where Su Ming resided. However, this wasn't a problem. Su Ming piloted his mech directly to the front of the warship. He noticed the large characters Wan Tong written on the lead command ship and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. With a swift move, he flew through the open hatch of the warship. Leader. As Su Ming entered the warship, several Wan Tong members nodded respectfully to him. Currently, Wan Tong could only be considered a civilian organization or force and not a formal military unit. However, with its continuous growth, it was bound to become more formalized in the future. Leader, long time no see. Locke greeted Su Ming with a smile. Su Ming nodded, and without wasting any time, he took out 50 life ascension devices and placed them in the warship. Leader, what are these? Locke asked curiously. Su Ming chuckled and then took out a large quantity of life essence elixirs from his storage space, filling the life ascension devices with them. These are life ascension devices. From now on, let our members queue up to use them. Their effect is similar to gene elixirs, but much stronger. Without further explanation, Su Ming grabbed 2 passing Wan Tong members and placed them into the life ascension devices. Everyone exchanged puzzled looks, unsure about the device's effects. But since Su Ming vouched for it, they watched the life ascension devices with cautious optimism. About half an hour later, the first 2 members emerged from the devices, looking elated. Their sudden appearance caused a stir among the onlookers. Did you sense their energy levels? One Wan Tong member exclaimed in surprise. Before entering, the 2 had the energy levels of lower tier level 5 gene warriors, but after emerging from the devices, their levels had surged to 1.3 and 1.5 W, respectively, placing them in the mid-tier level 6 gene warrior category. Witnessing this, everyone's hearts pounded with excitement. Could these devices really enhance their strength and elevate their life levels? For gene warriors, what's more important than life itself is combat power. Who wouldn't want an opportunity to boost their combat abilities? With this chance right in front of them, their faces lit up with joy. Everyone gets one chance. Line up and take turns, Su Ming said calmly. Hearing his words, the crowd erupted in cheers, eager to enter the life ascension devices. Seeing this, Locke quickly organized the Wan Tong members to maintain order. After about 10 minutes of busy coordination, Locke, covered in sweat, finally returned to Su Ming's side, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Leader, when did you master this technology? It seems like if everyone enhances themselves, we might just be able to compete with the galactic level forces. Su Ming smiled and then spoke. Enhancement does come at a cost. These life essences aren't cheap, but let's consider this an investment. Once we take down the galactic level forces, the returns will come back to us. Hearing Su Ming's words, Locke finally snapped out of his earlier excitement. Once he regained his composure, he slipped back into his role as a steward. A hint of hesitation appeared on his face as he asked, Leader, is it wise to give the Wan Tong members access to the life ascension device without any immediate return? If we spoil them too much, it might affect their loyalty. Su Ming slowly nodded. You have a point, but I have many ways to cultivate loyalty later on. Who says life ascension can only happen once? A confident smile spread across Su Ming's face. After experiencing the first ascension, who could resist a second one? If they know there's another chance, they wouldn't even think of leaving. 2 weeks have passed since the joint agreement among the 5 major galactic nations. During this period, various factions of human civilization have dispatched their military forces to the Dongming Alliance. Currently, the Dongming Alliance is a hub of significant military power, showcasing the elite forces sent by human civilizations. The 5 major galactic nations alone have sent over 20 Apocalypse-class warriors. Unfortunately, Su Ming's father is not among them, as Kellen Clarence is tied up with other matters and unable to make it. Even if Kellen Clarence were here, he likely wouldn't have much time to look after Su Ming. The troops have gathered. And with the resounding toll of the vacuum particle wave bell, the armies of the 5 major galactic nations entered the court of life in grand fashion. This time, the 5 major galactic nations are taking things seriously, dispatching over 100 A-class fleets and 5 S-class fleets. This deployment clearly indicates the importance they place on this campaign. The massive spatial portal swallowed up all the troops from the 5 major galactic nations, making them disappear from sight. Besides the main forces, there are numerous independent units stationed outside the Court of Life's passage. Su Ming's Wanton Squad is among these units. However, Su Ming is not planning to enter the battlefield immediately. It's no joke. The initial contact will undoubtedly trigger the most intense skirmishes and counterattacks. This is a civilization-level war, a life-and-death struggle for both sides. Entering the fray with his current Wanton Squad would be suicidal. They might not even encounter the Void Tribe before being wiped out by indiscriminate AoE attacks on the battlefield. Su Ming plans to wait until the 5 major galactic nations have launched their assault and the fiercest fighting subsides, entering during a lull or standoff period from a different position. This way, he can avoid provoking the powerful Void Tribe forces and penetrate deeper into their territory. This delay works in Su Ming's favor, as he needs time to upgrade the Wanton Squad members. While it's unlikely he can upgrade everyone, he's prioritizing the assault and mech units due to their high demand for strength. Members focusing on piloting, logistics, and command will be upgraded later. Su Ming, are you planning to attack the Void Civilization this time? In Su Ming's room, the holograms of Li Heron and others appeared on the screen. Li Heron, with a playful grin, addressed Su Ming. Not only is Su Ming preparing to head to the Void Civilization, but so are Li Heron, Du Bing, Chen Hui, and Qi Sun. Many other talents from the Tianshang ranking are also forming their own squads to join the offensive against the Void Civilization. These prodigies all come from affluent backgrounds, making it a breeze for them to assemble their own teams. As chaos looms and heroes rise, the emergence of every great galactic empire is always forged in the crucible of turbulent times. What could be more intense than a life-or-death struggle between two civilizations? Not just Su Ming, but other exceptionally talented individuals, all carry lofty ambitions, ready to seize opportunities in the midst of chaos to achieve their grand aspirations. Who will emerge as the hero and who will fall as the coward will be vividly revealed in the war against the Void Civilization. Since you're all preparing to go, we might have a chance to collaborate in the future, Su Ming said with a smile. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Entering the Void Civilization is fraught with danger. One wrong move and we'll be shattered to pieces. We should form a mutual defense alliance and support each other. Chen Hui, usually not very talkative, surprisingly took the initiative this time, clearly valuing this mission highly. Hearing their words, the other 3 quickly nodded in agreement. That's right. Once we enter the Void Civilization, maintaining contact will be our greatest advantage. Having previously collaborated in the Court of Life, they had developed a certain level of tacit understanding. This understanding allowed them to trust each other even on perilous battlefields. Such trust was a unique advantage that others might not possess. With reliable allies, Su Ming felt a bit more secure. After all, in war, no one can guarantee absolute safety. Having one more ally means having one more layer of protection. Days passed, and almost every day, reports from the front lines were delivered. Normally, only the 5 great galactic nations would have access to these reports. However, due to the special nature of this campaign, the reports were distributed to the commanders of the independent forces, allowing them to get a general sense of the situation before entering the Void Civilization. On the first day, the armies of the 5 great galactic nations crossed the Court of Life and descended from the skies, catching the Void Civilization off guard, breaching their defensive perimeter, and penetrating deep into their territory. 4 Void Lords were killed, while no casualties were reported among the human apocalypters. On the second day, the Void Civilization organized a fierce resistance. Utilizing their home field advantage, they managed to repel the armies of the 5 great galactic nations, forcing them out of their territory. However, this came at a higher cost for the Void Civilization. 7 Void Lords were killed, and 1 human apocalypter perished. 4 class Void Civilization armies were completely annihilated, while humanity lost 1 entire class army. On the third day, the war reached a fever pitch. The Void Civilization, having recovered, displayed terrifying resilience and began to systematically organize their forces, launching frenzied attacks on the armies of the 5 great galactic nations. 6 Void Lords were killed, and 2 human apocalypters perished. 1 S-class human fleet was nearly destroyed, while the Void Civilization lost 1 S-class and 2 A-class armies completely. On the fourth day, both sides reached a stalemate. Human civilization began constructing military fortresses, and a terrifying mechanical dragon spanned the entire void, holding back the Void Civilization. The intensity of the war eased somewhat on this day. With the support of the fortresses, the armies of the 5 cosmic nations firmly established their foothold within the territory of the Void Civilization. Like a sharp, embedded thorn, they pierced deeply into the heart of the Void civilization, causing it great unrest. After receiving the battle report on the fourth day, Su Ming reviewed it, stood up, and said to Locke, "Get ready. We can depart tomorrow." In the warship strategy room, Su Ming and Locke were intently studying a massive star map, their faces reflecting deep contemplation. This star map had been relayed from the 5 major cosmic nations at the front line. After the initial probing skirmishes, these nations had managed to map out nearly 20 of the Void civilization's territory. Don't underestimate that 20 on a cosmic scale. It's a vast expanse, far surpassing the combined territories of the 5 major cosmic nations. If it weren't for the Beast God civilization's advanced shared vision technology with their cosmic beasts, such extensive exploration wouldn't have been possible. The Void civilization's layout is surprisingly similar to that of human civilizations, Locke remarked, his eyes filled with astonishment as he examined the star map. The map had meticulously marked out the various forces within the Void civilization, resembling cosmic nations. Aside from the central war zone, each region of the Void civilization had been identified and labeled. The divine experts from the Dongming Alliance had even estimated the power levels of each force based on energy signatures, categorizing them according to human civilization standards. 12,004 star cluster level forces, 587 galaxy level forces, 21 galactic cluster level forces, and 1 supergalactic cluster level force. The term supergalactic cluster level refers to a colossal entity composed of multiple galactic clusters. The 5 major cosmic nations themselves represent such formidable supergalactic cluster level forces. Wantong's current mission was to target the star cluster level forces of the Void civilization. The main battlefield would be handled by the 5 major cosmic nations. Wantong's task was to focus on their specific objectives. Even eliminating a single star cluster level force would significantly aid the overall war effort. Which star cluster level cosmic nation should we target first? Su Ming's gaze swept over the group, his tone serious. Besides Su Ming and Locke, several young individuals stood in the strategy room. These youths were the promising talents Locke had selected in recent times, each possessing exceptional combat prowess and strategic acumen. War demands soldiers, equipment, and, most importantly, capable leaders. These young men and women represented the backbone of Wantong. One of the youths, a handsome young man, stood up with a confident smile and addressed Su Ming. "Leader, it's quite evident. The main battlefield has tied down the Void civilization's primary forces. Their strength in other regions is relatively weak. We can definitely target this area," he said, pointing to the 2 star regions flanking the main battlefield. These regions, situated on the outskirts of the Void civilization, were indeed home to less formidable forces. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing his suggestion. It was a logical choice. With the central battlefield occupied, the peripheral cosmic nations likely wouldn't have significant defensive capabilities. "I second that. It's an excellent choice," another youth chimed in. "It's likely that other scattered human forces would make the same choice. By attacking this area, we can create a mutual defense and offense strategy with other human factions." Everyone smiled, as this had become a shared understanding. However, Su Ming didn't look particularly satisfied. His eyes were still on the star map, deep in thought. Just then, a quiet-looking young man stood up and smiled, saying, "I have a different opinion." The others looked at him in surprise. Speaking up when the strategy was almost a consensus, what could he possibly mean? Su Ming, however, showed no sign of surprise. He looked up at the young man who had just stood up. "Changhua, what are your thoughts?" The name tag on the young man's chest read, Changhua. He hadn't drawn much attention before, but now Su Ming was intensely curious about his ideas. Changhua stood up and smiled confidently. "Leader, I believe we shouldn't attack the seemingly easier to conquer cosmic nation." "Oh, why is that?" Su Ming asked calmly. Changhua pointed to the edge of the star map. Although the main military force of the Void civilization is concentrated on the main battlefield, during wartime, they'll definitely strengthen their defenses at the borders. Given their home field advantage, they'll always have extra forces to support the peripheral star cluster civilizations. Thus, these border areas are actually harder to conquer than usual. If the Void civilization isn't foolish, they won't let these peripheral star cluster nations fall, or else human civilization could slowly devour them. After hearing Changhua's words, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with interest. He leaned forward slightly and asked seriously, "So, what do you suggest?" Changhua's smile faded as he pointed to a cosmic nation surrounded by chaotic void currents and asteroid hazards. "I believe we should do the opposite and attack those hard-to-defend, hard-to-conquer cosmic nations." Everyone followed Changhua's finger to a cosmic nation labeled SX-0311. Seeing the surrounding asteroids and void storms, Locke and others exclaimed, "That's not feasible." The first young man to speak stood up again and addressed Su Ming, "Leader, we can't. That place is hard to attack and easy to defend. Compared to a fully fledged star cluster civilization, our forces are already at a disadvantage. Attacking such a fortified position would be impossible. I acknowledge Chenghua's logic, but going against the norm would only result in our forces being trapped in the void storms. Even though Wanton's forces number 400,000, and we have the life ascension device to boost our strength. However, it can barely compete with some ordinary star cluster-level cosmic nations. Even among star cluster-level nations, there are differences in strength and ease of conquest. If the difficulty level of other star cluster-level cosmic nations is rated at 2 stars, then this one, known as SX0311, would definitely be a 5-star challenge. The void storm surrounding this nation is a nightmare for attackers. Just getting through the void storm is a significant challenge, not to mention that the enemy can easily set up ambushes within it, which would lead to Wantong's forces being completely annihilated. The void storm and the meteor stream serve as natural shields for the cosmic nation designated SX0311. At this moment, Su Ming's gaze fell on Chenghua. He noticed that Chenghua's eyes showed no sign of panic and remained resolute and clear. Su Ming couldn't help but smile slightly and then asked, "Chenghua, what do you think?" Chenghua stood up and scanned the young man who had just spoken. Then, he slowly began to speak. "I believe we have 3 advantages in attacking the SX0311 Galactic Empire." Su Ming looked at Chenghua with curiosity. First, Chenghua continued loudly, "No one would expect us to bypass the seemingly easier targets and choose to attack a well-defended empire instead. The element of surprise means that even if the Void Civilization realizes our plan, it would take them longer to send reinforcements. That's our first advantage. Second, once we attack a cluster-level galactic empire on the fringes, they will have to divert forces to defend it. Their strong military is already committed to the main battlefield. So where will they get additional troops? It's simple. They will pull from the well-defended empires nearby, thinking those won't be attacked. This would leave the SX0311 Galactic Empire practically undefended." The room was stunned as everyone turned to Chenghua with astonished expressions. This idea is bold, but it just might work. Who would expect a human civilization to ignore the easy targets and choose to traverse the dangers of void storms and asteroid fields to attack the SX0311 Galactic Empire? At that moment, no one could underestimate the seemingly ordinary young man anymore. Chenghua's strategy was indeed unconventional. And the third, Su Ming's eyes shone even brighter as he fixed his gaze on Chenghua, feeling a surge of excitement. Such talent, and he's on my side. The first 2 points alone were enough to convince Su Ming, but he wanted to hear more. The third, Chenghua paused and then smiled, is that once we capture this empire, the roles will reverse. The defensive stronghold will no longer be the Void Civilization's advantage but ours. Even if they try to send troops to reclaim it, we can easily defend it, turning it into a deadly thorn in their side. Chenghua's face showed a hint of mischievous glee, completely different from his previous demeanor. Moreover, by holding this position, we can coordinate with the main human forces, making us far more valuable than other scattered troops. This is our chance to make a significant impact. Upon hearing Chenghua's words, everyone in the room took a deep breath and looked at him in disbelief. This man had great talent. Su Ming smiled and then decisively declared, "Our target is the SX3011 Galactic Empire." Chenghua has been appointed as the Supreme Commander of Huawei's Central Army, leading a force of 150,000 troops and 40 warships. Locke has been appointed as the Vanguard Commander of the Left Wing, commanding a force of 100,000 troops and 20 warships. Shimu has been appointed as the Vanguard Commander of the Right Wing, also leading 100,000 troops and 20 warships. Shimu is the young strategist who previously suggested attacking the peripheral star regions. Although his proposal was not adopted, Su Ming had heard of Shimu's reputation. He is quite remarkable, with exceptional military talent. While his suggestion was not as superior as Chenghua's, it was still far from being a bad idea. Su Ming understood well that individual combat relies on actual combat power, but war is a matter of technology, military strength, and the talents of commanders. Su Ming never hesitated to place his trust in capable individuals. With the strategic plans in place, Wanting's fleet ascended and, along with other scattered forces, entered the Court of Life. At this moment, the Court of Life had become a backyard for human civilization, accessible at will. Even the life form that once controlled it could do nothing against the overwhelming power of humanity. Helpless, it had to allow human civilization to come and go freely. Wanting's warships quickly entered the Court of Life, which had automatically opened a pathway to the heart of the Void Civilization. As the warships advanced, they soon reached the region occupied by the Void Civilization. Boom! The spatial passage ahead suddenly opened, revealing an immense cosmic void before them. In this void, human civilization's cold steel war machines floated silently, emitting terrifying energy waves that targeted the star regions of the Void Civilization. Each of these war machines was a formidable weapon of war, capable of annihilating even the mightiest Void Lords within their attack range. On the other side, the Void Civilization's domain was filled with streams of void light, controlled by a powerful force that seemed to turn the surrounding space-time into a terrifying abyss. Anyone venturing into it would be swallowed by the void, meeting a certain death. Both sides had brought their most powerful forces to this confrontation in the void, an awe-inspiring, vast, and solemn standoff. Once this war erupted, it was expected to shatter stars and void alike. Wars of this scale, involving cosmic civilizations, were beyond the capabilities of any single individual. Wanting's warships emerged from the rear of human civilization. Su Ming stood in the command center of the leading command ship, gazing into the void, filled with a sense of grandeur. One day, Wanting would grow into a colossal force comparable to supergalactic powers. Leader, shall we head directly to the SX-3011 Universe Nation? Locke asked from the side. Su Ming shook his head and then spoke. Let's avoid the main battlefield and wait until both sides are too preoccupied to notice us. For now, let's temporarily stay behind the protective barrier of human civilization. Wantong's warship gradually came to a halt in the starry expanse. Ahead lay the terrifying military fortifications of the Void civilization, but equally formidable was the Iron Dragon of human civilization. As long as the Iron Dragon stood, everyone behind it felt a profound sense of security. Su Ming did not rush to deploy his troops. It was not the optimal moment. He planned to wait until the main battlefield between human civilization and Void civilization erupted in full-scale war. Under the cover of that chaos, he could advance stealthily without drawing the Void civilization's attention. Time passed slowly, and the tension on the main battlefield grew palpable. Even passing meteors seemed to move more cautiously in the charged atmosphere. Su Ming's gaze was fixed on the Void civilization's Void fortress. Ripples of energy radiated from the fortress, creating an almost mesmerizing spectacle. However, no human soldier could afford to admire the display, for war had begun. In an instant, several powerful Void beings emerged from the Void fortress, their energy level surging. The Void Overlord, the leader of the Void civilization's military forces, struck first. Terrifying energy waves erupted from the fortress, distorting the surrounding space and targeting the Iron Dragon of human civilization. In response, the human military unleashed massive beams of light, each as wide as a small celestial body, from their mechanical giants, aiming directly at the Void civilization's forces. Boom! In an instant, the two cosmic-level forces collided. For a moment, everyone felt a blinding void as the impact shattered the concepts of time and space in that star sector. It felt like an apocalypse or a rebirth, with destruction and reconstruction occurring simultaneously. During this clash, only those of apocalypse-level strength could maintain coherent thought. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, but eventually, time and space began to stabilize, and the soldiers regained their senses. Su Ming's eyes were filled with awe. The collision of civilizations had temporarily erased the very concepts of time and space. In such a scenario, tactics, maneuvers, and strategy became meaningless. Only apocalypse-level beings could function normally amid such chaos. No wonder even beings of such power had to bow before the 5 major cosmic empires. No one dared to challenge the might of cosmic-level civilizations. However, this was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. The battlefield's focus provided a perfect opportunity for Wantong. Without hesitation, Su Ming gathered his thoughts and shouted, "Wanting fleet, move out!" Hearing Su Ming's command, Luo Ku, Cheng Hua, and the others in the fleet snapped out of their shock, their expressions turning serious as they prepared for action. Without hesitation, several individuals immediately ordered their respective teams to mobilize. On the main battlefield, various mechanical equipment and Void warriors clashed fiercely, generating terrifying energy fluctuations. Some scattered forces took advantage of the chaos to move toward the flanks. Most of these forces, except for Wanting, chose to attack the more peripheral and vulnerable galactic nations. However, Wanting's fleet quietly vanished amidst the chaos, stealthily heading toward the remote and defensible SX-3011 galaxy, which no one had any interest in attacking. At this moment, the battle lines of human civilization were stretching further. Apart from the central battlefield, human forces began to encroach on the surrounding galactic nations. The strategies of the 5 major galactic nations were starting to take shape, though the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. Nevertheless, this strategy was indeed causing significant trouble for the Void civilization. Within a massive Void fortress, several powerful Void experts watched the battlefield below with cold, murderous eyes. Each of these experts was of the Void Monarch level, stationed at the rear of the Void fortress to deter the human civilization's top-tier warriors. Suddenly, a figure silently appeared within the fortress. Upon seeing this person, the Void experts asked in their language, "What's the situation?" The newcomer, looking somewhat grim, responded coldly, "Speed up the reinforcements. Besides the main battlefield, human civilization has dispatched troops to attack our peripheral galactic nations. We're running low on forces." A flash of anger crossed the Void expert's eyes, clearly troubled by this new tactic from the human civilization. What? They're attacking the peripheral galactic nations? Those nations are at most at the star system level. How could they withstand human civilization's assault? The void experts, now visibly surprised, spoke in unison. It's not that bad. The human forces attacking the peripheral galactic nations are weak, just a bunch of pests. However, these pests are annoying. If they break through, the main human forces might follow, putting us at a disadvantage, the newcomer said, frowning. The surrounding void experts fell into deep thought. One of them stepped forward and asked, do we have any other forces to deal with these human pests? The pressure on the main battlefield is immense. If we divert forces to deal with these scattered troops, the main front might be overwhelmed by human civilization. Another expert shook his head repeatedly. No, we can't move troops from the main battlefield. We need to find a way to pull some forces from nearby star regions to support the peripheral galactic nations, another expert suggested. The others exchanged glances and then slowly nodded in agreement. Some regions in the surrounding star systems are easily defensible and difficult to attack. It's likely that no human civilization's army would attempt to invade these areas. Therefore, it seems feasible to reallocate forces from these star systems to bolster our defenses elsewhere. I think this plan could work. In a certain sector of the void civilization, violent void storms raged and asteroid belts were scattered everywhere. Trying to navigate through this area with a typical spaceship would likely mean crashing into asteroids and being destroyed before even making it a tenth of the way. Even warships, if not careful, face the risk of being obliterated. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to pass through this sector. But at this moment, a fleet was silently traversing the area. This fleet was the Wanting Fleet, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation. Su Ming stood on the command ship, observing the harsh surroundings, and couldn't help but sigh. Although the strategy was sound, the environment in this sector was extremely hostile. After 3 days of navigating through the void storms, 3 warships had already been annihilated, along with the 10,000 Wanting members aboard, who were torn to pieces before they could even react. Losing 3 warships and 10,000 Gene soldiers before even encountering the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation was a significant blow to the Wanting Fleet. The phrase easy to defend, hard to attack was no exaggeration. Fortunately, they were now nearing the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation, and the void storms and asteroid belts had decreased, making the environment more habitable. This place was like a utopia. It appeared perilous from the outside but was actually peaceful and even beautiful on the inside. The only consolation for Su Ming was that the chaotic and terrifying state of this sector likely meant that the cosmic nation within would never expect a fleet to be advancing on it. Cheng Hua's prediction was correct. The SX-3011 Cosmic Nation had indeed dispatched a fleet to support the border 2 days ago, leaving their defenses weak. Rock, holding a report, couldn't help but speak up. The border Cosmic Nation was currently at war with the scattered forces of human civilization, who had naturally shared all their intelligence. It wasn't hard to trace the movements of the SX-3011 fleet. Excellent. How many soldiers have enhanced their life quality using the Life Ascension device? Su Ming asked. 25,000. Rock immediately replied. Their average combat strength has been elevated to the level of a 7th grade Gene soldier. 25,000, compared to 400,000, is quite few, Su Ming mused. But war is ongoing, and so is our enhancement. There's no need to rush. All right. Assign these 25,000 to the assault battalion as the main strike force. They've received benefits, so it's time for them to contribute, Su Ming said calmly. He then gazed through the command ship's cockpit at the distant, dazzling stars. Who would have thought that behind the void storms lay such a sector? However, Su Ming was now set to invade this sector as an aggressor. Su Ming took a deep breath and then commanded in a firm voice, Fleet, prepare for a coordinated space jump. We will jump directly into the territory of SX-3011's Galactic Empire and launch an attack. As soon as he finished saying, launch an attack, Locke, Cheng Hua, and Shimu immediately straightened up, acknowledged the order, and left the command room. Following the command, Wanting's fleet began to collectively enter space jump mode. Meanwhile, within the territory marked by human civilization as the SX-3011 Galactic Empire, the Void Clan continued their daily lives and entertainment as usual. Similar to human civilization, only a small percentage of the Void Clan had actual combat capabilities, while the majority were non-combatants who supported the prosperity of these galactic empires. In fact, the name SX-3011 Galactic Empire was a human designation. Within the Void civilization, it was known as the Shengyun Galactic Empire. Unlike other galactic empires, neither the citizens nor the administrative bodies of the Shengyun Galactic Empire showed any particular concern. In their view, unless the main battlefield was lost and the primary human forces advanced towards them, it was inconceivable that human scattered forces could invade them. The outer space storms and asteroid belts were expected to be a nightmare for any human forces attempting to penetrate. One Void Clan expert, smiling, said to those around him, The dispatched fleet has performed well, earning great military merits for our nation. I bet our civilization will allocate many resources to us this time." His words elicited laughter from those around him. Our unique starfield environment shields us from the ravages of war. In this conflict, we can gain many benefits and opportunities, perhaps even a chance to elevate our national power. They viewed the crisis for others as an opportunity for themselves, believing this war would be advantageous for them. The possibility of the void civilization losing? That wasn't something they even considered. However, as they were lost in their optimistic visions of the future, a cold electronic voice abruptly brought them back to reality. Alert! Unidentified fleet detected invading Shengyun Galactic Empire. Please be advised. The announcement left everyone stunned and confused. What? The alert system must be malfunctioning. How could there be an enemy invasion? It's impossible to cross the space storms and asteroid belts in less than 3 days. How could human forces be here already? As they grappled with disbelief, the cold electronic voice continued. Alert! Damuxing planet has fallen under the control of the invaders and is now in a state of anarchy. Communication with Damuxing planet has been lost. This announcement made everyone abruptly stand up, their faces turning serious. At this moment, the officials realized the electronic voice was not malfunctioning. Human forces had indeed invaded the Shengyun Galactic Empire. Damn it! Where did these invaders come from? How could any human civilization's army target our nation? An official's eyes flashed with intense anger. Just then, the electronic voice continued to sound. Beep. Tianhuan planet has fallen. Beep. Beiyuan planet has fallen. The news of the fall spread suddenly, causing everyone present to feel a chill down their spines. The enemy was like a ferocious beast, rapidly and crazily occupying our planets. Damn it! Assemble the troops, raise the threat level to the highest, and activate the Shengyun universe's defense systems. A government official yelled directly into the phone. Following the commands, the Shengyun universe quickly began to awaken. Countless troops started gathering, and the planets that hadn't been conquered rapidly activated their defense systems. In a very short time, the Shengyun universe had implemented emergency measures. However, the officials of Shengyun universe were astonished to discover that after occupying 5 habitable planets, the enemy didn't rush to continue their assault. Instead, they fortified these planets and began setting up their own defense systems. This stance clearly indicated that the invaders intended to engage Shengyun universe in a prolonged conflict. At this moment, Su Ming stood inside an administrative building on a planet called Damu. The entire administrative system of this planet, previously inhabited by the Void Race, had been completely exterminated by the Wanting on the first day. Now, the administrative building was filled with Wanting personnel. As Cheng Hua had anticipated, the vigilance of the SX-3011 universe was indeed very low. The Wanting fleet launched a surprise attack on the first day, and SX-3011 universe didn't even react, allowing Wanting to occupy 5 planets directly. However, Su Ming could tell that these 5 planets were not the core worlds of the SX-3011 universe. Their military presence was extremely weak. The strongest individual on Damu was merely a level 9 Void Race expert, who was no match for the Wanting and was personally eliminated by Su Ming. Soon, the entire military force on Damu was wiped out by the Wanting fleet, leaving no survivors. The disparity in equipment was too great. In the face of warships with energy levels reaching hundreds of thousands, the military on Damu was insignificant. Without losing a single soldier, they swiftly occupied 5 planets. But the real war was just beginning. The SX-3011 universe would undoubtedly organize a fierce counterattack, and we must be prepared to defend these 5 planets and engage them directly. Su Ming looked at the star map and spoke to the people beside him. Occupying 5 planets first was a strategy that Su Ming and his team had planned before the invasion. Now that they held these planets, the SX-3011 universe would be cautious in their attacks, hesitant to use large-scale weapons against Wanting. After all, the administrative control was destroyed, but the citizens were not massacred by Wanting. If SX-3011 universe attacked Wanting, they would have to consider the safety of their own citizens and couldn't just bombard the 5 planets without causing massive casualties among the Void Race citizens. This was a strategic checkmate by Wanting against SX-3011 universe. At that moment, an image suddenly appeared before everyone. A Wanting member looked at the group and then addressed Su Ming. Leader, the frontline has detected significant energy fluctuations. The SX-3011 universe's troops are assembling and seem to be preparing to launch an attack on us. This individual is Lin, a member of the Wanton reconnaissance team on the front lines. He possesses a unique ability known as energy level perception, which makes him exceptionally sensitive to energy fluctuations. Because of this, Su Ming assigns Lin to the front for scouting. Upon hearing Lin's report, Su Ming and his team exchanged glances, showing little sign of panic. The fact that the SX-3011 Galactic Nation was mobilizing its forces for an attack was already within their expectations. It's only natural. When a nation is invaded, its first response is to gather its military to repel the invaders. Now, It was time to prepare for a direct confrontation. Wanton has two significant advantages. First, they hold billions of SX-3011 Galactic Nation citizens as hostages, preventing the enemy from using powerful weapons. Second, a portion of SX-3011's core forces had already been dispatched elsewhere for support, and according to Cheng Hua's analysis, this dispatched force was substantial. With these two advantages, even though Wanton's troops hadn't fully undergone life evolution, they still possessed the strength to confront the SX-3011 Galactic Nation Heathen. Prepare for a direct attack, Su Ming declared, rising to his feet and addressing his three capable officers. At that moment, Wanton's forces began to swiftly assemble, with dozens of warships rising into the air. Inside these warships, countless Gene warriors donned their space combat suits, gearing up for the impending battle. The warships ascended rapidly, vanishing into the void. Meanwhile, in the Xingyun Galactic Nation's sector, figures of the Void Race flickered in and out of sight, maneuvering through the void. Besides the Void Race members themselves, there were numerous war machines crafted by the Void civilization. These weapons, made from materials other than metal, differed vastly from human war machines. However, they were no less formidable. While human civilization had warships, the Void civilization had colossal Void ships. For every steel dragon in human arsenal, the Void civilization had a Void fortress. Within the Xingyun Galactic Nation's fleet, the silhouettes of Void ships could be seen, with many Void Race members boarding these massive vessels, harnessing their immense power and propulsion. Just then, human warships silently appeared opposite the Void civilization's forces. Before the Void forces could react, the human warships erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations, unleashing hundreds of beams of light that illuminated the dark void. They're here. The human fleet is here. The Void forces were caught off guard, instantly hit by the barrage from the warships. One by one, the Void ships, along with their Void Race occupants, were obliterated. This initial strike destroyed over a dozen Void ships. With this decisive first move, Wanton's forces seized the critical advantage. By the time the Void civilization's army activated their defense shields, Wanton's forces had already formed their battle formations. Soon after, powerful Gene warriors appeared in the starry sky, launching the first wave of attacks against the Void civilization. Endless flames erupted from the hands of the genetic warriors, targeting the soldiers of the Void civilization. In this war, the difference in numbers between the two sides was staggering. The soldiers of the Void civilization outnumbered those of Wanting by hundreds of times. However, in the era of the starry sky, sheer numbers meant nothing in warfare. Technology, combat prowess, and weaponry were the keys to victory. A single genetic warrior wielding a mechanical weapon could easily annihilate billions of natives from the era of conventional firearms. Thus, despite Wanting's army being vastly outnumbered by the forces of the Xingyun Universe State, their combat effectiveness was on par. The elite forces of Xingyun had been deployed elsewhere, leaving only the less powerful troops to guard their territory. Su Ming surveyed the battlefield, feeling a sense of relief. The remaining forces of the Universe State were indeed not elite, with an average combat strength of merely 34 level genetic warriors. In contrast, Su Ming's forces averaged around 57 levels, a significant advantage. This disparity in combat strength allowed for a 1-to-100 ratio in combat effectiveness. As Su Ming had anticipated, despite the severe numerical disadvantage, the genetic warriors of Wanting charged into the ranks of the Void civilization's army like wolves among sheep, decimating large swathes of Void soldiers. One Wanting genetic warrior, wielding a battle axe, had a gaze filled with murderous intent. With a single swing, he felled 3 soldiers of the Void civilization. Excellent. These Void scum are so weak. This battlefield is our slaughterhouse. Brothers, put in some effort. It's time to earn our military merits. This warrior was one of the few level 8 genetic warriors in Wanting, named Xueming. Originally a high level 7 genetic warrior, he had been elevated to a lower level 8 genetic warrior through the life ascension device. Su Ming had appointed him as the vanguard general, personally leading the charge. Xueming was unmatched in his bravery. Despite the frenzied attacks from the Void soldiers around him, with various terrifying energy assaults aimed at him, his genetic energy shielded him, repelling all attacks without causing any harm. Surrounded by level 3 and 4 Void soldiers, Xueming instead turned the tide, slaughtering them one by one. The Void soldiers, with their weak innate abilities, were no match for Zuming's onslaught. His battle axe cleaved through them effortlessly, leaving a trail of destruction. In no time, hundreds of Void soldiers lay dead at his feet, making him a conspicuous figure on the battlefield. Witnessing such an invincible warrior among the human forces, the commander of the Xingyun Universe State could no longer remain indifferent. Amon, go and kill that human general. We can't let him continue this massacre. A Void civilization general, with a cold demeanor, instructed a nearby high-ranking officer, his gaze fixed on Xueming standing tall amidst the chaos. A Void general named Amon, a formidable level 9 Void being, could hardly contain himself upon hearing the commander's orders. He immediately merged into the void and sped towards Shuiming. The higher the level, the greater the disparity. While Shuiming could easily slaughter level 3 or 4 void soldiers, a sneak attack from a level 9 void being like Amon could severely injure him in an instant. However, within the ranks of Wanning, there were also experts. The leader of Wanning, Su Ming, was one such expert. Su Ming had been closely monitoring the movements of the top warriors from the Shengyun Cosmic Nation. Naturally, Amon's presence was also detected by Su Ming. With his system's X-ray vision, no enemy expert could hide from him. Upon seeing Amon's actions, Su Ming let out a cold laugh, donned his mech suit, and appeared in front of the command ship. He stood in the void like a statue, unaffected by the energy fluctuations around him, exuding an almost unnatural steadiness. Su Ming then retrieved a Galaxy-class sniper rifle from his storage space. The rifle, known as the Starwatcher Enhanced Sniper Rifle, was named for its ability to gaze upon the stars from a great distance. This indicated its extreme long-range capabilities. Once Su Ming had the rifle in hand, his entire aura changed. His mech began to emit a corresponding energy level, amplifying the power of his shot. Su Ming aimed the rifle, and a brilliant starlight erupted from his body, locking onto Amon instantly. At that moment, Amon, who was speeding towards Shuiming, suddenly sensed an overwhelming sense of impending doom. He realized that a deadly force had locked onto him. With no time to react, Amon could only merge into the void in a desperate attempt to escape. In the next instant, a terrifying attack traversed thousands of kilometers of space and struck Amon with an unavoidable precision. Amon felt a horrifying force hit him, forcibly dragging him out of the void state. His heart sank. Although he managed to dissipate nearly 60 of the attack's power using his void state, the remaining force still inflicted severe damage on his body. Moreover, it was clear that the enemy sniper was an expert. The energy from the shot destabilized the surrounding void, leaving Amon with no chance to utilize his Void Clan's innate abilities again. Realizing the human army had a powerful sniper, Amon fled frantically, changing directions wildly in an attempt to evade the sniper's lock. However, to his despair, no matter how he maneuvered, the sniper could easily track him. Soon, another terrifying energy wave erupted from thousands of kilometers away. In a state of utter hopelessness and fear, Amon was struck by the second shot. With this shot, without the void to shield him, his fragile body was torn apart by the sniper's attack. He was beyond dead. Su Ming stood at the forefront of the command ship, clad in his mech suit, resembling a god of death in the starry sky. Each shot he fired claimed the life of a master from the Void civilization. After killing a Void master named Amon, Su Ming didn't pause. He continued shooting relentlessly, targeting the elite Void warriors on the battlefield. Any Void master with a power level of 7 or above was his target. For a cosmic nation of star cluster level power, experts of level 7 and above are extremely rare, often holding high positions as generals or squad leaders. The death of such experts significantly impacted the course of the battle. With each Void master falling, the remaining Void soldiers became leaderless and disorganized, quickly being slaughtered by Wantung's troops. Witnessing this, the Void commanders couldn't sit idly by. A powerful sniper within the human army was threatening their leaders' lives. If this continued, their ranks would be decimated, and the war would be lost. We can't let this sniper continue his rampage. We need to deploy heavy weapons to disrupt the human army's rhythm, a Void officer said coldly. Heavy weapons, if mishandled, could lead to catastrophic consequences, such as the destruction of entire stars. The high command of Shengyun Cosmic Nation had been reluctant to use them, fearing the adverse effects on the 5 planets under Wantung's control. However, Su Ming's exceptional sniping had completely disrupted their plans. If he continued, all of Shengyun's elite warriors would be annihilated, bringing them closer to defeat. Reluctantly, Shengyun Cosmic Nation decided to deploy their heavy war weapons. At this moment, the warships and Void dreadnoughts of both sides were engaged in fierce bombardment, and their soldiers were locked in brutal combat in the starry expanse. Following an order from Shengyun's high command, 5 colossal Void cannons appeared at the rear of their forces. Each of these cannons spanned several kilometers, marking them as significant war machines. Upon seeing these 5 Void cannons, Cheng Hua's expression changed. He was not worried about the cannons targeting their Gene warriors, as the long charging time of the Void cannons gave the Gene warriors ample opportunity to evade. However, their warships might not be as fortunate. This situation highlighted the intricate dynamics between different types of combat units on the battlefield. Warships boasted powerful attacks and formidable defenses, moving swiftly in straight lines but lacking agility in turning, making them vulnerable to heavy artillery like the Void cannons. On the other hand, Gene warriors were less threatened by such weapons. However, the warships were crucial to Wantung's strength. One of the key reasons Wantung could contend with star cluster level forces was their fleet of warships. The devastating volleys from nearly 100 warships had already destroyed dozens of Shang Yun's dreadnoughts, killing countless of their soldiers. This could be considered Wan Tong's core strategic weapon. However, if struck by the super cannon, Wan Tong's advantage would be obliterated. Cheng Hua was extremely anxious and instinctively contacted Su Ming, who was at the front of the command ship. Leader, the enemy has deployed the super cannon. Should we temporarily retreat to the Demu planet? They might dare to attack us, but they wouldn't dare to bombard Demu planet. Such an act would greatly damage the national prestige of this cosmic empire, and billions of citizens would perish under the cannon fire. This is why Wan Tong swiftly occupied several planets earlier. Upon hearing Cheng Hua's words, Su Ming shook his head and said, "No need to retreat. Leave those cannons to me." Cheng Hua was stunned, hardly believing his ears. The leader intended to take on the super cannons single-handedly? Was he mad? The super cannons were positioned at the rear of the enemy camp. To destroy them, one would have to break through the enemy lines and charge directly into their camp. How could this be possible? The soldiers of the Void civilization weren't fools. They wouldn't give Su Ming such an opportunity. But at that moment, Cheng Hua's eyes widened in shock. He saw Su Ming, piloting his mecha, soar into the sky and release 3 enormous phantom-like figures from his storage space. When Cheng Hua finally saw what these phantoms were, his mouth dropped open in astonishment. Iron giants. These were 3 colossal iron giants made up of countless mechanical parts. Seeing these iron giants, Cheng Hua couldn't help but entertain an absurd thought. Could these be war machines too? Just then, Su Ming, piloting the Linghu mecha, had his eyes flash with a silvery brilliance. This was a sign of the simultaneous eruption of brainwave energy and starlight power. Brainwave splitting. Su Ming's brainwave energy erupted completely, and his independent mechanical knowledge allowed his brainwave energy to split into 3 parts. Each part flowed into one of the mechanical giants, activating them with the circulating starlight energy. A hum resonated in the void, initially silent, but the intense void energy waves created a sound that everyone could hear, the roar of the mechanical giants. Is this our Wan Tong's war machine? When did we acquire such weapons? Why didn't I know about this? It seems to be the leader's personal war machine. Could it be his trump card? What capabilities does this mechanical giant have? The members of Wan Teng gazed at the 3 mechanical giants floating above their camp with solemn expressions, their faces showing excitement. War machines. Any army possessing such weapons would feel a deep sense of security. At that moment, under everyone's gaze, the mechanical giants erupted with intense light. Countless beams of light poured out from the mechanical divine tree, surging rapidly towards the area where the void cannon was located. The high-ranking officials of the Shengyun Cosmic Nation were instantly alarmed upon seeing this scene. Intercept their attack. Fire the cannon. The commander of the Shengyun Cosmic Nation shouted urgently. Hearing the commander's orders, the soldiers of the Void civilization quickly formed a powerful vortex, aiming to block the light emanating from the mechanical divine tree. Simultaneously, the Void cannon activated, gathering terrifying energy. With an immense surge, a devastating void shot erupted from the cannon, heading straight towards Wanting. If this shot hit, it could potentially destroy dozens of Wanting's warships. Not good. Cheng Hua and Shimu's faces turned pale as they saw this and immediately prepared to command their troops to intercept the attack. But at that very moment, both of them froze. They noticed that the soldiers of the Shengyun Cosmic Nation, upon touching the light from the mechanical divine tree, had all seemingly been paused, frozen in place. It was evident that the defensive formation created by the Void civilization soldiers had stopped rotating the moment it touched the light. Even more bizarrely, the terrifying attack from the Void cannon had also come to a halt in midair. What's going on? Has space been frozen? Cheng Hua and Shimu exchanged puzzled glances. Just then, Su Ming's voice came through the communication channel. It's not space. It's the energy. The energy has been paused. Hearing Su Ming's explanation, Cheng Hua and Shimu were filled with confusion. Human civilization had not achieved significant breakthroughs in energy science, so the concept of pausing energy movement was quite baffling to them. However, their lack of understanding did not hinder Su Ming's next actions. After creating the mechanical divine tree, Su Ming had made extensive modifications to it, enhancing its attack, defense, and recovery capabilities. He had also incorporated static energy elements into the tree. As Su Ming's understanding of energy deepened, these static energy elements had evolved significantly. Initially, they could only temporarily halt the movement of energy, and once the effect wore off, the energy would resume its original state, merely buying time. But now, after Su Ming's improvements, a new energy catalyst had been added to the static energy elements. This catalyst would, at the moment the static effect dissipated, accelerate the energy's movement tenfold. What does it mean to accelerate energy movement tenfold? The rapidly moving energy particles could collide with atoms, potentially releasing even more terrifying amounts of energy. With the catalyst in play, The previously dormant energy might erupt right where it is, and the magnitude of this eruption could be far greater than before. At this moment, the cannon's attack is suspended within the ranks of the Void Civilization's army, not yet having left their formation. Once the static energy element is replaced with the catalyst, the cannon's energy becomes uncontrollable and explodes right there. This means the explosion happens within the Void Civilization's army. The commander of the Shongyun Cosmic Nation would never have imagined that the cannon's attack would detonate within their own ranks. 5 terrifying bursts of fire instantly illuminate the entire void. 5 massive fireballs explode within the Void Civilization's formation, and the horrifying energy sweeps through their entire army. At this moment, the Shongyun Cosmic Nation faces the consequences of their own actions as the cannon's attack detonates within their own ranks. Countless soldiers of the Void Civilization are wiped out in the explosion, their bodies obliterated by the terrifying energy. What the heck is happening? Chunghua and Shimu are stunned. Despite having seen numerous military war recordings, they have never encountered such an ability. The mechanical god tree can control and pause the enemy's attack, then unleash it. If more weapons like this existed, they would be unbeatable. Any enemy's weapon could be rendered useless and even turned against them. The two couldn't help but look at the floating figure in the void, feeling a chill down their spines. Luckily, this is their own leader and weapon. Otherwise, it could be their worst nightmare. In reality, they overestimate the mechanical god tree's capabilities. Only Su Ming knows that this ability has many limitations. For example, it cannot contain attacks much stronger than the mechanical god tree. The static energy element can only be used by Su Ming. It only works on energy-based attacks, and so on. Coincidentally, the Void Civilization soldiers had just integrated into the Void, forming an energy-based formation, allowing the static energy element to work. It was a perfect combination of timing, location, and human factors that led to this extraordinary outcome. Nevertheless, the mechanical god tree's attack had a remarkable effect, creating a significant turning point in the battle. Seeing millions of Shongyun Cosmic Nation soldiers consumed by the 5 terrifying attacks, Su Ming didn't hesitate. He shouted to Cheng Hua and the others, "What are you waiting for? Lead the charge." Awakened by Su Ming's words, Cheng Hua, Shimu, and Luoku quickly rallied their troops and launched an assault on the Shongyun Cosmic Nation's army. At this moment, the war had taken a decisive turn. The sudden self-destruction of the giant cannons left the soldiers of the Void Civilization utterly stunned. No one could have predicted that their own cannons would explode within their ranks. The blast not only claimed numerous lives, but also threw the Void Civilization's army into complete disarray. Chaos reigned, and the Void soldiers were left bewildered. Cheng Hua and Shimu, both exceptional military geniuses, immediately seized this golden opportunity. Without hesitation, they boldly led their troops in a swift charge into the ranks of the Void Civilization. Clad in mech suits and wielding mechanical blades, Cheng Hua and Shimu fought their way to the front lines, cutting down Void soldiers with ferocity. Meanwhile, Locke took a more cautious approach, leading his soldiers to systematically eliminate the scattered Void soldiers on the battlefield without recklessly charging into the enemy's formation. Su Ming observed all this keenly and started to understand the distinct styles of the 3 commanders. Cheng Hua and Shimu were undoubtedly aggressive leaders, always ready to pursue relentlessly once an opportunity arose. Cheng Hua's tactics were characterized by unconventional and imaginative strategies, while Shimu excelled in direct, forceful assaults, thriving in hidden confrontations. In contrast, Locke was more methodical and steady, likely a defensive expert but not one to lead aggressive offensives. To Su Ming, there was no right or wrong in their differing styles. Each had its own merits depending on the situation. Nevertheless, this battle had shifted from a balanced contest to a one-sided rout. The Shongyun Cosmic Nation could never have imagined that their defeat would come at the hands of their prized war weapons, which had been turned against them, plunging them into the abyss. It underscores the critical impact of unexpected strategies in altering the course of conflicts. 3 massive mechanical trees now stood towering above the Mantang army, with numerous vine-like tubes extending from them into the soldiers' bodies. Initially, the Mantang soldiers were startled by these tubes, but they soon realized that a rich life energy was being channeled into their bodies, healing their wounds almost instantly. Joy and relief spread across their faces. Produced by Su Ming, these mechanical trees were not limited to a single static energy function. At this moment, they revealed their second capability: healing. Designed based on the divine knowledge of the life tree, these war machines naturally possessed the fundamental healing power of the life tree. Life restoration. On the battlefield, whenever a soldier is injured, the bioactivity detector within the mechanical divine tree can precisely identify the decline in the soldier's vitality. Immediately, mechanical tendrils extend and pierce the injured soldier's back, delivering life energy. Thanks to the mechanical divine tree, Wantong soldiers, as long as they are not instantly killed, can maintain their full vitality. Excellent. Brothers, with the support of the mechanical divine tree, there's no fear of injury. Charge with me. Shimu was absolutely in love with the mechanical divine tree, this war weapon. He excelled at frontal assaults, and the healing function of the tree perfectly addressed his concerns. He fought with fervor, his mechanical war blade constantly emitting smoke due to prolonged heat. But Shimu seemed oblivious, relentlessly slashing through the void soldiers around him. Under his leadership, the right-wing corps grew increasingly fierce, slaughtering the void soldiers with bloodlust. Some Wan-Tung soldiers, in their fervor, even disregarded defense, letting the void soldiers' attacks hit them. They would spit blood, but then shout in exhilaration and slaughter the void soldiers like beasts. The mechanical tendrils of the divine tree continuously pierced their bodies, providing them with abundant life energy. Faced with such fearless, life-for-life warriors, the void soldiers were utterly demoralized. Initially scattered by explosions, their morale now completely collapsed. Retreat. Retreat. Fall back to Tianning Star. Wait for our elite forces to return. The commanders of the Ascendant Universe Nation, witnessing the scene, were distraught but knew the battle was lost. They ordered a retreat to minimize losses. The terrified void soldiers, hearing the command, fled in disarray. Seeing this, Su Ming shouted, "Advance! Occupy other planets and compress the forces of SX-3011 Universe Nation into just 3 planets." Understood. Following Su Ming's orders, the 3 main corps regrouped and, along with their warships, crushed the retreating path of the Ascendant Universe Nation. Any slow void soldiers were crushed, and their giant ships were blasted apart. The Wan-Tung army, like a torrent, advanced towards the core planets of the Ascendant Universe Nation. Along the way, they forcefully attacked habitable planets, annihilating the administrative units and occupying the planets. They left 10,000 Wan-Tung members on each planet to control the network and communications, taking the void civilians as war captives. Wan-Tung's relentless advance saw them occupying 13 planets in no time, devastating the military forces of the Ascendant Universe Nation, driving them back to their stronghold. However, once the Ascendant Universe Nation's forces retreated to their last 3 core planets, Su Ming ordered a halt to the attack. They encircled the core planets and began to rest and regroup. The 3 core planets are equipped with a formidable defense system, rivaling the power of a colossal void cannon. While a direct assault is possible, it would result in significant troop losses. Moreover, Wan-Tung currently occupies 19 planets, each requiring a contingent of soldiers for control and defense. This has inadvertently dispersed Wan-Tung's military strength. Consequently, Su Ming is not rushing to attack. Instead, he has surrounded the 3 planets, gradually wearing down their defense systems. A comprehensive victory naturally brought Su Ming significant advantages. He not only occupied 19 planets, but also confined the last resistance forces of the Shengyun Cosmic Nation to 3 core planets. However, victory brought not only advantages but also a slew of problems. For instance, there was a shortage of troops. To completely control a planet, a force of no fewer than 10,000 soldiers was required. Otherwise, the local void race inhabitants would revolt. This wasn't a war between similar civilizations where the outcome had minimal impact on the populace. This was a war between 2 different civilizations. With human civilization occupying the planets, it was impossible to gain the loyalty of the local inhabitants. Given any opportunity, these void race inhabitants would cause disturbances, necessitating the allocation of troops to suppress them. Su Ming had considered wiping out the planets, but then he thought that these void race inhabitants could serve as hostages for Wan. Occupying 19 planets meant Wanning had to spread out 190,000 troops. Adding the 40,000 casualties from crossing the Void Storm and the war, Su Ming was left with only 150,000 troops. While this number was sufficient to besiege the remaining resistance forces of the Shengyun Cosmic Nation, any support from other Void Civilization military forces would put Wanning in a precarious situation. The situation wasn't entirely dire, as they had one. However, preparing for future contingencies was always wise. Su Ming now sat alone in the strategy room, as Cheng Hua and Shimu were leading the siege against the Shengyun Cosmic Nation. While they couldn't capture it immediately, they could continuously wear it down, leaving Su Ming to ponder the situation alone. After some thought, Su Ming made a phone call. It wasn't to his father, but to an officer dispatched by the Empire, responsible for coordinating and liaising with the scattered forces. Shortly, a vibrant young officer named Zhao Hua, a member of the Empire's Strategic Research Department, appeared on the screen. Smiling, he greeted Su Ming. "Lord Su Ming, how can I assist you? If I recall correctly, your command is called Wanning, right?" Su Ming nodded and got straight to the point. "We need reinforcements." Zhao Hua's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and asked, "Is Wanning facing some trouble?" Internally, Zhao Hua couldn't help but grumble. These scattered forces were a constant hassle, frequently requesting support. If the 5 major cosmic nations had ample troops, they wouldn't need these scattered forces. He would have preferred to ignore Su Ming, but he had heard that Su Ming was the son of a notable figure in the Empire, which demanded his attention. Su Ming lightly tapped his fingers on the table and slowly said, "We've won. We've occupied SX 3011 Cosmic Nation, but we lack the troops to maintain control and need reinforcements." Hmm. Zhao Hua thought he had misheard. He looked intently at Su Ming and asked in a serious tone, "I apologize, Mr. Su Ming, but could you please confirm this again? Has Wanten occupied the SX 3011 Cosmic Nation?" Su Ming nodded. "Strictly speaking, it's 70 of the territory, and they're gradually taking over the rest." Hearing Su Ming's words, Zhao Hua's expression grew much more serious. As a member of the Strategic Research Department, Zhao Hua was intimately familiar with each cosmic nation and their corresponding numbers. In an instant, he matched SX 3011 with the image in his mind. He felt a strong sense of astonishment. SX 3011 Cosmic Nation was known for being easy to defend and hard to attack, situated deep within its territory, making it normally very difficult to conquer. However, once taken, this star region would hold immense strategic value. Zhao Hua was well aware of its significance. Realizing this, Zhao Hua immediately elevated the importance of the matter in his mind. With a serious expression, he said to Su Ming, "Mr. Su Ming, the strategic significance of the SX 3011 star region is extraordinary. I can tell you clearly that the Empire is certainly willing to provide support. However, the specific level of support and the strategy will require a meeting to decide. Is your situation urgent? If not, can you wait for a few hours?" Su Ming shook his head. "The situation isn't that urgent. However, I do want to ask the Empire for a favor this time." Leaning slightly forward, Zhao Hua asked, "What is it?" "I want the Empire to register Wanton's army as part of the formal structure, recognize Wanton's legitimacy, and allow Wanton to legally recruit soldiers within the entire territory of human civilization," Su Ming said calmly. Hearing Su Ming's request, Zhao Hua squinted his eyes and pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. "I can make that decision. There's no problem with that, but entering the Empire's structure will be in name only. The Empire won't be responsible for paying or providing resources to the soldiers Wanton recruits." Su Ming smiled, "Of course. Wanton has occupied the SX 3011 star region and isn't lacking in resources. Don't worry about that." Nodding, Zhao Hua replied, "The Empire will soon send people to set up a teleportation array in the SX 3011 Cosmic Nation. There's no need to rush, just stay in touch." Su Ming nodded in response and then closed the video connection. This conversation with the Empire's staff left Su Ming quite satisfied. Wanton had proven its value in this war with its own strength. For the Empire, Wanton's value was naturally on the rise, making them willing to recognize Wanton's legitimacy. From this moment on, Wanton transformed from a gray legion in the Black Domain to a formally recognized regular army within human civilization. This wasn't just a matter of reputation, it also involved recruitment. Previously, Wanton could only recruit soldiers from the Black Domain, which was too small to gather a sufficient number of soldiers. But now, the recruitment range extended to the entire human civilization, which was a massive pool to draw from. In essence, as long as Wanton had enough money, they could recruit as many soldiers as they wanted. After speaking with Zhao Hua, Su Ming didn't hesitate and immediately called Locke. "What's up, Chief?" Locke's voice quickly came through the communication device. Hearing Locke's voice, Su Ming chuckled lightly and then said, "Send someone to the human territories to post a recruitment notice. Once the teleportation array is built, transport the recruited soldiers directly here." The Empire's forces quickly arrived in the SX 3011 star system. However, Su Ming had already renamed this region to the Wantung star system. From the Empire's perspective, there was no objection to the renaming. In fact, it helped to distinguish the conquered territories. But the people entering the Wanting star system at this moment were merely engineers tasked with constructing a space teleportation array. Su Ming had some knowledge about space teleportation arrays, but his expertise lay in military engineering and weaponry. The engineers specializing in teleportation arrays were far more skilled in this area. Day by day, the construction progressed, with the array expected to take 1 to 2 weeks to complete. Su Ming was not particularly anxious. During this time, the Wanting soldiers lined up to enter the life ascension device, continuously improving their strength. Although the enhancement of a single soldier's life force had little impact on the war, the collective improvement of 400,000 soldiers, each increasing their energy level by an average of 10,000 units, was indeed formidable. "Leader, I sense an army hovering outside the void storm, seemingly preparing to enter." On one of the days when the space teleportation array was under construction, Su Ming received a call from Zuolin. Zuolin, previously mentioned, was a gene warrior with special sensing abilities, perfect for reconnaissance and scout missions. After cornering the Shengyun Cosmic Nation, Su Ming anticipated that the elite troops dispatched by Shengyun would return swiftly. With their homeland under threat, naturally, they would rush back to defend it. From the perspective of this army and Shengyun, their decision to return was perfectly logical. However, from the standpoint of warfare and the clash of civilizations, this move was pushing Shengyun towards total annihilation. "Great, we've been waiting for them." Su Ming said with a smile, standing up after hearing Zhou Lin's report. Continue to track their position. Once they enter the void storm, we will strike and obliterate them within it. This army, if it hadn't returned, might have been spared. But now that they were coming back, they would be annihilated in the void storm. At this moment, the roles had completely reversed. The once easily defended Shengyuan Cosmic Nation was now at a disadvantage, while Wanting held the upper hand. The elite troops sent by Shengyuan to support other cosmic nations were now returning, and they had to pass through the void storm. Su Ming planned to ambush them there, eliminating this army within the storm. This army was Shengyuan's last hope. If they were destroyed in the void storm, Su Ming could then concentrate all his forces on capturing Shengyuan's core planets. If he doesn't return, there is still a chance for the Shengyuan Galactic Empire to turn the tide. But if he decides to defend, the Shengyuan Galactic Empire will surely be destroyed. Su Ming stood up, left the strategy room, and walked into the spaceport on Jupiter. Lord Su Ming, where are you headed? He was greeted by a few humble-looking mechanics, who smiled and asked upon seeing him. These mechanics held high positions within the Empire, possessing knowledge of the space teleportation array technology, and were highly respected by the Empire. If it were any other independent warlord, these mechanics wouldn't even bother to acknowledge them. However, after witnessing the technology of the mechanical divine tree in the Wanton Star region, they were all astonished and naturally did not dare to put on airs in front of Su Ming. Su Ming glanced at the mechanics and then smiled, saying, just leaving for a while to conquer this star region. I'll be back soon. Hearing Su Ming's words, the mechanics exchanged looks and then nodded blankly. They weren't concerned about the war, only knowing that if Wantin conquered this area, human civilization would gain a significant advantage. Other details were beyond their knowledge. One of the more seasoned mechanics couldn't help but look at Su Ming and asked, unwilling to give up, Lord Su Ming, about the mechanical divine tree technology we discussed earlier, are you really not interested in selling it? Su Ming chuckled lightly and replied, we at Wantin are not short of money, but we do lack technology. As I said before, technology for technology. If you want my mechanical divine tree technology, sure, but you'll have to trade your space teleportation technology for it. Do not underestimate the space teleportation technology these mechanics possess. Although Su Ming also has some knowledge of space teleportation, it pales in comparison to theirs. Their technology is of a cosmic civilization level, divine in nature, and represents the pinnacle of non-combat mechanical engineering. They coveted Su Ming's mechanical divine tree technology, and Su Ming equally desired their space teleportation technology. However, their technology was compartmentalized, each mechanic possessing only a part of it. Only when combined did it form a complete cosmic civilization-level technology. This compartmentalization was a precaution by the Empire to prevent the technology from falling into the hands of other forces. Su Ming wanted the complete technology. Since none of them had the full knowledge, it was of little value to him, and thus, the exchange was out of the question. After exchanging pleasantries with the mechanics, Su Ming boarded a starship and soared into the sky. The non-combat mechanics of the Empire watched the starship ascend, exchanging glances filled with regret. The technology of the mechanical divine tree, even to their expert eyes, had immense potential. Some aspects of it were beyond the grasp of even the 5 major galactic empires. Mastering it could potentially advance human civilization. However, everyone knew that there are numerous technologies that can advance human civilization, and it's unrealistic to expect every single one to be offered without any compensation. As engineers, they were well aware of this reality. What if I approach the Empire to propose an exchange? I'll offer them complete knowledge of spatial teleportation and the technology of the mechanical god tree, one seasoned engineer muttered to himself. Upon hearing his words, the others couldn't help but show expressions of shock. Are you crazy? Spatial teleportation is one of the Empire's core technologies. It can't be leaked, another engineer said with a hint of concern. In the past, the Empire might have been reluctant to share it, but recently, they've discovered new resource star systems and are also engaged in conflicts with other civilizations. It's a turbulent time. The Empire might be more willing to accept a new warfare technology now, the seasoned engineer added thoughtfully. Su Ming didn't catch the mechanic's conversation, and even if he did, he would just shrug it off. This was a matter of chance, and Su Ming didn't expect his mechanical divine tree technology to exchange for the Empire's strategic-level technology. Despite its impressive capabilities, the Empire had many other equally powerful war technologies suited to different scenarios. Acquiring an additional technology was naturally beneficial for the Empire, but this was just a side note for Su Ming. He wasn't overly concerned about the outcome. His entire focus was now on the war. This was a conflict between 2 civilizations, and although Wantong seemed to have the upper hand, the situation could change in an instant. Su Ming had to devote 100 of his energy to this war. The war was far from over. It was just beginning. Any complacency could lead to total annihilation. Su Ming boarded the warship and immediately turned his gaze to Cheng Hua, who was already waiting. For this campaign, Su Ming took only a small contingent, leaving most of the Wantong forces in the Wantong Star region. He brought along just 10,000 troops for two main reasons. Firstly, to avoid alerting the enemy. If the besieging forces around Shangyun Universe Kingdom were suddenly halved, any competent commander would realize that Wantong had dispatched troops for an ambush. Secondly, there was the Void Storm. The Void Storm wasn't just a nightmare for the returning reinforcements, but even for those already inside it. Su Ming needed his most elite troops, capable of surviving the storm's chaos. These 10,000 elite soldiers, all enhanced members of Wantong, possessed the combat prowess of terrifying level 7 gene warriors. Such a force had enough mobility and combat strength to take on even a million-strong ordinary army. The warship suddenly leaped into the void, executing a space jump, and disappeared from the Wantong Star region sky. Meanwhile, a fleet from the Void Civilization, consisting of 300,000 level 5 Void warriors, was swiftly traversing the Void Storm. For a star cluster level power, this was considered an elite force. These Void beings were on their way to the Wantong Star region aboard giant Void ships. The storm raged, but for the Void Civilization's army, its impact was less terrifying. As long as the level 5 Void warriors were cautious, they could navigate through the storm. This confidence was why, despite the high risk of ambush in the Void Storm, the army's commander resolutely led his troops back to reinforce their allies. However, it's important to note that the Void Storm belt is not just filled with Void Storms. It also contains countless scattered, floating meteors. These meteors have become the most troublesome obstacle for this Void Civilization army. Commander, our speed is too fast. Two of our large ships have already been struck by meteors and shattered. We should slow down to reduce the risk, one Void Clan member said anxiously to the Void Clan commander standing beside him. In the Void Civilization, the commander is referred to as Void Face, so the member addressed him as such. The Void Face's eyes were cold as he gazed at the meteor belt ahead. He gritted his teeth and said, "Accelerate. Not only can we not slow down, but we also need to speed up and get back." Hearing this, the subordinate was immediately alarmed. "We can't. Our army is already elite, and every loss is significant. If we don't preserve our forces, how can we defeat the invaders?" The Void Face shot him a cold glance, feeling annoyed at his subordinate's foolishness at such a critical moment. "Our return might already be known to the invaders," the Void Face said sternly. "If we don't accelerate now, are we supposed to wait for the invaders to set up their formations and ambush us? Losing a few soldiers is nothing. If we slow down and get ambushed in the Void Storm belt, we might suffer complete annihilation. Now is the time to catch them off guard, rush in, and reclaim one or two planets. With the main star's internal forces breaking through, we still have a chance to turn the tide. If we delay, there will be no chance left." The Void Face spoke harshly. One must admit that this Void Face had a unique grasp of the situation. If they were facing a conventional army, his tactics would likely succeed, coordinating an internal and external attack to wear down the enemy. However, what he failed to notice was that, in a certain part of the Void Storm, a Wan Vine soldier was stealthily following their army in a small warship. This soldier was Zwolin, known for his strong sensory abilities. Zwolin cautiously maintained his distance from the Void Civilization's army, keeping all signals and detection functions on his warship turned off to avoid being counter-detected. The Void Civilization's army would never have guessed that their route had been so easily exposed to a Wan Vine soldier. Even the most precise equipment might not have detected them from such a distance, but Zwolin's special abilities allowed him to sense the army effortlessly. Su Ming had another reason for trusting Zwolin so much. Not only could Zwolin sense the movements of the Void Civilization's army, but he could also perceive the patterns of the Void Storms. During his pursuit, Zwolin had an important task: to determine an optimal ambush point for Su Ming's 10th Sandstrong army based on the energy flow of the Void Storms and the layout of the meteor belt. Despite his brain's capability being at the level of an 8th grade genetic warrior, Zwolin felt extremely fatigued. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his eyes remained sharp, closely monitoring the ever-changing situations around him. About half an hour later, Zwolin's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately picked up the communication device and directly dialed Su Ming's channel. "Leader, there's a void storm erupting near coordinates x3101.y41211.z 41278. During this void storm, a large number of meteors will be scattered. We can set up an ambush at these coordinates. On the outskirts of the Wantang Star region, at coordinates x3101.y41211.z 41278, a Void Clan fleet was passing through the emptiness of space. This fleet was part of the reinforcement troops returning to the Shangyun Cosmic Nation. As they reached this coordinate, an extremely terrifying storm erupted in the void. The storm was so intense that even the Void Clan members risked being swallowed by it. Su Mian stood at the front of the colossal void ship, his eyes filled with a deep sense of gravity. "Even though I've lived here for so long, such a fierce void storm is rare. Could this be an omen?" Su Mian muttered to himself. But soon, his gaze turned resolute. The rise of any great nation is fraught with pain and difficulty. Perhaps this is a test from the Void God. At that moment, the Void Storm intensified, carrying a mass of meteors towards the fleet. Driven by the storm, even small meteors could potentially sink a giant ship due to their terrifying speed. Sumion, the storm has strengthened. 3 of our giant ships have already been shattered by meteors, and over 20,000 soldiers have perished. Should we reduce our speed? A concerned Void Clan officer asked. Hearing about the heavy losses, even Sumion showed a hint of pain in his eyes. He pondered for a moment before succumbing to the terrifying power of the natural disaster. Slow down and try to navigate around the meteor field, Sumion ordered calmly. The officer beside him breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued at their previous speed, half of the fleet might not make it to the Shongyun Cosmic Nation due to the Void Storm. But just as the order was given, a terrifying light suddenly flashed from the edge of the Void Storm. A strong energy wave swept through, carrying a heavy sense of death that penetrated the hearts of every Void Clan soldier. Damn, we're under attack. Mion's face changed dramatically as he sensed the energy wave, shouting out in alarm. The attack arrived immediately. It was a strike from a war weapon. The mechanical god tree, known for its capability to deliver large-scale attacks, was a formidable force. Although slightly less powerful than a regular giant cannon, in an ambush, especially in such an environment, it was like a scythe sending the Void Clan fleet to their doom. The terrifying attack instantly struck 2 of the colossal Void ships. The Void Clan soldiers on board didn't even have time to react before being sucked into the meteor field by the fragmented Void Storm, turning into blood mist in an instant, utterly dead. This is the advantage of holding a defensible position. In normal space combat, even if a giant ship is destroyed, the soldiers inside would still have a chance to escape, and the casualty rate wouldn't reach 100%. However, in the midst of the Void Storm, without the cover of the giant ship, any Void soldiers exposed to the storm stood no chance of survival, except for a few high-ranking Void commanders of the 7th or 8th level. Su Ming, clad in his Spirit Fox mech, gazed at the Void army from a distance. He did not venture into the Void Storm. Instead, he remained on the periphery, blocking the Void army's advance. He was in no hurry, as he held the absolute advantage. With enough patience, even without launching an offensive, the Void army caught in the storm would eventually perish. Consequently, it was the Void army that felt the urgency. If they couldn't break through the storm's perimeter soon, their entire force would be obliterated. Damn it! Su Mion realized this as well, growing enraged at the cunning and experience of his opponent. But there was no time for contemplation. He had 2 choices: charge forward and break through the Void Storm, presenting a chance to counterattack, or retreat and wait for the storm to pass before advancing again. Su Mion glanced back. His forces had already covered nearly 2/3 of the distance. Retreating now would mean retracing 2/3 of that distance, giving the enemy an opportunity to chase them through the storm, potentially leading to their complete annihilation. It was a tough spot. Neither advancing nor retreating seemed viable. Clearly, the enemy had anticipated their predicament and attacked precisely when they were 2/3 of the way through. All right then, Su Mion thought, since you're forcing me to break through, I'll grant your wish and push forward. Let's see what kind of army I'm up against. In that instant, Su Mion made a swift decision. Break through. If they didn't, the trapped forces of the Shongyun Cosmic Nation wouldn't hold out much longer. Without hastening their advance, any invasion would render their rescue efforts meaningless. Failure would result in national disgrace and loss. Breaking through offered a sliver of hope, whereas retreat meant certain doom for both Shongyun Cosmic Nation and his returning forces. Breakthrough. Accelerate. Charge forward. Su Mion shouted. With his command, the army surged forward with unprecedented speed. Su Mion saw the fear and panic in the eyes of every Void soldier. Without hesitation, he left the giant Void ship, facing the storm with his own body. Standing at the forefront of his troops, he shouted, "What's the point of clinging to life if our nation is gone? Ahead lies endless storm and danger, but it is also our homeland. Defend our home. Eliminate the invaders. With my life, I will defend our homeland." Su Mion stood at the front, facing the Void storm hidden, like a lighthouse standing firm amidst the tempest. His words, carried by the unique transmission method of the Void civilization, reached the ears of every Void soldier. Seeing this scene and hearing these words, the worry and fear in the eyes of the Void soldiers vanished completely. Instead, their eyes were filled with a resolute determination and a willingness to sacrifice themselves. By my command, defend our homeland. By my command, defend our homeland. Each Void soldier chanted the slogan loudly, and at this moment, the army erupted with an intense spirit of self-sacrifice. The Void storm roared in, bringing countless meteors that sank several massive ships and tore thousands of Void soldiers to pieces. Yet, the remaining soldiers, driven by unwavering will, charged forward with relentless determination. Su Ming looked through his mech and saw that the Void Tribe army had suddenly erupted with an unusually strong fighting spirit, which commanded his respect. However, they were enemies, and their resilience at this moment was bad news for Wanting. Su Ming's position required him to completely annihilate this army in the Void Storm, or else Wanting would lose more soldiers and lives. Without hesitation, Su Ming controlled the mechanical divine tree and launched a fierce attack on the Void Tribe army. His body was enveloped in a white starlight, and the vast energy of the stars flowed directly into the mechanical divine tree through his mind. Instantly, the tree emitted an even more terrifying energy fluctuation. The entire trunk was shrouded in silver-white starlight, and countless vines extended from the divine tree, twisting together and aiming at the advancing Void Tribe army. In the next moment, white light flashed, and the mechanical divine tree's attack was unleashed, instantly striking the Void Tribe army and causing thousands of their soldiers to perish in the Void Storm. Warships attack. Cheng Hua commanded from the control room. Immediately, 10 warships broke through the void and appeared near Wanting's forces. These 10 warships had been stealthily following Su Ming and his team without being detected by the citizens of the Shengyun Cosmos Nation. Now was the time for action. They emerged from the void, and their cannons unleashed terrifying energy waves, bombarding the Void Tribe army. The situation for the Void Tribe army, already dire within the Void Storm, worsened. The defense shields of their massive void ships were being shattered every moment, and countless Void Tribe soldiers were dying in the void. Despite this, the Void Tribe army showed no signs of retreat. Each soldier exuded a desperate yet fierce determination, and many of them seemed on the verge of a breakthrough in this strange atmosphere. Seeing this, Su Ming's expression changed slightly. This is bad. Su Ming knew that if these Void Tribe soldiers broke through, they might just withstand Wanting's attacks and escape the Void Storm. He couldn't let this army get out. In their current state, they would unleash incredibly strong and terrifying combat power. In such a scenario, Wanting's soldiers would suffer heavy casualties. Su Ming made a decisive move, activating the third ability of the mechanical divine tree, life deprivation. 3 mechanical divine trees formed a special triangular formation, and a strange wave surged from them. Divine knowledge, life deprivation. This was the terrifying ability that the Life Court had once used on Su Ming and his team. Don't be fooled by how Su Ming and his companions seemed indifferent at the time. On one hand, they are no ordinary genetic warriors. On the other hand, their life levels have reached the 8th or 9th tier of genetic warriors. This grants them a certain degree of immunity against the life-draining power of the Life Court, especially when it's not at its peak. However, the Void Army soldiers before them are generally only at the 5th or 6th tier, significantly weaker than Su Ming and his companions and lacking any special abilities. When faced with the life waves emitted by the mechanical divine tree, these Void soldiers are much less capable of resisting. Most importantly, a sharp glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. When cellular activity is insufficient, no one can break through their limits. Life deprivation not only strips away life, but also the potential for these Void soldiers to advance. Those who were on the verge of a breakthrough suddenly changed their expressions. They sensed a strange force acting upon them, causing their previously highly active cells to start drying out and withering. Some of the weaker Void soldiers felt their cellular activity plummet, as if an invisible force was siphoning away their life energy. Voidface also sensed this power, and his expression changed drastically. This force field fundamentally crushed the army's morale. If they remained in it for too long, they wouldn't just fail to break through or fight. They would struggle to maintain basic physiological functions. Even he might be drained to death. Accelerate. Faster. Faster. Voidface's eyes welled with blue tears. No one felt more confused or desperate than he did at that moment. But he couldn't afford to be confused or desperate. Ahead was their homeland, and behind were his soldiers. Everything rested on his shoulders. Others could fall, but he absolutely could not. At that moment, a terrifying standoff formed between the two sides. The Mantang army attacked the Void soldiers with ferocity, while the Void soldiers desperately pushed forward. The Mantang soldiers were inspired by the valor of the Void soldiers and unleashed extraordinary combat strength. They must not let them break through the Void storm. They must not be defeated in the Void storm. Both sides clashed with relentless intensity, each soldier throwing themselves fully into the battle. Finally, perhaps in a last act of grace from the heavens, after countless Void soldiers died in the onslaught and life deprivation, the Void army broke through the Void storm and stood before Mantang's 10,000 soldiers. At this moment, the once 300,000 strong Void army was reduced to just 30,000. A true 9 lives lost for everyone spared. This battered, skeletal, and pitiful army, many of whom were now disabled, stood before the Mantang forces in a state of profound sorrow. It was as if this tug-of war, where neither side would yield, had finally come to a conclusion with the victory of the Void clan warriors. Despite the fact that each of the 10,000 soldiers of Wantong was stronger, healthier, more energetic, and fully combat-ready compared to the Void Clan warriors. There was no trace of disdain or contempt in their eyes. At this moment, the unwavering spirit of the Void Clan army had earned the respect of the Wan Teng soldiers, including Su Ming and Cheng Hua. Su Ming's gaze was fixed on a leading Void Clan general with a combat level of 9. Knight was Su Mian. With a heavy tone, Su Ming spoke quietly into the communication channel. Wan Teng, attack? War had broken out. Although it was a battle of 10,000 against 30,000, it represented the final showdown between the Shongyun Galactic Empire and the Wan. The outcome of this battle would determine whether the Star region would belong to human civilization or the Void civilization. Wanting soldiers, on average, were at the level of 7th grade genetic warriors, 10,000 strong. The Void soldiers, on the other hand, averaged the strength of 5th grade genetic warriors, if not lower, 30,000 in number. In terms of sheer power, it was evident that Wanting's 10,000 could easily crush the Void's 30,000. However, the Void soldiers fought with a desperate tenacity, displaying an unyielding resolve against Wanting. This army, already ravaged by the Void storm, unleashed all their suffering and despair upon Wanting soldiers. Both sides fought fiercely in the starry expanse for an entire day. Ultimately, despite higher-than-expected casualties on Wanting's side, the Void army was annihilated in this starry battlefield. Wanting's superior genetic warriors, more advanced warships, and 3 life-depleting and life-restoring war machines created an overwhelming force that even the most fearless could not withstand. In the end, Wanting lost 1,000 soldiers to completely wipe out the Void army. Su Ming, with a single slash, decapitated the last 9th grade Void warrior. The final Void soldier was dead. Gazing at the Void corpses before them, Su Ming and Wanting felt no joy in their victory. Instead, they looked upon the defeated army with somber expressions. The Void civilization believed in honoring their dead by returning them to the Void. Changhua, give these Void soldiers a proper burial, Su Ming said with a weary sigh. This army deserved respect, but as enemies, their destruction was necessary. Wanting soldiers quickly cleared the battlefield and returned the mangled corpses to the Void. Strangely, the bodies began to merge with the Void, as if returning to their origin. After completing this task, Su Ming exhaled deeply. It was over. Wanting's 10,000 had, with the aid of the Void storm, destroyed 30,000 enemies. Despite losing 1,000 of their own, far more than Su Ming had anticipated, this victory was crucial for Wanting. It signified the inevitable downfall of the Shongyun Galactic Empire. Without their elite forces, Shongyun had no means to resist Wanting. With everything concluded, Su Ming led his troops back to the Great Wood Planet without hesitation. Back on the giant wooden planet, the army that had gone to annihilate the Void tribe's reinforcements was given a 3-day break by Su Ming to adjust their emotions. However, Su Ming didn't idle. He immediately immersed himself in Wan Teng's endeavors. The news of the reinforcements' destruction quickly spread to the Shongyun Cosmic Nation through Wan Teng. The severed head of Shumian, which Su Ming had taken, was also sent to the Shongyun Cosmic Nation. This is a ploy by the invaders, everyone ignore it. Our army is surely on its way, said a Void tribe officer, trying to maintain morale. But when another Void tribe member, showing signs of worry, mentioned Shumian's head, the officer angrily interrupted. Shut up. He then drew a Void blade and instantly killed the worried soldier. There is no such thing as Shumian's head. They are just trying to break our spirit. Send the order to strengthen our defenses and wait for reinforcements, the officer commanded furiously. This Void tribe officer was indeed a capable individual, but the annihilation of the reinforcements was an undeniable fact. Su Ming didn't need to rush. He continued recruiting soldiers within human civilization's territory while observing the changes within the Shongyun Cosmic Nation from a distance. As expected, on the first day without news of reinforcements, the citizens of Shongyun Cosmic Nation felt no concern, and the soldiers remained high-spirited. After all, it was only one day, and delays in the Void Storm Belt were possible. However, on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th days, a week passed without any word from the reinforcements, not even a communication. Although the officer had already suspected the truth, by the end of the week, it was impossible to hide it from the public and the soldiers. The official responses from Shongyun Cosmic Nation were vague, and rumors that the reinforcements had been wiped out began to spread. At this moment, the internal stability of the Shongyun Cosmic Nation started to waver, leading to extreme despair. With no reinforcements or rescue, 7,080 of the nation's territory was in the hands of the invaders. The army could only retreat to 3 main stars, surrounded by Wan Teng's forces, unable to break out. This created immense psychological pressure, and upon realizing the reinforcements had been destroyed, the citizens of Shongyun Cosmic Nation were the first to collapse. Even soldiers, who had family and friends, began to lose morale as their loved ones despaired. Cheng Hua, with his keen insight, realized that after a week, the collapse of the Shongyun Cosmic Nation's morale would begin. Indeed, the defensive perimeter started to show cracks. However, Cheng Hua remained patient, aiming to minimize casualties. Another week passed and Cheng Hua, smiling, pointed to the three main stars of the Shangyun cosmic nation and said, "In 2 days, we can break the enemy." After consulting with Su Ming, he led 200,000 Wan Tang soldiers into a fierce assault. At this point, the Shangyun cosmic nation's morale had completely disintegrated, making it insignificant. The once formidable defense shield was now as fragile as paper after nearly a month of attacks. The shield shattered like paper, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. This was different from the despair of the reinforcements, who still had a glimmer of hope and belief to sustain them. The soldiers of the Shangyun cosmic kingdom, however, faced utter despair, a hopelessness that left them too terrified to resist. Cheng Hua encountered almost no obstacles as he led his troops straight into the capitals of the three main planets. A day later, the banner of Wanting was planted on those planets, signifying the complete annihilation of the Shangyun cosmic kingdom by Wang. Wanting thus celebrated its victory in this war. In the cold, dark void, massive interstellar conveyor belts stretch across the expanse of space. Almost every moment, vast quantities of supplies are transported in and out through these belts. Simultaneously, spaceships and warships speed along these colossal conveyors. One end of these massive belts leads to the Wanting Star region, while the other connects to a gigantic space teleportation array. This teleportation array's anchor point is set within the Empire's territory, making it a highly strategic location. Through this anchor point, the Empire can deploy its troops directly to the Void Civilization's domain, without the arduous journey through the Eastern Alliance's life court. Most crucially, the Wanting Star region, accessible via this anchor point, is like a thorn in the side of the Void Civilization, potentially choking it at any moment. Naturally, the Empire places great importance on Wanting. The engineers dispatched by the Empire worked tirelessly, completing the construction of the space corridor in just a month and a half. The Empire's space technology is undeniably invincible on a cosmic scale. As the ruler of this star region, Wanting received ample privileges from the Empire. Both Su Ming and Cheng Hua, among others, recognized the future mission and significance of this star region. They constantly discussed and optimized all affairs related to Wanting Star region, understanding the necessity of being prepared. If Wanting were complacent, it might not even qualify as cannon fodder when the Void Civilization eventually turned its attention to this region. At this moment, the door to Su Ming's office was pushed open by Locke. "Have all the original Void inhabitants of this star region been sent back to the Empire?" Su Ming asked, lifting his head as Locke entered. Locke nodded. "Yes, yesterday was the last batch. They've all been transported to the Empire now." The Void inhabitants they referred to were the former citizens of the Shangyun cosmic nation. Instead of slaughtering these citizens, Wanting handed them over to the Empire, which would use them for negotiations with the Void Civilization. Wanting's focus was on peaceful development, as it was not yet capable of contending with a cosmic-level civilization like the Void Civilization. This period marked a honeymoon phase between Wanting and the Empire, with their relationship flourishing. Su Ming received numerous calls from Empire officials daily. Thanks to the Empire's support, Wanting's development pace even astonished Su Ming. "How many soldiers have we recruited so far?" Su Ming asked casually, glancing at the documents in front of him. Locke grinned, plopping down in the chair opposite Su Ming, his face lighting up with excitement. "You might be shocked to hear this, but we've recruited over 4 million soldiers. Most are level 3 or 4 genetic warriors. There are some experts, but not many. Fewer than 70,000 are above level 7. Upon hearing Locke's words, Su Ming immediately put down the documents in his hand and looked up in surprise. "That many?" Locke nodded. "Most of them are here for the life enhancement and the money. But with the military contracts signed, loyalty won't be an issue." Su Ming nodded in agreement. Military contracts are backed by the entire human society, and anyone who severely violates them would be punished not by Wantung, but by society as a whole. Therefore, loyalty isn't really a problem. Su Ming smiled. "That's great. No wonder we've recruited so many people in such a short time. The recruitment is open to all of humanity, so the base is large. The regular army of the 3 or 4 level gene warriors of the Empire may not be interested, but for Wantung, as long as there is the life ascension device, these 3 or 4 level gene warriors can be elevated to at least 6 level gene warriors in no time. At this level, they are definitely considered elite. Wanting is truly wealthy now. Previously, the gene drug business in the Black Domain was profitable, but no matter how profitable it was, it could never compare to the wealth generated by plundering the resources of an entire star domain. Now, with an entire star domain under its control, Wantung has resources flowing in endlessly and can easily recruit soldiers. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Locke also showed a trace of a smile. But soon, Locke thought for a moment and then said, "Leader, I've been thinking, should we really make the life ascension device so easily available to new recruits? Shouldn't we assess them based on their military achievements?" Su Ming shook his head. "It's fine. We need to think bigger. Wantong's situation is very delicate right now. We could be wiped out by the Void Civilization's army at any time. It's better to increase our strength as soon as possible. Besides, the real significant enhancements from the Life Ascension device come from the second and third uses. The first use is not that impactful. Su Ming publicly claimed that the Life Ascension device could only enhance 3 times, as his father had advised him before. Su Ming paid great attention to this aspect. Locke nodded and then discussed the corresponding star domain arrangements with Su Ming before leaving to attend to various tasks. After Locke left, Su Ming stood up and looked out the window. He saw squads of troops and fleets of warships constantly patrolling the planet. At this moment, Su Ming indeed had the demeanor of a powerful warlord. However, Su Ming's mind remained vigilant, fully aware that strength is the foundation of everything. Only by continuously enhancing his strength could he address various arising issues. During the 2 months since leading his army to the Void Civilization, Su Ming had not slacked off for a moment. Not only did he maintain his training, but he also continued his studies in mechanical knowledge. After 2 months of relentless training and learning, Su Ming's energy level had increased from the original 80,000 in muscle tissue and 66,000 in brain domain to 150,000 in muscle tissue and 140,000 in brain domain. His physical training had also advanced from level 7 to level 8. At this moment, Su Ming's panel attributes are as follows. Host: Su Ming. Physical energy level: 150,000. Brain domain energy level: 140,000. Gene lock activation level: medium level 8. Physical activity: 100. Body training level: level 8. Starlight points required for next level: 200,000. Physical defense capacity: 200,000. Immune to attacks below 150,000 energy level. Possesses 178,000 starlight points. Mechanical knowledge subcategories: 27,000. Independent knowledge items: 2,700. Brain domain split level 3. Divine knowledge. External exoskeleton. Mech. Divine. Tree of life. Domain. Life deprivation. Life ascension. Maximum starlight energy endurance: 10,000. With the fall of the Shengyun Universe Nation, Wanting has entered a period of recovery and development. Naturally, the demise of the Shengyun Universe Nation has caught the attention of the Void Civilization. However, at this moment, the primary focus of the Void Civilization is on the battlefield against the 5 major human cosmic nations. If the Void Civilization intends to conquer the star region where the Shengyun Universe Nation was located, it would need to dispatch a force more than 5 times larger than Wanting's to fully capture the area. After all, Wanting has previously demonstrated through actions in the Void Storm that it is not just talk when it comes to being easy to defend and hard to attack. As long as Wanting guards outside the Void Storm and utilizes its natural treacherousness, it can easily crush any enemy. This is a tough nut to crack. The high command of the Void Civilization quickly reached a consensus. The Wanting Star region cannot be dealt with right now. To capture this region, they would need to achieve victory on the main battlefield, or expel the human armies to focus their forces on this area. Nonetheless, the emergence of Wanting has indeed made the Void Civilization feel extremely uncomfortable, as if swallowing a bitter pill. This thorn has lodged itself within the Void Civilization's internal territory, but it is difficult to remove. Any attempt to deal with Wanting would result in significant difficulties. For Su Ming, the more the Void Civilization suffers, the happier he is. At this moment, Wanting is continually growing stronger. Not even the Empire may realize that with the technology of the Life Ascension device, Wanting can elevate soldiers who wouldn't qualify for the Empire's army from the level of 3rd or 4th level Gene Warriors directly to the level of 6th or 7th level Gene Warriors. In smaller cosmic nations, 3rd or 4th level Gene Warriors are considered main forces, but in the context of the Empire, they don't even meet the entry threshold for the army. Therefore, within the Empire's territory, there are many surplus 3rd or 4th level Gene Warriors. These Gene Warriors are a boon for one. Recruiting these Gene Warriors is not only cost-effective, but most of the 3rd or 4th level Gene Warriors are attracted by the Life Ascension device. For Wanting, it is possible to cultivate a large number of 6th or 7th level Gene Warriors at a low cost. Eventually, 400,000 7th level Gene Warriors will be comparable to the power of 4 third-class legions of the Empire. During Wanting's prolonged growth phase, Su Ming suddenly received a call from Li Heron. Su Ming, are you interested in doing something big? Li Heron excitedly asked over the phone. What big thing? Su Ming asked, a look of curiosity on his face. A few days ago, I just captured a star cluster-level universe nation of the Void Civilization. From the data left by this universe nation, I discovered that the Void Civilization has a secret research lab in a nearby star region. This research lab has a very high level of secrecy. Even some galaxy-level universe nations might not be aware of it. The universe nation I captured only knew about it because it was providing supplies to the lab due to its proximity. This research lab is undoubtedly crucial to the Void Civilization, Li Heron explained. Su Ming was taken aback by Li Heron's words. What are you planning? A research lab with such a high level of secrecy must have strong military defenses. Su Ming spoke with a serious expression. After hearing Su Ming's words, Li Heron nodded. Yes, there is danger. Recently, our army's detectors picked up a large number of Void Clan members passing through our nearby star system, heading to the main battlefield for reinforcements. I suspect this army is the garrison of the research facility. Now that the garrison has left, it's our chance, Li Heron said excitedly. Hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming looked thoughtful. Would you call me for such a good opportunity? Su Ming asked, his face showing a hint of skepticism. Li Heron chuckled, unashamed, and said boldly, we need one of your abilities. What ability? Reading. Reading? Su Ming was taken aback, but then seemed to understand. He figured it was the system's automatic learning function. Previously, in the Life Court, Li Heron and others had witnessed Su Ming's automatic learning ability, where he managed to decode the complex and obscure totems and knowledge of the Life civilization. Although the knowledge of the Void civilization wasn't as cryptic, the technological directions of the two civilizations were different. With the human technology Li Heron had access to, it would typically be challenging to decipher the Void civilization's knowledge. Hence, Li Heron invited Su Ming. Su Ming nodded. All right, when do we act? It'll take you 3 days to get here. Let's meet in my star system in 5 days. Got it. Su Ming nodded and hung up the phone. Without hesitation, he called Rock, Chunghua, and Shimu to give them some instructions before boarding a spaceship and leaving the Wan-In star system alone. Clearly, Li Heron didn't intend to lead an army to attack the research facility. If they led an army, the target would be too large, and the facility would quickly detect it. Given the research facility's importance to the Void civilization, any sign of an army attempting an attack would immediately alert them, prompting a rapid military response to eliminate the intruders. This would escalate a straightforward mission into a high-stakes battle, which neither Li Heron nor Su Ming wanted. This time, the two would go alone, launching a surprise attack on the research facility. The spaceship continued to traverse through the void. Ahead was the Void Storm Belt, but Su Ming's spaceship had been specially modified. With Su Ming's ability to see through obstacles, avoiding the massive void storms and safely passing through the storm belt was quite manageable. There were still 3 days until they reached Li Heron's occupied star system. Su Ming didn't plan to idle during this time. He turned his attention to his workbench, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. After some time of accumulating knowledge, he had made significant progress in both mechanical and energy knowledge. Perhaps it was time to try developing some new technology. Su Ming stood at the workbench, his hand moving swiftly over an electronic tablet, jotting down calculations. As he wrote, the simulator on the workbench continuously translated his theories into visual models. Magnified billions of times, atomic structures appeared before Su Ming's eyes, evolving dramatically as he refined his calculations. A slight sheen of sweat formed on his forehead. This trial by war had subtly shifted his understanding of mechanical weapons. Previously, Su Ming's innovations were geared toward enhancing his own combat capabilities, focusing on personal-level improvements with devices like the static energy element, the mechanical god tree, and the life sublimation instrument. These technologies were unique to Su Ming, unusable by others. However, the recent war had broadened his perspective. He now aspired to develop technologies that could be universally accessible. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ming was gradually adopting the mindset and demeanor of a leader during the Wantung War. This time, the technology he aimed to develop was less about innovation and more about integration, melding the knowledge of energy civilization with that of human civilization. It was a lonely path, despite the fact that many have attempted to integrate diverse fields of knowledge. Each person's understanding is unique, making this journey a solitary one. Energy and mechanics have numerous points of convergence, and human civilization has already achieved some integration of the two. But it wasn't enough. If energy could be harnessed to its fullest potential, it could create matter, reaching the level of crystalline civilization where weapons could be materialized from one's own energy. The desired weapon and attack capability could be manifested at will. Although Su Ming wasn't yet capable of such feats, he was experimenting with integrating energy knowledge into mechanical designs. What if a particle collision system was pre-installed in a gun, allowing the emitted energy to be adjusted and released in the desired form? Muttering to himself, Su Ming's hand raced across the electronic tablet with frenzied calculations. The simulator before him mirrored his intensity, operating at a feverish pace. The fusion of civilizational knowledge was far from simple, as challenging as creating an entirely new logical framework. Red veins began to appear in Su Ming's eyes, an unusual occurrence for a gene warrior of his caliber, given his body's high regenerative capacity. His mental exertion had pushed him beyond his limits, affecting his physical state and leading to fatigue. The spaceship's automated system detected Su Ming's physical instability and swiftly injected a syringe filled with advanced life essence into his back, continuously supplying him with the vital substance. Su Ming paid no attention to the actions of the spaceship system. At this moment, he was entirely engrossed in his research. In front of him, the simulator kept running non-stop. and it seemed that the only sounds within the spaceship were the relentless calculations and the ever-changing lights and shadows of the simulator. Days passed by, and before he knew it, 3 days had quietly slipped away. During these 3 days, Su Ming neither ate, drank, nor slept, his mind completely absorbed in his research. His brain's energy levels had long been depleted, and what kept him going was his sheer willpower and the life serum that sustained his vital functions. The life serum in the container was being consumed at an astonishing rate, far exceeding the amount used by thousands of people in Wonton combined. Normally, the brain accounts for about 20 of the body's total energy consumption. However, Su Ming had pushed his brain to its limits, using his mental faculties to their fullest extent, resulting in his brain consuming up to 90 of his body's energy. This led to the rapid depletion of the life serum. Despite this, Su Ming remained focused and fervent, adjusting the instruments before him like a mad scientist. After 3 days of intense research, Su Ming's theory had been validated, and it was now time to move on to the practical implementation stage. Given Su Ming's expertise, there was little doubt that the practical phase would go smoothly. He continued to tweak the equipment in front of him. Though his body was weary, the brilliance in his eyes had never been stronger. I've got it. What if future Mechs could be made entirely of energy? As long as the energy supply is constant, the Mechs would never break. I want to build a factory where any material entering it gets broken down to its most basic energy state, then reassembled into new matter through molds. This way, we could eliminate manufacturing and installation time, producing a mech in just 1 second. Even dirt could become the hardest material, creating an invincible planetary defense system. Could dark matter in the universe also be harnessed as a source of energy? Su Ming's eyes were filled with fervor as thoughts, knowledge, and imagination clashed in his mind. He was like a devout believer, constantly worshipping and approaching the temple of knowledge and thought. At that moment, Su Ming didn't even realize it. In his nearly exhausted mind, a peculiar seedling sprouted. This small shoot broke through the parched ground, radiating divine light that illuminated every corner of Su Ming's mind. A latent divinity began to emerge within his brain's energy levels, like a newborn infant, fragile yet brimming with infinite vitality. Under the influence of this divinity, Su Ming's previously withered and cracked mind started to feel nourished and warm. This divine nature of the brain stemmed from devotion, pain, and resilience. This is what the divine oracle on, a god-level entity from the Eastern Celestial Empire who was once acquainted with Kellen Clarence, had said to him. Now, Kellen Clarence, who completely disregards this set of divine theories, could never have imagined that his own son would unconsciously align with the path of the ascetic, nurturing a divine essence within his mind. Faith in knowledge is devotion. The unknown, confusion, and loneliness are suffering. To push forward without eating, drinking, or sleeping, nearly to the point of desiccation, is resilience. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, his gaze erupted with a brilliance and depth akin to starlight. Anyone who saw this light would be irresistibly captivated and awed by it. The emergence of this divine power quickly caught Su Ming's attention. Given his control over brain energy levels, he should have sensed it as soon as it appeared. However, after 3 consecutive sleepless nights, his condition had deteriorated significantly, and he failed to notice it immediately. But now, Su Ming could clearly sense the presence of divinity within his brain energy levels. This feeling was incredibly peculiar, as if a new, extraordinary power had been born within his mind. Although this power was still very weak, Su Ming could tell that once it matured, it would unleash terrifying strength. At present, he could only perceive a slight amplification effect from this divine power, about 10% of his brain energy level. This meant that while the divine power was still in its infancy, when Su Ming used his brain energy levels, they would be amplified by a factor of 1.1. Though the initial increase seemed modest, considering it was based on the brain energy level's base value, the amplification could become formidable as Su Ming elevated his brain energy level. Both my brain energy level and physical energy level have increased, Su Ming thought, surprised, as he checked his status panel. Previously, his brain energy level and physical energy level were at 140,000 and 150,000, respectively. Now, his brain energy level had risen by 30,000 points, and his physical energy level by 10,000 points, bringing them to 170,000 and 160,000, respectively. The brain energy level had once again surpassed the physical energy level. With the divine amplification, his brain energy level could increase by an additional 17,000 points. Su Ming smiled, feeling that he had gained significantly this time, and found a new path forward. This path was less about the arduous journey of a monk and more about the integration of knowledge. Although challenging, the thought of merging the knowledge of various civilizations across the universe excited Su Ming to the point of trembling. However, that was a matter for the future. Right now, the most important thing for Su Ming was sleep. Heaven knows, he hadn't slept in 3 days. Since there was still more than a day until his meeting with Li Heron, Su Ming decided to sleep until he reached Li Heron's star domain. A day and a half later, Li Heron stood with a smile as he watched the spaceship approach the planet he had occupied. Beside him were three familiar figures to Su Ming: Qi Sun, Chen Hui, and Du Bing. The four of them looked confident and spirited, clearly satisfied with their achievements in the recent war, having each conquered their respective star domains. However, among the five of them, only Su Ming had built his force from scratch, while the other four likely had varying degrees of support from their families to conquer these void civilizations' star domains. He's here. Su Ming is here. Li Heron exclaimed with excitement as Su Ming's spaceship docked at the spaceport. The hatch of the spaceship opened quickly, and the four of them eagerly looked towards it, waiting for Su Ming to step out. However, after a while, the hatch remained open, but no one emerged. The four exchanged puzzled glances. Li Heron muttered to himself, "What's going on? Why isn't Su Ming coming out?" Chun Hui's face twitched slightly before he spoke up. "Do you guys feel it?" Su Ming's presence seems quite calm. The group concentrated for a moment, and then displayed puzzled expressions. Du Bing murmured, "Yeah, it's calm. Almost like he's sleeping." "What the heck?" Veins slightly bulged on Li Heron's forehead. "What's going on? We're all waiting here, and he's sleeping?" Without hesitation, Li Heron stepped into the spaceship. Normally, the spaceship's defense system would attack any intruders, but it had recognized Li Heron's identity due to his frequent collaborations and communications with Su Ming. As a result, the system granted him access. Li Heron made his way to Su Ming's bedroom door and, through the window, saw Su Ming sound asleep. He couldn't help but show an exasperated expression. Knock, knock, knock. Su Ming woke up with a start and saw Li Heron standing outside the door, looking utterly disheartened. Su Ming quickly got out of bed and stretched. "That was such a good nap. Buddy, how can you sleep at a time like this?" Li Heron said with a pained expression. "It feels like you're not taking this mission seriously at all. We're on a tight schedule and you're sleeping." Su Ming chuckled, scratching his head. "I was just making sure I got enough rest to be in the best shape for the mission. It shows how seriously I'm taking it." Li Heron gave Su Ming a sidelong glance. "Wow, you've gotten good at making excuses." He patted Su Ming on the shoulder and said, "All right, let's not waste any more time. We need to get going." At that moment, Su Ming sensed the presence of Chen Hui and the others and asked in surprise, "Chen Hui and the team are here too?" Li Heron nodded. "Chun Hui's got excellent anti-detection skills. We need him for this mission. Since I invited you and Chen Hui, I figured we should bring the other two as well to increase our chances." Su Ming nodded in agreement. The group had worked together many times before and were familiar with each other's combat styles, which allowed them to coordinate effectively and maximize their combat strength. Acting together would indeed be more prudent. Su Ming stepped out of the spaceship and greeted everyone. They chatted briefly about their recent encounters with the Void Civilization, and then they all boarded Li Heron's spaceship, heading towards the coordinates Li Heron had detected. In a certain star region of the Void Civilization, a mysterious area shrouded in a dense band of starlight exists. Even the most advanced imaging detectors cannot penetrate this starlight, and the chaotic magnetic fields effectively block most detection devices, making this star region an ideal hidden enclave. At this moment, a research facility of the Void Civilization is located on an inconspicuous planet within this star region. This location is a top secret for the Void Civilization, remote, hidden, and unremarkable. However, the Void Civilization could never have anticipated that Li Heron had discovered the coordinates of this research facility. Li Heron is currently piloting a spacecraft, silently approaching the star region. Chen Hui, sitting beside him, is emanating a mysterious wave from his body, a divine wave. Chen Hui possesses a unique divine ability that allows him to conceal his presence, making it difficult for enemies to detect him. Previously, Su Ming had a brief encounter with Chen Hui, where both tried to lock onto each other's presence but failed. Su Ming's skill came from over a decade of training, while Chen Hui's ability was due to his divine power. Now, Chen Hui extends this divine ability to envelop the entire spacecraft, effectively masking its presence from the research facility's detection systems. "Get ready, everyone," Li Heron said, his gaze fixed on one of the planets. After confirming the coordinates, he turned to the group and spoke. The spacecraft gradually docked in an unremarkable void near the planet. Exchanging glances, Su Ming and the others swiftly donned their mechs and exited the spacecraft. The spacecraft was too large a target and risked being detected if it got any closer. In their mechs, each person independently masked their presence, making it impossible for detection instruments to pick up their signals. Su Ming was wearing a mech named the Predator Wolf, a close combat model. Unlike humanoid mechs, this one was compact, and the operator lay prone inside the cockpit, moving like a four-legged wolf. This mech was purely for close combat. Su Ming had unusually discarded his expertise in long-range shooting, opting to retain the mech's close combat capabilities. The fact that Su Ming was willing to forego his long-range attack abilities indicated that this mech was extremely formidable in close combat. Additionally, since the mission involved infiltrating the planet's interior, long-range shooting was unsuitable for ground-level warfare. Instead, the small, agile, and highly lethal mech was more appropriate. After suiting up, the team wasted no time and charged towards the planet at an incredible speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They quickly penetrated the atmosphere, and the surrounding sounds returned. This way, Lee Heron identified the direction and pointed towards an inconspicuous mountain range. Without hesitation, the group rushed towards the mountain range. The closer they got, the more intensely they could sense the energy levels within the mountain range. Although the mountain masked most of the energy fluctuations, their divine senses operated on a different dimension from ordinary energy detection. The energy fluctuations emanating from the research facility inside could not elude them. It's in there. They exchanged knowing glances. Suddenly, Du Bing's body erupted with an exceptionally powerful energy wave. In the next moment, a terrifying attack was unleashed from his mech. Boom! A massive explosion echoed across the entire planet, shaking the ground as if an earthquake had struck. The mound before them was blown apart, revealing the hidden research facility. The structure of the Void Civilization's research facility bore some resemblance to that of human civilizations. Researchers moved about inside, lacking much combat capability, while the perimeter was heavily guarded with powerful defense systems. Chi-Sun, Du Bing, you handle the defense systems? Du Bing, Lee Heron, follow me inside. Su Ming commanded loudly. At that moment, a blaring alarm sounded throughout the planet. Alert! Enemy attack! All personnel, be on high alert. Danger level, maximum. Defense systems activating. A series of alarms rang out, and the entire research facility seemed to come alive. Various defense systems were being activated, and void weapons were coming online. However, Su Ming and his team had taken the initiative, catching the facility off guard with their surprise attack. Immediately, Chi-Sun and Du Bing split up and unleashed their energy. Chi-Sun swiftly dashed to a row of automated targeting cannons. His mech's mechanical battle blade glowed intensely as he struck, reducing the cannons to fragments before they could even activate. Boom! The sound of destruction echoed through the sky as Chi-Sun's blade cleaved through the cannons. Meanwhile, Du Bing aimed his cannon at the thermal alert and giant shield defense systems. One terrifying shot after another was fired from Du Bing's cannon. Although his divine ability leaned towards lightning, it was less effective in ground-level warfare, so he resorted to heavy artillery bombardment. Despite this limitation, Du Bing's powerful energy-supported attacks were highly effective. The defense systems were obliterated before they could fully activate. Seeing this, Su Ming and the others breathed a sigh of relief. These were crucial defense systems. If they had been activated, the combination of void guards and these defenses would have made their assault significantly more challenging, at least 10 times harder. But now, with the key defense systems destroyed, Su Ming and his team could confidently advance into the research facility. Charge! Su Ming shouted as his wolf-shaped mech sprinted on all fours, rapidly heading towards the facility's interior. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Even within the research facility, there are experts and military forces standing guard. In no time, formidable figures appeared before Su Ming and his two companions. They halted, their faces heavy with concern, as they gazed upon the military might of the research facility. This, they realized, was far stronger than they had anticipated. Though the army numbered only around 3,000, nearly every soldier was at the 7th or even 8th level of genetic enhancement. Leading them were 3 generals, 1 at the vacuum level and 2 at the 10th level. Such a terrifying force, despite being only 3,000 strong, could rival the armies of tens of thousands from the Shinyun cosmic nation. Guys, we've all improved over this period, right? Lee Heron swallowed hard and spoke with a dry throat. He had originally estimated that most of the research facility's troops would have been temporarily deployed to the front lines for support. However, reality often exceeds personal expectations, and the strength of the army before him was far greater than he had calculated. It seems this research facility is even more important than we imagined, Chen Hui murmured to himself. If it had been the few of them who had just entered the life court, they would have had no choice but to flee in the face of such an army. But now, both Su Ming and Chen Hui, as well as Lee Heron, had grown in power through months of battles and training. After all, war is the ultimate test of one's abilities. Chen Hui, who had been a high-level 9th grade genetic warrior, had now advanced to the lower 10th grade. With his mech suit and divine power, he could fully match a vacuum-level expert. Lee Heron, though slightly less advanced, was still at a high-level 9th grade. His hidden strengths allowed him to contend between the 10th grade and vacuum level. Unbeknownst to the other two, Su Ming, though only at the upper 8th grade, had awakened divine abilities within his brain. With the addition of various technologies, his combat power might not be any weaker than theirs. In the end, all three had made progress. Even in the face of such a formidable army, they felt an urge to attack. Our advantage lies in the fact that their army won't dare to unleash concentrated firepower until the last moment. Otherwise, this planet would be destroyed, and their research would be lost. As long as they don't focus their fire, we have a chance. Brothers, it's time to show our true strength. Li Heron shouted loudly over the communication channel, officially declaring the start of the battle. 3 people, or perhaps 5, against 3,000. This was going to be a tough fight for everyone. Almost instantly, a terrifying energy wave erupted from Su Ming's body, and a divine force quietly descended upon the battlefield. Divine Knowledge Tree of Life. Divine Knowledge Domain of Life Deprivation. These were 2 divine abilities obtained from the Life Court, and Su Ming didn't hold back, unleashing them with full force. In this situation, there's absolutely no room for holding back. If they don't unleash their full power all at once, they won't be able to withstand the enemy's onslaught. At this moment, Qian Hui also erupted with an intense energy level, emitting a divine wave that was even stronger and deeper than the one he used to cloak the spaceship. Under the influence of this divine wave, Su Ming and Li Heron's auras became elusive and difficult to lock onto. With this divine wave, your presence will be hard to detect within this domain, Qian Hui said calmly. Immediately, Su Ming sensed another surge of divine power emanating from Qian Hui, this time more offensive in nature. It seemed to be Qian Hui's own combative divine knowledge. I'm going all out too, brothers. Li Heron roared. Divine knowledge, mirror dimension. 30% of the enemy's attacks will be diverted to the mirror dimension, reducing their impact and reflecting that damage back onto them. As he spoke, the space around them seemed to distort, and another dimension began to intervene. Su Ming and Qian Hui were both taken aback. Li Heron's father, a powerful being with dimensional abilities, had clearly passed down profound divine knowledge. Excellent. My divine knowledge can continuously strip away the enemy's vitality. The longer they fight, the weaker they become. Additionally, the Tree of Life can provide you with life energy, so there's no need to worry about injuries, Su Ming said with a faint smile, his expression then turning serious. With the pull of the moment, both sides erupted into action. At the command of their officer, the research facility's troops launched a fierce attack on the trio. In response, Su Ming and his companions unleashed their own formidable assaults. Qian Hui and Li Heron's Mechs fired devastating energy cannons at the enemy forces, while Su Ming transformed into a swift, pale blue streak, charging towards the opposing troops. The wolf-type mech, with its superior agility and speed on the ground, far outmatched the humanoid Mechs. Su Ming's rapid advance startled the facility's Void Clan soldiers, who immediately turned their focus on him. Hundreds of soldiers attacked, but thanks to Qian Hui's special divine power, nearly 90% of their targeting attempts failed. The remaining 10% posed little threat to Su Ming. Navigating swiftly among 100 soldiers, Su Ming found that some of the Void Clan soldiers, specialized in long-range combat, were thrown into disarray when the wolf-type mech closed in. Spotting their vulnerabilities with precision, the mech's claws tore through several soldiers, shredding them instantly. But just then, Su Ming's expression changed. He sensed that nearly 500 more people had locked onto him. Despite possessing Qian Hui's divine abilities, at this moment, a portion of the soldiers successfully pinpointed Su Ming's presence. In an instant, a torrent of attacks surged towards Su Ming from all directions, targeting every possible hiding spot. Su Ming frowned, feeling the suffocating pressure exerted by the opposing army. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of attacks rained down on Su Ming's mech, engulfing it in flames. Although each strike was only at the level of a 7th-grade Gene warrior, the sheer number of them gave the Void Clan soldiers' assault immense destructive power. The shield of Su Ming's assault-type mech was estimated to be breached in an instant. Seeing this, Li Heron became anxious and prepared to assist Su Ming. However, before he could act, hundreds of attacks were directed at him, forcing him to retreat continuously and leaving him no chance to help Su Ming. From the outset, this battle was destined to be exceptionally tough. Su Ming, Li Heron, and Qian Hui all faced the onslaught of thousands of Void Clan soldiers. Boom, boom. The attacks from the Void Clan soldiers finally struck the body of the wolf-type mech, shrouding Su Ming in flames. Su Ming, Li Heron shouted in shock over the communication channel, but before he could regain his composure, he saw a mech enveloped in green light suddenly burst out from the wave of attacks. The terrifying flames continued to explode on the wolf-type mech, but they only caused a slight ripple in the green glow, unable to penetrate the protective barrier and reach the mech itself. An assault-type mech with such strong defensive capabilities? Li Heron was astonished. Assault-type mechs, essentially designed like assassins, prioritize burst and speed, often at the expense of defense. Yet, Su Ming's wolf-type mech demonstrated a formidable defensive capability comparable to that of a defense-type mech. It's the green light. It's shielding Su Ming from the attacks. Qian Hui keenly identified the source of the mech's extraordinary defense. What is this? A new technology? Li Heron's eyes flashed with surprise. Both he and Qian Hui, as young elite mech warriors and skilled mechanics, were familiar with the potential of mechanical technology. The ability to achieve such a defensive effect on an assault-type mech was beyond their expectations. If this technology could be widely applied, it would revolutionize the combat strategy of assault-type mechs. Their guesses were correct. The green light was a new technology Su Ming had developed in 3 days, merging energy knowledge and mechanical expertise. The energy conversion armor technology allowed various energy types to be converted into shield energy for the mech. The attacks from the Void Clan soldiers and the life energy absorbed by Su Ming's life-draining abilities were transformed into armor, appearing on the Wolf-type mech. With the energy conversion armor, the Wolf-type mech's defense was significantly enhanced. In the next moment, the Wolf-type mech exploded with incredible speed, charging into the formation of the Void Clan soldiers. The undamaged state of the Wolf-type mecha took some Void soldiers by surprise. At that moment, Su Ming's sudden acceleration left some of them unable to react before the Wolf-type mecha's claws tore them to pieces. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the Void army ahead, Void form, only melee capabilities. Let's see how he handles our innate abilities. Humans have mechas, but the Void race has their innate ability, Void form. This ability allows the Void soldiers to merge with the Void, a core asset that enables their civilization to rival humanity. Seeing Su Ming charge into the army, the Void commander quickly identified the Wolf-type mecha's weakness: its reliance on melee combat, which would be ineffective against Void form. Melee attacks rely on kinetic force and sharp claws, primarily physical damage, which Void form can largely neutralize. However, Su Ming's eyes showed no sign of panic. A faint blue energy appeared on the Wolf-type mecha's claws. The energy's level was not intense, perhaps only a few thousand units. This level of energy was negligible compared to a 7th-level warrior. The Void soldiers sensed it but dismissed it, as even though Void form is vulnerable to energy attacks, this amount seemed insignificant. The wolf claws sliced through numerous Void soldiers, subtly transferring the faint blue energy into their bodies. Yet, their bodies remained in Void form, unscathed by the weak energy. The Void soldiers sneered, mocking Su Ming's futile effort. They quickly regrouped, preparing to launch a fierce attack on Su Ming. But as they gathered their strength, a deep blue light suddenly glowed from within their bodies, turning them entirely blue. In the next moment, under the terrified gazes of the Void soldiers, these blue-tinted bodies erupted with an immense wave of energy. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the soldiers exploded, the massive energy blasts killing and injuring those nearby. What's going on? The energy in his claws was problematic. The Void commander's eyes widened as he stared at Su Ming, who had already distanced himself from the exploding soldiers. Realizing something, he shouted in the Void language, "Those who were touched by him, do not release your power. Exit Void form." But it was too late. Even before his warning, several Void soldiers had already begun to unleash their power to attack Su Ming. However, the Void soldiers who had not yet launched their attacks were identical to those who had self-destructed earlier. Their bodies suddenly emitted a powerful energy surge from within. In the next moment, they exploded. One by one, these blue bombs seemed to cast a blue filter over the battlefield, making the scene appear surreal. Su Ming sneered as he gazed at the bombs before him. Phasing into the Void? If they like phasing so much, let them die one by one. From the recent explosion alone, it was conservatively estimated that at least 100 Void clan soldiers had perished in their own comrades' self-detonations. This was another of Su Ming's research achievements: the cancer of energy. Su Ming had developed 3 technologies in total: the energy armor, the cancer of energy, and the energy adhesive. The light blue energy from earlier was precisely the cancer of energy. Su Ming named this technology based on its properties. Cancer, when present in the human body, consists of malignant cells that can not only divide infinitely but also possess strong aggressiveness and instability. Even a tiny amount of cancer cells can eventually spread to various organs. The cancer of energy worked in a similar way. The light blue energy acted as a catalyst, triggering a mutation within the energy body. Once infected by the cancer of energy, as long as the energy was not released, it would be fine. But once the energy was released, it would accelerate the spread and division of the cancer of energy, quickly infecting the entire energy body. At that point, it was basically incurable. The uncontrolled energy would explode instantly, causing self-detonation. Of course, every technology has its flaws or countermeasures, and the cancer of energy was no exception. The infection could be resolved by cutting off the infected part or reverting to a material body, thereby eliminating the cancer of energy. However, the Void clan's phasing ability involved converting their bodies into energy and merging with the Void. Cutting off the infected part would be akin to severing a limb. If the infection reached vital areas like the heart or head, there would be no solution. Reverting to their material bodies would mean giving up their most powerful ability. The cancer of energy effectively restrained the Void clan. The Void clan commander realized this. Although he did not fully understand the main capabilities of the cancer of energy, through observation and judgment, he could vaguely sense that this ability was infection-based. and that self-detonation was triggered by the release of energy. He decided to compress Su Ming's dodging space, maintain distance, and avoid close combat, focusing fire from a distance. Eventually, Su Ming's energy shield would deplete, and at that point, he would be dead for sure. It's worth noting that to become a commander and elevate his combat power to nearly the level of a 10th level genetic warrior, this Void Clan strongman had a very accurate grasp of the situation. He promptly made what he believed to be the correct and decisive choice. Soon, the Void Clan soldiers dispersed, abandoning their collective advantage, and started compressing Su Ming's maneuvering space from all directions. A charge-type mech is most vulnerable when it loses operational space. The suppression the Void Clan soldiers imposed on Su Ming was indeed making things difficult for him. This war was an exceptionally challenging one from the start. Su Ming glanced at Li Heron and Chen Hui, who were being relentlessly pursued by the Void Clan troops. Their mechs were battered and scarred, though like Su Ming, they had also taken down numerous Void Clan soldiers. However, despite the overwhelming power difference, they still looked somewhat disheveled. If it weren't for Qixuan and Du Bang's timely arrival after destroying the defense system, the two of them might have already been overwhelmed by the Void Clan's army. Seeing the four of them in such a sorry state, Su Ming shook his head. The five of them had already been scattered, making it difficult to regroup in this war. Each had to fend for themselves, unable to rely on one another. Su Ming didn't hesitate. At that moment, he fired a shot into the air above him. This shot contained a massive amount of energy cancer, which exploded in the sky and scattered downward. The Void Clan commander saw this, and his face changed drastically. He immediately shouted, "Exit Void form now." Entering Void form meant transforming their bodies into energy forms, and contact with energy cancer was almost certain death. Upon hearing the commander's orders, all Void Clan soldiers' bodies twisted and returned to their physical forms from Void form. However, some soldiers didn't manage to revert in time and turned into blue bombs, exploding on the spot. Thanks to prior experience, the Void Clan soldiers were spread out and not clustered together, so the explosion only killed a few dozen of them. For the Void Clan army, this wasn't a significant loss. As for Su Ming, it was acceptable. His goal was merely to strip the Void Clan army they were facing of their Void form ability. Without this ability, the pressure on the five of them would lessen significantly, allowing them to kill more Void Clan soldiers. This was a battle where each fought individually, but their ultimate goal and their actions to kill the enemy were closely linked. If the other four could kill more Void Clan soldiers, it would also reduce Su Ming's burden. Su Ming, what kind of ability is that? Disabling their Void form? Excellent. This makes it much easier to kill them. The voices of the other four quickly echoed in the communication channel. Although they were fighting independently, they were constantly observing the entire battlefield and could see each other's situations. When they saw Su Ming release the light blue energy, forcing the Void Clan soldiers out of their Void form, they all showed signs of joy. Remember, after releasing energy-based attacks, sever any connections between the released energy and the energy inside your mechs. Otherwise, your mechs will explode too. Su Ming wasn't swayed by his teammates' praise. He remained composed and calmly spoke in the communication channel. Hearing Su Ming's words, the four of them slightly tensed, realizing the purpose of the light blue energy. At that moment, Su Ming's expression suddenly changed. He sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching him. It was the Void Clan commander. With all the Void Clan soldiers having lost their Void form ability, the commander could no longer sit idly by. He charged forward, unleashing a deadly attack aimed directly at Su Ming. This human possesses the ability to counter our race. Fortunately, it seems only he has this power. Otherwise, human civilization would have already used it against us on the battlefield. He has come to us on his own. This time, the others can be spared, but this human must die. At that moment, a large number of Void Clan soldiers abandoned the other four and charged towards Su Ming. The Void Clan's commanders had no idea what ability Su Ming possessed. However, the Void Clan soldiers keenly sensed the threat that this mech posed to their species. If humanity fully mastered this ability, it would be a devastating blow to the Void civilization. They couldn't let this human leave alive. This was the consensus among all the Void Clan present. Immediately, some Void Clan soldiers held off Li Heron and the other three, while another group lunged towards Su Ming. Su Ming, it's dangerous. Be careful. The commander on my side is heading your way. Li Heron shouted anxiously through the communication channel. However, he was already entangled with the Void Clan forces and couldn't support Su Ming. The other three were in the same predicament. For them, a minor piece of good news was that with the Void Clan focusing on Su Ming, their pressure lessened, allowing them to catch their breath and even take down more Void Clan soldiers. However, this meant that Su Ming's pressure increased significantly. At this moment, nearly 1,000 Void Clan soldiers, along with 2 level 10 Gene warrior commanders, were charging at Su Ming. This force represented a third of the entire army. Even though Su Ming had temporarily disabled their void shifting ability, their combat strength remained formidable. Boom. A terrifying attack instantly targeted Su Ming, forcing him to retreat to evade it. A figure quickly appeared before him, a powerful and muscular Void Clan warrior. Su Ming could see the lines of muscle on this being's body. The warrior's eyes were cold, filled with intense hatred, and he instantly conjured a void blade, slashing it towards Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes narrowed. He wanted to counter with his claws, but the overwhelming presence of thousands of Void Clan soldiers encircled him. They aimed to pin him down and kill him. Weighing the pros and cons, Su Ming decisively abandoned the idea of counterattacking and retreated to avoid the incoming strike. However, this made his movements appear somewhat hasty. If not for his exceptional control over the mech, he might have been hit by the attacks of hundreds of Void Clan soldiers. The hair on Su Ming's back stood on end as he pushed himself to his limits, his nerves taut with tension. The immense pressure elevated his state to its peak. His mental capacity surged, and divine light flickered in his eyes. At this moment, facing the combined assault of 1,000 Void Clan soldiers and 2 level 10 commanders, Su Ming felt as if he were back in the system's hellish training space years ago. Memories surged like a tidal wave, but instead of losing composure, Su Ming found himself in a state of absolute clarity. Without hesitation, he deployed 3 mechs, Shield Mountain, Spirit Fox, and a long-range assault mech, Skystar 1. Including the Wolf-type mech he was piloting, he now had a total of 4 mechs. His 4 comrades had been separated by the Void Tribe, making it impossible for them to come to his aid. Given the circumstances, Su Ming decided to become his own team. One man, forming a squad. Boom. The shield of Shield Mountain was instantly raised, and the next moment, Skystar 1 set up its sniper rifle, firing shot after shot at the Void Tribe soldiers. Meanwhile, the Spirit Fox mech and the Wolf-type mech became 2 blurs, engaging in relentless combat with 2 level 10 Void Tribe commanders. Neural energy and starlight power were being unleashed without limit, as if endless energy was pouring from Su Ming's body into each of the mechs. Despite the urgency, Su Ming's primary focus remained on piloting his own Wolf-type mech. His control over the other mechs was not as proficient as his main one. Fortunately, the Void Tribe soldiers were numerous and seemed intent on applying overwhelming force, causing most of them to move predictably. This made it much easier for Skystar 1 to lock onto targets, with nearly every shot hitting a Void Tribe soldier, turning them into a mist of blood. The light in Su Ming's eyes was almost spilling over. He no longer pondered whether he could defeat these soldiers. He knew that if he didn't give it his all, he might not make it out alive. This was never a fair fight. His 4 comrades were also facing extremely tough battles, each giving their all to emerge as the ultimate victors. The outcome was uncertain, but what truly defined a strong warrior was their unwavering belief. Even in the final moments, the 5 of them never wavered in their conviction of victory. Boom, boom, boom. Su Ming's main mech turned into a phantom, its claws slashing furiously, each strike exuding deadly precision and ferocity. For now, the other forces of the Void Tribe were being held off by the mechs under Su Ming's control. Standing before his main mech was only 1 level 10 Void Tribe commander. Su Ming knew he had to kill this commander quickly to have a slim chance of victory. He did not slow his pace of attack. Far from appearing disadvantaged, Su Ming displayed an aggressive offensive against the level 10 Void Tribe expert. He continuously advanced, leveraging the speed of his Wolf-type mech to pressure his opponent into a direct confrontation. With his top-tier level 8 abilities combined with the nearly 200,000 energy units of his class mech, Su Ming was more than capable of holding his own against a level 10 Void Tribe expert. The moment is perfect. Why not dance with me? Su Ming, in a rare burst of fervor, felt an intense and wild desire to attack. His claws emerged, resembling a bloodthirsty wolf, striking at the exposed weakness of the Void Clan's commander. Only those who have faced Su Ming understand the terrifying pressure he exerts. The commander of the Void Clan now felt this. No matter how he changed his moves, Su Ming could easily anticipate them. Su Ming's claws targeted areas the commander couldn't defend, leaving him scrambling in a desperate defense. Finally, the beleaguered Void Clan commander made a critical mistake. In a duel of masters, one flaw can mean life or death. Su Ming's eyes and claws didn't miss this opportunity, and in an instant, his claws silently sliced through the opening. The next moment, the body of the Void Clan commander was torn apart. The Void Clan's army, despite being surrounded by thousands and attacked by 2 level 10 Void Clan members, was countered and lost one of their own level 10 experts? Upon witnessing this, another commander couldn't help but twitch his eye. What's going on? These 5 humans, in terms of raw strength, aren't particularly strong. In terms of civilization level, even at the vacuum stage, they are considered weak. Yet these 5 individuals are displaying an incredibly terrifying power within this energy range. Anyone of similar strength encountering them would probably expect to be defeated. Could these 5 be of superior human lineage? The commander wondered. In the Void Clan, the distinction between talent and mediocrity doesn't exist. Strength is determined by postnatal training and innate bloodline talent. To this commander, these 5 humans were among the best of their kind. Now, the pressure shifted to the Void Clan. The commander observed that the 5 humans were performing almost flawlessly, continually turning their disadvantages into advantages. For the first time, the commander felt the situation slipping out of his control. These 5 were both strong and not strong. They weren't strong in the sense that their raw power was still somewhat lacking compared to the Void Clan's army, which could easily crush them in terms of brute force. But the pressure they exerted wasn't from their raw power. It came from their resilience, their terrifying situational awareness, and their ability to seize opportunities. Engaging these 5 required constant, intense focus and careful judgment. They had an uncanny knack for capitalizing on any mistake, instantly shifting the battle in their favor. One commander had already been killed by a human with multiple abilities. He had to be extremely cautious and not give this person any openings. In an instant, he made a clear assessment of the battlefield. Now, the level 10 Void Clan's combat power wasn't the deciding factor. Previously, commanders had intervened personally, thinking they could leverage the army's help to kill these humans. However, this strategy had its flaws. If the commanders were targeted and killed first, the army would be left leaderless and weakened. The key now was to stay alive and return to the army's protection, using its strength to crush these 5. With this realization, the commander quickly retreated, using the army's attacks as cover, and broke free from Su Ming's Linghu Mech, rejoining his troops. Just as he did, a scream echoed from nearby. The commander turned to look and broke into a cold sweat. The original setup of the Research Institute's army included 1 main commander and 2 deputy commanders. The main commander was at the vacuum stage, while the deputies were level 10. The 2 deputy commanders, both level 10, had just been attacking Su Ming. The lead commander, confident in his skills, decided to act alone, intending to use the army's assistance to eliminate the remaining 4 enemies. However, this high-ranking commander was unexpectedly killed on the battlefield by the combined efforts of the 4 opponents. Now, only one of the 3 commanders remained alive. Witnessing this, the surviving commander felt both fearful and relieved. He had made the right call. If he had also been taken down, their side would be left without leadership, possibly leading to total annihilation under the enemy's coordinated attacks. Thankfully, he survived, and now he could reorganize the troops for an offensive, using the sheer strength of their army to crush the 5 adversaries. He resolved not to venture out again. "Form up, attack," he commanded. Immediately, the Void Tribe's army began to regroup and advance towards the 5 opponents. Su Ming sighed softly at the sight. It was unfortunate. The enemy commander wasn't foolish. After Su Ming had killed one of their commanders, the remaining one became cautious. Despite the seamless cooperation among Li Heron and the others in killing the lead commander, the surviving enemy commander had retreated into the safety of his formation. Killing him would now be nearly impossible unless they could annihilate the entire enemy army, which seemed unlikely. Even though they had already killed 300 to 400 soldiers, the combined force of the remaining enemy troops was still overwhelming. After all, the 300 to 400 soldiers were only defeated after everyone had exerted their full strength. The strain on their Mechs alone made it impossible to sustain another round of such intense combat. Boom, boom, boom. Countless void energies surged towards the 5 of them. In that moment, the Void Tribe's army managed to split the battlefield, directing part of their force to attack the 4 and another part to relentlessly assault Su Ming. Thousands of attacks converged on Su Ming instantly. "Shield bearer," Su Ming called out. The shield bearer immediately raised its shield. Su Ming focused his efforts on controlling the shield bearer to fend off the attacks while he swapped out his wolf and fox mechs for 2 offensive mechs. Hiding behind the shield bearer, Su Ming took aim with his sniper rifle, using the shield bearer as cover to launch a frenzied counterattack against the Void Tribe. His shots landed within the enemy formation, but the Void Tribe's unique energy shields made it difficult to kill their soldiers. It took nearly 2 shots to kill a single enemy soldier. The efficiency was too low. A trace of anxiety flickered in Su Ming's eyes. The shield bearer was reaching its limit. Despite its formidable defensive capabilities, the relentless waves of attacks from over 1,000 7th-level warriors were too much. Even with Su Ming's skillful maneuvering, which mitigated some of the damage, the shield bearer could not withstand such a concentrated assault. On the 5th wave of attacks, the shield bearer's shield shattered with a resounding crash. At that moment, Su Ming's other 3 offensive mechs were exposed to enemy fire. The shield guardian mech was completely destroyed, shattered into pieces by the Void Army, causing Su Ming great distress. After all, this particular shield guardian had been blessed with divine enhancements, boasting unparalleled performance. Even if it could be repaired, its divine attributes would likely suffer, significantly reducing its overall capabilities. But this is war, and losses must be accepted. The path to victory in war is to inflict greater losses on the enemy while minimizing your own. With the shield guardian wrecked, the battle raged on. Su Ming gritted his teeth and brought out another defensive mech. Due to his preference for not using defensive mechs often, he only had 2 remaining in his storage. Releasing one now would leave him with just 1 more. Despite this, he had no choice but to deploy it. Without a defensive mech, his offensive mechs would be quickly overwhelmed by the enemy's attacks. Boom. The attacks came swiftly. A tan-colored mech appeared in front of Su Ming. The Earth Guardian humanoid mech raised a massive dark yellow energy shield, blocking all incoming void attacks. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ming launched a relentless assault from behind the Earth Guardian. The starlight in his eyes was so intense it seemed ready to overflow. He had already expended nearly 10,000 starlight points since the beginning of the battle. Despite the heavy cost, Su Ming's resolve was unbreakable. He had to win this war. 3 offensive mechs unleashed a barrage of attacks, raining down on the Void Army. The battle was a fierce back-and-forth exchange. Boom. The Earth Guardian was eventually shattered by the Void Army, but it took down 200 enemy soldiers with it. Su Ming took a deep breath and deployed his final defensive mech. The Sky Bear mech rose mightily from the ground, once again shielding against the Void Army's attacks. Ultimately, this mech too met its end, destroyed by the relentless onslaught. Yet, Su Ming managed to take down another 200 Void soldiers. Su Ming glanced at his 4 companions, who had not been idle either. During this time, they had wiped out nearly 1,000 Void soldiers. Their auras were greatly diminished, and the battlefield was littered with mech wreckage. It was clear that their mechs had been destroyed multiple times, and they were now operating their last remaining units. Su Ming felt encouraged by his companions' achievements. From the start until now, Su Ming's side had eliminated nearly 800 enemy soldiers, while his 4 companions had taken down over 1,200 Void soldiers. The results were impressive. Through sheer willpower, they had managed to decimate 2/3 of the enemy forces. At this moment, the 5 of them were facing the most challenging part of the battle. Unlike Su Ming, the other 4 did not possess an almost inexhaustible power as long as the starlight continued. Their strength had been significantly depleted from the beginning of the fight, resulting in a sharp decline in their offensive capabilities. They could barely defend themselves, let alone take down more Void Clan enemies. Su Ming, on the other hand, still had his strength intact. However, all his defensive mechs had been destroyed. In his storage space, only some offensive and assault mechs remained, which would be instantly shattered under the Void Clan's attacks. This was truly the critical moment of the war. Both sides were nearing their limits, and Su Ming and his companions were almost out of options. Attack. They have little strength left. We still have 1,000 soldiers at full power. Victory is ours. The Void Clan commander stood at the rear of his troops, looking at Su Ming and the others with a mix of fear and determination. Under his orders, the Void Clan soldiers unleashed a powerful onslaught towards Su Ming and his team. Su Ming, in particular, became the primary target of nearly 800 soldiers. Qian Hui's evasion ability had been retracted due to his dwindling strength, making it easier for the Void Clan soldiers to lock onto Su Ming. Consequently, more attacks began to hit Su Ming. Hold on. Their vitality is plummeting. If we endure, they will lose all combat capability, Su Ming shouted. Another of Su Ming's offensive mechs was destroyed, but he keenly noticed that the intensity of the enemy's attacks had significantly decreased from the beginning. Initially, such attacks would have destroyed at least 2 of his mechs, but now only 1 was lost. The Void Clan soldiers' vitality was rapidly declining within Su Ming's life-draining field, reducing their combat level from an average of 7 to 6. Hang in there. Victory is within reach. Su Ming continued his frenzied assault on the Void Clan soldiers, who retaliated just as fiercely. The Void Clan commander, unable to remain idle any longer, launched a direct attack on Su Ming from a distance. Although both sides were exhausted, the commander's strength remained at its peak, a formidable level 10. His attack immediately destroyed another of Su Ming's mechs. Su Ming's eyes narrowed as he looked at the Void Clan commander, now the most unpredictable factor on the battlefield. The commander's overwhelming power meant that even if Su Ming annihilated all the enemy troops, his remaining mechs would be insufficient to face the commander. So, if you're going to kill, do it early. At this moment, Su Ming made a reckless decision. At this moment, Su Ming had only one thought: to forcibly snipe the 10-level Void Clan commander amidst the chaos of battle. He quickly stopped his maneuvering. In such a chaotic battlefield, standing still made one an easy target, subject to multiple attacks. But Su Ming was determined to take down this commander, even if it meant enduring the onslaught from hundreds of Void Clan soldiers. Suddenly, an extraordinary surge of power erupted within Su Ming's body. It was the starlight energy. He directly exchanged for 10,000 points of starlight energy. Although Su Ming's physical conditioning had reached level 8, the immense influx of energy pushed his body to its limits. Theoretically, his body could withstand such an impact, but in practice, his current state and previous energy consumption had to be considered. The starlight energy within him now far exceeded 10,000 points. Instantly, cracks began to appear on Su Ming's skin, and blood started to seep out. He felt intense pain throughout his body, but it didn't affect his focus or judgment. The life tree atop his mecha burst into a brilliant glow, channeling a vast amount of life energy into Su Ming, healing his injuries. His body oscillated between injury and repair. However, Su Ming ignored the physical strain. His gaze was fixed on the distant Void Clan commander. A sniper rifle appeared in Su Ming's mecha's hand. He calmed his mind and locked onto the commander with his aura. The Void Clan commander's expression changed as he sensed a deadly threat targeting him. He had a premonition that once locked on, he would be obliterated instantly. Fear surged within him, and under the threat of death, he unleashed a tremendous burst of potential. Cover me. Attack him with everything you've got. Take down his mecha, he shouted frantically while trying to blend into the crowd to mask his presence. To his despair, Su Ming's lock-on was unrelenting, closing in on him like a relentless shadow. Any slight mistake would result in being targeted. Sweat poured down his forehead as he darted through the crowd, desperately observing the battlefield. Attack! Attack! He's focused entirely on me now and can't dodge. Hit him hard and destroy his mech. Su Ming's offensive was daring, but it left him completely exposed to the Void Clan soldiers. Without hesitation, all the soldiers concentrated their fire on Su Ming. Just then, two Mechs suddenly shielded Su Ming from the onslaught. These were the output-type Mechs he had been controlling. Although their energy shields were weak, the Mechs managed to hold off the attack at the cost of being destroyed. Using the brief moment bought by the Mechs, Su Ming locked onto the Void Clan commander. An immense and terrifying power surged from Su Ming's body. The sniper rifle in his mech's hand emitted a blinding light. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the planet. Everyone felt a violent tremor beneath their feet, followed by an intense flash that enveloped the world. After about 3 minutes, visibility returned, and the Void Clan soldiers were shocked to find that their commander, along with approximately 300 soldiers, had been obliterated. A massive crater now marked their previous location. All eyes turned to a young man in the distance. Su Ming's mech had completely disintegrated under the strain of 1 million points of starlight energy. A grade mech can withstand no more than 400,000 points of energy, and the power that had just been unleashed clearly exceeded that limit, causing the mech to collapse. Su Ming now stood alone, exposed without his mech. The Void Clan soldiers quickly grasped the situation. He's without a mech now. Human bodies are weak. Without his mech, his combat ability is significantly reduced. Focus fire and kill him. The final victory will still be ours. Despite the loss of their commander, there were still squad leaders and lieutenants present who quickly realized Su Ming's vulnerability. His unprotected body could not withstand the combined assault of their forces. If the army could regain its confidence and strike him down, the remaining 4 humans would be easy prey. The final victory would belong to the Void Clan. Around 500 Void Clan soldiers remained. From an initial force of 3,000, they had been whittled down to this number. However, this research facility was crucial to the Void Clan, and the remaining soldiers were elite troops with a strong resolve to defend it. Regaining their morale, the 500 soldiers launched a fierce attack on Su Ming. Witnessing this, Li Heron and the others were filled with rage and desperation. Su Ming, run! Li Heron shouted urgently. Without his mech, Su Ming's combat effectiveness had dropped significantly. There was no way he could take on 500 level 7 Void Clan warriors. At that moment, Li Heron and his comrades were filled with anxiety, almost envisioning Su Ming being overwhelmed and annihilated by the concentrated fire of the Void Clan. Despair crept into their hearts, and Li Heron felt an intense sense of guilt. This war was a result of his lack of preparation and foresight, and now Su Ming was on the verge of perishing because of it. Boom! 500 terrifying attacks converged on the spot where Su Ming stood, engulfing him in a blaze of fire and destruction. The bombardment lasted for several minutes. Li Heron and his team were furious, but utterly drained of their strength, surrounded by a profound sense of helplessness. How could even an 8th-level Gene warrior's body withstand such an onslaught? Even a vacuum-level Gene warrior would likely be reduced to rubble. At that moment, the 4 of them were convinced that Su Ming had been obliterated by the Void Clan's concentrated fire. However, as their faces turned pale with despair, the flames began to dissipate, revealing a solitary figure standing amidst the ruins, exuding a cold and defiant aura. Seeing this figure, both Li Heron's team and the Void Clan soldiers were stunned, doubting their own eyes. Incredibly, Su Ming stood there unscathed before the Void Clan army. His skin glowed with a metallic sheen, and the Void Clan's attacks, which had only resulted in explosions, couldn't even make a dent in his body. An 8th-level body refinement warrior could withstand attacks up to 200,000 energy units and completely ignore those below 150,000 energy units. The energy range of level 7 Void Clan warriors was between 40,000 and 100,000 units. In other words, Su Ming was now invincible. At this moment, Su Ming displayed an invincible stance. The attacks from the Void Clan soldiers merely caused ripples on his body before being effortlessly deflected. The body-strengthening ability granted by the system finally shone through. Even if the Void Clan soldiers managed to strike the same spot repeatedly, unless they all concentrated their fire on a single point, they could only inflict minor injuries on Su Ming. Under the influence of the Tree of Life, these minor wounds healed almost instantaneously. Su Ming himself hadn't realized that the combination of his body strengthening and the Tree of Life's healing capabilities had elevated his vitality to an extraordinarily terrifying level, surpassing even that of a sky-level warrior. The Void Clan soldiers' attacks posed no threat to Su Ming. Witnessing this scene, Li Heron and the others were left speechless, their mouths agape. Li Heron muttered to himself, "How is it that Su Ming seems even more formidable without his mech?" Chen Hui and the other three fixated their gazes on Su Ming, a peculiar light flickering in their eyes. Su Ming's current state offered these human geniuses a new perspective, the path of physical enhancement. It's rumored that Su Ming is the son of the Empire's apocalypse, Cologne Clarence. Now it seems the rumors are true, Du Bing remarked over the communication channel. Cologne Clarence, known as the physical apocalypse among the apocalypses, was unique. Other apocalypses either possessed immense divinity, making them divine apocalypses, or unparalleled mech skills, making them mech apocalypses. However, Cologne Clarence was renowned for his physical prowess. This was astounding because physical strength has its limits, whereas the extensions of thought, divinity, and technology are boundless. Yet, Cologne Clarence had shattered the conventional understanding of an apocalypse warrior with his example. It turns out that the human body could reach such formidable heights. At this moment, looking at Su Ming, the group saw a reflection of Cologne Clarence physically formidable, nearly invincible. Suddenly, Su Ming moved. He dashed towards the Void Clan army with the speed of a ferocious beast. For some reason, the Void Clan soldiers felt an overwhelming fear as Su Ming charged at them. This fear overshadowed their beliefs, compelling them to escape Su Ming's grasp at all costs. This man couldn't be killed or tired out. From the beginning of the battle until now, an indeterminate amount of time had passed, and many of their comrades were already weary. Yet, Su Ming's aura had only grown more menacing. Was he even human? Was this the same humanity they knew? Could this be some other life form disguised as a human, attacking them? At that moment, their fear of Su Ming overcame their resolve, causing the formation to break apart as the Void Clan soldiers scattered and fled. Su Ming charged forward, as numerous Void Tribe soldiers scattered in all directions. He managed to kill over 200 of the slower and more persistent ones before abandoning the chase. At this moment, Su Ming and his 4 comrades officially declared victory. The 5 of them had faced an overwhelming force of 3,000 enemies, but through sheer determination and resilience, they managed to turn the tide and emerge victorious. Now, they felt a ringing in their heads and a deep, numbing ache in their bodies as they came down from the adrenaline of battle. Even Su Ming, despite his life energy and starlight energy reserves, was utterly exhausted. His mech was almost completely destroyed, with only an old E-class mech barely functional enough to assist him in surviving and navigating through space. Su Ming, how did you train your body to be this strong? Li Heron exclaimed in astonishment as he approached Su Ming. Su Ming didn't respond but instead gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand up and activated his mech, speeding towards the research facility. This planet is about to collapse. We need to hurry, or the research facility will be destroyed. Su Ming's voice echoed through the communication channel, reaching the ears of his 4 companions. They snapped back to reality, their expressions shifting to urgency. After the intense battle, the entire planet was on the brink of collapse, with imminent volcanic eruptions, atmospheric dissipation, and land cracking. While they could escape, the research facility, their primary objective and the reason for their desperate fight, would be lost to the disaster. Without hesitation, the 4 of them mustered their remaining strength and rushed towards the research facility alongside Su Ming. Damn, what if the researchers destroy all the data after seeing the Void Tribe's defeat? Li Heron suddenly realized, shouting in alarm. The other 3, including Qishuan, looked anxious at the thought. But then Su Ming's voice came through again. Don't worry, the researchers were dead before the battle ended, Su Ming said calmly. The 4 of them were taken aback, showing puzzled expressions. Their confusion was soon resolved when they entered the facility, finding the ground littered with dried corpses, their appearances ghastly as if they had been drained by vampires. Realizing what had happened, the 4 of them understood immediately. This was Su Ming's ability, life absorption. They silently praised Su Ming's thoroughness, as he had enveloped the research facility in his life absorption technique, ensuring the researchers, who were not as resilient as soldiers, were taken care of. At most, it was only at the 3rd or 4th level of life. Naturally, it was quickly drained and turned into a dried corpse. Su Ming and a few companions entered the research facility together. They paid no attention to the desiccated corpses around them and headed straight for the storage room. Over here, Su Ming called out as soon as they entered the facility. He had a strong sensation that one of the rooms in the facility was teeming with a complex web of information. Since awakening his brain's divine potential, Su Ming's sensitivity to such phenomena had sharpened considerably. He could clearly feel the intricate information flow just beyond the door ahead. Are you sure it's here? This isn't the data storage room, Chi Sun said, standing beside Su Ming and eyeing the unremarkable room with a hint of surprise. Typically, all research data would be stored in the data room, the most secure and fortified area of the facility. Su Ming's certainty about this inconspicuous room puzzled the group. However, their trust in Su Ming's abilities, built through their time working together, left no room for doubt. Without hesitation, they charged at the door. With a loud thud, Li Heron recoiled, clutching his shoulder in pain. It's no use, I can't break it down. The door is too sturdy. Despite Li Heron's complaint, the group exchanged glances, their spirits lifting. Even though Li Heron's energy levels had significantly dropped after numerous battles, he was still a level 9 genetic warrior. His attempt should have unleashed an enormous burst of energy, yet the door remained unscathed, causing him pain instead. Clearly, this door was no ordinary barrier. There's something here, they thought, sharing a knowing look. Su Ming stepped forward, raising an energy blast gun in his hand. The sight of the weapon made Li Heron and the others flinch slightly before they took a few steps back. Isn't that gun meant for breaching spaceship hulls? Are you sure the thermal energy won't affect us? One of them muttered. Ignoring their concerns, Su Ming focused on the door, channeling his brain's energy into the gun. The barrel began to glow with a brilliant light, enveloping the door in searing heat. The group retreated further, watching in awe. Despite the intense battle he had endured, Su Ming maintained impressive control over the gun. Under his precise handling, the weapon didn't unleash a wild, uncontrollable force. Instead, the energy was concentrated, gradually melting the door in front of them. No matter what material this gate was made of, it couldn't withstand the intense heat and started to melt. After about a minute, a large hole had been burned through it. Su Ming then adjusted his blaster to freeze mode. A wave of intense cold swept over the scorched gate, which rapidly cooled down and shattered into pieces with a clinking sound as they hit the ground. Su Ming holstered his blaster and turned to give everyone a look, but was momentarily stunned. "Why are you all standing so far back?" he asked, exasperated. Li Heron and the others blushed, then nonchalantly walked forward as if nothing had happened. "Well, I was just recording a video to commemorate our victory in this war," Li Heron said casually, pulling out a camera from who knows where. Chen Hui and the other two, hearing Li Heron's shameless excuse, felt their foreheads twitch with irritation. At that moment, Li Heron turned his head with a curious and innocent expression. "Huh, I'm here to film. What about you guys? Are you scared of the blaster's power?" "Really?" Qixuan, Chen Hui, and Du Bing were infuriated. If they weren't feeling unwell today, they would have grabbed Li Heron and given him a good beating. Su Ming, showing a look of resignation, couldn't be bothered with them and walked into the room ahead. "This planet's surface is about to collapse. If we don't hurry, we might end up with nothing," he said. The four, seeing Su Ming enter the room, followed him in with curious expressions. "Huh, what's this?" As soon as they entered the room, they were taken aback. The room wasn't large, but it was eerie. There was nothing around except for a floating orb in the center, emitting a faint blue glow. The orb was semi-transparent, allowing them to see particles and light blue substances shifting inside, making it look extraordinary. Su Ming stared at the orb with a peculiar expression. The aura of information entanglement emanated from it. Clearly, this orb was an information entity. "System, can you read the information contained within this orb?" Su Ming asked silently in his mind. "Beep, reading in progress." "Beep, this orb is the egg of an information life form." "Beep, the orb contains recorded information. Would you like to read its contents?" Su Ming was stunned by what the system said. Information life form? What kind of creature is that? Do such beings exist in this world? How would such a life form manifest in this world? "System, read the contents of the orb," Su Ming commanded decisively in his mind. "Beep, reading information content." "Beep," the system's voice quickly resonated in Su Ming's mind, followed by a flood of complex information that swiftly transferred into his brain. Su Ming's face immediately showed a look of astonishment. He had accessed the information, but what surprised him was that it was incredibly intricate yet utterly useless. Knowing this information provided no aid to his understanding or thinking and couldn't change anything. This situation was quite peculiar since, according to normal cognitive principles, there shouldn't be such a thing as completely useless information. Every piece of information, no matter how dull, has some cognitive value. This was the first time Su Ming had encountered entirely useless information. He couldn't even articulate the content or viewpoints the information was trying to convey. However, this information wasn't truly useless. It was arranged in a special way that matched the egg of this massive information-based organism. It was more like a key that could only unlock this information organism, or rather, it resembled an incubator, crucial for hatching this information-based life form. Su Ming opened his eyes and looked at the four people beside him, noticing that Li Heron and his companions were staring at him curiously. They had seen Su Ming in a reading state before and assumed he was obtaining classified data about the Void Clan. Well, Su Ming, did you get the Void Clan's data? Li Heron asked curiously. Su Ming shook his head and then looked at the light blue sphere in front of him. This isn't a data storage device of the Void Clan. It seems more like an egg they stumbled upon and brought to this research facility for study. What? An egg? Are you saying this sphere is a living organism? Li Heron and the others were startled and reached out to touch the sphere, but their hands passed through it as if it were a projection, unable to make contact. Seeing this, Su Ming understood and stepped forward. He adjusted his brainwave frequency to match the frequency of the information obtained from the egg. His body began to emit a peculiar aura, one that was out of sync with everything around him except for the light blue sphere, with which it harmonized perfectly. As Su Ming's aura changed, the previously inert sphere started to exhibit faint signs of life, with subtle distortions and changes occurring across its surface. Guided by the aura, Su Ming reached out and surprisingly made contact with the egg. He felt a warm and affectionate sensation emanating from it. How incredible! Su Ming exclaimed with a delighted expression. Information-based life forms had no precedent in human civilization, and now this entirely new species was right before him. Su Ming could touch it and feel its warmth, filling him with joy and wonder at the diversity of the universe. I understand now, Su Ming murmured to himself. Its existence operates on a different dimension than ours. From our perspective, we can't see or touch it. The system extracts information from it not for trivial reasons, but to establish a connection or, more accurately, to help me reach its dimension so I can perceive it. Suddenly, a peculiar pulse, like a heartbeat, emanated from the egg. This pulse was sensed by everyone, including Li Heron. Is it about to hatch? What's happening? The four of them were visibly astonished by this unprecedented occurrence. At that moment, the egg transformed into a streak of light and, following the information link with Su Ming, surged into his body. Su Ming was startled by the sudden change. Anyone would feel uneasy if an unknown entity suddenly entered their body. However, Su Ming quickly sensed a feeling of attachment and curiosity emanating from his brain. Perceiving this emotion, Su Ming's face reflected his amazement. Is this the life form of an information entity? It doesn't exist as a physical substance, but as information in the mind. Su Ming's expression grew even more peculiar. Could this little guy think I'm its Moma, Dad? Suddenly, Su Ming felt a force in his mind extending his thoughts beyond his body. The sensation was extraordinary, like the legendary out-of-body experience of a Taoist monk. Su Ming realized that the little creature was preparing to demonstrate its abilities. Guided by the information entity, Su Ming's vision transformed, revealing each object as a complex cluster of data, as if the world had turned into code. What's this? Su Ming noticed a room in the research facility where vast amounts of information were flowing. With just a glance, he understood that this was the research facility's actual data. Fascinated, Su Ming reached out, and the information was drawn to him, forming a small, strange sphere stored in his mind. This is unbelievable. Su Ming was genuinely shocked. The facility's data and information came to him effortlessly without the need for copying or direct contact. Any information could be summoned just by reaching out. This was the ultimate espionage skill. Stealing information without touching its carrier. This ability was insanely powerful. Su Ming was dumbfounded. The life form of the information entity was undoubtedly on a higher level than human life. Since you're blue, I'll call you Xiao Lan from now on, Su Ming whispered to the information entity in his mind. At this moment, Su Ming, Li Heron, and the others were already aboard the spaceship for their return journey. Li Heron and Seven Sun watched Su Ming enviously. In Su Ming's hand, a small blue light orb was bouncing around, sometimes landing in his palm, sometimes entering his mind, and even occasionally darting into the spaceship's interior. Despite the advanced defense system installed on the ship, the intelligence system couldn't fend off the intrusion of Little Blue, the information life form. Little Blue could easily take control of the spaceship. When it came to things that relied on computational logic, Little Blue had an almost invincible control ability. If this abnormal power were used on the battlefield, it could easily control a few of the enemy's main ships to self-destruct, causing significant damage. However, Su Ming could sense that while Little Blue's abilities were extraordinary, it was still a newly born life form, and its powers were limited by space and energy levels. Despite these limitations, Li Heron and the others couldn't help but feel envious. Unfortunately, Little Blue only acknowledged Su Ming and ignored everyone else. Have you retrieved the data, Su Ming? Li Heron asked curiously as he walked up to Su Ming. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes and nodded. Yes, we did get something valuable. He then stood up and addressed the group. The research institute we infiltrated had three main areas of focus. First, information life forms, but they made little progress in this area, so it can be ignored. The second area is crucial, the construction of void mechas. Su Ming said slowly. What? Void mechas? Li Heron and the others were shocked and immediately stood up, exchanging serious glances. Yes, void mechas. The void civilization has been at war with us for a long time, and they surely have captured human mecha warriors and taken mechas as war trophies. They are eager to learn and imitate the advanced technology of our civilization, Su Ming explained, nodding. This is indeed critical, Chen Hui muttered to himself. Even if we don't know how far along their research is, just knowing that the void civilization is working on this is enough to feel the pressure. Our opponents are not simple. While human civilization researches void technology, the void civilization is also studying ours. The reason the Void Overlord couldn't defeat the human apocalypse wasn't purely due to combat power. The human apocalypse had the support of mechas, which suppressed the Void Overlord. If the Void Overlord masters void mecha technology, it would be terrible news for human civilization. We don't know how many research institutes in the void civilization are working on this, but I estimate quite a few. However, the research data we've obtained from this institute can help us understand the void civilization better and might even provide a new perspective for our mecha technology, Su Ming said with a smile, then handed copies of the data to the four of them. This was obtained through the combined efforts of 5 people, so naturally, Su Ming wouldn't keep it to himself. As for the third item, it's quite interesting. It's a project called Dimensional Void Research. Dimensional Void Research? Everyone was puzzled. Su Ming nodded and then pondered. It should involve knowledge of space and multidimensional dimensions, which is very valuable for us, especially for you, Li Heron. Your abilities are related to dimensions, aren't they? Li Heron nodded with a smile. From the moment he heard the name of the project, he was thrilled. Knowledge about dimensions would greatly enhance his abilities. It was as if this knowledge was tailor-made for him. Seeing Li Heron's excited expression, Su Ming chuckled softly and didn't pay much attention. For Li Heron, this research project was indeed of great value, but it also held significant worth for Su Ming and the others. Su Ming could also use this knowledge to develop new technologies. He then distributed copies of the research materials to everyone. Afterward, Su Ming boarded the spaceship docked in Li Heron's domain and headed back to the Wantong Star region. Overall, this trip to the Research Institute was quite fruitful. Not only did they acquire crucial knowledge, but they also gained an information life form, one that could continuously grow. Su Ming felt that the abilities of this information life form, Xiaolan, went beyond just seizing and controlling information. There must be other undiscovered abilities. However, this trip also came with some losses. Mechas. Almost all of Su Ming's usable mechas were destroyed. Even if they were repaired, their divine power might not return to its peak state. But Su Ming wasn't too concerned. This was a good opportunity to upgrade his mechas. At this moment, Su Ming's cultivation level had reached the upper tier of level 8. Although he couldn't pilot class mechas assembled by others, he could drive ones he assembled himself. Compared to class mechas were significantly superior in performance and strength. Su Ming had always wanted to assemble his own class mecha but never had the time. Now, he had the perfect opportunity to do so. The leader is back. Someone on Damu Star quickly recognized Su Ming's spaceship and excitedly announced. Locke also saw Su Ming's spaceship. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and waited outside the spaceship as it landed. Locke, what brings you here? Su Ming greeted Locke with a smile when he saw him. Locke gave a wry smile and said, Leader, you finally decided to come back. What's the matter? Su Ming asked curiously. Locke glanced in a particular direction on Damu Star and then whispered, The Empire's apocalypse has arrived. Upon hearing Locke's words, Su Ming didn't hesitate and went straight to the Empire's envoy, Tianqi's, resting room. As soon as he walked in, he saw a somewhat short, middle-aged man sitting leisurely on the sofa, sipping red wine. Lord Tiandun. Su Ming was a bit taken aback. He hadn't expected the Empire to send Tiandun Tianqi, known as the Shield of the Empire, Mars. Despite his unassuming appearance, this man was the formidable engineer behind the Empire's defense systems. Though he lacked combat abilities and had almost no offensive capabilities, it was said that even several Tianka-level warriors couldn't breach his defensive mechanisms. Seeing Su Ming enter, Mars wasn't surprised at all. He poured some wine into another glass and handed it to Su Ming. Lord Su Ming, try this red wine from the Lofi Star region. It's a rare find, and I had to go to great lengths to get it from the Dota Universe Kingdom, Mars said with a smile. Su Ming took the glass, sat opposite Mars, took a sip, and then smiled. I'm sorry, Lord Tiandun. I'm not much of a drinker. Such fine wine is wasted on me. Mars laughed and shook his head. Wine is meant for enjoyment. There's no such thing as wasting it. Su Ming smiled slightly, placed the glass on the table, and curiously asked, Lord Tiandun, what brings you here this time? Mars's demeanor turned slightly serious as he put down his glass. Lord Su Ming, I'm here to discuss 3 matters with you. Oh? What matters are important enough for you to come in person? Su Ming asked calmly. Mars smiled and raised 3 fingers. First, the Empire needs to confirm whether the soldiers under Wan Tong are part of the Empire's forces or Wan Tong's own forces. Before Mars could finish, Su Ming responded without hesitation. The soldiers under Wan Tong are naturally part of Wan Tong's forces, Lord Tiandun. Mars was slightly taken aback and then looked deeply at Su Ming. The distinction between being part of Wan Tong's forces or the Empire's forces is significant. If they are part of the Empire's forces, their command returns to the Empire after the war. But if they are Wan Tong's forces, it suggests that Wan Tong might have intentions of becoming an independent universe kingdom. This will influence the Empire's stance towards Wan Tong. Rest assured, Lord Tiandun, as long as the Empire needs help, Wan Tang is always willing to assist, Su Ming said with a smile. Mars chuckled. I'm not worried about that. Besides, with Lord Kellen Clarence's connection, the Empire has always considered Wan Tang as one of its own. Su Ming smiled warmly but said nothing, continuing to look at Mars. Mars retracted 1 finger. The second matter is about technology. Technology? Su Ming narrowed his eyes, sensing something. Mars nodded and looked at Su Ming with a hint of meaning in his eyes. Lord Su Ming, you're very interested in the Empire's space technology, aren't you? Su Ming was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, I am. Mars chuckled. The Empire isn't unwilling to share this technology with you, but we need something in return. A fair trade of equivalent technology, right? Su Ming swirled his wine glass and directly addressed Mars. Lord Tiandun, if you have any thoughts, feel free to speak plainly. Mars nodded. All right, I'll be straightforward. The Empire is very interested in your mechanical tree technology, static energy element technology, and life-level enhancement technology. If Lord Su Ming is willing to trade these 3 technologies, the Empire can provide you with spatial technology. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Empire's spatial technology was a highly advanced cosmic-level skill. If he could obtain it and combine it with the Void Dimension technology from the Void Research Institute, wouldn't that create a synergy greater than the sum of its parts? However, Su Ming pondered for a moment, then nodded. The first 2 technologies can be given to the Empire, but the life-level enhancement technology requires my personal ability. How about this? I will provide the Empire with 1 million enhancements per year for 10 years. How does that sound? After hearing Su Ming's proposal, Mars thought for a moment and then nodded. Deal. However, there's a condition. The spatial technology must remain confidential, and Lord Su Ming must ensure it is not disclosed to anyone else. No problem, that's expected. Su Ming chuckled lightly, feeling quite pleased. He could already foresee the immense potential of acquiring the Empire's spatial technology. What about the third matter, Lord Tiandun? Su Ming inquired curiously. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Mars's expression turned serious. He took out a mechanical device from his pocket and activated it. Instantly, a spatial bubble emerged from the device, enveloping both of them. This bubble wasn't threatening. It had only one function: creating an independent space. Su Ming and Mars quickly entered this isolated space. Su Ming's expression also became slightly serious. Here it comes. The main issue. Su Ming had been wondering why Mars himself had to come for something as simple as exchanging knowledge and confirming Wan Tong's stance. It must be that the third matter was the real reason for Mars's visit. The independent space was highly secretive. Even the most advanced measuring instruments couldn't detect what happened inside. It was completely separated from the main universe. Mars snapped his fingers, and a set of tables and chairs appeared within the space. They both sat down, and Mars, with a serious expression, addressed Su Ming. Lord Su Ming, what do you think of this war? Su Ming squinted his eyes and then slowly responded, human civilization has a good chance of winning. Oh. Mars showed a hint of curiosity and asked, tell me more. Su Ming nodded. All the technologies of the Void Race can be countered by the various cosmic nations of human civilization, especially the Empire's spatial technology, which can utterly suppress the Void civilization. Even if the Void civilization were to attack human territory through their Void channels, the Empire could easily deploy some Mechs equipped with spatial technology to block them right at the Void channels. However, there is one technology that the Void civilization would find impossible to counter in a short period of time. A slight smile appeared on Mars' face. Oh, what technology is that? Su Ming slowly replied, advanced mech technology. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Mars couldn't help but laugh. He clapped his hands and said, that's right. It's indeed cutting-edge mecha technology. After so many years of warfare, we've realized that while the Void civilization is trying its best to study our mecha technology, mastering such advanced technology is no easy feat. It would take at least another 300 years for the Void civilization to fully decipher our top-tier mecha technology. By then, It would be too late to make any difference. Mars seemed relaxed, almost joyful, as if discussing this topic brought him a sense of relief. After all, much of humanity's advanced mecha technology came from this mechanically gifted apocalypse-level expert. If they could win this war, Mars would undoubtedly earn a significant place in human history. Su Ming's expression shifted. Lord Tiandun, does this mean we've gained an advantage on the front lines? Mars showed a hint of appreciation. As expected of the son of Lord Kellen Clarence, Su Ming, your military intuition is sharp indeed. That's exactly what I wanted to discuss with you. Mars's demeanor turned serious as he leaned forward slightly. Thanks to our advanced mecha technology, our apocalypses can more easily eliminate the Void Lords. As a result, we've gained a considerable advantage on the front lines. Hearing Mars' words, Su Ming's expression changed. Mars, being an Imperial apocalypse, would not downplay the situation. If he said they had a significant advantage, it must indeed be substantial. No wonder the Wantong Star region had been so peaceful lately. Su Ming had been puzzled as to why no one from the Void civilization had come to reclaim their territory. It turned out that the Void civilization was too preoccupied with the front lines to bother with the Wantong Star region. Lord Tiandun, what do you mean by this? Su Ming grew increasingly curious. Mars's visit concerning the war between the two civilizations indicated that this matter was of considerable importance within the Empire. Lord Su Ming, what would be the impact on human civilization if the Void civilization were to be defeated? Mars asked, looking at Su Ming with a meaningful gaze. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, of course, human civilization would become even stronger. Wait, suddenly realizing something, he looked up at Mars. There are two possibilities. One is that various cosmic nations would divide the territory and resources of the Void civilization, leading to the rise of new powers. The other is that a powerful cosmic nation would take over the Void civilization's territory, replacing it and becoming a new supercluster-level force. Mars smiled. So, Lord Su Ming, which possibility do you think is more likely? The second one. Su Ming responded decisively. As long as the 5 major cosmic nations aren't short-sighted, they would undoubtedly choose the second option. The first option would only increase the power of each cosmic nation within the existing structure, without changing the social structure or proportions of human civilization. If humanity were to create a new supercluster-level cosmic nation, comparable to the 5 major cosmic nations, it would significantly alter the structure of human civilization. This new power would represent the emergence of new technologies and expand the frontiers of human knowledge. While Su Ming spoke optimistically, he was acutely aware that the 5 major cosmic nations would not choose this option to change the structure of human civilization out of some noble reason. For these nations, maintaining their status within human civilization was paramount. The real motivation for allowing a new supercluster-level power to emerge was the acquisition of new territories. More territory meant more exploration, advanced technologies, and a deeper understanding of the universe. This was a win-win situation and even the best way for the 5 major cosmic nations to maximize their interests. Mars, with a smile, looked at Su Ming and said, Lord Su Ming, you truly are insightful. You guessed correctly. This time, the joint meeting of the 5 major cosmic nations will select the 3 cosmic nations with the most territory among the cluster-level powers to automatically become new supercluster-level powers. The structure of human civilization will shift from 5 major cosmic nations to 8. Upon hearing Mars' words, Su Ming's expression changed slightly. If the structure of human civilization were to change from 5 major cosmic nations to 8, the delicate balance would undoubtedly be disrupted. Su Ming glanced at Mars, who continued to smile at him, causing Su Ming to feel a sudden chill, as if he had realized something. So, Lord Tiandun, what is it that you need my help with? Su Ming couldn't help but ask. Mars chuckled and said, it's always easier to talk to smart people. I'll get straight to the point. Currently, there are 5 cluster-level powers with the potential to become new supercluster-level cosmic nations. You need not doubt that each of these 5 powers has the backing of one of the 5 major cosmic nations. The cluster-level power close to the Empire is called the Glorious Federation. There are only 3 spots, and to ensure that the Glorious Federation becomes one of the new supercluster-level powers, we need your help. Mars paused, then looked at Su Ming and said, can you relinquish the Wantang Star region to the Glorious Federation? This would give the Glorious Federation a significant advantage and bring it closer to becoming a supercluster-level power. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. So this is what they were waiting for. However, he did not immediately refuse. He knew that Mars had come prepared for negotiations, and if it were an ordinary Imperial official, they might not have the authority to increase the Empire's leverage. Now, Su Ming found himself in a position of advantage. Su Ming chuckled softly and then asked, the Empire or the Radiant Federation wanting the Wanton Star region isn't impossible, but surely you can't expect Wanton to go through all that trouble for nothing, right? Mars laughed in response and got straight to the point. 1/3 of the former Radiant Federation's territory will be open to Wantin for free migration within 100 years. Additionally, for 50 years, the Empire will provide development resources to Wantin, and of course, these are resources for normal expansion. Finally, aside from the previously mentioned space transmission technology, we can also offer Wantin an advanced mech technology and a cutting-edge genetic technology. After listening to all of Mars' proposals, Su Ming silently cursed him as an old fox. It was likely that the space teleportation technology was originally part of the Empire's bargaining chips to exchange for the Vantion star region, but Mars had managed to swap it for 3 of Su Ming's technologies. The old fox was probably secretly pleased, having scored 3 technologies for free. However, Su Ming had to admit, he was tempted. Who wouldn't be swayed by such conditions? Vantion was initially just a cluster-level power, but if they accepted the Empire's terms, they could instantly elevate from a mere power to a cosmic nation. Don't underestimate a century's worth of immigration rights. Having immigration rights would allow Vantion to establish its own cosmic nation and have its own citizens. The difference between a power and a nation is vast. Not only are their interstellar statuses different, but a power can be easily wiped out. However, destroying a nation requires consideration of interstellar influence and reputation. Once a nation is established, it is protected by the interstellar peace laws of human civilization. As long as they don't self-destruct, they are unlikely to be eradicated. They could also attract a vast amount of talent after establishing the nation. Research, construction, technological breakthroughs, and industrial diversification would all be irresistible to Vantion. Moreover, the Radiant Federation is willing to exchange 1/3 of its territory for the Vantion star region. As a galactic-level power, 1/3 of the Radiant Federation's territory is equivalent to the size of 1 to 3 star systems. If Vantion accepts this condition, they would almost have the capital to upgrade to a galactic-level power. A cluster-level power might have tens to hundreds of habitable planets, but a galactic-level cosmic nation could have tens of thousands to millions of such planets, representing immense resources and wealth. Su Ming had to admit, the Empire was indeed wealthy and powerful. With a single offer, they had cornered Su Ming, a self-made small lord. I can agree to your terms. However, the Radiant Federation must ensure that when they leave, they don't strip these star systems of all their resources. I don't want to inherit a mess, Su Ming said, looking at Mars. Upon hearing Su Ming's agreement, Mars's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Don't worry, even if the Radiant Federation wanted to do that, the Interstellar Environmental Protection Law wouldn't allow it. Besides, this deal means the Radiant Federation owes you a favor. There's no way they'd leave you with a mess. With a snap of his fingers, Mars retracted the independent space, and the two of them found themselves back in the conference room on the Grand Tree Planet. All right, Lord Su Ming, I look forward to our successful cooperation. I'm glad you made the right choice. In the future, you'll have the friendship of both the Empire and the Radiant Federation. I look forward to the day the Vantion Cosmic Nation is established. I won't take up any more of your time. I'll take my leave now, Mars said with a smile before hastily boarding his spaceship and leaving the Vantion star region. The handover and other formalities would certainly be handled by someone else. A figure like Mars didn't deal with such mundane tasks. Su Ming snapped back to reality, contemplating the intricate negotiations behind this deal. Su Ming couldn't shake the feeling that once humanity dealt with the void civilization, a terrifying power reshuffle would soon follow. 8 cosmic nations? Ridiculous. No ambitious power would ever cultivate 3 equal rivals. These 3 newly emerged supercluster-level forces were likely just puppets backed by unseen supporters. The Glorious Federation would also become a puppet of the Empire. After a brief period of calm, a power struggle within human civilization seemed inevitable. The 5 major cosmic nations would each support a faction, vying for control of the 3 new supercluster-level entities. 5 competing for 3. Whoever secured these 3 spots would likely emerge as the ultimate victor. The 2 cosmic nations that failed to secure a spot would gradually weaken and likely be eliminated in the end. From 5 to 8 to 3 major cosmic nations, this power game was extremely complex and perilous, potentially costing trillions of lives and the rise and fall of thousands of factions. At this moment, Su Ming was grateful for his decision to hand over the Wantong star region to the Glorious Federation, or rather, to the Empire behind it. Wantong was now withdrawing from the first wave of power struggles. Otherwise, with Wantong's current strength, it would be obliterated the moment the 5 major cosmic nations began their conflict. Su Ming himself wouldn't be spared, even with an Empire's support. An Empire's will would never shift because of one man's stance. The city is too dangerous. I need to go back to the countryside, Su Ming muttered to himself. Even after the Void Civilization's downfall, wars in this territory wouldn't cease. The subsequent wars would be among humans, marking a dark era where only the victors would stand on the bright altar of the future. Without hesitation, Su Ming proactively contacted officials from the Glorious Federation and swiftly signed an exchange agreement. Within a month after talking with Mars, Su Ming began relocating Wantang toward the former Glorious Federation's Rico and Wantua star systems. Su Ming had fought in the Great War against the Void civilization, but now, due to the internal strife within human civilization, he had to step back. However, the war with the Void civilization wasn't without its gains. Wantang had transformed from a star cluster-level organization with merely hundreds of thousands of soldiers to a colossal entity boasting over 5 million troops and controlling 2 star systems 10 times stronger than before. Su Ming understood the wisdom of knowing when to stop. He planned to return to human civilization's territory, lie low, develop, and adjust according to the evolving situation. The Right Galaxy, now renamed the Vintangle Galaxy, is currently home to its most resource-rich planet. Su Ming stood at his workstation, his gaze fixed on the mechanical components in front of him, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Suddenly, his expression changed as Xiaolan, the AI in his mind, alerted him that a carbon-based life form was approaching his workshop. A carbon-based life form, of course, meant a human. Su Ming put down the mechanical components he was holding, walked to the door, and opened it from the inside. "Rock, come in." Su Ming's voice came from within the workshop. Rock was visibly startled by the unexpected opening of the door. It took him a moment to regain his composure before he walked inside. "What's up?" Su Ming asked, picking up the mechanical components he had just set down. It was clear that Rock was no stranger to Su Ming's workshop, as he easily found a place to sit. Seeing Rock sit down gave Su Ming a headache. If Rock had only a few matters to discuss, he would usually leave quickly. But once Rock sat down, it meant there were many things to address. Recently, the Vintangle Galaxy had taken over a new star system, and the complexity of the tasks involved far exceeded Su Ming's expectations. Almost every day, Rock would come with a pile of documents for Su Ming to sign, and various press conferences were being held on the planet. Su Ming had hoped for some quiet time to organize the knowledge he had acquired, but it was clear that Rock wasn't giving him that chance. Ahem. Rock cleared his throat habitually and then pulled out a stack of documents. "Leader, these are the Empire's 3 civilization-level technology acknowledgements. Please sign them." Hearing Rock's words, Su Ming's expression changed. "The Empire sent the technical data?" Rock nodded. "Space technology, biochemical mech technology, and a gene technology related to cellular energy compression." "Cellular energy compression? What kind of technology is that?" Su Ming asked, puzzled, as he took the documents Rock handed him. It should be a technology to enhance the body's energy levels. It was personally selected for you by your father, Corin Clarence." "Oh." Su Ming nodded, somewhat understanding. While he was strong in mechanical technology, he was a complete novice in genetic technology. However, knowing that his father had chosen it specifically for him, Su Ming felt reassured. His father would never harm him. "Well then, make a copy of the space technology and biochemical mech technology for me, and send all 3 technologies to the Research Institute," Su Ming instructed. He had moved the entire Vintangle's assets from the Dark Domain to the Vintangle Galaxy, including his research team. Even the Empire probably had no idea that the genius geneticist Wang Ku, who had stirred up the Lhasa incident, was now working for the Vintangle Galaxy. Su Ming had every reason to believe that this gene technology would fully realize its potential in Wang Ku's team's hands. "By the way, now that our territory has expanded, should we consider forming our own mechanical research team?" Su Ming murmured to himself. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Warren, who had gone to the Limming starfield. He wasn't the most gifted mechanic, but his dedication was undeniable. Warren had been at the Mechanics Association in the Limming star region for nearly 9 months now. The passage of time in the context of war always felt elongated. In a fleeting moment, it had been 9 months since Su Ming went to the East Ming Alliance, through the war, and now successfully handed over the Mantang star system. Su Ming couldn't help but wonder how Warren was faring in Limming, a true haven for mechanics, brimming with highly skilled professionals. Su Ming thought Warren must have learned a lot there. But soon, Locke's voice pulled Su Ming back to the workshop. "Leader, there are a few more matters," said Locke, producing a document from somewhere. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but rub his temples in frustration. The sight of Locke always reminded him of the overwhelming dread of endless paperwork, which was far more torturous than the joy of research. "Go ahead. What is it?" Su Ming took a deep breath. With increased status and responsibilities came many trivial matters. This time, Locke's expression was notably serious. He looked at Su Ming earnestly and slowly began to speak. "The matter of founding a nation." "Founding a nation?" Su Ming's expression grew more serious. Founding a nation was an inevitable step for Mantang. It was also the most crucial step for any power aiming to truly enter the cosmic stage. It was the admission ticket to the space race. Now that Mantang had 2 star systems as its territory, the resources alone were comparable to some star system-level cosmic nations. Not founding a nation would be a waste of such excellent resources. Despite his dislike for trivial matters, Su Ming couldn't help but pay attention to this. Locke took out some documents and spoke meticulously. Yes, it's been almost a month and a half since we ceded the Mantang Star region and exchanged territories with the Radiant Federation. During this time, Mantang has been bustling, and we've finally stabilized the governance in the Mantang Star system. Now, we need to address the matter of founding the nation. Everything is ready, just waiting for the final push? Su Ming said casually. Huh, what? Locke looked at Su Ming in surprise. Oh, nothing. I mean, everything is prepared, and we're just waiting to found the nation, right? Su Ming suddenly realized this world didn't have Chinese cultural references, so Locke wouldn't understand the idiom. Locke nodded and then, feeling a bit overwhelmed, couldn't help but smile wryly. Founding a nation is complicated with many formalities to handle, but I've already assigned people to take care of these matters. Su Ming nodded. Good, go ahead. Founding the nation is essential. That's my stance. If you encounter any obstacles or need my help, just let me know. Su Ming felt a subtle sense of anticipation. Once Mantang was established as a nation, it would truly begin to diversify and develop, moving away from the nomadic state of an army on the move. In the future, the Mantang star system would also welcome a large influx of cosmic citizens joining Mantang's nationality, becoming its people. At this point, Wantong had transformed from a group that solely sought external gains or exchanges into a self-sustaining entity with a robust internal and external cycle, forming a healthy cosmic nation. This transformation brought pressure and responsibility, but it also signified limitless possibilities. All right, I understand your stance now. I'll get started on it right away. The process should go smoothly, and you'll just need to make a brief appearance when the time comes, Locke said with a smile as he closed the folder. He then stood up and left Su Ming's studio. After seeing Locke off, Su Ming let out a small sigh of relief and turned his attention back to the mechanical parts below. It had been over 2 months since he returned from the Research Institute of the Void Clan. During this time, Su Ming had been busy with the trivial matters of exchanging territories. However, whenever he had some free time, he would immerse himself in studying the knowledge he had acquired. At this moment, he was holding a crucial component of a Class C mecha named Knight of the Hunt, which he had purchased from the Empire at a high cost. At Class C, the mecha could be considered mid-to-high-end, with significantly enhanced performance. Su Ming had also made several modifications to it. The Knight of the Hunt had the following specifications. Mecha grade, Class C. Energy level, 350, 000500000. Shield defense energy level, 2 million, capable of withstanding 2 million points of energy damage. Mecha abilities. Disruption element. Disrupts the opponent's mecha detection capabilities, causing a 3-second visual impairment. Assault skill. Increases speed by 300 for 1 second, with a powerful kinetic attack that boosts attack energy level by 100,000 points. After the assault, it disrupts the opponent's weapons, rendering them unable to attack for a duration based on the energy level difference. Night Sniper. Each sniper kill increases the pilot's brain energy level by 10, stacking up to 5 times. Deathlock. Passively increases lock-on success rate by 10. Once locked on, the next attack's power is increased by 30. Modifications. Modification 1. Void Mecha Integration. Introduction. Implements Void Mecha technology developed by the Void civilization into human mechas, resulting in new effects. Effects. Grants the mecha the ability to become void-like. In this state, energy consumption is reduced by 60, speed is increased by 50, kinetic resistance is increased by 80, energy resistance is decreased by 20, and it gains void energy attack capabilities. Void Blade Prerequisite, Void State. Automatically unlocks the Void Blade skill, which gives the weapon regenerative properties, increases sharpness by 30, and adds void energy attacks, boosting attack power by 20. Void Jump Prerequisite, Void State. Automatically unlocks the Void Jump skill, allowing for a spatial jump during which the mecha cannot be attacked. The jump distance is determined by the energy level. After obtaining the research data on void mechas from the Void Research Institute, Su Ming integrated this technology into his own mecha. The Knight of the Hunt had now been transformed into a void mecha, possessing many of the abilities of the Void Clan, capable of unleashing terrifying power. Although its defensive capabilities were average, its maneuverability and burst potential were extraordinary. Su Ming estimated that he could wield around 400,000 energy levels with this mecha, combined with his own energy level, making him capable of competing with upper-tier vacuum-level experts. Moreover, Su Ming had not neglected his personal cultivation during these months. At this moment, Su Ming's status panel reads as follows. Host, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 220,000. Brain region energy level, 210,000. Gene lock activation level, grade 9 lower tier. Physical vitality, 100. Body training level, grade 8 lower tier. Starlight points required for next body training level, 200,000. Physical defense capability, 200,000 units. Attacks below 150,000 units of energy level cannot cause any harm to his body. Current Starlight points, 132,000. Minor mechanical knowledge, 41,000. Major mechanical knowledge, 5. Mechanic level, Galactic. Independent knowledge, brain region split LV3 divinity knowledge. External exoskeleton, Mecha, God, tree of life, domain. Life deprivation, life sublimation. Maximum starlight energy endured by body, 10,000. His energy level has shown significant growth during this period, directly elevating to a grade 9 lower tier. With the Mecha, Su Ming can fully unleash vacuum level strength. Additionally, over the past 2 months, the system has automatically taught Su Ming 5 major mechanical knowledge areas, advancing his mechanic level to Galactic. A new section labeled Mechanic Level is now visible in Su Ming's status panel. Su Ming had previously learned that the Mechanic Association categorizes mechanic levels not just by ability but also by the amount of mechanical knowledge acquired. Roughly, the classifications are 35,000 minor items and 1 major item qualify, 1 as a galactic mechanic, capable of assembling crate mechas. 100,000 minor items and 500 major items qualify, 1 as a galaxy cluster mechanic, capable of assembling grade and a grade mechas depending on the number of minor items learned. 500,000 minor items, 8,000 major items, and 5 civilization level knowledge areas qualify, 1 as a super galaxy cluster mechanic, capable of assembling S-grade and S-grade mechas. Beyond this is the Apocalypse mechanic, reportedly requiring at least 3 million minor items, 50,000 major items, and 50 civilization level knowledge areas. An Apocalypse mechanic can assemble SS-grade mechas, the highest known combat power in the universe. Mars, known as the Shield of the Empire, is an Apocalypse mechanic and represents the pinnacle of human achievement. Currently, Su Ming's knowledge encompasses 41,000 minor mechanical items, placing him within the galactic mechanic category. Thanks to the system, Su Ming's learning speed far exceeds that of other mechanics. However, this rapid pace is only feasible in the early stages. Later on, it's not just about the desire to learn, but whether there's any knowledge left to learn. Mars and others have likely mastered all the mechanical knowledge available within the Empire. Even within the entirety of human civilization, there is very little mechanical knowledge they haven't learned. At their level, the challenge becomes finding or creating new knowledge. Human society has no more to offer Mars in terms of learning. This is the limitation and bottleneck for Mars and his peers. For them, any advancement almost signifies progress for the entire human society, a level Su Ming cannot hope to reach in the short term. The war against the Void civilization has finally made new progress. As Su Ming anticipated, the human civilization's elite warriors, bolstered by advanced Mechs, have proven significantly stronger than the Void overlords. While some powerful Void overlords can contend with or even defeat human elites, they are in the minority. Most Void overlords struggle to withstand the combined assault of human elites. The battlefield situation changes rapidly, but with both sides' powers fairly matched, human civilization's cutting-edge mech technology has become the tipping point in the war. Although Su Ming has returned to human territory, he remains vigilant about the war's developments. The Void civilization is showing signs of decline, while the various cosmic nations of human civilization are fighting with increasing vigor, achieving victories on multiple fronts. Apart from the 5 major cosmic nations, 5 additional galaxy cluster-level cosmic nations have also distinguished themselves in this conflict, with the Radiant Federation being one of them. It's evident that these 5 galaxy cluster-level cosmic nations have the backing of the 5 major cosmic nations. The Radiant Federation has launched another offensive, capturing the Dongdi Star region with 3 consecutive victories. Radiant Elite Chun Li led his forces deep into enemy territory, killing 4 Void overlords in a single battle, earning legendary status. The Radiant Federation is being touted as the new beacon of hope for human civilization. Su Ming, observing the headlines from various media outlets, feels like he's witnessing a grand spectacle orchestrated by the Empire. The Empire is leaving no stone unturned in promoting the Radiant Federation. Su Ming chuckles, pondering what kind of agreement the Radiant Federation has made with the Empire. The Empire's propaganda has elevated the Radiant Federation to the status of humanity's savior, but such promotion is necessary. After all, establishing a new supergalactic-level cosmic nation depends not on the Empire or the Radiant Federation, but on public opinion. And public opinion is easily swayed. With the right promotion, even minor achievements can be magnified into grand successes. Chung Hua's gaze drifts over, a hint of regret in his eyes. What's wrong? Bored now that there's no more fighting? Su Ming teases. Chung Hua shrugs. I'm no war maniac. It's just a pity that our strength isn't enough. If we had more power, we could have leveraged the advantageous terrain of the Wanting Star region for greater gains. Hearing Chung Hua's words, Su Ming shakes his head. You have to understand, regardless of how the war unfolds, the ultimate benefits will be controlled by the 5 major cosmic nations. Securing 2 star systems is already a significant gain for us. Be content. Su Ming chuckles to himself. Chung Hua is a top-tier military strategist, but he's notably lacking in political acumen. His straightforward thinking sometimes limits his perspective. But this very trait makes Su Ming comfortable in trusting military command to him. All right, but after the Void Civilization's defeat, human civilization might experience some turmoil, Changhua remarks. Oh, you're not entirely politically naive after all. Su Ming responds, surprised. Changhua was speechless. Even an idiot can see that. Su Ming chuckled softly and murmured. Yeah, even an idiot can see it. Seeing Su Ming's demeanor, Changhua was slightly puzzled. Leader, are you worried about something? Su Ming glanced at Changhua, then stood up and stretched. I don't know. We'll see how things develop. For Wantong, though, strengthening our capabilities is crucial. Well, technological prowess is also a form of strength. Speaking of which, I need to head out for a bit. Changhua was taken aback. Where to? Do you need to bring the troops? Su Ming shook his head. Wantong already has a genetics research institute, but we still need tech and medical research institutes. I need to go to the Liming Starfield. The Mechanics Guild is there. I'll see if I can recruit some talent. Just like that, poach them? Changhua was bewildered. Su Ming laughed. It's fine. There's a buddy of mine at the Mechanics Guild. It's not like I'm going in blind. We've been in touch recently, and it seems things are a bit unstable over there. This is a good opportunity. Changhua nodded, somewhat understanding. He felt that although their leader had stepped back from the front lines of the Void Civilization battlefield, his mind was still agile and restless. 3 days later, a spaceship tore through the void and entered the Liming Starfield. Su Ming stood inside, satisfied with the travel time. The Empire's spatial technology is impressive. I've only learned about 5 of it, and I've already significantly improved the ship's jump capabilities. Originally, it would have taken a week. But now we made it in 3 days, he murmured, feeling quite pleased with the ship's spatial performance. Liming Starfield wasn't always called that. During humanity's development, a prominent figure named Lin Ming emerged from this region. Lin Ming was the first to define what it meant to be a mechanic and initiated the second era of human civilization. Since then, the Starfield was renamed Liming Starfield, and the Mechanics Guild was established here. Su Ming. As soon as he disembarked, Su Ming saw a small figure excitedly running towards him. It was his long-lost buddy, Warren. Although Warren was still as skinny as ever, Su Ming could sense a genuine joy emanating from him. His eyes were firm and clear, indicating that Warren had found his path at the Mechanics Guild and was thriving. Seeing his friend find his way made Su Ming very happy. Warren, looks like you've learned quite a bit at the Mechanics Guild, Su Ming said with a smile. Warren scratched his head, a shy smile appearing on his face. Su Ming could tell at a glance that this guy had been cooped up for too long, likely engrossed in research, and had developed some social anxiety. It's a bit chaotic outside right now. How about we head back to my workshop and catch up there? Warren suggested nervously after glancing around. Su Ming also surveyed their surroundings. He had felt the tense atmosphere as soon as he stepped off the ship. The atmosphere at the Mechanics Association had always been great. After all, everyone shared a passion for technology, and they often discussed mechanical engineering or anime in their free time. But now, there were many suspicious-looking people hurriedly moving about on the streets. What's going on? A strange look flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he muttered to himself. All right, Warren, can you tell me what's going on outside? Su Ming asked as he sat in a beanbag chair in Warren's workshop, sipping on a bottle of soda. Warren's workshop was small and looked somewhat messy, but Su Ming didn't mind. That was almost a trademark of mechanics. Sometimes, when he got deeply engrossed in his research, his own workspace would become quite chaotic too. However, what surprised Su Ming was the presence of some high-precision mechanical instruments and advanced components in Warren's workshop. Given Warren's usual skill level, using such high-end equipment seemed a bit extravagant. Su Ming glanced at Warren without saying anything, thinking that this young fellow seemed to be doing quite well in the Mechanics Association. Warren, however, didn't notice the change in Su Ming's expression. He spoke with a somewhat serious tone. The situation with the Void Civilization has been quite unstable lately. There's a possibility that the 5 major galactic nations might support the rise of a new galactic nation. Su Ming nodded. Although Warren wasn't privy to many secrets, anyone with half a brain could deduce some things from the recent behavior of the 5 major galactic nations and the situation with the Void Civilization. It wasn't surprising that Warren had made some judgments. And what does this have to do with the Mechanics Association? Su Ming asked. Warren nodded earnestly. A lot of the mechanics in the association are neutral and don't have clear affiliations. If a new supercluster-level galactic nation is to be established, there will be a huge demand for technology. So, recently, many people from various factions have been hanging around the Mechanics Association, trying to recruit neutral mechanics. Su Ming looked a bit surprised. Are they all sent by new supercluster-level galactic nations? Of course not. Warren shook his head and replied. Supercluster-level galactic nations wouldn't casually invite ordinary mechanics to join them. They wouldn't be interested. These factions are targeting mechanics at the vice president level and above. Hearing this, Su Ming's expression changed slightly. Vice President level mechanics were almost all supercluster level mechanics, capable of assembling S-class and S-class mechas. The structure of the Mechanics Association was quite complex, with a total of 7 presidents. Each of these presidents was an apocalypse-level mechanic, with Tian Dun Tianchi Mars being one of them. Although the association claimed to be neutral, it was likely that 5 out of the 7 presidents were backed by the 5 major galactic nations. There were even more vice presidents, over 100 of them. Don't think that 100 is a lot. This almost constituted half of the supercluster-level mechanics in the entire human civilization. I reckon the invitation must be quite enticing for those at the vice president level. If they choose the right galactic nation and it gains power, they might directly advance to the president level, Su Ming murmured, forming a rough understanding of the situation within the Mechanics Association. Tell me about the people roaming the streets. They can't possibly be sent by supercluster-level factions. Those factions wouldn't stoop so low, Su Ming said directly. Warren nodded and said, the suspicious people wandering the streets are mostly chaotic factions or local warlords trying to take advantage of the turmoil. Su Ming looked surprised. These factions are really bold. With the 5 galactic nations being so sensitive right now, they still dare to stir up trouble. Warren chuckled. It's just inviting a mechanic, nothing major. Even the 5 galactic nations can't stop warlords from inviting mechanics to join them, right? Su Ming nodded silently, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the 5 galactic nations, given their usual behavior, wouldn't allow these warlords to cause such chaos at a critical time. Yet, no one seemed to be addressing the current disorder. Were the 5 galactic nations trying to fish for something? Su Ming had a vague suspicion. He then shifted his gaze to the intricate machinery and advanced materials in Warren's workshop, a smile forming on his face. So, has anyone invited you? Su Ming asked Warren with a hint of deeper meaning in his eyes. Warren looked slightly embarrassed and replied, yes, someone did invite me, but I didn't accept. Don't get me wrong. These things were provided by my teacher. Your teacher? Su Ming looked surprised. Warren had never mentioned this before. Warren scratched his head and said, I got lucky. After joining the Mechanics Association, I used the techniques you taught me to solve a mechanical assembly problem, which caught my teacher's attention. He found my engraving patterns unique and decided to take me as a student. Oh, by the way, my teacher is a vice president level mechanic named Wang Quan. Hearing this, Su Ming looked a bit odd. So, this guy used his own techniques to impress a supercluster level mechanic and became a student of a vice president? No wonder his equipment is so advanced. Obviously, the vice president wouldn't let his student be poorly equipped. However, Su Ming also felt a sense of joy. He had been looking for a way to recruit a skilled mechanic, and now Warren had just handed him an opportunity. Is your teacher a neutral mechanic? Su Ming asked with interest. Warren nodded as if it were obvious. Most vice president level mechanics are neutral. Hearing this, Su Ming's face lit up with joy. Great. When can you introduce me to your teacher? Wantang is in need of skilled mechanical researchers, and I want to invite your teacher to be the head of our research institute. Although Su Ming also studied mechanical technology, it was clear that as a combat-oriented mechanic, he couldn't delve as deeply into mechanical research as non-combat mechanics. He focused more on how to use mechanical technology to enhance combat effectiveness. Non-combat mechanics, on the other hand, would think more comprehensively, and some non-combat mechanical technologies are extremely important to a nation. Warren seemed to understand and smiled. No problem. Leave it to me. According to Su Ming's expectations, Warren arranging a meeting between him and Wang Quan should have been a very simple and smooth process. After all, it's always easy for a mentor and student to meet. As long as he saw Wang Quan, Su Ming was confident he could persuade him to go to Wanting to head the Technology Research Institute. However, things often turn out differently than expected. Just 3 days after Su Ming found Warren, a major incident occurred in the Mechanic Association. The president was dead. The Mechanic Association had 7 presidents in total, 5 from the 5 great cosmic nations, and 2 who were more neutral. Today, one of the neutral presidents was assassinated in his workshop, dying silently and unnoticed. Although presidents are called apocalypse-level mechanics, this apocalypse is not the same as the combat kind. As non-combat mechanics, even though their knowledge and skills might be at the apocalypse level, enabling them to create SS-class mechas, their combat ability might be inferior to ordinary gene warriors. Killing such a mechanic is both easy and difficult. It's difficult because if an apocalypse-level mechanic fully activates their mechanical defense system, even an apocalypse-level expert might not break through. However, if this type of mechanic hasn't activated their defense system and someone gets close, even a vacuum-level expert could take their life. Now, such an event had happened in the Mechanic Association. An apocalypse-level mechanic, a president of the association, was assassinated in their workshop. This was no small matter. It caused a massive upheaval in the association as soon as it happened. The association had already been uneasy recently, and now the president's death made these tech enthusiasts even more paranoid. How did it go, Warren? Su Ming asked curiously as he saw Warren return from outside. Warren shook his head, his expression somewhat grave. My mentor is currently not meeting with any external forces. When he heard I wanted to introduce you, he not only refused but also scolded me harshly. Warren's face showed dejection, as if he hadn't expected things to go so poorly. Su Ming nodded slowly, not surprised. The president's death would certainly make all mechanics more cautious. Given the current situation, it's not hard to deduce that the neutral president's death is likely related to the recent invitations from various forces, whether it was retaliation for not accepting an invitation or being assassinated for choosing the wrong side. Su Ming frowned, feeling a slight headache. He wasn't particularly interested in the truth behind the president's assassination, but it had to happen just as he was about to poach talent. As a result, neutral mechanics would be wary of meeting with representatives from any faction. Damn it, what rotten luck. Su Ming took a deep breath. This was something he hadn't anticipated. Warren stood nearby with a helpless expression on his face. There's nothing else we can do, Su Ming. How about you stay at my place for a while? Once things calm down, I'll arrange a meeting with my teacher for you. Su Ming nodded in agreement. All right, but I'm not planning to just sit around and wait for things to blow over, he said. He immediately contacted Locke. Can you check on the situation at the front lines? I have a feeling some people are getting overly sensitive. Could it be that the front lines have already reached a resolution, causing the other two major cosmic nations to get anxious and start stirring things up? Su Ming asked Locke. Locke nodded, said nothing more, and hung up to investigate the front lines. At that moment, a warning from Xiaolan, the information entity in Su Ming's mind, startled him. Master, someone is watching you. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. Watching me? Who? I'm not sure. Two groups, which previously had little information connection with you, have suddenly established a connection, Xiaolan replied. Su Ming squinted slightly and asked, when did they start watching me? In the past couple of days, Xiaolan's voice was emotionless. As an information life form, it had difficulty understanding concepts like ill intentions. In the existence of information life forms, the idea of killing didn't exist. Even if one information life form devoured another, it was seen as information restructuring and complementing each other. Su Ming had discussed this with Xiaolan before and was shocked by the unique perspective on life and death of information life forms. Xiaolan had no concern for Su Ming's safety, believing that even if Su Ming were consumed, he would continue to exist in another form in this world. In the world of information life forms, death was merely a massive restructuring of information. However, Su Ming couldn't afford to be as carefree. Someone was indeed watching him. Su Ming's eyes flashed with contemplation. He had only been at the Mechanic Association for a few days and had mostly stayed in Warren's workshop. How could anyone be targeting him? Could it be another attempt to recruit him? If so, these warlords were getting too brazen. While Su Ming was mulling over this, in a building within the Mechanic Association, a man with mysterious totems etched on his face was coldly examining information in his hand. Su Ming has come to the Mechanic Association as well. He's known for being part of the Imperial faction and has quite a reputation. Recently, he's also been getting close to the Radiant Federation. His presence here likely has the Empire's backing. The man muttered to himself. The totems on his face glowed and dimmed as if they were living, breathing entities, making the already imposing man appear even more fierce and wild. Tachualu, the man called out to someone outside the door. Upon hearing the man's call, the large wooden doors were pushed open. A burly man clad in an animal hide robe entered and bowed slightly towards the man. Master Tumu, what are your orders? The man named Tumu glanced at the intelligence report in his hand and let out a cold chuckle before speaking. According to the report, another group of oblivious warlords has set their sights on Su Ming. Think of a way to provoke these warlords into action. We need them to test Su Ming first. Only by stirring things up a bit can we see the situation more clearly. Tachualuo smiled and replied, don't worry. Those warlords likely have no idea who Su Ming really is. These opportunistic fools trying to stir up trouble are easy to manipulate. Inside the Mechanics Guild, in a temporary military camp, a man with a scar on his face was sneering at a video. The video showed Warren entering and leaving Wang Quan's workshop over the past 2 days. Warren probably had no idea that his routine visits to his mentor's workshop were being secretly recorded. Clearly, someone had been monitoring Wang Quan's workshop all this time. Warren was a recent student of Vice President Wang Quan, who was said to be very fond of him. It was discovered that before joining the Mechanics Guild, Warren had worked on a low-grade supply planet in the Empire. For some unknown reason, he was later wanted by the Empire and then joined a minor faction in the Black Domain. Eventually, he came to the Mechanics Guild and caught Wang Quan's attention, quickly rising to prominence. One of the scar-faced man's subordinates reported Warren's background to him. Black Domain? So, this Warren guy has a warlord backing him too? Interesting. Seems like we've met a competitor. The young man who's been staying in Warren's workshop must be a leader of a Black Domain faction. He probably wants to collaborate with a vice president to manufacture and smuggle weapons, profiting from the chaos. He thinks he can gain an advantage with Warren's help? He's wrong. There are only a few top-tier forces in the Black Domain that I even slightly fear. This time, I'll show him what a real double-cross looks like. The scar-faced man sneered, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Hearing the noise, the scar-faced man frowned. What's going on out there? Boss, Lehigh and his men have been killed and their bodies were delivered to our base entrance. What? The scar-faced man's expression changed drastically. He quickly stood up and rushed to the base entrance. Sure enough, he saw the bodies of 5 young men hanging at the gate, beaten to death in a gruesome manner. Seeing this, his face grew even more grim. Who did this? Such a brutal display is a direct slap in my face. Boss, Lehigh and his team were monitoring that young man staying in Warren's workshop. Now they've all been killed. I suspect. The subordinate's eyes flashed with anger. These were his brothers, and their deaths filled him with rage. No need to guess. It was Warren and his backers. First, they tried to intercept our contact with Wang Quan, and now they've killed our men. This is an outright provocation. Li Huan, take some men and head over there. We can't use large-scale forces inside the Mechanics Guild, so take a few experts and bring me that kid's head. Upon hearing the scar-faced man's orders, a figure hidden in the shadows nodded slightly before disappearing from the temporary base. Soon, several figures were swiftly moving through the streets of the main star of the Mechanics Guild, heading towards Warren's workshop. At that moment, inside Warren's workshop, Su Ming was watching Warren's workbench, listening to his explanations. So, you mean that by adding a secondary wave projector during the energy release, we can affect the frequency of the left-tilted wave, altering the locked state and energy burst levels? Warren nodded and pulled out a mechanical component. I've been researching secondary wave projectors recently. If this technology matures, its applications could be quite extensive. Su Ming looked thoughtful but hesitated. I understand your point, but I'm wondering if adding a secondary wave projector would cause a delay in the attack release. How do we address that delay? Warren smiled confidently and pulled out a conduit from a drawer. No need to switch during the attack release. We can switch beforehand and store the energy in the conduit, perfectly solving the problem. Su Ming's eyes lit up as he took the conduit and began examining it closely. Over the past few days, Su Ming had not been idle. He had spent his time discussing various mechanical technologies with Warren. In terms of technical level, Su Ming was far ahead of Warren. Su Ming was a galaxy-level mechanic, while Warren was barely cluster-level, having mastered fewer than 10,000 mechanical subfields. Despite this vast difference, Su Ming humbly exchanged ideas with Warren. After all, while their technical levels differed, Warren's perspective and approach as a non-combat mechanic were quite distinct from Su Ming's. Warren's ideas often provided Su Ming with new insights and different ways of thinking. Exchange and discussion were also ways to enhance mechanical technology. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly heard Xiao Lan's voice in his mind. Someone is rushing towards you. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression changed, and he sensed dozens of auras rapidly approaching his location. A flicker of killing intent appeared in his eyes as he stood up and headed towards the door. Warren was puzzled. Su Ming, where are you going? Without turning back, Su Ming opened the door and said, just going for a walk. Stay in the workshop and don't come out. I'll be back soon. Warren was taken aback, but quickly realized what was happening. In the city? Should I call the guards? Su Ming chuckled. Why call the guards? It's just some small fry. What interests me is the big fish behind them. Once I deal with the small fry, I'll go play with the big fish. With that, Su Ming closed the door behind him. As he stepped outside, a mech silently appeared around him. Using the system's scanning function, he could clearly see several figures speeding towards him from a few blocks away. It's taking too long. I'll come to you instead, Su Ming whispered, and with that, his figure vanished silently in front of Warren's studio. Nightfall gradually descended upon the city. The once lively Mechanics Guild, which used to be bustling even at night, had lost its vigor and become eerily silent since the assassination of its president. People on the streets had already retreated to their homes before nightfall, unwilling to venture out. The Mechanics Guild had recently become a chaotic and unsafe place. The dark, windy night was perfect for murder. Yet, no one knew who would be the hunter and who the prey tonight. Shadows flitted across the streets at incredible speeds, so fast that anyone who saw them would think they were seeing things. Boss, what's the target's combat strength this time? A shadow asked quietly to the leader. The leader, who was none other than Li Huan, a commander under the warlord's orders, looked ahead and then let out a sinister laugh. Li Hai and the others have scanned him. He's just a level 9 low-tier genetic warrior, not too strong. But, he paused before continuing, we need to be cautious if he's a mech warrior. If that's the case, he might be able to unleash level 10 strength. Level 10? Huh. The others exchanged glances and then sneered. They were a group of 14, with 3 of them being level 10 height-ear genetic warriors, and the weakest among the remaining 11 being level 9 height-ear. With such a formidable force, eliminating a level 9 low-tier genetic warrior, even if he could unleash level 10 strength with a mech, seemed like a piece of cake. Li Huan himself was equally dismissive of the task, but as the leader of the mission, he maintained a serious tone. Don't get complacent. The task may be simple, but the Mechanics Guild has been unstable lately. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me for turning hostile. Despite their playful demeanor, the team members responded with a semblance of seriousness. Got it, boss. Li Huan nodded, about to speak again when a shadowy figure silently appeared beside him. A blade, seemingly melded into the void, struck toward Li Huan like a ghost. Li Huan was alarmed. The blade was almost invisible in the night, blending into the darkness and making it extremely hard to detect. By the time he noticed it, the blade was less than 2 meters away from his face. For someone of his caliber, 2 meters was virtually no distance at all. He could only react by dodging to the side at his maximum speed, avoiding a fatal blow. However, the energy wave from the blade still grazed him, causing his right side to burst into a bloody mess. His right arm disintegrated into a mist of blood, and his right torso became a gruesome sight. Li Huan broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. For an ordinary person, such an injury would have rendered them unconscious and immobile. But as a level 10 genetic warrior, Li Huan's physique was far superior to that of a normal human. Though the injury on his right side was severe, it was not fatal. He gritted his teeth against the intense pain of losing his right arm and immediately retreated to his comrade's side, using their bodies to shield himself from the next attack. Who is it? Li Huan's voice was hoarse, his right lung battered and bleeding. He was deeply shaken. If the blow had struck his right heart, he would have been incapacitated instantly. Without hospital care within half an hour, even his formidable physique as a level 10 gene warrior wouldn't save him. Just as he finished speaking, one of his comrades was suddenly obliterated into a mist of blood by an unseen assailant lurking in the darkness. Form a circle and locate the enemy, Li Huan shouted, injecting himself with a syringe, which made him feel slightly better. Immediately, everyone formed a circle around him. I found him. Over there. Another level 10 gene warrior's eyes narrowed as he pointed into the night. Gene warrior's vision was not significantly impaired in the dark. Everyone gasped as they followed his gaze. It was a mech. The mech was eerily half phantom, half real, blending into the night like a ghost. If they hadn't been in a circle with nearly no blind spots, it would have been nearly impossible to spot. What kind of tech is this? Can a D-class mech have such capabilities? One of the gene warriors asked in disbelief. This semi-phantom, semi-real technology was far beyond ordinary cloaking. Who was this assailant? It's coming. One of them gasped, his body tensing as the mech targeted him. His energy level surged, and a mechanical combat knife appeared in his hand, ready to strike back. His comrade followed suit, drawing his own mechanical combat knife from storage, prepared to assist. Suddenly, everything went pitch black, as if a dark veil had been thrown over their eyes, obscuring their vision. Interference agent. One of the assailant's abilities, someone muttered. Although primarily used to disrupt detection equipment and mechs, in its phase state, it could also interfere with human vision, causing temporary blindness. The pilot of the assailant mech was none other than Su Ming, who had been lying in wait to ambush them. The true strength of the assailant mech was its sniping capability, but Su Ming refrained from using long-range weapons within the Mechanic Association. Even a minor misstep could trigger a catastrophic explosion, and the association was currently on high alert. Su Ming didn't want to stir up trouble at this critical moment. Instead, he abandoned sniping and used the Void Blade to stealthily eliminate Li Huan and his team one by one. The energy fluctuations of the Void Blade are not very obvious, making it perfect for this night. With a soft puff, a faint sound was heard. When Li Huan and the others regained their sight, they were shocked to find that 2 of their companions had turned into a mist of blood under the opponent's attack, dead beyond recognition. Sensing the instant energy surge from the mech just now, Li Huan's heart sank like a stone into an icy abyss. A class mech? How is that possible? What does a class mecha signify? Beyond indicating that the operator is a skilled mechanic, it also means that their combat power, combined with the class mecha, has reached a vacuum level of strength. Such power is beyond their ability to withstand. No wonder Li Huan felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility from this person. Run. This person is a vacuum-level expert, Li Huan shouted, then forced his body to unleash a burst of energy and prepared to flee without looking back. Seeing this, the others didn't dare to stay either and quickly followed Li Huan in retreat. However, Su Ming had no intention of letting them go. As he saw the group scattering, he shook his head slightly. Had he become so accustomed to facing formidable opponents in his battles with the Void Tribe that these people seemed so weak to him? Su Ming's notion of weakness wasn't about their physical strength but their lack of resolve, judgment, and willpower. The moment they realized he was a vacuum-level warrior, they scattered without a second thought. Little did they know that scattering in the face of a relentless pursuer only hastened their demise. A desperate fight might have given them a chance, but running meant certain death. This highlighted the stark difference between warlord factions and national armies. In warlord factions, each warrior fought for themselves and fled at the first sign of trouble, lacking faith and perseverance. But when fighting for a nation, their combat power was entirely different. Su Ming had learned this through his battles with the Void Tribe's army. Wasting no time, Su Ming's figure melded into the darkness, transforming into a terrifying shadow that pursued the fleeing enemies with incredible speed. Silent blood mists erupted on the streets, each one marking the death of a genetic warrior in the night. The night brought silence, and within that silence came assassination. Sensing their comrades' auras vanishing one by one in the darkness, a severely wounded Li Huan was gripped by fear, terrified that the shadow of death would suddenly appear behind him. He ran frantically, desperately trying to escape. After what seemed like an eternity, the effects of the drug he had injected began to wear off, and waves of pain and exhaustion surged through his body. He collapsed to the ground, scanning his surroundings. To his slight relief, the area was silent, and the danger seemed to be receding. Did I make it out? Li Huan's eyes glimmered with joy, the adrenaline masking the pain of his wounds. But just then, a man's voice echoed from the depths of the quiet street. Wishful thinking, little brother. I saved you for last. Hearing this, Li Huan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He turned around to see a young man emerging from the darkness, walking towards him step by step like a grim reaper in the night. At that moment, a sinister glint flashed in Li Huan's eyes. As Su Ming approached him, Li Huan suddenly sprang up, a mechanical battle blade appearing in his hand, and he swung it fiercely towards Su Ming. Kid, you're too naive. Who gave you the confidence to walk in front of me without your mech? Die. Li Huan used every ounce of his remaining strength to slash at Su Ming. In his eyes, Su Ming stood motionless, as if paralyzed by fear. A cruel smile crept onto Li Huan's lips, almost seeing Su Ming being split in two by his blade. However, in the next instant, Li Huan's pupils contracted sharply. Su Ming raised his hand and caught the blade with one hand. The force of the impact made Li Huan feel like he had struck a wall of steel rather than human flesh. How could this young man's body be made of alloy? The blade left only a faint scratch on Su Ming's hand. With a forceful grip, Su Ming snatched the mechanical blade from Li Huan. The scratch on his hand healed almost instantly, thanks to his powerful vitality. If Li Huan had been at his peak, Su Ming would never have dared to catch the attack of a level 10 genetic warrior barehanded. It would have been suicidal. But now, with Li Huan's right side nearly shattered, blood loss, exhaustion, and weakened muscles, his attack power had plummeted to less than 200,000 units. For Su Ming's current physique, this was nothing. Su Ming grabbed Li Huan's mechanical blade and, without hesitation, swung it back, severing Li Huan's left arm at the root. Ah! Li Huan screamed in pain, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Su Ming seemed unfazed. Control your muscles and stop the bleeding, Su Ming commanded in a low voice. Hearing Su Ming's words, a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in Li Huan's eyes. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can work for you. Be your subordinate. The fact that Su Ming only cut off his left arm and ordered him to stop the bleeding gave Li Huan immense hope. If Su Ming wanted to kill him, he could have just decapitated him. There was no need for such trouble. Seeing Li Huan's spineless demeanor, a look of disdain flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He then spoke softly. If you don't want to die, tell me, who is behind you? Fear flashed in Li Huan's eyes, and he immediately spilled the beans about his superior. Red, Scarface Red. He sent me to attack you. Scarface Red? Su Ming muttered to himself, shaking his head. He wasn't deeply involved in the underworld and had no knowledge of these gray military factions. He had never heard of Red. So, you decided to kill me over the invitation to Wang Quan? Su Ming glanced at Li Huan and asked calmly. Li Huan gave a wry smile and nodded. But if it weren't for you killing Li Hai and his men and dumping them at our base's doorstep, we wouldn't have decided to act so quickly. Wait a minute, you don't even know who I work for. So how could you possibly know where our base is? Li Huan's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at Su Ming, realizing something. Li Hai, I didn't kill them at all. You've been used as a pawn, Su Ming said with a faint smile, glancing at Li Huan. Cough cough, everyone, please ignore the repeated chapter. It seems there was a system error. Dammy has already contacted the editor, and it will be fixed by tomorrow. Su Ming looked at the dazed Li Huan in front of him without saying a word. A contemplative expression appeared on his face. It seemed that the force using Red as a pawn was the key. He had a hunch but needed to verify it by finding this force. Xiaolan, can you locate that force now? Su Ming asked softly. He didn't spare Li Huan out of pity but intended to use him to pinpoint the third-party force's location. Xiaolan had the ability to lock onto information. However, with only one lead from Su Ming, it was difficult to pinpoint the exact location. But now, with Red as a second lead, the intersection of the two lines would reveal the third-party force's location. It was like a triangle. A single line couldn't determine the point, but two intersecting lines could. I'll try, Master. Can you lower his mental state a bit more? Xiaolan's voice carried a hint of embarrassment. Despite having a higher life level than humans, he was still in his infancy and didn't possess immense power. Sometimes, life levels didn't equate to strength. For instance, cancer cells had a much lower life level than humans, but could sometimes unleash power that the human body couldn't resist. Lower-level life forms could potentially kill higher-level ones. Xiaolan was in a similar situation, just born and with life power comparable to a second or third-level gene warrior. Although he had many unique abilities, his overall strength was still lacking. Su Ming smiled slightly and didn't hesitate. He used his brainwave energy to invade Li Huan's mind. Li Huan couldn't resist Su Ming's invasion, and his mental state was quickly suppressed to a very low level. This level was not particularly strong for Xiaolan. Seeing this, Xiaolan didn't hesitate and released a strange wave of information, connecting to both Li Huan and Su Ming. Two lines of information extended through Xiaolan's ability, quickly reaching a specific location on the planet. Well done, Xiaolan. Su Ming also sensed the coordinates and understood that this was the location of the force behind the scenes. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he swiftly moved towards the marked coordinates. At that moment, in a luxurious building of the Mechanics Guild, a man named Tuamu Yi was sitting on a soft sofa. Oh, Red, is that impulsive? Just a little provocation, and he rushed to find Su Ming without stopping? Excellent. Tuamu Yi said with a smile to Tualu beside him. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly either. Tualu also smiled. It seems Su Ming is in for some trouble. Hearing Taluo's words, Tumu couldn't help but shake his head. You're wrong. Su Ming is not that simple. His combat power is not something Red and the others can provoke. This man didn't capture the Shengyun cosmic state by sheer luck, Tumu said. Taluo was taken aback. Then why? Tumu didn't respond. These matters were not suitable to discuss with subordinates. This was about the power struggle among the 5 cosmic states. The Empire and the Glorious Federation were already gaining the upper hand, which was not good news for the other 4 cosmic states. Red was insignificant, but Tumu's real goal was to drag Su Ming into this game. After all, Su Ming, or rather, Wanning, was clearly aligned with the Empire and the Glorious Federation. These colossal entities were hard to tackle directly, but breaking through from Su Ming's side seemed more feasible. If Su Ming got involved with the Mechanic Association, Tumu would have a chance to manipulate the situation, potentially affecting the interstellar reputation of the Empire and the Glorious Federation. In extreme cases, he could even frame Su Ming, Wanning, or the Empire for the murder of the Mechanic Association's president, Tumu thought to himself. However, this would depend on Su Ming's reactions and the intensity of his conflict with Red. From Tumu's perspective, the fiercer the fight between Su Ming and Red, the more chaos he could create. Just then, Tumu's expression suddenly changed, and he looked towards the door. A young man appeared at the entrance, and he threw a spherical object in front of Tumu. Tumu's gaze shifted downward, and his eyes turned cold. The round object on the ground was none other than Li Huan's head. Throwing things around was one thing, but Tumu paused, his voice filled with icy contempt. This carpet, hand-woven by masterly ruwashing, is not cheap. Don't you have anything to say, Su Ming? The young man who entered the room was indeed Su Ming. He seemed oblivious to the coldness in Tumu's eyes and the murderous intent in the air. He casually walked over to Tumu and sat down. You're about to lose your life, and you're worried about a carpet? Su Ming said nonchalantly. Hearing Su Ming's words, Tumu burst into laughter as if he had heard a joke. Did I hear that right? Is Lord Su Ming, a mere level 9 genetic warrior, threatening a celestial level being? Tumu was a celestial level expert, far more powerful than Su Ming by 100-fold. He had every reason to be arrogant. No, don't get me wrong. I won't be the one to kill you. Someone else will, but I bet you won't live past a month, Su Ming said with a smile, his white teeth gleaming ominously under the light. Tuamu's smile had faded, and he leaned slightly forward. Having someone else kill me seems to be much harder than having Mr. Su Ming do it himself. After all, who would dare to assassinate a diplomat from one of the 5 great cosmic nations, the Beast God civilization? Tuamu, the representative of this formidable force, was indeed from the Beast God civilization, one of the 5 great cosmic nations. This luxurious room they were in was the diplomatic embassy of the Beast God civilization within the Mechanics Guild. The Beast God civilization's diplomats are, in a sense, even more critical and secure than the legendary warriors on the battlefield. After all, a diplomat represents the face and diplomatic stance of the entire interstellar nation. If a diplomat's life is threatened, it directly challenges the diplomatic status of the Beast God civilization, which is far more severe than offending a single warrior. Tuamui was confident that as long as he was within the human civilization's territory, Even if a legendary warrior appeared, he had enough leverage to confront them. No human warrior would dare to kill him in broad daylight, especially not a mere 9th-level genetic warrior like Su Ming. To Tuamu Yi, Su Ming's threats were as laughable as a clown's antics. Su Ming squinted his eyes and then spoke calmly, "Very well, the beast god civilization, is it? Mark my words, within a month, I will end your life." After saying this, Su Ming stood up and walked out, his figure gradually disappearing from Tuamu Yi's sight. Lord Tuamu Yi, why not kill him? Ta Tualu's eyes were icy cold. Even though they hadn't suffered any losses, the audacity of someone entering the beast god's diplomatic embassy and threatening a diplomat was a grave insult. Ta Tualu had been ready to strike several times, but Tuamu Yi's warning gaze held him back, letting Su Ming swagger in and out unscathed. Tuamu Yi's eyes were equally cold, but as a diplomat, he had far more to consider than Ta Tualu. Su Ming couldn't die, at least not within the embassy of the beast god civilization. Otherwise, it would give the Empire an excuse to suppress their civilization. As a diplomat, he had to prioritize avoiding trouble for the beast god civilization over his own pride or even his life. But Su Ming won't get away with this. Once the storm passes, there will be plenty of ways to deal with him. There's no rush now, Tuamu Yi muttered coldly to himself. Tuamu Yi wouldn't let Su Ming go, and Su Ming wouldn't let Tuamu Yi off either. At this moment, Su Ming was seething with anger. To him, the beast god civilization was a colossal entity, and he currently lacked the power to challenge it. However, dealing with Tuamu Yi was not as difficult. Although Tuamu Yi's combat strength surpassed Su Ming's by several levels, in interstellar society, especially at Su Ming's level, brains often trump brawn when targeting a stronger opponent. He wasn't foolish. He hadn't made a move in the embassy, knowing that acting impulsively could have jeopardized his safe return to Warren's lab. However, Su Ming was not one to suffer losses quietly. This incident, instigated by Tuamu Yi, had already sealed his fate in Su Ming's mind. Su Ming walked slowly down the deserted street, his footsteps echoing as the only sound in the silence. Deep in thought, he picked up his phone and dialed Locke. "Leader, what's the matter? How's the investigation on the front line that I asked you to look into?" Su Ming asked calmly. "The investigation is almost complete. It's not really a secret. Currently, among the 5 cosmic nations, the Empire and the Radiant Federation hold a significant advantage. It's almost certain that the Radiant Federation will become a new supercluster-level force. The other 4 cosmic nations are in a fierce competition, and any of them could secure the remaining 2 spots." Locke's voice came through the phone. Hearing Locke's report, Su Ming let out a cold laugh. No wonder, Su Ming thought, now understanding why the beast god civilization was so eager to trouble him. The Empire, holding the advantage, must be looking to play it safe. At this critical juncture, the other 4 nations are aware that the Empire usually adopts a low-profile approach to maintain stability, which emboldened them to act as they did today. They've calculated that the Empire would avoid unnecessary conflicts at this stage. However, Su Ming smirked. If the Empire sees an opportunity now, it might not hesitate to support Wan Tung. "Leader, no wonder what?" Locke asked, puzzled. "Nothing." Su Ming shook his head. After a moment of thought, he said to Locke, "From now on, use the military factories left behind by the Radiant Federation to produce bullets. They'll send you the technology for producing the energy cancer. Hire some mechanics who can understand it, work overnight, and manufacture bullets with the energy cancer." Locke was taken aback, but curiously asked, "Leader, did something happen? How many bullets do we need?" Su Ming smiled lightly. "Nothing to worry about. Just make as many as you can. Aim for 1,000,000,000,000 if possible." Locke's eyes showed a deep sense of confusion, but as a competent steward, he knew what to ask and what not to. Suppressing his curiosity, he nodded. "Don't worry, they'll handle it." Su Ming nodded, ready to hang up the phone, but then he thought of something. "Oh, and have Cheng Hua and Shimu investigate a gray force led by someone named Scarface Leda. Once you have all the details, send troops to eliminate them," Su Ming said calmly. Although Scarface Leda's provocation was mostly due to the beast god civilization's meddling, Su Ming didn't mind taking down an upstart warlord. Such is the benefit of power often. Su Ming doesn't have to lift a finger. Others will deal with his enemies for him. "Understood. No problem, leader." Su Ming quickly hung up the phone. He then quickened his pace and returned to Warren's workshop. "Su Ming, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" Warren asked anxiously, scanning Su Ming's body. Seeing the blood on Su Ming, he was shocked. "No, it's the enemy's blood." Su Ming noticed the bloodstains on his clothes, likely from when he decapitated Li Huan. It was nothing to worry about, so he didn't dwell on it. He looked seriously at Warren and asked, "Warren, what's the name of the president of the Neutral Mechanics Association who wasn't assassinated?" Hearing Su Ming's abrupt statement, Warren was taken aback. He instinctively replied, "Zhang Sun, the non-combat mechanist of the Apocalypse level, Zhang Sun." Realizing what he had just said, Warren quickly added, "Su Ming, You're not thinking of approaching President Zhang Sun, are you? In the current situation, President Zhang Sun is definitely not going to take a stance. Even when the Empire invited him, he refused. Once Zhang Sun chooses a side, he could easily become a target for assassination. Remember the last one? I understand. Su Ming interrupted. The previous president was assassinated because he took a stance. I get it. But this time, I have a certain level of confidence. Besides, there are other factors involved. Su Ming murmured to himself before asking, "Where is Zhang Sun's residence?" Warren pondered for a moment and said, "In a luxurious villa in the East District. But President Zhang Sun is on high alert and won't see anyone. It's pointless to go." Su Ming chuckled and replied, "That's easy to handle. I'll go out again. You'd better stay indoors to avoid being tracked." Warren was startled, but before he could say anything, Su Ming had already vanished from his workshop. After leaving Warren's workshop, Su Ming swiftly made his way to the East District. There, he saw a massive mechanical fortress standing tall. Seeing this fortress, Su Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. There was no doubt that this was President Zhang Sun's mechanical fortress. The previous president was assassinated largely because he hadn't activated his mechanical defense system. Learning from that, Zhang Sun decisively deployed his mechanical fortress and hid inside. Although Zhang Sun's direct combat abilities might not be formidable, once he's inside an apocalypse-level mechanical fortress, even top-tier experts would struggle to breach it. Su Ming thought of a word turtling, but this wouldn't stump him. "Xiaolon, can you send a message inside?" Su Ming asked in his mind. "Just sending a message should be no problem," Xiaolon responded. At that moment, inside the mechanical fortress, a middle-aged man with a square face was engrossed in researching a piece of mechanical technology. This man was Zhang Sun. He was well aware of the external events and the recent happenings within the Mechanist Association. But as long as he didn't take a stance and stayed inside his fortress, no one could do anything to him. Unless they used civilization-level war weapons to bombard the fortress, this shell was invincible. Zhang Sun felt a sense of peace, detached from the outside conflicts, even leisurely sipping some red wine. Suddenly, his expression changed as he noticed a young figure appearing on his screen. Zhang Sun frowned. "Can't breach my fortress, so they're trying electronic intrusion?" He smirked inwardly. Hacking was child's play for an apocalypse-level mechanist. Their prowess in the virtual network world was nearly unmatched, even if their real-world combat abilities couldn't compare to combat-type apocalypse experts. Trying to hack into his system was like asking for trouble. Zhang Sun's neural energy level flared up as he prepared to eliminate the invading program. "Mr. President, could you hold off on deleting it and hear me out?" The young man on the screen couldn't help but speak to Zhang Sun. "Sorry, I'm not seeing anyone right now." Zhang Sun shook his head. Through the system's identity recognition, he instantly identified Su Ming and knew that this person was the once notable Lord of Wantong. However, to put it bluntly, the level of Wantong was nothing special to an apocalypse-level mechanic. If it weren't for the empire behind Wantong, Zhang Sun wouldn't even bother with Su Ming. He immediately deleted all of Su Ming's information from his system and severed the connection. Then he turned back to continue studying his mechanical components. But soon, Su Ming's face appeared on the screen again. "Mr. President, can we just chat for a few cents worth of time? Otherwise, I'll keep messaging you, and you'll get annoyed, right?" Su Ming's face was all smiles, with a look that said he would pester Zhang Sun endlessly if he didn't talk. Zhang Sun, interrupted from his research, was annoyed and once again kicked Su Ming out of his system, then strengthened the system's hacker defense. "Let's see how you get in this time," Zhang Sun thought to himself. But just then, the young man's face appeared on the screen again. "Hi, Mr. President, it's me again. Didn't expect that, did you?" Zhang Sun, cut off, kicked out, strengthen. A triple click. Su Ming's face disappeared from the screen again. Zhang Sun smirked coldly and was about to return to his research. "Mr. President, what are you studying?" "Oh, interested in finding a quieter place to research." Su Ming teased. "Zhang Sun? This isn't over? I don't believe this." Zhang Sun once again kicked Su Ming out and began to wonder how Su Ming was breaking through his hacker defense system. In the mechanical field, as long as he wanted, no one should be able to bypass his information defense without a trace. But now, Su Ming could avoid his detection and inject information directly? What was going on? No matter what, Zhang Sun's stubbornness kicked in. "Fine, if I can't research today, I'll just deal with you." Zhang Sun sat in front of the screen, waiting for Su Ming's face to appear again, so he could kick him out once more. "Mr. President, I kicked out." "Mr. President." "Kicked out." "Wait, Mr. President." "Kicked." Su Ming was also frustrated outside. Why was Zhang Sun so stubborn, preferring to waste time rather than listen to him for a few minutes? "Fine. You want to be stubborn? I'll be stubborn too." Su Ming's face turned determined. "Xiaolon." "Yes, master." "Mr. President." "Mr. President? Hi. Are you asleep? Your back is on fire." "Kicked." "Hey, look, an airplane." Kicked. There's a girl behind you. Kicked. For 2 hours, they went back and forth, both too stubborn to give in. Ultimately, Zhang Sun had to admit that Su Ming was a complete scoundrel. Was he really that bored to keep pestering me? Su Ming had plenty of time on his hands, but Zhang Sun, being an apocalypse-level mechanic, had extremely valuable time. Realizing that Su Ming wasn't going to be easily dismissed, Zhang Sun finally gave in. President, sitting for too long isn't good for you. It can lead to hemorrhoids, which can affect your bowel movements, and if your bowel movements are affected, then, President? You're not kicking me out? Su Ming was bewildered to suddenly find Zhang Sun had stopped trying to get rid of him. His casual remarks had made the situation a bit awkward. Speak. I'll give you only 15 minutes. What do you need? Zhang Sun said irritably to Su Ming. Would the president be willing to join Wanting and become its chief mechanic? Su Ming asked with a smile. Zhang Sun squinted his eyes, a hint of disdain flashing through them. You called me here just to say this? Sorry, Mr. Su Ming, but I wouldn't go to Wanting, not even for the Empire. Su Ming chuckled. I understand your concerns, President. You're worried about safety, right? Rest assured, if you agree to join Wanting, I can guarantee at least 3 Tianqi to protect you until the cosmic situation stabilizes. Zhang Sun frowned. How could you possibly convince 3 Tianqi to be my personal bodyguards? Besides, I'm currently in the mechanical fortress, which even Tianqi can't breach. I'm not worried about my safety. Su Ming shook his head. President, being confined and losing your freedom are two different things. Based on the current frontline situation, it might take several years to determine the victor. I doubt you'd want to stay in the mechanical fortress for that long. As for the Tianqi, don't worry. If you agree, I can arrange it. In fact, Su Ming paused and continued slowly. If 2 supercluster-level cosmic nations were to back you, no one in the universe would dare touch you. Zhang Sun sneered. You underestimate the patience of a Tianqi-level mechanic. Even if I stayed indoors for decades, it wouldn't be a loss for me. Su Ming smiled. I'm a mechanic too. I know that staying secluded for decades is indeed manageable. But, Su Ming paused again, speaking slowly, that's only if there's enough new knowledge to research. Without new knowledge to keep things fresh, even a Tianqi would go insane after a few decades. President, I can provide you with a knowledge system that you could study for 10 years without exhausting it. A gleam of determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes. This was his trump card to convince Zhang Sun. Of course, protection and a sense of security were the prerequisites. Without them, there would be no point in offering even the ultimate truths of the universe. That's why Su Ming had laid out so much groundwork for Zhang Sun. Without ensuring his safety, even the most profound knowledge wouldn't move Zhang Sun. What do you mean? You have an entirely new knowledge system? Have you discovered another civilization? Zhang Sun instantly grasped Su Ming's implication, a flicker of interest sparking in his heart. For a Tianqi-level mechanic, the most painful thing wasn't worldly matters like status or wealth. The real agony was having no path forward. The entire human civilization's knowledge system had been nearly exhausted by Tianqi-level mechanics. Many cosmic nations and human civilization as a whole were waiting for these Tianqi to create new knowledge. They had no one to guide them. They were the pioneers. Deciding the direction and the ultimate goal was the most challenging part for Tianqi-level mechanics. However, if someone could provide them with an entirely new knowledge system, they would be nothing short of a benefactor to these Tianqi-level mechanics. Exploring a brand new knowledge system not only allows you to enjoy the rare feeling of having pioneers guide you, but also sparks new inspirations within this system. In the future, it might lead to the development of groundbreaking technology that could etch your name in history. Let me be clear. If your new technology involves some void civilization, don't bother telling me. I can't access void civilization technology right now, but once human civilization triumphs overall, obtaining it will be a piece of cake. Zhang Sun spoke calmly, embodying the pride and gravitas of an apocalypse-level mechanic. Su Ming chuckled inwardly, pleased that Zhang Sun seemed intrigued. Without hesitation, Su Ming transmitted 3 pieces of knowledge he had obtained from humanoid entities encased in crystals to Zhang Sun via Showdown. President, you can study these first. I'll wait outside. Contact me once you've finished, Su Ming said confidently. Zhang Sun, somewhat skeptical, began to review the transmitted knowledge. About 10 minutes later, his breathing grew rapid. Damn, it's an energy-based knowledge system. Zhang Sun had to admit he was intrigued. Energy systems are the next frontier for human civilization, after mechanical knowledge. Although the 3 items Su Ming provided might seem insignificant, the underlying system's magnitude was compelling. This system's scale was on par with human civilization's own, and if Su Ming allowed him to research it, it could propel human civilization into a new era within a decade. A new era. For an apocalypse-level mechanic, these words were incredibly tempting. Zhang Sun took a deep breath and re-established communication with Su Ming. I must admit, your knowledge is quite alluring. However, safety is paramount. If we're dead, there's nothing to research. If you can bring 3 combat-type apocalypse-level individuals and secure the support of 2 super-cluster-level cosmic nations, then I will go to Wantang with you and become their chief mechanic. Hearing Zhang Sun's words, Su Ming was overjoyed. With Zhang Sun on board, that arrogant mentor of Warren's was nothing. This deal was practically sealed. It just needed some fine-tuning. Give me about 10 days. I'll bring the apocalypse-level individuals to you, Su Ming said confidently before leaving without looking back. 10 days, Su Ming thought, his eyes gleaming. That should be enough time to navigate between the 2 top cosmic nations. With that in mind, Su Ming immediately picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hey, Heron, if I remember correctly, your father is an apocalypse-level member of the Dongming Alliance, right? On the other end, Li Heron, looking drowsy, nodded and asked, What's up, Su Ming? Su Ming chuckled. Is there any chance you could introduce me to your father? Hey, Su Ming, what are you up to? Even though we're close, if I take you to see my dad for no reason, he'll probably chew me out. Li Heron was taken aback when he heard Su Ming wanted to meet his father, and his expression turned serious. Su Ming smiled. Don't worry. I'm not someone who doesn't know what's important. You can tell your dad that this matter concerns the founding of the 8 great interstellar nations in the future. What? Li Heron's face showed shock. Are you serious? Su Ming, is your dad nearby? Ask him to answer the phone. Is the Empire planning to ally with the Dongming Alliance? Su Ming glanced at Li Heron sideways, feeling that he didn't quite believe him. Are you coming or not? If the Dongming Alliance falls behind other interstellar nations because of this, you'll be the one to blame. Li Heron pondered for a moment before speaking seriously. I can introduce you. But Su Ming, you have to give me some details. If this turns out to be a joke, it could affect my political future in Dongming. Su Ming chuckled. Remember when we went to the Void Research Institute, and I released that special energy that could make the Void Ray self-destruct when entering the Void state? Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Li Heron's pupils contracted sharply as he suddenly realized something. Damn, that's a technology? I thought it was some kind of superpower. If it's a technological advancement, Li Heron's face lit up with excitement. If it was as he thought, this could give the Dongming Alliance a decisive advantage in war. If the Dongming Alliance became the second interstellar nation with those 3 seats, he, as the introducer, would definitely be credited. His political future would be bright. No problem. I'll arrange the introduction right away. But I think you should come in person. Otherwise, my dad might not want to meet you. Of course, you can't just video call someone like Tianqi. I know basic etiquette, Su Ming said, hanging up the phone with a hint of annoyance, but then smiling. He didn't immediately head to the Dongming Alliance, but made another call. The call was quickly answered, and Colin Clarence's face appeared on the screen, with a rare smile suggesting the Empire was in a good place recently. What's up, Su Ming? Colin asked with a laugh. Dad, Su Ming began. The father and son talked for about an hour, and with Colin Clarence's serious nod, their conversation ended. Feeling relieved, Su Ming boarded his spaceship and headed towards the Dongming Alliance's territory. It would take about 3 days to travel from the Mechanic Association to the Dongming Alliance, making the round trip about 6 days. That's why Su Ming had told Zhang Sun to meet in 10 days. The 3 Tianqi he wanted to invite were from the Dongming Alliance. However, inviting the Tianqi and persuading Zhang Sun were secondary benefits. Su Ming's primary goal was something that could significantly impact the course of human civilization. Whether he could achieve it depended on this trip to the Dongming Alliance. Su Ming's spaceship sped through the vastness of space, heading towards the Dongming Alliance at breakneck speed. 3 days later, on Lungyun Star within the Dongming Alliance, Li Heron stood excitedly at the spaceport, eagerly awaiting Su Ming's arrival. Brother, this time it's really happening. I've seen your ability. It truly counters the Void Tribe. If we can strike a deal, Dongming will definitely gain the upper hand in this war, and I'll be a hero of Dongming. Of course, you'll be a friend of Dongming too. Li Heron paused, scratched his head and continued, Let's go. We should see your father first. Su Ming chuckled lightly. Li Heron's role as a mediator was indeed crucial, but this was inherently a win-win situation. Without further delay, the two proceeded, taking a flyer to a massive building. Uncle Tao, open the door. Li Heron shouted loudly. Immediately, a large opening appeared in the building below, just big enough for the flyer to enter the residence. This way, I've already informed my father. He knows you're coming and is waiting for you in the central hall, Li Heron said, leading Su Ming forward. They walked at a normal pace, not too fast, as a sign of respect for Tianqi. Hastiness was not appropriate in Tianqi's presence. After walking for about 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the central hall. No wonder it's the Tianqi residence. It's almost as big as my own, Su Ming thought to himself. The Karen family estate was also vast, but his father wasn't often home. If he were, they would probably have to walk slowly like this, which would be exhausting. Father, Su Ming is here. Li Heron announced respectfully at the door. At that moment, a gentle voice came from within the hall. Come in. Bring your friend with you. All right. Li Heron responded, then whispered to Su Ming, "Let's go in." Su Ming nodded and walked into the central hall with Li Heron. As soon as he entered, Su Ming saw a handsome middle-aged man sitting in the hall, who smiled and nodded at him. Although the man didn't exude an overwhelming aura or display immense power, his mere presence felt as though he was at the intersection of multiple dimensions untouchable and unfathomable. Su Ming felt a chill run through him. This man was none other than Li Ku, the renowned dimensional deity and Tianka-level master of the Dongming Alliance. "Your Excellency, dimensional deity." Su Ming greeted Li Ku with a bow, and then stepped into the central hall. "Sit down, young friend Su Ming. I've heard Heron mention you often. Meeting you today, I see you're indeed a young hero," Li Ku said with a light laugh, pointing to the cushion in front of him. Su Ming smiled politely and sat respectfully on the cushion, though inwardly he couldn't help but grumble. "Young hero, my foot. If I remember correctly, when I first came to the Dongming Alliance, it was this old geezer who sent Li Heron to beat me up. This old man couldn't defeat my father, so he had Li Heron come after me. Terrible." However, Su Ming only dared to curse inwardly. In front of Tianqi, he didn't dare to speak recklessly. "Young friend, is there something urgent that brings you here?" Li Ku asked with a smile. Talking business, Su Ming's expression turned serious. He then slowly said, "Lord Tianqi, I have come this time to help the Dongming Alliance gain an advantage in the war against the Void Civilization." "Oh?" A faint smile appeared in Li Ku's eyes, but he dismissed it with a casual remark. "Su Ming, my young friend, the war between the Void Civilization and the Dongming Alliance is no child's play." Li Ku shook his head. When he heard his son say that Su Ming was looking for him, he had initially intended to refuse. However, out of respect for Su Ming's father, he decided to meet. Given the current tense situation, Li Ku himself was feeling quite overwhelmed. Gaining an advantage on the Void battlefield was proving to be difficult. After all, the competitors were the most elite forces in all of human civilization, none of whom were simple to deal with. Achieving an edge in this competition was extremely challenging. If Su Ming's father had come to discuss this matter, Li Ku might have found it credible. But Su Ming? It wasn't that Li Ku looked down on him. Rather, the issues at hand were genuinely complex. This was a civilization-level war. Even beings who had lived for hundreds of years, like the mighty Tianqi, seemed insignificant in such a context, let alone Su Ming. Now, Su Ming claimed he could help in the situation with the Void Civilization against the Dongming Alliance. It seemed far-fetched. "Tianqi, there's no need to rush to judgment. Why don't you take a look at this?" Su Ming said with a smile, handing over a vial containing a special reactive energy to Li Ku. Li Ku looked surprised but reached out to take the vial. In his hand, the vial quickly shattered, releasing a pale blue reactive energy that Li Ku controlled to hover above his palm. Suddenly, Li Ku's expression changed as he hurriedly enveloped the energy with his own power. However, the more he tried to contain it, the more unstable it became. The blue energy began to spread, absorbing and assimilating Li Ku's power, transforming into a more potent and volatile energy. Gradually, the energy's color deepened into an ominous hue. "Tianqi, cut it off now," Su Ming suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Damn, Su Ming hadn't expected Li Ku to be so straightforward, directly wrapping the energy cancer with his own power. This was like adding fuel to the fire. He also hadn't anticipated that Li Ku's casually released power would be so overwhelming, causing the energy cancer to grow stronger in an instant. It had become terrifyingly powerful. Li Ku's face slightly changed upon hearing Su Ming's words, and he immediately severed his connection to the energy. The next moment, the energy cancer erupted violently. The terrifying energy instantly filled the entire hall. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply. "Am I really going to die so inexplicably?" he thought. This was the explosive release of Tianka-level power. Such an explosion could pulverize this planet. Even a celestial-level expert would be obliterated by this blast. This was something Su Ming had never anticipated. He was genuinely shocked by the sudden loss of control. Just as the energy cancer was about to obliterate him, Su Ming suddenly froze. He saw Li Ku, seemingly unfazed, extend his hand and lightly tap the erupting energy. Suddenly, everything around them came to a halt. Su Ming felt as if he were seeing a gate to another dimension being opened by Li Ku. The energy cancer's force was directly thrown into this dimensional gate by Li Ku, where it exploded in another realm. Yet, none of it affected the three of them in the slightest. Su Ming watched this scene as if he were sitting in a movie theater, watching a film. The terrifying energy that had almost blown up the entire planet now seemed like a harmless, even somewhat cool, 3D movie. "Young friend, don't be so surprised. Have a seat, have a seat. This is just standard procedure," Li Ku said with a smile, gesturing for Su Ming to sit down again. Su Ming blushed. He suddenly realized that he had worried a master of Li Ku's caliber might be threatened by the energy cancer. He had indeed underestimated a master of the Tianqi level. Although Li Ku wasn't said to be the strongest among them, This display alone showed that no one below the Tianqi level could even touch him. His power had surpassed human understanding, reaching a terrifying new level. If Li Ku was this powerful, how strong must his father be, who was said to be able to suppress even Li Ku? What is this thing called? After Su Ming sat down, Li Ku's eyes flashed with curiosity as he slowly asked. Energy cancer, Su Ming replied calmly. You should be able to sense that energy cancer can cause significant damage to energy beings. No matter how strong the energy being is, it will be contaminated by the energy cancer, leading to the scene we just witnessed. Since you fought the Void Tribe, you should know what this means, right? Su Ming looked at Li Ku seriously, a glint of light in his eyes. After hearing Su Ming's words, Li Ku could no longer remain calm. He had already felt the power of the energy cancer. While it posed little threat to someone at the Tianqi level, anyone below that who didn't understand its effects and recklessly released energy could be fatally affected by it. It's not about being strong enough to resist it. It's more like a parasite. The parasite itself isn't strong, but if the host isn't vigilant, it could be killed by it. Most importantly, this thing is extremely effective against energy beings. The Void Tribe's ability to transform into energy beings is one of the reasons they have managed to hold back human civilization despite being at a disadvantage. How much of this energy cancer do you have left? Or rather, can you share this technology with the Dongming Alliance? Li Ke leaned forward. For a Tianqi master to lean forward towards a junior might seem improper, but Li Ke saw an opportunity for the Dongming Alliance that he couldn't afford to miss. Seeing Li Ke's reaction, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Finally, everything was going according to his plan. The advantage had shifted to Su Ming. Your Excellency Tianqi, this technology, Wanton will not sell. Su Ming spoke slowly. However, Wanton is open to doing some arms business with the Dongming Alliance, he added with a slight chuckle. Li Ke squinted his eyes, and both sides entered a negotiation rhythm. Oh, price? Quantity? Time frame? Li Ke asked. In terms of quantity, we can initially provide you with 1 trillion units, each the size of a reagent bottle. The time frame would naturally extend until the Void Civilization is defeated, as the greatest utility of the energy cancer for the Dongming Alliance would likely be in defeating the Void Civilization, Su Ming explained. As for the price, it's priceless. Priceless? Li Ke frowned. Su Ming nodded and elaborated. Star coins hold little significance for Wanton. If the Void Civilization wants the energy cancer, they need to meet 4 conditions. Go on, Li Ke said calmly. First condition, knowledge. 2 pieces of civilization-level knowledge, preferably mechanical. Second condition, territory. If the Dongming Alliance conquers any territory in the war against the Void Civilization, Wanton will receive 2 star systems. Third condition, experts. Dispatch 3 Tianqi-level experts to protect 1 individual until the war against the Void Civilization concludes. Fourth condition, alliance. Not between Wanton and Dongming, as Wanton's level isn't there yet. I understand that. The alliance should be with the Empire, Su Ming stated. Upon hearing Su Ming's terms, Li Ke's expression darkened, and a flicker of anger appeared in his eyes. That's quite steep, Su Ming. None of these conditions are worth it on their own, and you're asking for 4. Li Ke was annoyed, feeling that Su Ming was taking advantage of the situation. Although the energy cancer was potent against the Void Civilization, it was less effective in conventional human warfare compared to some other weapons. The promise was only valid until the end of the war against the Void Civilization. For that, Su Ming demanded 2 pieces of civilization-level knowledge, which were akin to divine knowledge on a strategic level, plus additional conditions. Not to mention the territory and Tianqi experts. Each condition was more excessive than the last. If it weren't for the fact that Su Ming's father was not someone to be trifled with, Li Ke might have already slapped Su Ming's head flat. Su Ming smiled. Your Excellency Tianqi, I'm not asking for too much. Think about it. If I sold this energy cancer to another interstellar nation, Li Ke's eyes turned cold. Are you threatening me? No, no. Su Ming quickly responded. Your Excellency Tianqi, I'm merely pointing out that this energy cancer, at this moment, represents more than just a technology. It represents an opportunity to establish a new supergalactic nation, Su Ming said, looking at Li Ke, articulating each word carefully. Hearing this, Li Ke's pupils contracted sharply, and he gave Su Ming a deep look. An opportunity to establish a supergalactic nation, isn't that worth the price? Su Ming asked with a confident smile, fully believing he could persuade Li Ke. Just like a key, its value depends on the door it can open. The energy cancer is the key, not worth much on its own, but what lies behind the door is invaluable. With each sentence Su Ming spoke, Li Ke's expression grew more complex. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from the void. Li Ke, be decisive. Stop hesitating like a woman. Startled by the voice, Li Ke's eyes darted to the space behind Su Ming. Ripples appeared in the void, and a burly man emerged. Cologne Clarence. Li Ke's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed in surprise. The man stepping out of the void was none other than Su Ming's father, Cologne Clarence. You've grown stronger again. How do you always find ways to break through your limits? Lika looked at Cologne Clarence with a complex expression, his voice filled with disbelief. It was astonishing that Clarence could appear silently before him, showing even more prowess than when they last fought. Cut the crap. Your dimensional true self isn't here, so stop pretending. Clarence sneered at Liku. This guy always hid his true strength, with his real power concealed in another dimension. The figure in the hall was merely an avatar. So, have you made up your mind? Cologne Clarence asked. Is the Empire behind this? Lika's eyes flashed with caution upon Clarence's arrival. Although they were acquainted, an Imperial figure appearing on Eastern Alliance territory without notifying the Alliance would arouse suspicion in anyone. No need to be paranoid. This is all Su Ming's plan. However, his fourth condition does involve the Empire's will, Clarence explained. An alliance? Lika's expression shifted. Yes, an alliance. The Empire and the Eastern Alliance, Cologne Clarence said slowly. Lika squinted, looking deeply at Clarence. Hearing the word alliance from Clarence carried a much different weight than from Su Ming. The political implications were profound, making Lika even more cautious. What are you suggesting? Clarence glanced at Liku, then asked quietly, is this place secure? Can the information be intercepted by any divine entities? Lika's eyes glinted, and he extended his hand, enveloping the entire hall in another dimension. He then glanced at Li Hiran. With an innocent look on Li Hiran's face, Lika kicked him out of the space. Li Hiran, bewildered, scrambled to his feet outside, muttering in frustration, why can Su Ming listen but I can't? Dad, I request to rejoin the group chat. After pulling everything into a separate dimension, Liku completely ignored the shouting Li Hiran outside. He then slowly spoke, you can talk now. This is a dimension I created independently, and no information will be transmitted between the two worlds. Colin Clarence nodded and began. Before I came, the Empire drafted a plan overnight based on Su Ming's proposal. Liku glanced at Su Ming, who gave him an innocent smile. What's the plan? Liku asked. It's called the 2 against 1 plan. Colin Clarence replied slowly. 2 against 1? What does that mean? Liku asked, puzzled. It's simple. After this war, the number of supercluster-level human civilizations will increase to 8. But you and I both know that these 8 supercluster-level forces are essentially the result of the 5 major cosmic nations' power struggle. The extra 3 are just puppets, Colin Clarence explained. Lika nodded. This was no secret at their level. The 5 major cosmic nations will compete for the 3 puppet states. The 2 that don't make it will inevitably become weaker. If internal strife breaks out, these 2 disadvantaged cosmic nations will have no choice but to band together to counter the other 3 stronger nations, Colin Clarence continued. Lika nodded again. If things followed the usual course, this would indeed be the outcome. Ultimately, 3 powerful cosmic nations would emerge, while the remaining 2 would form an alliance, leading to a 4-way struggle. What are you trying to say? Liku asked, narrowing his eyes. Don't you get it, Liku? The Empire is not satisfied with this outcome, Colin Clarence said, his tone laden with meaning. The Empire is strong, and it has already gained the upper hand in this war. So for the Empire, it's not about competing for those 3 puppet states. It's about how to deal with the internal chaos that will arise from the 4-way struggle. The Empire believes there are too many players in this game. Colin Clarence's eyes were deep, as if reflecting endless scenes of carnage. The imposing aura of the Empire's military command erupted at that moment. The victors enjoy the spoils and become the 3 major powers. But what right do the losers have to share the same stage as the victors? The Empire's will is to decide on only 3 cosmic powers. The other 2 failed states won't even get the chance to form an alliance. They'll be annihilated. Colin Clarence's voice was chilling, and his eyes radiated a fierce, destructive intent. Hearing this, Liku was shocked. He immediately stood up and took 2 steps back, as if the Empire's display of strength and killing intent had struck fear into his heart. What is the Empire planning to do? Although the Empire is powerful, it does not have the strength to eliminate 2 major cosmic nations simultaneously. Leke, Oleke, why can't you understand this? Do the other 2 cosmic nations need to be destroyed at the same time? No, you just need to eliminate one. The other one, without an ally, will face the will of the 3 major cosmic powers alone and will eventually be destroyed. Corin Clarence spoke sharply. Hearing Corin Clarence's words, Leke suddenly came to his senses. He then realized the Empire's plan. The Empire intends to eliminate one nation before the final decision on the 3 major cosmic powers is made. The situation of 5 competing nations will be reduced to 4. Once the final 3 cosmic powers are decided, the remaining nation will be unable to compete with the other 3 and will be divided by them immediately. A tripartite balance. This is the Empire's ultimate goal. Wait, what did you mean by the 2 against 1 plan just now? Leke suddenly understood and looked at Corin Clarence with a complex expression. A hint of a smile flashed in Corin Clarence's eyes. Exactly what it sounds like, 2 cosmic nations against one, he explained. What? Leike's eyes widened, feeling a chill in his heart. He understood Corn Clarence's meaning. The final decision would produce 3 major cosmic powers, but the Empire was not satisfied and wanted to reduce the number to 2. However, with only 2 nations, it would be a fight to the death, so a third cosmic nation would be used as a balance. Simply put, the third cosmic nation would serve as a buffer between the Empire and the Dongming alliance. Although a tripartite situation would be similar, one would be passive and the other active. In a 2 against 1 scenario, the third nation would not be allowed to have much real power or strength, serving merely as a symbol and a buffer to prevent the Empire and the Dongming alliance from completely falling out. If this is true, the Empire and the Dongming alliance would likely join forces to suppress the third nation, ensuring that the tripartite balance could be established only after the third nation is nearly crippled. The Empire doesn't just want to eliminate the 2 losing nations. It even wants to cripple the third cosmic power. Leike took a deep breath. The ambition and boldness shown by the Empire made Leike feel a chill down his spine. Such a terrifying entity would make even the Dongming alliance lose sleep. However, Leike estimated that the Supreme Decision Council of the Dongming alliance would likely be willing to ally with the Empire to create the future situation together. After all, everyone hopes to secure a stable ticket to the finals. Leike took a deep breath and then slowly began to speak. I understand what you mean, and I also understand the will of the Empire. However, I can't make this decision alone. It requires a collective vote from the Supreme Council of the Dongming alliance. Give me 2 days, and I'll provide you with an answer. Colin Clarence chuckled softly and nodded. No problem. This is not a trivial matter and indeed needs thorough discussion. I'll stay at your residence with my second son for 2 days and await your reply. At this moment, Su Ming also stood up, smiling as he looked at Li Ku, and then said, Lord of the Dimensional Deities, the foundation of the alliance is that Dongming can have a puppet state to gain an advantage in the war against the Void Civilization. Please don't forget to discuss the other 3 conditions for the energy cancer as well. Much appreciated. Su Ming wore an innocent smile, but seeing it made Li Ku feel a slight chill in his heart. These 2, father and son, were not easy to deal with. Despite Su Ming's harmless appearance, Li Ku had a feeling that Su Ming played a crucial role in the Empire's decision this time. Your son is excellent, much better than my own good-for-nothing kid, Li Ku said with a hint of bitterness in his voice. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding dimensions shattered, and the 3 of them returned to the main hall. You 2 can stay here for the next 2 days. We'll have an answer by then, Li Ku said slowly, then pushed open the door, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, Li Heron stumbled and fell into the hall. Dad. Li Heron scratched his head awkwardly. I was just resting by the door, not eavesdropping. Seeing his son looking like a fool, Li Ku couldn't help but get angry. I used dimensional separation. You couldn't hear even if you wanted to. Have you done your training for today? Hurry up and get to it. Saying this, Li Ku grabbed Li Heron by the neck and kicked him out. Li Heron fell flat on his face at the doorway, looking bewildered as he watched his father's disappearing figure. He rubbed his nose and thought, why do I feel like my dad is looking at me like I'm useless? Li Ku initiated the Supreme Council of the Dongming Alliance, and both Su Ming and Colin Clarence stayed at Li Ku's residence. However, unlike Su Ming, who spent his days idly wandering the planet with Li Heron, Colin Clarence kept a low profile due to his special status and secretive arrival. Consequently, Su Ming was the only one who appeared in public. Despite waiting for Dongming's decision, the father and son remained relaxed, confident that the decision-makers of the Dongming Alliance would seize this excellent opportunity. Indeed, on the 3rd day of the Supreme Council session, Li Ku returned to his residence and approached Colin Clarence and Su Ming to propose a collaboration, agreeing to Su Ming's 4 conditions. Su Ming, the 2 pieces of civilization-level knowledge you requested have been approved. One is nanofactory technology, and the other is the mech enhancement technology. However, these will only be handed over after Dongming and the Empire sign the contract, Li Ku said to Su Ming. No problem. Su Ming replied, elated. These 2 technologies were among the most renowned in the Dongming Alliance, indicating their serious attitude towards the alliance between the 2 cosmic nations. This also meant substantial benefits for Su Ming himself. Su Ming had heard of nanofactory technology before. It significantly increased the production efficiency of mechanical equipment. For example, manufacturing a standard class mech typically took 5 to 10 hours, but a nanofactory could produce one in just a few dozen minutes, representing a productivity increase of several dozen times. Additionally, nanotechnology could reduce material consumption by 20, effectively cutting costs by the same margin. While the cost of a single mech wasn't significant for Su Ming, the savings would be enormous when scaled to thousands of mechs. Moreover, there could be multiple factories. Su Ming could establish hundreds of nanofactories on wanting if he wished. In short, this technology was a powerful tool for boosting productivity for any civilization or cosmic nation. Su Ming was somewhat surprised that the Dongming Alliance was willing to grant him such a strategically significant technology. As for mech enhancement, it was even easier to understand. Enhancement, or awakening, typically occurred with the first mech of a particular model, providing a 10-20 performance boost. However, this effect was limited to the first unit. Subsequent units did not benefit from the awakening. Despite extensive research, only the Dalming Alliance had cracked the mech enhancement technology among the 5 cosmic nations. With this technology, even non-first units could receive the awakening effect. Essentially, the enhancement technology and nanofactory technology were complementary. The nanofactory improved production efficiency, while the enhancement technology boosted the strength of the machines produced. However, young friend, you must not reveal these two techniques, especially not to the Empire. Lika glanced openly at Kellen Clarence and said casually. Kellen Clarence was speechless. This is my son's technology, I don't need to claim it. Who knows? You've been a scoundrel for quite a while now. Lika rolled his eyes and said, Oh really? Liku, it's only been 2 days and you're itching for a fight again? Kellen Clarence raised an eyebrow and said with a menacing tone. Seeing these two powerful beings bickering like children, Su Ming couldn't help but feel exasperated. He quickly intervened. Gentlemen, let's stick to the main topic. If you have any grievances, wait until I'm gone and then settle them with a fight. Okay? Lika glanced at Kellen Clarence and snorted before continuing. As for the territory and the 3 top warriors, that's not an issue. But we need to decide on the suitable candidates. How about we meet at the Mechanists' Guild in 3 days as you suggested? Su Ming smiled and said, Of course, that works. But, Your Excellency, if those 3 Dongming warriors are available, could you have them take care of the Beast God Civilization's embassy at the Mechanists' Guild as well? The person in charge there, I believe his name is Tumui, needs to be dealt with. Just cripple him and send him to Wanning. I still have some business to settle with him and a bet to discuss. A bet? Liku was puzzled but didn't bother to ask further. It's just an embassy staff member. If he needs to be killed, so be it. From Su Ming's perspective, the people at the Beast God Civilization's embassy were not to be trifled with, nor easily dealt with. But from the Dongming Alliance's point of view, having already dispatched 3 top warriors and reached such an important agreement, an embassy was a minor issue. The Dongming Alliance had the confidence to face any repercussions from the Beast God Civilization. Su Ming nodded with a smile, but a dark intent simmered within him. Dare to provoke me, Su Ming? And even threaten me? I'll deal with you. Heard you're a star-level expert? How about I send 3 top warriors for you to play with? For Liku, this was a trivial matter, but he might not have realized that Su Ming's initial decision to plot the alliance between the 2 nations stemmed from the incident at the Beast God Civilization's embassy. However, Liku keenly picked up on the undertone in Su Ming's words. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Kellen Clarence, instinctively asking, Is the first target the Beast God Civilization? Kellen Clarence didn't say anything, but the cold, ruthless look in his eyes made his stance as an Imperial general and top warrior clear. Lika felt a slight chill. He vaguely remembered hearing that this Imperial general's wife had died at the hands of the Beast God Alliance over a decade ago. He glanced at Kellen Clarence, feeling a ridiculous notion. Could this Imperial warrior be holding a grudge against the Beast God Alliance because of that incident, and is now planning to strike against them first? If that's the case, these 2 father and son are not to be messed with. You never know when you might get caught in their schemes. The situation had come to a close. Colin Clarence stayed behind in the Dongming Alliance to discuss the alliance matters on behalf of the Empire. Meanwhile, Su Ming, having an agreement with Zhang Sun, the president of the Mechanics Association, left the Dongming Alliance immediately after, heading towards the association's location. Master, there's an incoming message. At that moment, Xiaolan's voice rang out. Su Ming was surprised and quickly accessed his intelligence system. Sure enough, he found 2 pieces of knowledge transmitted from the Dongming Alliance. A smile appeared on his face. It had to be the information about the nanofactory and the mechanical augmentation technology that Liku had agreed to provide. Su Ming was pleasantly surprised by Lika's promptness. No sooner had he left than the technologies were sent over. For Su Ming, these 2 pieces of knowledge were game-changers for one. With these technologies, the production speed and quality of Wanting's mechanical equipment would improve significantly, elevating its overall strength and bringing it closer to the power of a true interstellar nation. Eagerly, Su Ming opened the contents of the 2 technologies to begin his research. Just then, Xiaolan's voice chimed in again. Master, there's more information coming in. More? What else did the Dongming Alliance send? Su Ming muttered in surprise. No, it's not electronic information. It's carbon-based lifeform information. Xiaolan's voice sounded a bit anxious. Hearing this, Su Ming paused for a moment before quickly realizing what it meant. Carbon-based lifeform information translated into plain language, it meant someone was approaching him. Without wasting a second, Su Ming released his mech from the storage space and quickly donned it. The next second, boom! A massive explosion and violent tremor came from the left side of the spaceship. Su Ming felt a terrifying energy level erupt at that moment. Damn! Assassins! Su Ming instantly realized that spies from other countries had likely infiltrated the Dongming alliance. It seemed his high-profile presence with Li Heron over the past 2 days had attracted unwanted attention. However, these spies probably had no idea that he was carrying out such an important mission. The assassination attempt was likely due to the complex situation within the Mechanics Association. Some forces, noticing his contact with Zhang Sun, must have assumed it was related to the association's affairs and decided to eliminate him to further complicate matters. Seeing the mech warriors tearing through the spaceship's hull and charging in, Su Ming's eyes flashed with intense coldness. Damn it, my spaceship isn't cheap. You'll pay with your lives, he cursed under his breath before swiftly launching himself out from the other side of the spaceship. He didn't choose to engage the previous mecha warrior Hedon because he knew that for an assassination mission of this level of sophistication, there couldn't be just one assassin. Sure enough, the moment he exited the spaceship, several terrifying attacks instantly rained down on it, shattering it to pieces. If Su Ming had reacted a second slower, his mecha would have been destroyed along with the ship. Xiaolan, can you scan for the number of enemies and their energy levels? Su Ming asked in a low voice. Even though he had X-ray vision, the shadows darting through the void made it difficult to accurately gauge the enemy's numbers. Master, based on the data you provided earlier, there are 30 level 10 gene warriors, 10 vacuum level warriors, and 1 flying level warrior. What? A flying level warrior? Just to kill a level 9 gene warrior like me? Su Ming was shocked. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted towards the distance. Are you kidding me? A flying level mecha warrior. This isn't just any flying level gene warrior. It's a flying level mecha warrior. At this level, they're at least piloting class mechas, with combat capabilities massively amplified by their suits. If I encountered a flying level gene warrior in space, I'd still have a fighting chance. But against a flying level mecha warrior, my only option is to run. These mecha warriors are almost equivalent to stellar level gene warriors. Sure enough, Su Ming soon sensed a terrifying presence locking onto him. Not far away, an energy level filled with murderous intent was brewing, preparing to unleash a thunderous strike. In that moment, Su Ming's hair stood on end as he frantically maneuvered his mecha in small, erratic directions. He aimed to evade the enemy's lock-on. As long as they couldn't lock onto him, hitting him from such a distance in the void would be nearly impossible. Although mechas are most effective in space, Su Ming had mostly used his mecha on the ground recently, so true space sniping battles were relatively rare for him. Now, Su Ming once again showcased his sniper talents, including his evasion skills. His mecha zigzagged wildly in space, using optical technology to obscure its path. If his opponent weren't a flying-level expert who could keep a tight energy lock on him, Su Ming might have already escaped this assassination attempt. Even so, being such a difficult target to lock onto caused considerable trouble for the flying-level expert. The mecha's arm held a sniper rifle, but after about 10 seconds, the rifle still hadn't fired. After a moment, the expert marksman lowered his sniper rifle and sighed. I've heard that Su Ming is a master of mecha combat, but I didn't take it seriously. I never expected that he could evade a sky-level lock-on with the skills of a level 9 mecha warrior. Unbelievable. He shook his head and continued, his counter-sniping abilities are impressive. You all move in and restrict his movement. They'll strike at the right moment and take him down. His eyes were cold and determined. As a seasoned assassin, he knew well that long-range attacks were ineffective against such a formidable opponent. The only strategy was to use their numerical advantage to limit his movements and then seize the perfect opportunity for a lethal strike. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of figures vanished into the starry expanse, heading towards Su Ming for the kill. Boom, boom. The sky was filled with explosions as artillery fire rained down on Su Ming. Simultaneously, several assault-type mech warriors charged at him with incredible speed. Su Ming's eyes were icy cold as he released 3 other mechs from within his body. The class assault-type mech, Meteor Radiance modified version. The class assault-type mech, Night Sky Sniper Void version. The class assault-type mech, Nightingale 3.0 Void type. These 3 mechs were all crafted by Su Ming after a fierce battle at the Void Research Institute. The blueprints for these mechs were purchased at a high price from the Empire and the Radiant Federation. Considering the Empire and the Radiant Federation's stance towards Wantong, these blueprints were a trivial matter to obtain. Now, including Su Ming's own assault mech, there were a total of 4 assault-type mechs. In this skirmish, Su Ming had deployed all assault-type mechs. For a flying-class mech warrior, defensive mechs were useless as they couldn't withstand the opponent's attacks. It was better to rely on the speed and agility of assault-type mechs to evade the attacks of this flying-class mech warrior. Once released, the 3 mechs scattered and attacked the assassins closing in on Su Ming. Boom! Meteor Radiance tore through the void, unleashing terrifying energy and speed, instantly appearing before a level 10 mech warrior. The mechanical weapon in its hand swiftly struck at the mech warrior. A fierce battle ensued. The reason Meteor Radiance was named so was because, during an attack, Its blade emitted a light akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, dazzling yet deceptive. To the opponent, this light disrupted their ability to judge the actual attack trajectory. The level 10 mech warrior's eyes flashed with cold light as formidable energy erupted from his body. He was dismissive of this mission. Requiring a team to hunt down a level 9 mech warrior seemed excessive. He believed he could handle Su Ming alone. A level 10 mech warrior was not the same as a level 10 genetic warrior. A level 10 mech warrior could even rival a vacuum-class mech warrior. Handling Su Ming should be a piece of cake. However, as he clashed with meteor radiance, his expression changed dramatically. He felt an overwhelmingly powerful force from meteor radiance's mech, almost knocking him back. Shocked, he glanced at the other two mechs Su Ming had released and saw that they too were overpowering his teammates. How could this be? He unleashed such intense energy without fear of running out of power? Supplying 4 mechs simultaneously, his combat strength could probably only last for about 10 minutes, right? The mech warrior looked in astonishment at the fleeing Su Ming, not understanding why Su Ming would adopt such a self-draining tactic. Nevertheless, regardless of Su Ming's strategy, he now faced a formidable unmanned mech that he had to destroy before he could go after Su Ming. However, to his surprise, he found himself barely a match for the unmanned mech. This realization filled him with rage. How could he be outclassed by an unmanned machine? Ridiculous. Come on, let me show you what a real mech pilot can do. A minute later, the void was filled with the wreckage of a mech and a lifeless body. The unmanned mech had triumphed. After eliminating the assassin, Su Ming directed the unmanned mech towards another target. Meanwhile, Su Ming himself was constantly dodging and evading. He understood well the strategy of the flying level mech warrior, using other mech warriors to corner him, forcing him into a vulnerable position, and then delivering a fatal blow. This tactic was indeed the safest for these assassins. But Su Ming wasn't about to let them surround him. If that happened, he would have little room to maneuver. He used 3 other mechs to distract the attackers while he kept changing positions. Whenever an assassin's mech approached, Su Ming's other 3 mechs would immediately intercept and block them. This strategy allowed Su Ming to find gaps and escape from the relentless pursuit. The flying level assassin eyed Su Ming's mech coldly and frowned. How is this mech so fast? It seems even quicker than a vacuum level mech warrior. This is ridiculous. Watching his comrades being taken down one by one, the flying level expert grew increasingly frustrated. Stop chasing him. You can't keep up. Go back and wait for orders. I'll handle this alone, he said calmly to his companions. Pausing for a moment, he added over the communication channel, if necessary, I'll implement Plan B. With that, he surged forward at incredible speed, aiming to take down Su Ming. The other assassins, realizing they couldn't match Su Ming's speed, abandoned the chase and left the task to the flying level expert. The flying level expert's mech, a dark blue machine emitting a cold light, drew a mechanical battle knife from its storage space. Abandoning long-range attacks, he charged at Su Ming. The intel was correct. Su Ming had an uncanny ability to counteract firearm targeting. Hitting him in the void was nearly impossible. So, the expert decided to engage in close combat instead. The speed of a flying level mech warrior far surpassed that of a 9th level genetic warrior, even though Su Ming's speed and mech performance exceeded those of a 9th level genetic warrior. Nonetheless, he couldn't match the flying level mech warrior's speed. The expert closed in on Su Ming with terrifying speed. 2 streaks of light shot across the starry sky at incredible speed, leaving trails of luminescence behind. Su Ming frowned as he glanced at the mech chasing him from behind. He increased the output of his starlight energy a bit more. However, the speed of the flying class mech warrior behind him was significantly faster, quickly closing the distance between them. Voidification. Su Ming didn't hesitate. In an instant, his mech activated voidification. To the naked eye, it seemed as if his mech had blended into the void, nearly invisible. If it weren't for the flying class expert behind him keeping a lock on Su Ming's mech with his aura, he would have lost track of Su Ming in that moment. What's going on? Voidification? Isn't that a Void Clan ability? The flying class expert's expression grew increasingly grim. He felt Su Ming had an endless array of abilities, making him as hard to kill as a cockroach. Voidification. Besides turning the mech into an energy form, voidification had another function. Acceleration. Under the effect of voidification, Su Ming's mech speed surged again, reaching a new level. Damn, he's speeding up again. At this moment, Su Ming's speed was gradually approaching that of the flying class expert behind him. It was becoming increasingly difficult for his pursuer to catch up. However, the flying class assassin was well trained and had a psychological resilience far superior to ordinary people. He didn't give up on chasing Su Ming, maintaining a high speed as he pursued in Su Ming's direction. He was faster than Su Ming. As long as he remained faster even by a small margin, could eventually catch up. The two engaged in a deadly chase through the void. Xiao Lan, still can't reach my father? Su Ming asked while frantically fleeing. Master, He has used a special method to block signal transmissions in the surrounding star region. It's very difficult for me to break through his blockade. If I were stronger, this kind of blockade wouldn't be an issue for me. Xiao Lan's voice carried a hint of self-reproach, seemingly blaming herself for her uselessness. It's okay. If we can't contact help, we'll adopt a war of attrition, Su Ming comforted her. When the assassin first appeared, Su Ming had tried to contact his father. But these assassins were clearly experienced, blocking all signals during the assassination attempt to cut off any hopes of seeking help. Their signal blocking technology was so advanced that even Xiao Lan couldn't penetrate it. Since that was the case, Su Ming's eyes hardened. He had no choice but to adopt a war of attrition. It was a last resort. If he had any other option, he wouldn't take such a risk. Now, he could only flee madly, using starlight points for replenishment, slowly draining the energy of the flying class expert behind him. When his pursuer was exhausted, that would be the moment Su Ming would fight back with all his might. Yes, fight to the death. Even if the flying class expert was spent, Su Ming would still need to muster a desperate effort to have a slim chance of survival. The chase continued, both parties racing through the starry sky in a frenzied pursuit. Die, little mouse. About 10 minutes later, Su Ming felt a powerful energy fluctuation behind him. Startled, he realized that the speed of the sky-level warrior had surged once again, bringing him right behind Su Ming. The energy fluctuation was a prelude to a fierce attack from this formidable opponent. Seeing the glint on the warrior's blade, Su Ming's eyes flashed with determination as he fired a bullet at the blade. Energy cancer. The bullet was imbued with this devastating effect. Although Su Ming's mech was in a semi-void, semi-energy state, he had cleverly incorporated materials resistant to energy cancer during its construction. Thus, the explosion of energy cancer near his mech only affected the sky-level warrior, leaving Su Ming unscathed. The warrior's expression changed drastically. Abandoning his attack, he immediately threw away his mechanical blade. As he did, a silent explosion erupted in the void, pushing him backward. Damn, what is that thing? He thought angrily. He had almost succeeded, but Su Ming's strange ability had destroyed his mechanical blade. No matter, at this range, I can kill you with my firearms even without locking on, he muttered coldly, retrieving his sniper rifle. Another powerful energy fluctuation began to build within the rifle. In the next moment, a terrifying burst of fire shot towards Su Ming from behind. Su Ming remained calm. He had already devised a countermeasure the moment the assassin took out the sniper rifle. He released a transparent substance from his mech. This time, he couldn't use energy cancer, as the energy from the sniper rifle was already unstable. Adding energy cancer would only make the attack more dangerous. This demonstrated that energy cancer wasn't always effective in normal combat situations, outside of void civilization warfare. However, Su Ming had more than one trick up his sleeve. He had just deployed static energy elements, an earlier invention. These elements enveloped the assassin's attack, creating a bizarre scene in the void where the sniper shot seemed to pause midair. After about 0.5 seconds, the attack resumed its trajectory. But 0.5 seconds was enough for Su Ming to evade. The shot continued, but it could no longer hit Su Ming, eventually fading into the starry expanse. Why can't I kill him? This is driving me insane. The Skygrade Master was starting to doubt his own abilities. He felt like he was facing the biggest setback of his career. A Skygrade Master couldn't take down a mere level 9 Gene Warrior after half an hour of chasing? Who would believe that? Usually, he could kill a level 9 Gene Warrior with a single slap. But why was Su Ming like a protagonist with plot armor, refusing to die? I refuse to believe this. The Skygrade Master, eyes bloodshot and face twisted with rage, launched another long-range attack. Su Ming, static energy essence. Long-range attack, failed. Fine. I'll kill him in close combat then. Su Ming, energy cancer. Mechanical blade, self-detonation, close combat, failed. Damn it. I'll just use physical attacks. Su Ming, void form. Kinetic attack, immune. Physical attack, failed. A Skygrade Master. Is this even real? Will I ever get off work today? Can I even kill Su Ming successfully? He was losing his mind. I don't believe you can use these abilities indefinitely. This time, he was actually right. Su Ming didn't have an unlimited supply of static energy essence or energy cancer. After all, who would expect to be ambushed in the middle of space? Su Ming made a mental note to always carry an excess of these items in the future, even if it meant having enough to last a year. But for now, he was running low. The Skygrade Master kept attacking relentlessly, and Su Ming was burning through his energy cancer and static energy essence. As the attacks continued, the assassin began to find ways to counter these abilities. He would randomly switch between real and fake attacks to deplete Su Ming's resources. Whether the attacks were genuine or feigned, Su Ming had to respond with his abilities. The assassin could bluff, but Su Ming couldn't take the risk. He had to treat every attack as deadly serious, or else his mech could be shattered. Both sides were draining their resources in this chase. Su Ming was using up his abilities and starlight points, while the Sky-Grade Master was burning through a tremendous amount of energy. About an hour later, Su Ming noticed a change. The intensity of the attacks from the Sky-Grade Master was starting to weaken. His energy bursts were no longer as overpowering, and the gap between their power levels seemed to be narrowing. Realizing this, a glimmer of hope appeared on Su Ming's face. Great. As long as his energy levels drop, I have a chance to fight back. Just then, the assassin launched another fierce attack at Su Ming. Su Ming prepared to use static energy essence again. But when he tried to activate his mech, he felt nothing. It was completely empty. Oh no. Su Ming's expression changed dramatically. His static energy reserves were completely depleted. The rate of consumption was much faster than he had anticipated. This was something Su Ming didn't expect at all. With no other option, Su Ming deployed a defensive mech, positioning it instantly behind him to block the devastating blow. Boom. Su Ming felt a powerful impact from behind. The defensive mech disintegrated almost immediately, shattered into pieces. The attack from the Flying Master was no joke. A 9th-level Gene Warrior stood no chance against it. The residual force of the attack struck Su Ming, causing him to be thrown forward, although it didn't destroy his mech completely. The sudden turn of events left the Flying Master assassin behind him utterly stunned. What was happening? Why wasn't he using his abilities? What the heck? He's out of power. Finally, he's out of power. Realizing this, the Flying Master assassin charged at Su Ming with renewed vigor, shouting wildly, "Good, good, very good. You damn pest, you're finally powerless. Now, die properly." The assassin felt like spring had come. He was finally free from Su Ming's annoying abilities. He raised his sniper rifle again, locked onto Su Ming's figure, and unleashed another fierce attack. Boom. This time, Su Ming had no means to block or evade. The attack hit him hidden. Su Ming felt an immense energy wave envelop him. The Flying Master, in his rage and frustration, unleashed his full power in this attack. He no longer needed to conserve energy. Even if his energy depleted after a few more attacks, it didn't matter. As long as Su Ming was dead, that was enough. The assassin, no longer holding back, launched a frenzied assault on Su Ming. Boom. The attack shattered Su Ming's mech into fragments, scattering them into the void. Was he dead? The assassin's eyes widened with a mix of excitement and madness. However, as the smoke cleared and his vision returned, the Flying Master assassin was stunned to see Su Ming still standing in front of him, albeit in a state of severe disarray, covered in wounds. How was he still alive? What kind of vitality did he possess? The Flying Master gasped in shock, amazed by Su Ming's resilience. Despite being torn apart, Su Ming was still struggling. But no matter, the next strike would surely finish him off. The pain was excruciating, Su Ming screamed. But the sound couldn't travel through the void of space, so only he could hear it. Yet, it was just pain. Because, at the very moment he was injured, starlight began to surge out, rapidly repairing his body. In the Flying Master assassin's bewildered gaze, Su Ming's body healed at a visible rate, recovering in less than a second. I, a top-tier assassin, was utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, I even started to suspect that Su Ming might be an alien disguised as a human. Just die already. My eyes gradually turned red as I unleashed another fierce attack, aiming directly at Su Ming. This strike felt like hitting an incredibly hard piece of steel. It took all my strength to make a dent. However, despite Su Ming's head being split in half, it started to regenerate, with flesh sprouting and the two halves fusing back together instantly. It hurts so much, I thought. Strictly speaking, Su Ming had already become a semi-energy life form at this moment. The consciousness of a semi-energy life form is not just confined to the brain. It flows throughout the body with the movement of energy. Additionally, with the divine blessing of life civilization, Su Ming possessed the potential to survive even if his head were temporarily split in two, as long as he could recover quickly enough. As starlight energy surged, his body rapidly healed. Taking advantage of the stunned hesitation of the flying-level assassin, Su Ming quickly retrieved a mech suit from his storage space and donned it. Without wasting a moment, he launched a fierce attack on the assassin. Even though Su Ming knew he was no match for the assassin had already expended significant energy during their chase and had unleashed several powerful attacks just moments ago. Now, the assassin was at a vulnerable point. Despite the odds, Su Ming had to press on because letting the assassin recover would make the battle even more difficult. His only advantage was that as long as he had enough starlight energy, he wouldn't face exhaustion. Except for his previous mech suit being destroyed, Su Ming was still in peak condition. Looking for death. The flying-level assassin's eyes glinted with coldness and mockery as he saw Su Ming daring to attack him hidden. Su Ming was really overestimating himself. Even though the assassin was extremely fatigued and had consumed a lot of energy, how could a mere 9th-level genetic warrior contend with him? Without hesitation, the assassin drew a mechanical battle blade and slashed at Su Ming. In the vastness of space, the two engaged in the most intense and brutal hand-to-hand combat. Neither employed any fancy techniques. Every attack was delivered with full force, each strike meant to land with devastating impact. The sounds of metal clashing and energy exploding echoed through Su Ming's Mechs sound capture system, reaching his ears. He felt immense pressure. Despite the assassin being at his limit, his combat strength was still overwhelming, leaving Su Ming barely able to defend himself. Finally, a numbing sensation spread through Su Ming's arm, transmitted via the divine knowledge interfacing with his exoskeleton. Su Ming was alarmed. The Mech's sensory system was connected to his nerves, and the numbness in his arm indicated that the Mech's arm had likely been rendered useless by the assassin's relentless attacks. Sure enough, when he tried to fend off the next wave, the Mech's arm failed, and the mechanical blade was bent and unusable. Facing the assassin's next assault, Su Ming had no means to counterattack, and his mech was shattered once more. Again, I refuse to believe you won't tire, Su Ming shouted, retrieving another mech suit and equipping it. In the next instant, he exchanged 5,000 starlight points from the system, channeling all the energy into this single strike. Heavenly split. Silver light blazed in Su Ming's eyes as he unleashed the starlight energy to its maximum, activating the mechanical blade to its strongest state. Su Ming's mech, radiating an intensely terrifying energy wave, instantly charged at the sky-level assassin. Boom! The two attacks collided fiercely. Almost immediately, the recoil sent Su Ming flying backward. However, the sky-level assassin's mech was also knocked back, and his battle blade shattered into pieces. Perfect opportunity. A fierce gleam flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He quickly deployed 3 class Mechs, launching a frenzied assault on the sky-level assassin. 4 class Mechs surrounded the now bladeless class mech, attacking with relentless fury. The 5 Mechs clashed in the starry void, their shadowy figures flickering and shifting rapidly. Their speed was so extreme that it became impossible to distinguish which mech belonged to Su Ming and which to the sky-level assassin. Die! 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 The sky-level assassin roared, his voice filled with exhaustion, weakness, and rage. He was operating on pure adrenaline now, pushing his mech's energy levels to the maximum as he fought off the attacking class Mechs. Yet, he failed to notice the cold, calculating look in Su Ming's eyes, who was constantly monitoring the assassin's energy fluctuations. It's dropping, Su Ming noted. The sky-level assassin was exhausting his last reserves of strength, with his energy levels plummeting by the second. In contrast, Su Ming remained nearly at his peak. Who would have thought that a 9th-level genetic warrior could outlast a sky-level master? At that moment, Su Ming sensed an unstable fluctuation in the assassin's energy. A look of excitement flashed in his eyes. Now's the time. Exchange 10,000 points of starlight energy. This was the maximum amount that Su Ming, his mech, and his mechanical soldiers could handle. He unleashed all of it at once, boosting his mech's energy levels by nearly 200,000 points. Die! Su Ming would not miss this opening. He launched his most powerful attack at the sky-level assassin, confident that this strike would obliterate his opponent. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed through the mech's communication system. Su Ming saw the sky-level assassin's mech shatter into pieces under the force of his attack. His killing blow, still brimming with residual power, surged toward the assassin's exposed body. Finally, a hint of satisfaction appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The sky-level assassin was no ordinary human. Without the protection of his mech, his body was incredibly vulnerable. This strike would finally end him. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger gripped Su Ming. His divine intuition screamed a warning, as if some imminent peril was approaching. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply, but it was too late to retract his attack. All he could do was brace himself and follow through with the strike. The flying assassin's body was exposed to Su Ming's attack, yet his eyes showed no trace of panic or only a resolute determination and coldness. You've taken the bait. Indeed, I am at my limit, but I still have one chance to trade my life for yours. At that moment, a strange energy fluctuation erupted from within the flying assassin. The next instant, his body shattered completely, and the surrounding space fractured along with it. A terrifying void abyss appeared before Su Ming and instantly swallowed him. Soon after, the void abyss began to close, and the surrounding starry sky returned to its silent and profound state. Master, wake up! Master! Intense waves of information bombarded Su Ming's brain, jolting him awake in an instant. What's going on? Where am I? Su Ming opened his eyes, but all he saw was a void, no light, no matter, no energy, no particles. It was as if he was blind. Everything perceivable was absent. There was no concept of space or matter, and even time only began to exist because of his presence. Xiaolon, where's this place? Su Ming asked solemnly in his mind, feeling an unsettling sense of unease due to his surroundings. Master, according to human knowledge, this place is called the Void Domain. What? The Void Domain? Hearing these words sent a chill down Su Ming's spine. The Void Domain is a blank area between different spaces and times. Space rifts, certain weapons, or shattered voids could draw people into this domain. Although some had fallen into the Void Domain before, only Tianqi had ever survived. Even some Tianqi who fell into the Void Domain ended up trapped and dead. With no matter or particles, there was no concept of movement, departure, walking, or escape. The Void Domain was almost synonymous with death and eternal entrapment. Su Ming's face turned grim. He had indeed underestimated the commitment of a flying-level assassin to complete their mission, even if it meant dragging him into the Void Domain along with them. Now, being brought to this place by the assassin, Su Ming had no idea how to escape. He continuously extended his senses, trying to perceive the Void Domain. But there was nothing, just void. Reaching out his hand, he felt nothing, as if he had lost all sensation. He couldn't tell whether it was cold or hot, or if there was anything in front of him, just void. Fortunately, because of this void, his body had stopped metabolizing. Even without oxygen or a normal environment for life, he wouldn't die. Wait. At that moment, Su Ming's heart tightened slightly. It wasn't completely stopped. This void was diluting him. Yes, diluting. Matter entering a no-matter domain would be gradually diluted by the domain until it became part of the void. It was like a hard candy dissolving in water, slowly integrating into the water. Even though Su Ming was a living being, his body was slowly merging with the void, becoming part of it. System. Su Ming called out in his mind. Immediately, a surge of starlight energy flooded into his body, repairing the parts of him that were dissolving. Su Ming let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the system could still function within the void realm. Otherwise, he might have been assimilated by it and died quietly. Just then, Su Ming froze for a moment. Wait a minute. His body had stopped metabolizing and moving, but there were still a few things that could operate normally within the void realm. His thoughts, divinity, Shaolin, and the system. These four elements could function normally in the void realm. There had been people who left the void realm before, all of them being Tianqi. What made Tianqi so powerful? Divinity, energy level, and cognitive level. As for divinity, Su Ming's wasn't strong, but even some extreme Tianqi didn't necessarily cultivate their divinity, like his father. In terms of energy level, the system and starlight energy could substitute. Their quality might not be as high, but there was plenty of it. As for cognitive level, Shaolin, as a special life form far beyond human life forms, had a sufficiently high cognitive level. Combining these elements, could he find a way to leave the void realm? Su Ming had a hunch that the key to escaping might lie with Shaolin. Shaolin, can you see normally within this void realm? I mean, can you perceive changes or find a way out? Su Ming tentatively asked. I can, but master, I feel some big creatures in the void realm have noticed me. They want to eat me. Shaolin replied. Su Ming was shocked by Shaolan's words. What do you mean? There are other life forms in the void realm? Of course, Shaolin said matter-of-factly. Life exists everywhere. Even in the main universe, there are dark matter life forms that you humans can't see, but I can. If Su Ming's body could move, he would have gasped. But since he couldn't, he was only able to express his shock mentally. He suddenly realized he had underestimated Shaolin. Shaolin had many other abilities beyond simple information transmission, retrieval, and modification. For instance, the unique perspective brought by Shaolan's life level. Some had hypothesized that higher dimensional life forms existed in higher dimensions of this world. These beings didn't exist in dimensions comprehensible to normal life forms, so humans, with their limited perspective, couldn't see them. It's like a blind worm that has unique sensory abilities but cannot see humans. Compared to higher dimensional life forms, humans were like blind worms, with narrow vision. Now, with Shaolin, it was like having eyes to see higher dimensions. This was an incredibly valuable ability. Many things that were imagined and actually seen would differ greatly. In other words, much of current technology was built based on the patterns observed within the existing scope of vision. If more, higher, and truer patterns could be observed, it would revolutionize the existing knowledge system and logic. However, that's something for later. Right now, the most important thing is figuring out how to safely leave the void realm. Shaolin, those life forms want to devour you. If we become powerful enough, can you turn the tables and devour them instead? Su Ming's voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Shaolan's excitement was palpable. We could give it a shot. I'm not sure, but we can try it on some weaker targets. Shaolin said enthusiastically, resembling a child who had just found a new toy. Master, you need to relinquish control of your body. I need to take over, otherwise, I can't get you out of here. Shaolan's voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. Su Ming nodded, gradually relinquishing control of his body. Almost immediately, he felt Shaolan's presence merging with his own, and his vision began to clear. Rather than merely restoring his sight, It seemed that Xiao Lan had shared his vision with Su Ming. Xiao Lan's level of existence surpassed that of humans, allowing it to see and interact with things beyond human perception. At that moment, the scenery within the void domain unfolded clearly before Su Ming's eyes. This is. Su Ming's thoughts raced in disbelief. He was confronted with a gray, fluid-like substance that defied his understanding of time, space, or matter. What is this? Su Ming muttered to himself. Master, in human terms, this is called entropy. Xiao Lan's confident voice resonated. Entropy? You mean the entropy I know? Su Ming asked, astonished. Yes, master. Xiao Lan confirmed. Su Ming gasped. He felt as though he had stumbled upon something capable of altering the very fabric of the universe. Entropy is the part of energy that becomes unavailable for work during energy transformation. For instance, when gasoline powers a car, some of the energy is lost to friction and heat within the engine, leaving less than 50 to be converted into kinetic energy. This lost energy is referred to as entropy. Those unfamiliar with the concept can look up the definition of entropy. All unusable energy, information, and matter accumulate in the void domain, acting as a buffer between different spaces. How did entropy end up here? Su Ming mused. Entropy in the universe is always increasing. When it saturates a region, dark matter expels it out of space, eventually forming the entropy flow within the void domain, Xiao Lan explained. Su Ming fell silent. He realized that while human civilization had made significant advancements compared to surface-level life, it was still in its infancy compared to the universe. There was so much left to understand. Just then, Xiao Lan's tense voice broke into his thoughts. It's coming, master. Su Ming snapped back to reality and, through Xiao Lan's vision, saw a mass of glowing points drifting towards them. Hiss, what is that? Is this the life form from the void realm trying to eat us? Hearing Xiao Lan's words, Su Ming instantly perked up. He quickly channeled all his brain domain energy to Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan, go for it. I'll give you power. Let's kick its butt. Su Ming compared Xiao Lan's size to the size of the glowing creature. Xiao Lan is smaller, but with my added energy, this glowing creature is nothing. But then, Xiao Lan awkwardly spoke up, Master, it's not your energy, but the energy that repairs your body. Your energy is a bit too low level. Su Ming, did I just get dissed? What's with low level? Su Ming silently retracted his brain domain energy and then exchanged for starlight points from the system, channeling them into Xiao Lan's body. The energy that can repair his body must be starlight energy. Xiao Lan, eat slowly, don't choke. Su Ming suddenly realized he had become the unnecessary one. As Xiao Lan absorbed the starlight energy, his whole body emitted a strong blue glow and then charged fiercely at the glowing creature. Su Ming, on the other hand, became a mere spectator in the battle. Well, there's no helping it. Su Ming couldn't understand the battle mode of Xiao Lan and the glowing creature. The two seemed to merge, sometimes flashing blue, sometimes glowing with the light of the creature. How could anyone make sense of that? However, Su Ming could vaguely guess that Xiao Lan and the glowing creature were trying to assimilate each other's pheromones. Whoever had the stronger pheromones would assimilate the weaker one. Initially, Xiao Lan couldn't beat the glowing creature, but with the infusion of starlight energy, Xiao Lan fought more fiercely. Su Ming guessed that the merging light mass was gradually turning blue, while the creature's original glow was becoming increasingly faint and almost invisible. Go, Xiao Lan. Daddy's got your back. Su Ming gradually turned into a tool for channeling starlight energy, cheering Xiao Lan on from the side. Time had no meaning in the void realm, so after a while, Su Ming noticed the merging light mass suddenly flickered violently and then turned into a pure blue light mass. The blue light mass was Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan had won, defeating and devouring the glowing creature. Just as Su Ming was about to speak, he felt a sudden warmth flowing into every corner of his body, stimulating his cells and causing a transformation. This feeling wasn't unfamiliar to Su Ming. It was the sensation of a life-level upgrade. After Xiao Lan devoured the glowing creature, some of the energy was fed back into Su Ming's body. This warm current lasted for a long time, rapidly enhancing Su Ming's brain domain and physical levels. By the time the warmth subsided, Su Ming's physical and brain domain levels had each increased by nearly 10,000 points. This is incredible. Just lying down can boost my levels? Am I freeloading off Xiao Lan? Su Ming suddenly felt invigorated and no longer bored. Xiao Lan, how about we stay here a bit longer? Time doesn't seem to matter in this place, and it would only be a moment in the main universe. We could consume more light point beings and get stronger. Su Ming suggested cheerfully to Xiao Lan. At the same time, he noticed that Xiao Lan had already grown stronger after devouring one of the light point beings, its light sphere becoming denser and larger. Master, I wouldn't recommend lingering here too long. There are giant light point beings that could easily devour us both. It would be very dangerous if we encountered them. Xiao Lan's voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. Hearing this, Su Ming felt a shiver down his spine and immediately abandoned his carefree attitude. All right, let's get out of here quickly. Su Ming silently made a mental note of the Void Realm, its regions, and the entropy and light point beings within it. He knew this knowledge could be very useful in the future, and he might return with Xiao Lan when he became stronger. Xiao Lan swiftly carried Su Ming's body, charging out of the Void Realm. Along the way, they encountered several other light point beings. Those they could defeat, Xiao Lan devoured. Those they couldn't, Xiao Lan fled from with Su Ming. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any exceptionally powerful light point beings. Even if they did, Xiao Lan was still capable of putting up a fight. It was a close call, but they managed to escape without major incidents. In the end, Xiao Lan devoured a total of 8 light point beings, further enhancing its strength. Su Ming also benefited greatly, with his brain and body energy levels each increasing by 80,000 points, from 220,000 and 210,000 to 300,000 and 290,000 respectively. His level also rose from mid-level 9 to high-level 9. It was a blessing in disguise, as Su Ming gained a substantial amount of energy thanks to Xiao Lan's efforts. However, if given another chance, Su Ming wasn't sure he would want to venture here again. Xiao Lan, run faster. Nearing the edge of the realm, Su Ming shouted urgently. Behind them, a golden light point being, unlike any Su Ming had seen before, was chasing them furiously. Despite its smaller size, it exuded an overwhelming sense of dread that Su Ming hadn't felt from any other light point beings. He was horrified to realize that his body was disintegrating faster as they got closer to it, with his essence being absorbed by the creature. Faster, Xiao Lan, give it everything you've got. Su Ming urged. Master, I can't. This is my top speed. That thing is too terrifying, I can't outrun it. Xiao Lan's voice sounded in Su Ming's mind, filled with helplessness. Su Ming frowned, scanning their surroundings desperately. In the Void Realm, he was powerless, relying entirely on Xiao Lan for movement. Besides providing Xiao Lan with starlight energy, he felt utterly useless. A deep sense of helplessness washed over him. Just then, an idea struck Su Ming. He could feel a terrifying force pulling at him from not far away, as if it was absorbing the divine energy from his mind. Xiao Lan, what is that? Let's go check it out, Su Ming suddenly said to Xiao Lan. Using Xiao Lan's perspective, he had seen faint traces of the light being behind them being drawn into a dark area ahead. It felt like something terrifying within that area was consuming the life force of anything that entered. Master, I feel uneasy. It seems like if we enter that dark zone, all our energy will be devoured by something in there, turning us into nothing. Xiao Lan's anxious voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. Shaking his head, Su Ming responded, Xiao Lan, you don't understand energy. If there's one thing I have plenty of, it's energy. We'll go in there and see whether this light being can withstand it better than we can. Without hesitation, Xiao Lan turned and sped towards the dark zone. The light being chasing them hesitated briefly upon sensing the ominous nature of the dark area, but continued its pursuit. Both sides moved quickly, and as they approached the dark zone, the pull grew stronger. Su Ming gritted his teeth, frantically channeling starlight energy into himself and Xiao Lan to counteract the force. Behind them, the golden light being was also losing a lot of its golden substance to the dark zone. As they went deeper, it seemed to waver, casting a wary glance at whatever was within the dark area. Eventually, it began to retreat, no longer willing to pursue them. Seeing the golden light being give up the chase, Su Ming and Xiao Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Great, once it leaves, we can get out of here, Su Ming said with a chuckle. Although the dark zone's pull was terrifying, Su Ming could resist it for a short while using his starlight energy. But just then, the golden light being seemed to guess their plan and instead of leaving, it lingered outside the dark zone, watching them from a distance. Are all these creatures like this? Seriously? Su Ming muttered in frustration. The golden light being was waiting outside, hoping to outlast their energy reserves and force them to leave. If they stayed too long, they would waste their energy and eventually have to escape, risking being drained dry. Damn it! Su Ming cursed under his breath. Master, what do we do now? Staying here isn't a solution, Xiao Lan said, understanding that their energy wasn't limitless and they would eventually run out, forcing them to confront the problem of leaving. Su Ming gritted his teeth and then looked into the depths of the dark area. If we leave, we'll die. And that would be too easy for this damned light life form. We might as well go deeper. Let's see what makes this place so eerie. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Xiao Lan seemed hesitant. However, the two of them had no better options. If they went out, the golden light creature would definitely not spare them. All right, I'll give it a try, Xiao Lan said hesitantly. With a swift movement, she took Su Ming and sped towards the depths of the dark zone. From Xiao Lan's perspective, the Void Realm was entirely composed of flowing entropy, appearing in dark gray hues. Yet, in this region, even entropy couldn't exist. This was beyond Su Ming's understanding. The absence of entropy implied that energy or information loss was almost zero. How could there be something with zero loss in this world? Su Ming looked deeper into the dark zone, feeling increasingly intrigued. Master, the suction force is getting stronger. Xiaolan's voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. It's fine, keep going. I'll supply you with energy. Su Ming could sense the increasing consumption of starlight energy from his system. This only fueled his curiosity. What could be absorbing energy so terrifyingly, even drawing an entropy? Xiaolan and Su Ming pressed on, their energy consumption growing. After a long journey, Su Ming's expression suddenly changed. Xiaolan had brought him to a new area where the starlight energy consumption became even more immense, nearly 20,000 points every half hour. At this moment, both of them noticed a peculiar cylindrical stone floating ahead. The stone emitted an incredibly terrifying suction force, continuously drawing strength from Xiaolan and Su Ming. Su Ming stared at the stone in disbelief. Could this small stone, the size of an ordinary glass cup, be the cause of the entire region's disturbance, even deterring the golden light creature? Instantly, Su Ming realized this stone might be an extraordinary artifact. Could it be a super civilization artifact? He muttered to himself, his heart pounding with excitement. Super civilization artifacts. In the universe, there exist materials that cannot be explained, lack scientific basis, and defy research. These materials transcend any physical laws and possess incredible abilities. Since current civilizations can't study or explain these artifacts, they are collectively termed super civilization artifacts. The 5 great cosmic nations became so powerful because, in their early explorations of the universe, they acquired dozens of these super civilization artifacts. Each artifact held unparalleled power and miraculous functions, gradually elevating the 5 great cosmic nations to a level far superior to other cosmic nations. Su Ming once suspected that the Court of Life itself might be a super civilization artifact. He even considered trying to claim it for himself after deepening his understanding of life civilizations. Now, this cylindrical stone could definitely be classified as a super civilization artifact. Based on Su Ming's current knowledge, there was no explanation for why a stone could absorb entropy. Xiaolan, let's go retrieve that stone, Su Ming said, his heart pounding with excitement. However, Xiaolan's voice carried a heavy tone of concern. Master, I don't recommend trying to collect that stone. Even at my level of life, I can't determine what material it is. Its energy absorption is so strong that we could be disintegrated into the most basic elements and absorbed instantly. Hearing Xiaolan's words, Su Ming's heart tightened, and he calmed down. Xiaolan was right. With the stone's level of absorption, anything that touched it could be broken down into the most basic energy and absorbed. What to do? Su Ming frowned, frustrated. The treasure was right there, but he had no way to collect it. Wait, Xiaolan, do you feel that? The stone's pull on us is gradually weakening, Su Ming suddenly said in surprise. As they had been moving deeper, the pull had been increasing, so Su Ming hadn't noticed any change in the force at the same position. But now, standing still not far from the stone, he felt a slight change in the absorption force. It seemed that the pull at the same position was weakening. This meant that, on a macro level, the stone's absorption was overall decreasing, giving Su Ming a glimmer of hope. He stood still, allowing the stone to absorb the starlight energy from his body. Move closer, Su Ming said to Xiaolan in his mind. Got it. Xiaolan replied without hesitation, guiding Su Ming toward the stone. The pull was indeed decreasing, albeit slowly but steadily. If it were anyone else, they might not have the chance to notice this characteristic and would be drained of energy, becoming a dried-up husk. But for Su Ming, as long as he had enough starlight points, his energy was virtually unlimited. Absorb. Take as much as you want. Su Ming thought, a glint of contemplation in his eyes. He had a vague hypothesis, but it would have to wait until he returned to the main universe and possibly involved Zhang Sun, the president of the Mechanic Association, to verify it. As time passed, the pull from the stone gradually weakened to almost imperceptible levels. Finally, after consuming nearly 100,000 points of starlight energy, Su Ming was delighted to find that the stone no longer had a strong pull on his energy. Well done, Xiaolan. Let's collect it and leave the void domain. In the vast expanse of the main universe, a violent and mysterious explosion had just occurred moments ago. However, in the next instant, everything returned to silence and emptiness. This very part of the cosmos was where Su Ming had fought with a sky-level assassin and was eventually dragged into the void realm. Just a few moments after Su Ming was pulled into the void realm and the surrounding space began to close, a young man suddenly tore through the boundary of the void and emerged into this starry sky. This young man was none other than Su Ming, who had been sent into the void realm just seconds earlier. Although Su Ming felt like nearly a day had passed in the void realm, in the main universe, not even 0.01 seconds had elapsed. The reason for his reappearance a few seconds later was due to the time it took to traverse the boundary. The concept of time in the Void Realm is entirely different from that in the main universe. Even if decades passed in the Void Realm, only a few hours might pass in the main universe. Back in the main universe, Su Ming let out a sigh of relief and then extended his hand, looking at his palm. At that moment, his palm was empty, but from Xiao Lan's perspective, a strange stone was quietly floating in Su Ming's hand. This stone couldn't be detected by the human level of perception. Only through Xiao Lan's life level could Su Ming see it. However, even if Su Ming couldn't see the stone, he could accurately sense its position and connection to himself. Amazing, Su Ming exclaimed in wonder. Xiao Lan, could this stone have consciousness too? Could it recognize me as its master? Su Ming murmured to himself. Since he had infused a large amount of starlight energy into the stone, he felt that the stone no longer exerted a strong pull on him and had formed a special connection with him. Under this connection, Su Ming could even merge the stone into his body, much like the magical artifacts in fantasy novels that recognize their master. Xiao Lan? Xiao Lan? Hey, Xiao Lan. To Su Ming's surprise, after emerging from the Void Realm, no matter how he called out to Xiao Lan, there was no response. What's going on? Su Ming released his brainwave energy to sense Xiao Lan's state and was astonished to find that Xiao Lan had reverted to an egg-like form, similar to when he first encountered it. Has it returned to its initial form due to excessive energy consumption? No. From Xiao Lan's current state, Su Ming sensed a feeling of transformation and growth. Xiao Lan hadn't turned into an egg due to excessive consumption. It was preparing for a transformation and had temporarily fallen into a dormant state. It was somewhat akin to a cocoon. Well, although it's not the same life level, that's the best way I can understand it, Su Ming thought. Despite Xiao Lan's dormancy, its vision was still shared with Su Ming, which reassured him greatly. All right then, Su Ming turned his gaze to the surrounding star region and took out the spaceship from his storage space. It's time to go back. We've spent enough time here. Let's head back to the Mechanics Guild and bring Zhang Sun to Wanning, Su Ming murmured to himself. He then fired up the spaceship and set course for the Mechanics Guild in the Liming Star region. 2 days later, at the Mechanics Guild in the Liming Star region, Su Ming found himself once again standing in front of Zhang Sun's workshop. As usual, the workshop was fortified with thick steel walls, so formidable that even an apocalypse-level attack couldn't breach it. However, this time Su Ming wasn't alone. Lord Owen, I didn't expect the Eastern Alliance to send you. My father has spoken of you many times, and now I finally get to meet you, Su Ming said with a smile, addressing the Apocalypse beside him. Leading the team of Apocalypse sent by the Eastern Alliance to protect Zhang Sun was none other than the Oracle Apocalypse, Owen, who had known Su Ming's father. Owen was renowned for his terrifying ability to gather information from the entire human domain, possessing unparalleled sensory and prophetic abilities. With such a guardian, any assassin would be detected by Owen the moment they conceived their plan, and the threat would be neutralized effortlessly. It was the most secure arrangement possible. The other two Apocalypse members, whom Su Ming had only seen in files, were the Punisher Li Huili and the Canon Emperor Zhang Ming. With such a formidable team protecting an Apocalypse mechanic, Su Ming couldn't fathom how anyone could kill Zhang Sun without deploying civilization-level war machines. President, as you can see, the 3 Apocalypse behind me are sent by the Eastern Alliance specifically to protect you. Please lower the steel fortress and come with me to Wanning, Su Ming said. For some reason, inviting Zhang Sun always felt like the ancient tale of 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Convincing an Apocalypse mechanic to join was incredibly challenging. However, once Zhang Sun settled in Wanning, it would herald an era of unprecedented technological and mechanical advancement for the region. The true strength of an Apocalypse-level mechanic lay in his knowledge. The door opened, and Zhang Sun's bewildered face appeared. He looked at Owen and the others in disbelief. Lord Su Ming, are you betraying the Empire and joining the Eastern Alliance? Zhang Sun asked, still in shock. He couldn't comprehend why Su Ming would bring members of the Eastern Alliance, a group seemingly unrelated to their affairs. He had expected an Imperial Apocalypse, perhaps even Su Ming's father, to come for protection, but never the Eastern Alliance. Su Ming chuckled, President, Wanting is still a part of the Empire. However, there are some intricate interests involved that I can't disclose. But rest assured, joining Wanting is absolutely safe. Zhang Sun gave Su Ming a skeptical look, sensing that the young lord might be up to something. Little did he know that Su Ming's plans were far beyond his imagination. All right, I promised you. And since you've kept your word, I'll keep mine. I'll join you in Wanting. Zhang Sun finally agreed. However, I'll need a week to consult with my team and my students and disciples to see if they are willing to join Wanting, Zhang Sun said to Su Ming. Su Ming responded with a gracious smile. Take your time, President. I'll come back to pick you up in a week. It was clear that Zhang Sun wouldn't join Wanting alone. That would be foolish. Any researcher considering a move would likely bring their entire team along. As for whether the team members would be willing to follow, that's a given. If the boss is going, the employees will follow. The team that Zhang Sun would bring to Wanting would be a significant asset, potentially transforming the foundational mechanical education and knowledge system there. After meeting with Zhang Sun, Su Ming returned to Warren's studio. Su Ming, my other two companions will stay with Zhang Sun, while I go ahead to deliver some items to Wan In, Owen said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded knowingly with a cheerful smile. Thank you for the divine guidance. The Mechanics Guild slowly returned to normal after the initial turmoil of the president's assassination, as if it were just a minor episode. The only ones who truly remembered the event were the president's team and his direct students. However, the long-standing peace of the Mechanics Guild was abruptly shattered today by an incident no less significant than the president's murder. The Beast God Civilization's embassy, located within the Mechanics Guild, was completely obliterated overnight without a trace. Even the nearby residents didn't hear a sound. The embassy just vanished mysteriously. All the embassy staff of the Beast God Civilization also disappeared without a trace. Some citizens claimed to have seen the Mechanics Guild's police secretly disposing of bodies and trying to cover up the incident. They seemed willing only to handle the aftermath, leaving the investigation to the strong individuals dispatched by the Beast God Civilization. This led many citizens to criticize the police for their inaction. However, some astute members of the Mechanics Guild had already realized it was the work of Tianqi. Only Tianqi could make a star-level expert disappear without a trace. The police wouldn't dare intervene if Tianqi were involved. Where could Tianqi be found? Simple within the 5 major cosmic nations, or the galaxy cluster-level cosmic nations. This incident seemed like a terrorist attack, but upon closer inspection, the underlying power struggle sent chills down many spines. It appeared that the Beast God Civilization had some conflicts, or perhaps terrifying political inclinations, with an unknown huge organization. Coupled with recent developments on the Void Civilization battlefield, some people began to sense something ominous. A few days after the incident, Su Ming received a call from Locke. What? The application for Wanton to establish a cosmic nation was rejected. Su Ming frowned, his tone tinged with displeasure. Locke nodded in the video, explaining that the reason was Wanton's lack of adequate medical technology, management capability, and scientific prowess. Nonsense. Su Ming sneered. That's just an excuse. What was the voting pattern? Establishing a cosmic nation required a joint decision by the Supreme Human Civilization Assembly, which wasn't easy. The assembly members were predominantly from factions within the 5 major cosmic nations. Wanton's application must have been submitted to this assembly. The rejection meant more votes against than in favor. The Imperial faction voted in favor, while the opposing votes came from the Beast God Civilization, the Daya's Divine Kingdom, and the Busa Free Federation. The Dongming faction abstained. 3 votes against, 1 in favor, and 1 abstention. So, the matter was temporarily shelved. Su Ming sneered. The vote count didn't surprise him. The secret alliance between Dongming and the Empire meant they wouldn't be in a hurry to take a stand, so abstaining was expected. As for the other 3 cosmic nations, it was clear they didn't want the Empire to grow stronger and were intent on suppressing it, hence their opposing votes. Given Su Ming's background, it was obvious to anyone that Wanting was aligned with the Empire's faction. Su Ming had anticipated that the other 3 cosmic nations would target Wanting, but he hadn't expected them to make such a move on this matter. Nonetheless, Su Ming quickly regained his composure. The decision would indeed impact Wanting, slowing its development, reducing its appeal to talent, and lowering its status among civilizations. However, the effect wasn't as severe as those 3 cosmic nations might have hoped. For any civilization, military strength and technological advancement are always paramount. Su Ming had enough confidence in Wanting's technological progress. After all, he had successfully recruited one of the few apocalypse-level engineers, along with their team. This was crucial for Wanting's technological development, and could enable it to match the growth rate of first-tier cosmic nations. As long as technology was solid, military power would naturally improve. Besides, once the Empire and Dongming took action, it was only a matter of time before Wanting became a cosmic nation. The opposition from the 3 cosmic nations did irritate Su Ming, but it wasn't a significant blow to Wan. Having understood the situation, Su Ming turned his gaze to Locke and smiled. It's okay, Locke. You don't need to be disheartened. You've worked hard these past few days. Take 3 days off and relax, Su Ming reassured Locke. While this issue might not have been a big deal for Su Ming, it was quite distressing for Locke. Ever since Wanting's relocation to the Wanting star system and the subsequent application for nationhood, Locke had been tirelessly working day and night. Now, with the application rejected, it was understandably hard for him to accept. However, there were things Su Ming couldn't share with Locke just yet. He could only comfort Locke for now and wait until the Empire and Dongming made their move before revealing more. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, he had already started to grow in ways beyond just his skills. Previously, he had been like a talented but reclusive engineer, engrossed in his own world. Now, his focus had expanded to the broader cosmic landscape, involving himself in the maneuverings between cosmic nations. He was slowly becoming a leader who understood and cared for his subordinates. He realized that individual strength had its limits. Sometimes, strategy, wisdom, and decision-making could surpass personal power. However, Su Ming still had a long way to go before he could truly step onto the main stage of civilization. At that moment, Locke, having calmed down, managed a small smile and said, "By the way, leader, there's one more thing. Today, I received a package from the universe. It looks like a life pod, and it has Mr. Su Ming written on it." Upon hearing Locke's words, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. See, after bad news, there's always some good news. Mr. Owens certainly knows how to spice up a mundane life. Wait for me, I'll be back in wanting soon. Save this package for me. In the Wanvine galaxy, 3 spaceships were slicing through the void, making their way towards the galaxy's main planet. One of these ships belonged to Su Ming, the Lord of Wanvine. The other 2 were from the Eastern Alliance, carrying 3 members of the Tianqi and the team of Zhang Sun, the president of the Mechanics Association. Today marked the day Su Ming was returning to Wanvine with several important figures. Lord Zhang Sun, this planet is at your disposal. I've had a research facility built there specifically for you. If you need anything, just let Luo Ku know, Su Ming said with a smile, addressing Zhang Sun. This is a treasure, so take good care of it. The future of Wanvine's technological advancements rests on your shoulders. Zhang Sun didn't put on any airs and responded with a smile. Sure, as long as I have a place to conduct my research, I'm satisfied. The rest doesn't matter much to me. Su Ming nodded and then turned his gaze to the 3 members of the Tianqi, smiling as he said, in that case, I'll leave President Zhang Sun's safety in your capable hands. After exchanging formalities, Zhang Sun and the Eastern Alliance members stayed on the planet named Keaton. It's worth mentioning that Su Ming also brought along Warren and his somewhat proud teacher, Wang Quan, the vice president of the Mechanics Association. Since learning that Zhang Sun had joined Wanvine, Wang Quan's attitude had done a complete 180, and he proactively expressed his desire to join Wanvine. Although a vice president level mechanic like Wang Quan wasn't quite on par with Zhang Sun, he was still an invaluable asset to any galactic nation. Naturally, Su Ming had no objections and brought him back to Wanvine, integrating him into Zhang Sun's team. Warren was also placed within Zhang Sun's team. While Warren might seem insignificant in the presence of both a president and a vice president, he was actually the person Su Ming trusted the most in the team. Therefore, Su Ming secretly tasked Warren with preventing any leakage of research data. Although Su Ming didn't harbor much suspicion towards Zhang Sun himself, he couldn't say the same for the members of Zhang Sun's team. Instances of team members being poached and taking valuable data with them had happened countless times before. Even though Wanvine's technology was nothing compared to the 5 major galactic nations, it still possessed some unique, invaluable resources. Su Ming couldn't afford to let any of this data leak out. After settling the mechanics, Su Ming generously handed over all the knowledge and data he had to Zhang Sun. Lord Zhang Sun, please review these materials. I may need to discuss some energy-related knowledge with you in the near future. After transferring the data, Su Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. He had many hypotheses in his mind, but his current expertise wasn't enough to verify them. At that moment, Su Ming felt the weight of his lack of accumulated knowledge, something that couldn't be remedied in a short time and required gradual accumulation. To verify these hypotheses, Su Ming needed the assistance of a much more skilled mechanic. If his theories proved correct, a spark of excitement flashed in Su Ming's eyes. If one does not strive, they cannot create a new era. After all, who wouldn't want to step onto the stage of civilization's contest and join the game? Leader, you've arrived, Locke said as he saw Su Ming walk into the hall. He immediately stood up, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Yes, it's been a tough time recently. By the way, where's my package? Su Ming asked with a smile. Over there, Locke replied, pointing to a corner of the hall where a life pod was placed. Seeing the life pod, Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. He walked over and opened the pod directly. With a hiss, the life pod released a burst of oxygen, revealing a figure inside. The figure was in a miserable state, with limbs severed and only the torso remaining. Even the person's once formidable strength had been stripped away, leaving a body that was alive but unable to gather power. This person was Tuamu Yi, who had previously threatened Su Ming. He had been captured by Owen from the embassy, crippled, and sent to Wantong. This was part of the agreement Su Ming had made with the Dongming Alliance, and now the Dongming's promise had been fulfilled. The opening of the life pod activated its awakening function. Slowly, Tuamu Yi opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Su Ming looking at him with a faint, ambiguous smile. Oh, you're awake? Su Ming said with a smile. It's you. Tuamu Yi's pupils contracted sharply as he spoke in disbelief. How is this possible? The person who attacked me was definitely from the Dongming Alliance. I felt a strong divine power from them. How could it be you? Su Ming chuckled and leaned closer, speaking softly. Why can't Dongming's Tianqi work for me, Tuamu Yi? I told you, within a month, you'd fall into my hands. I haven't broken my promise, have I? Tuo Muyi's expression changed dramatically. What concerned him was not Su Ming's taunts, but the fact that Dongming's Tianqi could be used by Su Ming. Su Ming, clearly a loyal member of the Empire, had somehow gained the support of Dongming's Tianqi. It wasn't that Tuo Muyi doubted Dongming's Tianqi would help someone from the Empire. It was the implications of such an action that troubled him. Dongming Alliance members attacking the Beast God's embassy for the Empire? The nature and significance of this action were completely different. It involved 3 cosmic powers, which understandably threw Tuo Muyi into turmoil. What's going on? Forcing himself to stay calm, Tuo Muyi's mind raced as he quickly analyzed the implications of this event. As the head of an embassy, Tuo Muyi had an exceptional political sense and sharpness. In an instant, several possibilities emerged in his mind regarding the intentions behind this event. However, what made his back go cold was that the most undesirable and dire possibility was also the one he deemed most likely. Dongming and the Empire had formed an alliance. Takumu suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp and piercing as he looked at Su Ming. He spoke in a firm voice. Dongming has allied with the Empire? Su Ming was unfazed by Takumu's intense gaze. He looked at Takumu with a calm expression and nodded. You're quite perceptive. In terms of political acumen, no one in Wantan can match you. You're right. Dongming has formed an alliance with the Empire. Takumu took a sharp breath, immediately realizing the gravity of the situation. Forming an alliance at this critical juncture, and Dongming brazenly sending Tianqi to wipe out the Beast God Civilization's embassy, this meant they were preparing to take action against the Beast God Civilization. But it didn't make sense. Dongming was still competing for the remaining 2 puppet state slots. Why would they easily agree to the Empire's terms? Maintaining a 4-nation stance against the Empire was the best strategy for the current 4 cosmic nations. Wait, Takumu suddenly realized a possibility. Unless Dongming was absolutely confident they could secure one of the remaining puppet state slots and become a strong nation on par with the Empire. In that case, a strong alliance would allow them to eliminate the others from the game. Just as Takumu finished speaking, he heard a round of applause. Su Ming clapped repeatedly in front of him. Takumu, if only you were a politician in Wantan. Just from Dongming Tianqi attacking the Beast God Embassy, you deduced so much. You truly are a political genius. Takumu gradually regained his composure, his face turning pale. I underestimated you, Su Ming. If Dongming Tianqi is willing to act for you, you must play a crucial role in this alliance. Su Ming didn't deny it. He nodded and then took out a vial from his pocket, playing with it. Do you know what this is? It's called energy cancer. It can perfectly counter the voidification of the void civilization. Wantan has already produced 1 trillion doses of energy cancer and sent them to Dongming's military bases. With this, Dongming is almost guaranteed to conquer the void civilization's territory and become the 2nd cosmic power with a puppet state. At that point, with Dongming and the Empire allied, the other 3 will be forced out of the game. Takumu's mouth opened slightly, his eyes filled with deep regret. He didn't regret provoking Su Ming. He regretted that he couldn't deliver this news to his own country, couldn't alert the Beast God civilization in time, and couldn't urge them to ally with the other 2 cosmic nations. There was still time to form an alliance now, and in the future, they might be able to stand against the Empire and Dongming together. But once Dongming gained the upper hand in the void civilization and secured a puppet state, it would be too late. Just kill me, Takumu said calmly. You know, as diplomatic officials, we've undergone pain resistance training. If you plan to torture me for some psychological thrill, you should abandon that thought. No matter how much pain you inflict, you won't see a trace of suffering on my face. Upon hearing Tumuyi's words, Su Ming burst into hearty laughter before speaking. Tumu-e, why do you always underestimate me? I admit, watching the shock and regret on your face is quite amusing. However, if I, Su Ming, only had this much ambition, there would be no Wantan today. Tumui frowned. What do you mean? Good question. A sharp gleam flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he continued. If I wanted to kill you, I could have had Yuan Tianqi eliminate you along with the embassy. There was no need to keep you around until now. I spared you because I have a business proposition for you. Business? What kind of business? Tumui squinted, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Are you familiar with the Guangling family of the Beast God civilization? Su Ming asked casually. The Guangling family? Of course, I know them. One of the 13 great families of the Beast God civilization, boasting 3 powerful Tianqi. What do you want with the Guangling family? A mysterious expression crossed Su Ming's face as he slowly began. 14 years ago, my father obtained a super civilization artifact and gave it to my mother. At that time, my father was out fighting, and the void civilization was still at its peak, putting immense pressure on human civilization. Almost all the Tianqi were engaged in battles outside. However, the sneaky Guangling Tianqi took advantage of the Empire's vulnerability, using the power of a Tianqi with stealth abilities to infiltrate the Corn family, kill my mother, and steal the artifact. The Korin family and the Guangling family have a blood feud that must be avenged. Temu Yi's face showed astonishment as he listened to Su Ming. I've heard this rumor before, but I thought it was just a myth. I can't believe it's true. Wait a minute. Temu Yi's expression turned puzzled. Even if the empire was vulnerable, wouldn't it have been difficult for the Guangling Tianqi to infiltrate the Korin family unnoticed? Exactly. Su Ming nodded, his eyes filled with murderous intent. From the outside, it would have been nearly impossible. But from the inside, it was easy. From the inside? Su Ming took a deep breath. I have an older brother named Korin Surue. I was 3 years old at the time, but Surue was already 8. At 8, a cultivator's mind is mature and should be sensible. To gain some kind of benefit, he colluded with the enemy and secretly let the Guangling Tianqi in. I admit, an 80-year-old is easy to deceive, and perhaps he didn't realize the gravity of his actions at the time. But it was him. He let the enemy in. I witnessed the entire process. So, I vowed long ago that the Guangling family and Surue must die. A trace of ferocity flickered in Su Ming's eyes as he recalled his mother's face and voice. Although he wasn't originally from this world, his mother's 3 years of care and companionship had long made him accept her as his own. Unexpectedly, his mother was killed when he was just 3 years old. She was killed by the Guangling family. Wait a minute, something doesn't seem right. Tumu furrowed his brow and then spoke. I know you have a brother named Su Rue. That's no secret in the Empire's records. But Su Rue isn't dead. Given your father's character, if he knew Su Rue had done something like this, he wouldn't let him off easily. Su Ming chuckled lightly indeed. But who would believe the words of a fool? I've been a fool for 16 years. 16 years of being a fool? Takimu looked at Su Ming in bewilderment. Su Ming's eyes were clear, his brows exuding authority, and his gaze deep as if the stars and black holes were colliding. Could such an extraordinary figure, with the aura of a hero, have been a fool for 16 years? Who would believe that? Moreover, from what Takimu knew, Su Ming was only 17 now. So, in just over a year, Su Ming had trained to a 9th-level master, become a sought-after mechanical genius, and founded a vast empire comparable to a galactic nation? Even Tianqi had to submit to him. A year? Yeah, right. Who are you kidding? Ahem. So, you knew about the Guangling family, the beast god civilization, super civilization artifacts, and the entanglements of various forces when you were 3? And back then, you were still a fool? A fool who instantly figured all this out? Takamu's face showed a slightly awkward yet polite smile as he pondered whether exposing Su Ming would lead to his own demise. Yes, I knew all that when I was 3, and I was indeed a fool who knew nothing, Su Ming said nonchalantly. Takimu thought, I don't know if you were a fool at 3, but I definitely feel like you're treating me as one now. Taking a deep breath, Takimu decided not to dwell on the matter further. He slowly asked, so, what's the deal you want to make with me? Su Ming smiled and began. The Guangling family currently uses a defense system called Qilin, a highly advanced intelligent defense system that is said to be unbreakable for 100 years. Takimu nodded. The Qilin system was indeed designed by a Tianka-level mechanical engineer from the beast god civilization, making it impregnable with no hacker able to breach its internal defenses. This chip, Su Ming continued, placing a faintly glowing blue chip in front of Takimu. I need you to take it back to the beast god civilization and find an opportunity to insert it into the Guangling family's intelligence system. Once you've done that, your task is complete. I have little connection with the Guangling family. Sneaking this chip in unnoticed will be very difficult, Takimu said, shaking his head. Su Ming chuckled. That's not my concern. I just want to see results. Takamu's gaze fell on the faintly glowing chip. For some reason, he felt a subtle consciousness active within it. Taking a deep breath, he looked back at Su Ming and asked, you mentioned a deal. What do I get in return for helping you? And don't say something like sparing my life. I'm not so cheap as to betray my country for survival. Nodding slowly, Su Ming replied, don't worry. What I'm offering you won't make you betray your country. In fact, it might help you save the beast god civilization at a critical moment. Hearing this, Takamu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Ming. How is that possible? Aren't you eager to see the beast god civilization destroyed? Su Ming sneered. My grudge is with the Guangling family, not the entire beast god civilization. The rest doesn't interest me. Takumu squinted his eyes, quietly chewing over the meaning behind Su Ming's words. After a moment, it seemed like something dawned on him. He lifted his head, his mouth agape, staring at Su Ming in shock. You have ambitions for the empire. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes deepened, almost as if they could swallow Takumu whole. He stared at Takumu without any expression, making Takumu shiver before he slowly spoke. Don't misunderstand, Mr. Takumu. I harbor no ill will towards the empire. I am simply afraid of absolute power and an unchecked political system. If the empire ever reaches that point in the future, I must learn to prepare an escape route for myself. Su Ming's tone was calm, but his words stirred up a storm in Takumu's heart. At that moment, Takumu realized that the young man before him had ambitions that likely wouldn't allow him to remain subordinate to the empire. The business Su Ming wanted to conduct with him was simple. Takumu was a smart man, and even though Su Ming hadn't spelled it out, he instantly grasped the idea. By working for Su Ming, when the Empire and Dongming formed an alliance and turned their blades toward the Beast God civilization, Su Ming could help Takumu hide the core political party, power, and knowledge system of the Beast God civilization. Preserving the fire of the Beast God civilization was Su Ming's bargaining chip. Of course, whether Su Ming would eventually assimilate this fire was a topic both Su Ming and Takumu tacitly avoided. Even so, Su Ming's offer struck directly at Takumu's heart. What he regretted and felt powerless about was knowing the Empire and Dongming's grand conspiracy, but being unable to change this tragic fate for his country. Now, Su Ming had presented this chip. It wasn't the optimal solution, and Su Ming wouldn't offer the best solution. However, in Takumu's eyes, it was the best choice and greatest hope in a desperate situation. He took a deep breath, gazing at Su Ming as if he saw a mature, wise, and seasoned soul controlling this 17-year-old body. It was hard to believe. Lord Su Ming, you are only 17 years old. I truly suspect that within your body resides a soul that has long seen through the struggles for power. Takumu slowly bowed his head in profound respect and submission to Su Ming at that moment. Takumu's words seemed to amuse Su Ming. He chuckled softly before saying, "It's quite possible that there's an old middle-aged man's soul inside me, huh?" At that moment, both parties reached a tacit agreement and understanding. They exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. "All right, Mr. Takumu, let me introduce someone to you." After a brief laugh, Su Ming's expression returned to calm. He extended his hand and snapped his fingers. The hall's door opened, and a man in a white lab coat, around 30 years old, walked in. "Let me introduce you. This is the director of the Wanheng Genetics Research Institute, Li Ran. He will help you activate your physical vitality, restore your limbs, and completely change your aura and genetic sequence. To prevent any special methods from detecting that I haven't actually killed Tuamu, Tuamu must disappear from the world. You will be replaced by a second-class citizen of the Beast God civilization, Wanmu." Days passed by. Su Ming stood on the main planet of the Wan Vine star system, gazing at the starry sky. This was the domain he had conquered over the past year. From the perspective of human civilization, it wasn't much. Their application to establish a galaxy-level interstellar nation had been rejected. Even if they had succeeded, there were still galaxy cluster-level and supercluster-level nations. Moreover, many aspects like citizen quality, technology, healthcare, resources, and military strength still fell short of a true galaxy-level nation. Not to mention, some powers were already on the verge of surpassing the supercluster level, reaching an even higher scale. A super-interstellar nation? A civilization level? Universe level? Su Ming shook his head. The highest level of human civilization's interstellar nations had been the supercluster level powers of the 5 great interstellar nations. But now, with the defeat and decline of the Void civilization, the eventual consumption of it would undoubtedly give rise to one or more superpowers surpassing previous levels. What they would be called would likely be decided in the Supreme Council of Human Civilization. Regardless, the Empire had already secured a ticket to ascend to a higher-level interstellar nation, but few tickets remained, and it was uncertain who would claim them. Lost in thought, Su Ming was approached by Locke, who respectfully said, "Leader, it's done." Su Ming nodded slowly. "Have the nanobot bombs been implanted in Wanmu?" Locke nodded. "This technology was actually provided by Warren. We can now monitor everything happening with Wanmu through the robots. If he harbors any rebellious thoughts, the bomb will instantly explode, leaving no trace of him." Su Ming nodded in satisfaction and then stretched lazily. He picked up a glass of wine from the table, poured a glass, and handed it to Locke with a smile. "When Mars came to see me earlier, he even opened a rather expensive bottle of wine for me. To be honest, I wasted it by drinking it like a beverage. I wasn't really into these things before, but a few months later, I find myself enjoying some precious things." Locke took the wine from Su Ming, took a sip, and then smiled. "The more chaotic the times, the more we crave these luxuries. Otherwise, once the fighting starts, we won't have the chance to enjoy them." Su Ming nodded, took another sip of wine, and smacked his lips, trying to discern some flavor but also feeling like he tasted nothing. It was quite amusing. Locke glanced at Su Ming and hesitated to speak. "Go ahead. When there's no one around, we don't need to be so formal. We've known each other for a long time," Su Ming said with a smile. Locke smiled wryly, realizing he had increasingly taken on a subordinate's mindset when dealing with Su Ming. Yet, when they first met, he had seen Su Ming as a talented mechanical master and even asked him to modify his mechanical equipment. "Leader, what are our next steps? Since our application for an interstellar nation was rejected, it feels like many things in Wan Vine have come to a standstill," Locke said, his eyes filled with confusion. However, as a subordinate, he felt he had little ground to question Su Ming. Only in a relaxed setting like this could one comfortably ask Su Ming questions. Su Ming chuckled softly, his gaze seeming to pierce through the vast expanse of stars, witnessing a distant war unfolding in a far-off galaxy. Don't worry, he said. Wantong hasn't stagnated. Our technology and military are still advancing rapidly. It's just that our position and influence in the universe seem to have plateaued for now. There's a saying from my hometown, let the bullet fly for a while. That's exactly what we need to let things simmer. Once the Dongming Alliance secures a decisive victory, it'll be time for Wantong to face new challenges. At that moment, Su Ming stood up, a rare look of ease and relaxation in his eyes. He turned to Locke and said, I'll use this time to digest the knowledge I've recently acquired. Maybe I can come up with something interesting. When Wantong steps back onto the universal stage, everyone will be amazed. Locke watched Su Ming's receding figure with a look of surprise, then shook his head with a wry smile and downed his glass of red wine. Su Ming's judgment had rarely been wrong. Meanwhile, in the star systems of the Void civilization, their armies were being decimated by human forces, fading into oblivion. The leaders of the Void civilization wore expressions of sheer terror. The enemy had acquired a peculiar substance that prevented their soldiers and elites from entering their usual state of void, cutting their combat effectiveness by nearly half. The opposing side already had higher morale, and now, with this strange substance, the Void civilization's forces were collapsing like a house of cards. This mysterious substance was none other than the energy cancer developed by Su Ming. The army using it was, of course, the Dongming Alliance. With energy cancer, the Dongming Alliance was nearly unstoppable, relentlessly pushing back the Void civilization. New star systems were continually being absorbed into a faction called the Xinyue Cosmic State. This Xinyue was essentially a puppet state of the Dongming Alliance, similar in nature to the Radiant Federation. Officially, it was an ally, but in reality, it was controlled by the Dongming Alliance. Through the Xinyue Cosmic State, the Dongming Alliance was annexing more territories from the Void civilization, forming a new supercluster-level cosmic state and elevating the Dongming Alliance's power to rival that of the Empire. Now, it was clear that the Dongming Alliance's goal was within reach. With the military support of the Dongming Alliance, the Xinyue Cosmic State quickly outpaced its three competitors, capturing numerous galactic clusters. Could the Xinyue Cosmic State become the new supercluster force on the historical stage? Breaking news. The Xinyue Cosmic State has captured the Nanhu star system, and the Void civilization is in full retreat. A new star of civilization rises. Can the Xinyue Cosmic State lead humanity into a new era? As the Xinyue Cosmic State seemingly mirrored the rise of the Radiant Federation, media within human territories began to heavily promote its achievements. Over the course of several months, these media outlets have successively portrayed the Guanghui Federation and the Shunyu Cosmic Nation as saviors and beacons of civilization. This has gradually led some to realize that the second spot likely already belongs to the Dongming Alliance. The situation in the Shunyu Cosmic Nation continues to escalate. Meanwhile, in the Mantang Galaxy, Su Ming had just finished his retreat and emerged from his workshop. As he stepped out, a glint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Previously, he had acquired 2 civilization-level technology esnifactory and mechanical endowment from Li Ku Tianchi of the Dongming Alliance. Such advanced technologies are usually quite complex and require a long period of study to master. However, Su Ming, relying on his unique system, managed to learn these technologies automatically while he slept, and he mastered them thoroughly. Ordinary engineers might take 1 to 3 years to achieve this, but Su Ming had done it in just 2 months. Including the spatial technology and life civilization technology he had acquired earlier, Su Ming now possessed 4 civilization-level technologies. Additionally, he had a technology called biomechanical armor, an advanced field of mech technology that was typically monopolized by the Empire. During a previous transaction with Su Ming, Mars from the Empire had handed over this technology to him. With a thoughtful look on his face, Su Ming swiftly left the planet and arrived on a pale blue planet within the Mantang Galaxy. This was where Li Ran and his gene research team were based, a research institute Su Ming had established specifically for genetic studies. Upon arriving, Su Ming headed straight to Li Ran's office. Leader, what brings you here? Li Ran looked surprised to see Su Ming. Currently, most of Mantang's internal affairs were managed by Locke, who was also the one running errands. In contrast, Su Ming, the actual ruler of Mantang, often stayed in his workshop and seldom ventured out. Seeing Su Ming here was indeed unexpected for Li Ran. Su Ming chuckled and pulled Li Ran aside. Li Ran, how's the research on that biomechanical armor technology one showed you earlier coming along? Li Ran hesitated before responding. This technology is 60 mechanical, an area I haven't studied much. But in terms of biotechnology, I've made some references and breakthroughs. However, as for concrete results, Li Ran looked a bit embarrassed, thinking that Su Ming had come to check on his progress. Su Ming shook his head. Don't worry, I'm not here to check on your progress. I know genetic research cycles are generally long, and it's normal not to see results for years. I remember back when you were in the Lhasa Alliance, it took many years just to develop the gene infection technology. You've only been here in Mantang for a year, so it's understandable not to have results yet. But that's not why I'm here today. I have an idea. Do you think we can make mechs that possess life and can grow and learn? Su Ming asked in a low voice. Li Ran was taken aback by Su Ming's question and immediately shook his head. Leader, I understand what you're getting at, but that's almost impossible. Putting aside the ethical issues of whether a sentient mech would develop its own civilization and rebel against humans, the technology required to create life in a mech is already far beyond the current capabilities of humanity. In fact, all 5 major cosmic nations are researching this area, but creating life is not easy. Strictly speaking, intelligent systems do not count as life. The creation of life involves newly born divinity, genes, energy, consciousness, and various other complex elements. If it were that easy, the 5 cosmic nations would have made progress by now. Li Ran said all this to dissuade Su Ming. However, to his surprise, instead of feeling discouraged, Su Ming's eyes lit up even more. Am I seeing this right? Li Ran was puzzled. What he didn't know was that Su Ming felt even more determined about the possibility of constructing sentient mechs after hearing Li Ran's words. Newly born divinity? That's exactly Su Ming's specialty. Su Ming had previously acquired divine knowledge called divine condensation from the Court of Life. This knowledge allows life energy to be transformed into condensed divinity. In other words, as long as there is enough life energy, Su Ming can create a brand new, blank divinity. This divinity, when applied to a mech through the technique of mechanical divinity infusion, would grant the mech independent divinity. As for genes, mech bioengineering can make the mech a semi-biological entity. Combined with Li Ran's knowledge of genetic engineering, the genetic structure can be completed. Energy? Su Ming squinted his eyes. Energy was one of the topics he planned to discuss with Zhang Sun. As long as his hypothesis was verified, this wouldn't be a problem either. Additionally, the divine knowledge Su Ming had previously learned about external skeletal structures could provide the mech with metallic sensory capabilities. Regarding consciousness, Su Ming glanced at the still sleeping Xiaolan. Yes, an informational life form can divide its consciousness. The future consciousness of the mech could be formed by a split consciousness from Xiaolan, ensuring both the mech's loyalty and a central control hub Xiaolan itself. The more Su Ming thought about it, the more excited he became. He stood up and started pacing. Yes, this is it. This approach is definitely feasible. I need to call Zhang Sun over. This could pioneer a new era. Su Ming muttered to himself, appearing almost manic, which startled Li Ran. Leader, are you okay? Li Ran had always thought researchers were a bit obsessive and eccentric, but he had never seen anyone this obsessed and eccentric. Moreover, this sentient mech could absorb enemy attacks to replenish itself. In the future, the cerebral energy level of a mech warrior could be connected with that of the sentient mech, allowing the warrior to grow alongside the mech. Damn, I'm a genius. There could even be energy-based sentient mechs stored like flying swords in cultivation novels, within the cerebral energy level. Watching Su Ming ramble and pace back and forth, Li Ran's forehead veins throbbed slightly. This is bad. The leader has gone mad. Should I call Locke to talk some sense into him? Li Ran muttered to himself. Wait here. I'll go have a chat with Zhang Sun. I'll be back to continue with you after that. Su Ming grew more excited as he thought about it. He patted Li Ran on the shoulder and, amidst Li Ran's bewildered expression, boarded his mech and shot up into the sky, disappearing from the planet. After leaving Li Ran, Su Ming didn't hesitate and headed straight to the planet where Zhang Sun was located. Leader? Excuse me, are you? Hey, leader. Wait. Inside is Director Zhang Sun's office. He has a bad temper and will scold anyone who interrupts his research, the guard at the door exclaimed, taken aback by Su Ming's urgent approach. He tried to stop him, but Su Ming paid no attention and dashed inside, leaving the guard unable to even touch his coat. Su Ming rushed into the research institute and quickly found Zhang Sun's lab by sensing his presence. Inside, Zhang Sun was carefully inserting a highly intricate mechanical component into a robotic arm. Startled by the sudden intrusion, his hand trembled, causing the component to fall onto the table with a clink. Zhang Sun's face darkened instantly. The component was so precise that even a slight deformation could affect its function. He was about to lose his temper but paused when he recognized Su Ming. Su Ming, what brings you here? He asked, surprised. In all of Mantang, only a few individuals like the Tianqi didn't use formal titles with Su Ming, and they had the standing to do so. Su Ming chuckled and pulled Zhang Sun toward the conference room. My robotic arm, Zhang Sun began. Director Zhang, forget the robotic arm. There's something important we need to discuss. Su Ming insisted, dragging Zhang Sun into the conference room and activating the confidentiality mode. What is it that's so secretive? Zhang Sun asked, puzzled. Without saying much, Su Ming took out a vial containing a special energy. Director Zhang, look at this. What do you think it is? He whispered. Zhang Sun's face showed surprise as he took the vial from Su Ming. Inside, a dark gray energy substance was flowing, exuding a deathly yet unusually stable aura. What is this? Zhang Sun frowned, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. As a Tianka-level mechanic, he had seen all sorts of energy substances, but this one was entirely new to him, yet oddly familiar. This is entropy matter, Su Ming said slowly, looking at Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun's pupils contracted sharply. What? Entropy matter? He exclaimed. Entropy is energy that cannot be reused, and no one has ever been able to collect it. The physics community has always assumed that entropy matter is impossible to reutilize. However, Su Ming had now collected entropy matter. This meant that existing physical knowledge was about to be shattered, and some of the fundamental laws of physics would change. This was no small matter. It could potentially lead to a massive transformation in the foundational logic of technology. Transformation heralds a new era. Zhang Sun took a sharp breath and then lowered his voice to ask, how did you collect it? His gaze involuntarily shifted to the gray energy matter before him, eyes filled with deep longing and fascination. It was as if the container before him held not just ordinary energy matter, but the very path to truth. I've encountered many incredible things in the past, and recently I've been pondering this question. Su Ming began slowly. It wasn't until I reached the void domain and encountered the entropy matter that I could somewhat verify my hypothesis. I started thinking, what if energy also has levels and tiers? Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Zhang Sun squinted his eyes and then asked in a serious tone, what do you mean? Levels? Tiers? Su Ming nodded. The explosions, combustion, heat release, and transfer, kinetic energy, and so on that we usually see define these as first-level energy, then the energy that is lost, which is entropy, can be defined as zero-level energy. The loss doesn't mean that the energy can't be collected anymore. It's that the energy's level has decreased, making it unusable. In essence, loss is actually a form of energy degradation. First level, zero level, Zhang Sun muttered, his expression growing more serious. Then he urgently asked, so according to your theory, is there energy higher than first level? Su Ming nodded. If thermal and kinetic energy are first-level energy, then particles would be second-level energy. When atoms fuse, they release a large amount of energy, which is the principle behind nuclear energy that we understand. Zhang Sun nodded, and Su Ming continued, so, I classify particle energy, atomic energy, proton energy, nuclear energy, and so on as second-level energy. When second-level energy degrades, it releases a large amount of thermal energy, which is the energy downgrading from second-level to first-level thermal energy. But there's more. Third-level energy. Third-level energy encompasses time and space, or dimensions. Zhang Sun showed a thoughtful expression. I never understood why Tianqi was so powerful until I met Li Ku. His mastery over dimensions was astonishing, but it also provided some answers. Tianqi's strength lies in their control over third-level energy, the concepts of time and space. To Tianqi, these concepts are useful but not restrictive because they have mastered third-level energy and can utilize it. Su Ming continued slowly. I had been pondering why Tianka-level beings could leave the void domain, which lacks the concepts of time and space. Logically, although Tianqi's life level has reached the pinnacle of humanity, it hasn't transcended the human life level. They shouldn't be able to see entropy matter like Xiaolon does. But after much contemplation, I found the answer. Tianqi has mastered third-level energy and is not bound by time and space. After hearing Su Ming's words, a gleam of understanding flashed in Zhang Sun's eyes. Is there a fourth level? Zhang Sun was deeply shaken, as if this moment had begun to challenge many of his beliefs. Yes, Su Ming replied confidently. The fourth level is uncertainty. Uncertainty? Zhang Sun looked puzzled. Su Ming nodded. Uncertainty means mystery, the unknown. Energy that cannot be explained by existing logic. Hearing Su Ming's words, Zhang Sun's eyes widened, and he instinctively exclaimed, quantum? Su Ming nodded again. Quantum is uncertainty. Similarly, uncertain things include divinity, thought, and consciousness. If someone could easily create divinity, thought, and consciousness, or even different dimensional possibilities, they would have mastered the energy of the third level. High-dimensional beings. Zhang Sun squinted his eyes. In this world, there are beings that can traverse different possibilities and the various changes of the future. These beings can easily see parallel universes with different possibilities and move freely between them. These beings are high-dimensional beings. But wait. Zhang Sun shook his head. You said mastering divinity, but some of the Tianqi from Dongming have already mastered divinity. Why haven't they become higher-dimensional beings? Director Zhang, you should know that mastering and creating are two different concepts, Su Ming explained slowly. Many Tianqi have indeed begun to master divinity, but their divinity is still too immature, merely in its nascent stage, just starting to be utilized. There is still a long way to go before they can create. Su Ming continued, however, if the theory of energy classification is proven correct, we can at least confirm that divinity is indeed the key for Tianqi to break through to the next level. Cough cough. These two chapters might be a bit obscure. If you find it hard to understand, feel free to skip them. Strictly speaking, the concepts discussed in these chapters are the true essence of sci-fi in Demi's mind, while the previous content leaned more towards a mix of fantasy and sci-fi. Zhang Sun paused for a moment. He felt his mouth go dry. The things Su Ming had told him today were simply too shocking, too unbelievable. If what Su Ming said was true, then the problems plaguing Tianqi and even human civilization would be resolved. Tianqi would no longer be the limit of human achievement. Beyond Tianqi, new energy levels would emerge due to the energy theory. If the energy level theory holds, the existing cultivation levels would need to be redefined. Wait, perhaps human civilization had already sensed something similar. The current cultivation levels subtly align with the energy level theory. Zhang Sun muttered to himself, and then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he exclaimed excitedly, I get it. The existing level system can actually match the energy level theory. Gene warriors from level 1 to 10 correspond to the first energy level. Vacuum level, flying level, stellar level, and star domain level correspond to the second energy level. Tianqi level corresponds to the third energy level. The realms beyond Tianqi correspond to the fourth energy level. The existing cultivation system doesn't need to be so fragmented. In essence, there are just 4 major realms. Zhang Sun's eyes grew brighter. Today's conversation would redefine cultivation levels. Although only the names might change, some internal logic would also shift accordingly. For instance, people previously cultivated step by step, mindlessly accumulating energy. But in the future, cultivators could start learning the next level of energy mastery even as a level 6 gene warrior, significantly speeding up their progress. Most importantly, from now on, cultivation levels would be tied to technology. Advances in technology, discoveries of new energy sources, or mastery of cutting-edge energy techniques would provide direction for future cultivation. Conversely, if cultivators could break through bottlenecks and reach new realms, they could also inspire technological advancements, leading to a symbiotic relationship between the two. The establishment of the energy level theory formally connects the strong with civilization, creating a unique symbiotic bond. Zhang Sun was ecstatic. For scientists, especially those like Zhang Sun who focused on mechanics and overlooked cultivation, the whole concept of cultivation seemed unscientific. No scientific theory could explain why people could grow stronger through cultivation, why humans could cultivate, or how energy could be stored in the human body as brain level or body level energy. To scientists, cultivation was a blind spot in science. This gave rise to the saying that the end of technology is theology, a somewhat lazy scientific explanation. But now, cultivation could be scientifically explained. The issues that had baffled all scientists in human civilization were finally resolved. How could this not be exciting? This is fantastic. I need to publish a paper and share this hypothesis. Oh, by the way, since you are the one who came up with the hypothesis, can I participate in the publication as an assistant? I want to be remembered in history. I want to have a significant place in the history of science. Zhang Sun was overjoyed. He reached out, grabbed Su Ming's shoulders, and shook him vigorously, much like a child who had just received a new toy. Su Ming gave a wry smile, but inside, he was thrilled by this hypothesis. Although it was just a guess, Su Ming had already seen evidence supporting its crystal civilization. The crystal civilization represented a pinnacle in energy research, where a civilization embodies its strongest individuals, and those individuals integrate back into the civilization. Su Ming had a premonition that humanity would soon face an invasion from this crystal civilization. The newly proposed energy level theory might be the key to determining whether human civilization could repel this threat. Calm down, Director Zhang, calm down. Su Ming patted Zhang Sun on the shoulder, feeling a bit odd himself. He thought to himself, wasn't he just as excited a moment ago? Shaking his head, he slowly began, Director Zhang. What if I told you this isn't the full extent of my hypothesis? Zhang Sun froze for a moment, then his eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. You have more discoveries? Speak, speak. At that moment, Zhang Sun dropped all his airs of authority, becoming the most devoted student and disciple in the face of truth. The key point is the entropy matter you're holding, Su Ming said slowly. Hearing this, Zhang Sun looked down at the energy tube in his hand, where gray entropy matter flowed continuously. Entropy matter? Is there something special about it? Su Ming nodded slowly and sighed. The focus is on entropy matter. Although it ranks the lowest in the energy hierarchy, this seemingly weakest form of energy is the ultimate destination of all energy types. Moreover, it's also their initial starting point. It has an unparalleled status. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sun's eyes filled with deep confusion. What do you mean? As everyone knows, once a star exhausts its energy, if its mass is sufficient, it will gradually collapse, eventually forming a highly dense, tiny celestial body, possibly even a black hole. Zhang Sun nodded. This was common knowledge. But what did it have to do with entropy matter? I once entered the void realm by chance and, through a stroke of luck, saw the scene within it via a higher dimensional being. The void realm is filled with entropy matter, squeezed out by dark matter from various universes and spaces. What? Zhang Sun's expression changed slightly. There had been human pioneers who fell into the void realm before, but they left the void realm using third-level energy rather than observing its contents. Thus, humanity hadn't fully explored what materials existed in the void realm. Hearing the mention of entropy matter from Su Ming now was shocking. The void realm is entirely composed of entropy matter, which is a significant discovery. I found that the transformation process of entropy matter is highly similar to that of stars. Su Ming continued. The void realm, from our previous understanding, is a buffer zone between different universes and spaces. But from another perspective, could we say that the void realm is a basket containing countless universes and spaces? Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Zhang Sun's face showed a contemplative expression. He seemed to sense something but couldn't quite grasp it. Let's create a pattern for the evolution of the void realm. Su Ming chuckled softly and extended his hand, using a model projector to display a star map. He then pointed to the empty expanse of the starry sky. This is the void realm, he said. Next, Su Ming pointed to the stars within the map. And these are the universes within the void realm. The void realm is akin to the cosmic space, while the universe is akin to the stars. With this perspective, what does entropy represent? Su Ming asked slowly, with a hint of deeper meaning in his voice. Zhang Sun's eyes showed a glimmer of contemplation. Entropy is a form of energy. It's not that entropy can't be utilized. It's just that its energy form is extremely low level, so low that it doesn't produce any fluctuations or heat, rendering it unusable. But what if the amount of entropy were to become nearly infinite? Su Ming asked, his voice calm and deliberate. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Zhang Sun's pupils suddenly contracted as he considered a possibility. Director Zhang, look. Su Ming commanded in a low, firm voice. He then manipulated the simulator to project a starry sky, filling the empty space with a large amount of gray matter. This gray matter is entropy. However, no matter how much entropy Su Ming added, the starry sky remained unchanged, showing no fluctuations or significant changes. Entropy's energy level is so low that compressing it hardly results in any qualitative change or effective energy. But what if the amount of entropy increased to infinity? As Su Ming's words fell, the simulator began to show an uncontrollable increase in entropy. Zhang Sun's expression changed slightly, and he stared in disbelief at the transformations in the simulator. As the quantity of entropy reached infinity and continued to compress, it ultimately formed a spheria black sphere with infinite mass and infinitesimal volume. Director Zhang, does this remind you of anything? Su Ming asked meaningfully. A singularity, Zhang Sun whispered, his mouth dry. Exactly, the singularity before the Big Bang. Su Ming's eyes gleamed, and he continued to manipulate the simulator to show further changes in the singularity. Boom! Su Ming shouted dramatically as the singularity exploded. It began to expand infinitely, becoming immeasurably vast yet incredibly light. Time and space emerged, followed by matter, stars, and life. The universe was formed from an infinite amount of entropy through a process of continuous compression. Su Ming explained with a hint of wonder in his eyes. All the entropy from various worlds is squeezed into the void realm, amounting to an almost infinite quantity. In the process of compression within the void realm, where the energy is dense, life forms, and where impurities gather, it produces. Su Ming paused and then took out a stone from his hand, a stone invisible to both Su Ming and Zhang Sun but perceptible nonetheless. A super civilization artifact. Once the compression is complete, it forms a universe. Zhang Sun collapsed to the ground, utterly disregarding his dignified appearance. The scene before him and Su Ming's words left him profoundly shaken. So, we just chatted our way to uncovering the mysteries of the universe's birth? Zhang Sun felt his mouth go dry. Seeing Zhang Sun like this, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. It's not that dramatic. We just figured out the principles of the universe's birth. But we still don't know where entropy came from in the first place or how it operates. Zhang Sun nodded, then instinctively asked, what changes will this new understanding bring us? At that moment, Zhang Sun almost forgot he was an enlightened one, and that the person standing before him was just a level 9 mechanic. From their conversation up to now, Zhang Sun gradually started to regard Su Ming as his teacher. That's exactly why I sought you out, Su Ming said with a wry smile. Zhang Sun was taken aback and asked, what do you need my help with? Su Ming chuckled and said, just now, we talked about how energy levels correspond to cultivation, right? Zhang Sun nodded, acknowledging that enlightened ones are considered the third energy level, a consensus between the two. Indeed, the fourth energy level is the next realm for an enlightened one. However, I discovered by chance that this isn't always the case. There's another path of cultivation in this world. Zhang Sun was even more puzzled. How is that possible? The higher the energy level, the greater the power it generates. That's an absolute truth. I used to think so too, Su Ming replied, shaking his head, until I thought about my dad. Your dad? Kellen Clarence, the enlightened one? Zhang Sun was astonished. Su Ming nodded. Yeah, my dad is incredibly strong. He hasn't cultivated divinity, which we see as the key to the next realm. Yet, he can easily match divine enlightened ones. In fact, some divine enlightened ones, as far as I know, have been beaten by my dad. Okay, I'll come clean him talking about Li Ku. Logically, if the energy level theory holds true, then Li Ku, an enlightened one who has awakened divinity, should be stronger than my dad, who hasn't mastered divinity. But in reality, that's not the case. My dad's existence almost made me question the energy level theory. It wasn't until I encountered entropy that I realized something. My dad unknowingly walked a different path, a path contrary to the norm, a path probably unique to him in the entire universe. Zhang Sun's mouth dropped open, his eyes fixed on Su Ming. Wait, so both of you are anomalies? What path did your dad take? Zhang Sun asked instinctively. Su Ming smiled, pointing to the entropy in Zhang Sun's hand. While others are constantly striving to elevate their energy levels, seeking higher tiers of power, my dad did the opposite. He pursued the descent of energy levels until it couldn't be compressed any further. Finally, the compression was complete. Su Ming lifted his head, admiration shining in his eyes. He had walked the path of entropy. By insanely compressing infinite low-level power, he ultimately formed the most violent, direct, and pure strength. I bet if my dad continues down this path, he might very well nurture an internal universe within his own body. Sigh. My dad is still as unfathomable as ever. Ahem. For those who claim they can understand, can you still follow these last two chapters? Ahem. The room fell silent for a moment. Zhang Sun's face showed a thoughtful expression as he processed what Su Ming had just told him. Su Ming, on the other hand, was also deep in thought, gazing at a model nearby. After a while, Zhang Sun snapped out of his reverie and, with a complex look, asked, So, you're planning to follow your father's path? Su Ming nodded, then shook his head. I want to try both paths, he said. You might not believe it, but I've already awakened my divinity, though it's very weak. There's no need to abandon my divinity just to follow my father's path. Both paths. Zhang Sun gasped, then a spark of excitement appeared on his face. I think it could work. You should definitely try both paths. You'll be a fantastic experimental subject. Your dedication will be remembered, and history will surely mark your efforts. Zhang Sun's eyes lit up with excitement, looking at Su Ming as if he were a lab rat. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh bitterly inside. He knew Zhang Sun's personality well enough to predict this reaction. Upon learning such groundbreaking theories, Zhang Sun would be eager to test them. And the best way to test them? Find a lab rat. Su Ming was that lab rat in Zhang Sun's eyes. If Su Ming's approach of walking both paths succeeded, it would validate their theories and have a profound impact on the future. Little did they realize that their conjectures today would soon pave the way for a new era. Su Ming's dual-path approach would become a model for countless future practitioners. However, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Despite their awareness of the potential future impact, Su Ming and Zhang Sun were still at the theoretical stage, waiting for validation. Su Ming took a deep breath and nodded. All right, lab rat it is. If it means paving the way, then so be it. As a researcher himself, Su Ming was also eager to see the data and practical results of this theory. So, what's our first step? He asked. Zhang Sun's face suddenly turned a bit awkward. Just moments ago, they had been discussing grand ideas with great enthusiasm, but now, at the experimental stage, Zhang Sun realized he had no idea where to start. Don't worry, Su Ming said with a mysterious smile. We need one more person for this to work. A few hours later, Li Ran sat before Su Ming and Zhang Sun, trying to digest the information he had just received. Zhang Sun watched with satisfaction as Li Ran's face went through a range of emotions. Confusion, shock, disbelief, helplessness, and a sense of being in a dream. Perfect, Zhang Sun thought, seeing in Li Ran the same bewilderment he had felt hours earlier. I thought it was just me being inexperienced. Seeing the other researchers looking just as bewildered, I felt a sense of balance restored. But wait, does this mean we're starting the experiment now? Li Ran was stunned. A few hours ago, I was just eating a burger, and now you're telling me I have to shoulder the responsibility of changing the era? What the? Zhang Sun silently patted Li Ran's shoulder. Looking at his young and confused face, Zhang Sun found him increasingly likable. It's okay, kid. A few hours ago, I was eating pig's feet. Same thing. So what do we do now? The two senior researchers, who usually exuded confidence, now looked like clueless kids, turning their eyes to Su Ming for guidance. Su Ming chuckled, then pointed at Li Ran and said, Li Ran, Remember the civilization-level gene technology we acquired from the Empire? Li Ran nodded. The cell energy compression technology is very advanced. Chapter 208 mentioned that when the Empire traded with Su Ming, they exchanged several civilization-level technologies for territories within the Void Civilization. Among them was the cell energy compression technology, which Su Ming had previously thought was useless to him. But now, reflecting on it, he realized, this is the technology my father personally chose for me. Su Ming sighed softly and murmured to himself, I didn't think much of it before, assuming it was just an ordinary gene technology. But now it seems. Su Ming felt a warmth in his heart as he realized that his father might have wanted to guide him along his path. Cell energy compression is exactly the kind of gene technology needed for this path. Just the words energy and compression perfectly align with the concept of entropy compression. Su Ming speculated that his father had recognized the uniqueness and strength of his cultivation path, even though he might have stumbled upon it by accident. Given his straightforward personality, Su Ming's father probably didn't understand the principles behind this cultivation method and was still figuring it out. So instead of directly teaching Su Ming the method, he sent the technology to Wan Tong, hoping his smarter son could figure out the cultivation path. Su Ming smiled wryly. My dad is really something. If it weren't for this coincidence, who could have figured this out? However, this also confirmed that the key to cultivating the zero-energy path indeed lay in this technology. Hearing Su Ming's words, Li Ran's eyes lit up with excitement. I think I understand. No problem. I can help you with the experiment. Su Ming nodded, and then turned to Zhang Sun. Li Ran will assist with the cell energy compression, and Director Zhang, you will handle the energy downgrading. Upon hearing Su Ming's instructions, both Zhang Sun and Li Ran nodded simultaneously and got to work. Zhang Sun began assembling the equipment needed for energy downgrading and setting up observation and recording devices. Meanwhile, Li Ran brought over the instruments from his research lab and started preparing to compress Su Ming's cells. About 5 hours later, Su Ming saw that both of them had everything ready. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming said, let's begin. Zhang Sun's workshop was filled with a variety of intricate and complex instruments. These devices occasionally emitted different colored lights and made beeping sounds. Anyone unfamiliar with their operation would be left bewildered. At this moment, standing at the center of these instruments was a handsome young man, Su Ming. He glanced at the numerous wires and testing equipment attached to him and nodded towards Li Ran and Zhang Sun, who were standing behind a protective barrier. I'm ready. Start it up. Su Ming called out to them. All right, first experiment. Ready to begin? Zhang Sun responded, his face serious as he looked at Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming was no longer just his collaborator, but his test subject. Zhang Sun's gaze was filled with rationality and caution as he activated the surrounding instruments. Instantly, a large amount of energy transformed into streams of dark gray liquid and flowed towards Su Ming. This liquid was the lowest form of energy entropy material. Su Ming couldn't create the entropy conversion device on his own. However, Zhang Sun, with his profound mechanical theory knowledge, quickly built the device once he understood the nature of entropy material. Zhang Sun was responsible for providing Su Ming with entropy material, while Li Ran supported Su Ming with cellular energy compression. Although Su Ming's father had successfully tinkered with this method, Su Ming, Zhang Sun, and Li Ran were rigorous theorists and practitioners. Their goal wasn't just to develop this method, but to create a safe and viable cultivation technique. This required extensive research data to support their theoretical framework. Thus, Zhang Sun and Li Ran played crucial roles, not only providing resources but also observing, recording, and summarizing the data to form a solid theory. The process was tedious and complex, but success would revolutionize the development of civilization. Soon, entropy material was forcibly injected into Su Ming's body. Focus on the sensation of entropy entering your body. Try to absorb it with your body rather than relying on the machine. Zhang Sun shouted from outside. The energy level of entropy material was so low that normal people couldn't absorb or utilize it without mechanical assistance. The aim of this experiment was to see if the body could absorb entropy material independently. Su Ming frowned slightly. It wasn't discomfort he felt, but rather, nothing at all. Even discomfort would have been something. But the massive influx of entropy material into his body left him with no sensation. The energy was so low level that it had no destructive power or flow, like swallowing air utterly insensible. Increase it. Increase it. Raise the level of entropy input. Su Ming shouted. Soon, an even larger amount of entropy material surged into his body. Still not enough. Still not enough. This is too little. Su Ming shook his head. The entropy material continued to increase, flooding into Su Ming's body. Su Ming was like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing entropy into his body. The process lasted for about an hour. Finally, when the transfer of entropy reached a certain critical point, Su Ming suddenly reacted. He could feel it. At that moment, he could sense the entropy within his body, and it began to cause chaos in his physical structure. The nature of entropy is disorder and chaos, so the resulting disarray in his body didn't surprise him too much. Director Zhang, I can feel it. Record the entropy energy at this critical point. We'll need to run more tests. If we get consistent results, this amount should be the minimum detectable value of entropy, Su Ming said. Zhang Sun nodded and recorded the data. At that moment, Li Ran spoke up. Su Ming, can you transfer all the entropy into your arm? I want to test the effect of cellular energy compression technology. Su Ming nodded and manipulated his energy levels, driving the lazy entropy into his right arm. Several mechanical needles were then inserted into Su Ming's arm by Li Ran. A strange wave followed the needles into Su Ming's arm. Under its influence, the cells in his arm began to devour the entropy, continuously compressing it within the cells. Not bad, Li Ran murmured, monitoring the values on the nearby instruments. Everything is stable. The entropy can indeed be compressed into the cells, and the bioactivity in Su Ming's right arm is very healthy. It's feasible. The individual cells are actually growing stronger after absorbing the entropy. Incredible, Li Ran muttered to himself, eyes glued to the instrument readings. But just as he finished speaking, a muffled explosion suddenly echoed in the lab. The three of them watched in shock as Su Ming's right arm burst open, scattering flesh and blood everywhere like a watermelon. What just happened? Su Ming was the most shocked. Before the explosion, he hadn't felt anything, not even a hint of pain. Then suddenly, his arm exploded. Su Ming, are you okay? Zhang Sun asked, startled. Su Ming shook his head. I'm fine, but it's strange. I didn't feel any pain before the explosion. It only hit me the moment it happened. It seems we still don't understand entropy well enough. Clearly, something went wrong. It's okay, take it slow. We never expected to succeed on the first try. Experiments are like this. Hundreds of failures are normal. At least now we know these values can lead to an explosion. Come out and let Li Ran help you restore your arm before we start again, Zhang Sun said, trying to reassure him. Su Ming looked up, then smiled and shook his head. No worries, let's continue. Continue? Zhang Sun and Li Ran were taken aback. His right arm was gone, and he still wanted to continue? Was Su Ming planning to blow up his left arm next? This guy is way too dedicated. Blow up everything in one go before taking a break? We need more test subjects like him, they thought, feeling a mix of admiration and concern. But at that moment, Su Ming calmly used starlight energy to restore his right arm, making it nearly identical to how it was before the injury. He moved his right arm a bit, then looked at the two stunned individuals and said curiously, you two didn't think I was going to blow up my left arm as well, did you? Zhang Sun, Li Ran? As days went by, the cosmic situation continued to escalate. The Wantong galaxy, which had once been under many watchful eyes, suddenly went silent, closing itself off from the rest of the universe. At this moment, within the Wantong Mechanical Research Institute, a cry of pain echoed once again. It's okay. I'll recover. You two record the data first. Su Ming grimaced as he restored his arm, then plopped down in front of the display screen. The initial phase is pretty stable now. This time, there seems to be an issue with the secondary overlay function. I'll slightly reduce the isotope frequency next time, Li Ran said, his eyes fixed on the screen in front of him. From the beginning until now, the three of them had been in the lab for a full 4 months. During this time, they had been researching the entropy cultivation method, with vast amounts of data and experimental results recorded in the optical brain system. Su Ming had lost count of how many times his arm had exploded. His arm's skin had turned a shade paler than the rest of his body, looking incredibly delicate. We're almost there. I can feel it. The initial phase is fully stable now, and we have enough data and experimental results to avoid thousands of failures. Let's give it another try. The three of them were unkempt, resembling wild men. But Zhang Sun's eyes remained fervent as he meticulously analyzed the data, designing the next experiment with great precision. Su Ming exhaled deeply. The research process was indeed immersive, but the test subject wasn't so lucky. He could endure one explosion, but thousands of them had pushed his nerves to the limit. Su Ming glanced at the remaining starlight points in the system, took a deep breath, and said, 5 more times. If it doesn't work after 5 tries, we'll take a break and reassess. The 5 attempts equaled the remaining starlight points. Each recovery required starlight points, and thousands of recoveries had drained his system of hundreds of thousands of points. Now, only a little over 100 starlight points remained, barely enough for 5 more recoveries. Yeah, we should take a break. The last 5 tries. Zhang Sun and Li Ran finally realized that Su Ming had endured his arm exploding thousands of times. They had been so engrossed in the research that they hadn't noticed. Now, they were secretly amazed by Su Ming's strong will. To endure thousands of arm explosions and still push the research forward without much resistance. No wonder Su Ming had come this far. It was absolutely not just luck. Ignoring their expressions, Su Ming stood up, looked at them, and said, let's go. I'm ready. He glanced at his right arm. To conserve starlight energy, he hadn't fully restored it, only about 30 of its peak state. For Su Ming, 30 was more than enough to conduct the experiment. As soon as Zhang Sun gave the order, the experiment started once more. This time, the progress slowly reached the previous point where the arm had exploded. Both Li Ran and Zhang Sun showed a hint of tension on their faces. At that moment, the previously exploded arm stabilized, emitting a completely different aura. Sensing this new aura, the three of them widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Su Ming's right arm. Did it succeed? Zhang Sun asked, his face filled with incredulity. It did. It really did. I can feel the difference. Su Ming exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with joy. I figured it out. Lowering the tissue activity by 30 is the key. Looking at his right arm, Su Ming's eyes were filled with ecstatic joy. Thousands of failed attempts had finally led to success. It was a method achieved through countless trials and errors. At this moment, Su Ming felt his right arm brimming with unparalleled power, capable of withstanding Mechs with sheer physical strength. It worked. It really worked. My right arm has achieved the state of entropy, Su Ming announced joyfully. Upon hearing Su Ming's declaration, Zhang Sun and Li Ran hugged each other like overexcited children. The three men shouted, cried, and jumped around the lab in sheer excitement. Observing this scene, one of the other researchers muttered, is it too late to switch teams? Calm down, everyone, Su Ming suggested after the celebration. Let's document everything and develop a complete system for entropy training, so practitioners can succeed even without equipment. The three of them quickly regained their composure and resumed their research. Time flew by, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, a significant event occurred in human civilization. The Radiant Federation and the Divine Moon Empire simultaneously announced their elevation to new supercluster civilizations, joining the ranks of the original 5 major space nations. Human civilization now comprised 7 major space nations. For ordinary citizens, the strengthening of human civilization was undoubtedly a good thing. However, for politicians, the new structure was more accurately seen as 2 superpowers and 5 space nations. Even the most oblivious individuals could sense a shift in the atmosphere of human civilization. One day, 6 months later, a phone call was made to Wanting's lab, specifically directed to Su Ming. Deeply engrossed in his research, Su Ming was startled by the call and hurriedly answered it. On the screen appeared a sharp-eyed, middle-aged man, Su Ming's father, Colin Clarence. Seeing his son's disheveled appearance, Colin's eye twitched slightly. Ahem, Su Ming, my boy, you might want to pay a bit more attention to your appearance. Don't be too ahem, Colin said. Colin Clarence's lips twitched slightly before he spoke calmly. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized what was happening. He hurriedly used a photon razor to tidy up his beard and hair before turning to Colin Clarence and asking, "What's the matter?" Colin Clarence's expression grew a bit more serious as he slowly said, "The leader of the Empire wants to see you." Hearing his father's words, Su Ming was stunned. The leader of the Empire? What a weighty title. The leader of the Empire, practically the most powerful person in human civilization, standing at its pinnacle. Such a figure, with just a thought, could command the deaths of millions, and with a mere idea, hundreds of envoys would rush to fulfill it. Even though Su Ming didn't want to admit it, he had to acknowledge that the mention of the Empire's leader brought a hint of nervousness to his heart. Why does the leader want to see me? Su Ming asked curiously. Colin Clarence shook his head in response. I don't know either, but don't worry. The leader of the Empire is a very special person. If he's looking for you, it shouldn't be a bad thing. Su Ming showed a doubtful expression but nodded. All right, I understand. Seeing Su Ming nod, Colin Clarence didn't say much more, simply adding, I'll be waiting for you in the Empire. He was about to end the communication when Su Ming suddenly called out, Wait, Dad. Colin Clarence looked a bit surprised, but a faint smile flickered in his eyes. Su Ming had finally called him Dad. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, and then transmitted a document to Colin Clarence's data system. This is something we've been working on recently. Here, take a copy, but don't share it. It might be useful to you. With that, Su Ming ended the call. In the Empire, Colin Clarence was taken aback and then opened the document Su Ming had sent. He murmured to himself, this kid, always so secretive. Let's see what kind of information he thinks I need. Seriously, I'm an envoy after all. Suddenly, Colin Clarence's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the document. This usually stern and composed envoy, who hadn't uttered a curse in 100 years, exclaimed, Holy crap. The leader of the Empire wanted to see him. There was no time to waste. He had to go. This was the top leader, someone not to be offended. Su Ming felt like a minor official from ancient times about to meet the emperor. The leader of the Empire wielded even more power than a king. Su Ming packed his things and addressed Zhang Sun and Li Ran, who were still engrossed in their research. I have to leave for a while to meet the leader of the Empire, guys. Zhang Sun and Li Ran didn't even look up, waving him off impatiently. Yeah, we know. Go on, don't disturb us. Su Ming was taken aback and gave them a slightly annoyed look. He now understood how a company boss felt when dealing with their top salespeople or the most capable employees. He wanted to give them a good scolding, but knew he had to treat them well. These two were invaluable assets. Their recent research had been revolutionizing cutting-edge technology almost every week. They carried an air of becoming trailblazing leaders of a new era. Best not to mess with them. Feeling a bit deflated, Su Ming packed his bags and left the lab quietly. After leaving the laboratory, Su Ming boarded his spaceship and sped towards the Empire's territory. The land ceded by the Glorious Federation was very close to the Empire, so Su Ming was now heading from the Wanvine star system to the Empire's main star Shenghua Tianqing. Shenghua Tianqing, the administrative star of the Empire, is heavily guarded and boasts formidable defenses, reputed to be the most impregnable planet in human civilization. The Empire's leader resides on this planet. Since Su Ming had the Empire's permission, his spaceship encountered no obstacles even when entering Shenghua Tianqing's space. Unauthorized ships would receive a warning, and if they continued, they would likely be reduced to space debris within seconds. As soon as Su Ming disembarked, he saw his father standing in the reception area of the spaceport, dressed in the Imperial general's uniform and standing tall. Not daring to let his father wait, Su Ming hurriedly trotted over to his side. At that moment, Su Ming's eyes sharpened, and his expression turned cold. He saw a young man who resembled him standing next to his father, looking at him with a mix of indifference and apprehension. Su Rue. Corn Su Rue. A reunion between brothers should have been a warm scene, but Su Ming and Su Rue's eyes were filled with deep coldness and murderous intent. The brothers had a grudge. Su Rue wanted to kill the now clear-headed Su Ming because Su Ming had witnessed him betraying the Corrin family. Su Ming wanted to kill his brother, who had sent assassins after him as soon as he regained his sanity, because it was due to Su Rue that their mother had died at Guangling Tianqi's hands. What's wrong with you two? Having a spat? At this moment, Corrin Clarence's voice came over. He looked at Su Ming and Su Rue with a strange expression, not understanding why the brothers were so cold upon seeing each other. After Corrin Clarence spoke, the atmosphere seemed to thaw instantly, as if a false filter had been applied. How could that be? I'm just so happy to see my brother back. It's been nearly 2 years since we last met. I've heard my dear brother has made quite a name for himself outside, and as his older brother, I'm very proud, Su Rue said, donning a fake, formulaic smile as he addressed Su Ming. Su Ming glanced at his father, then quickly put on a warm smile and said to Su Rue, "Every day I was out there. I missed my dear brother and couldn't wait to come back to see you. Fatherly love and brotherly harmony." Corrin Clarence, the Empire's iron-fisted Tianqi, who was adept at killing enemies but almost clueless about emotions, looked at the two brothers and laughed. It's rare for Su Ming to come back. Now that we're reunited, let's settle in for the night. Tomorrow, we'll go to the Imperial Palace to meet the leader. Su Ming and Su Rue nodded simultaneously, a strange glint flickering in their eyes as they looked at each other. Su Ming glanced at his father and shook his head silently. The matter about Su Rue was known only to that person from the beast god civilization, now called Wanmu. No one else, not even his father, was aware of it. If he told his father, would he believe it? Or would he even be willing to believe it? Su Ming slowly shook his head again, deciding that his father would naturally find out after they returned from the Guangling family. There was no need to mention it now. After all, learning from his second son that his wife indirectly died because of his first son would be too cruel. That night, Su Ming and his family stayed on the Empire's main star. Much like how people in ancient times would wait outside the palace a day early to avoid being late for an audience with the emperor. Just as Su Ming finished washing up and was about to lie down, there was a knock on his door. His expression changed slightly as he opened the door to find Colin Clarence standing outside, looking like he had something important to discuss. Su Ming understood immediately and said, "Dad, come in." Colin Clarence nodded and entered Su Ming's room. Without saying a word, he took out a space isolator, effectively cutting off the room from the outside world. These devices were expensive and usually reserved for important conversations. Clearly, Colin Clarence valued what they were about to discuss. "What's up, Dad?" Su Ming asked with a smile. Colin Clarence's face turned serious as he asked, "The information you sent me today, where did you get it?" Su Ming chuckled and replied, "We researched it ourselves. Didn't you notice that it includes the cell energy compression technology?" Colin Clarence's surprise deepened. "You really developed this yourselves? If this knowledge is made public, it could have a massive impact on human civilization, potentially ushering in a new era and completely changing the landscape of our society." Colin Clarence's words were no exaggeration. The rise of the Eastern Alliance from obscurity was due to their introduction of the divine theory, which catapulted human civilization into the divine era and quickly made them one of the 5 major cosmic nations. The implication was clear. If Su Ming and his team were to publicize their technology, Wanten could attract countless talents and practitioners, potentially becoming the center of the new era, just like the Eastern Alliance did, and rise to the top of human civilization. Su Ming understood his father's concern. He pondered for a moment before asking seriously, "So, do you think we should make this knowledge public?" This was a question that had been weighing on his mind. Su Ming had a deep understanding of the current state of human civilization. It was precisely because he understood it so well that he was conflicted about whether to release the knowledge. The current situation was different from when the Eastern Alliance rose to power. Their rise was possible because the four major cosmic nations had just been weakened by a great war, giving the Eastern Alliance an opportunity. But now, both the Empire and the Eastern Alliance were stronger than ever, poised to become the two superpowers of the universe. The Empire aimed to turn the game into a three-way struggle for dominance and would never allow an unknown, uncontrollable cosmic nation to rise to prominence. Su Ming could see some things clearly, but others were obscured by his identity and status. The Empire's stance. That's why Su Ming came all the way here to ask his father. No one understood the Empire's attitude better than Colin Clarence. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Colin Clarence shook his head without hesitation and said, "No, it can't be made public, at least not now." Colin Clarence's expression was more serious than ever. He was a general of the Empire, but he was also Su Ming's father. For the first time, he viewed the situation from Su Ming's perspective rather than the Empire's. At this stage, the Empire won't allow the rise of a new cosmic nation. You should be able to see that the Empire's goal is the unification of human civilization. Su Ming slowly nodded. Although I hate to say this to you, it's true that no one can stop the Empire at this point. I know you want to make a name for yourself, but right now, you're too inexperienced. You might never have the chance to possess the power to counter the Empire in your lifetime. For Wan Tong, the best outcome is to integrate into the Empire and hand over these materials at the right moment to maximize benefits. After hearing Colin Clarence's words, Su Ming was silent for a while before slowly nodding. "I understand. I will think it over." Su Ming knew deep down that Colin Clarence was right. Wan Tong's ambition to use these materials to become the center of the era and achieve great things was not feasible at this stage. The Empire was too powerful, almost on the verge of unifying human civilization. It would not tolerate another center of power within human civilization. These materials were a ticking time bomb for Wan Tong unless handed over to the Empire in exchange for maximum benefits. Otherwise, they could spell disaster. However, Su Ming was not ready to compromise yet. Who knows what the future holds? Shaking his head, Su Ming said to Colin Clarence, "I understand, Dad. I won't make these materials public or use them for now. I'll wait until the time is right to make a decision." Colin Clarence slowly nodded. Indeed, there's no rush to make a decision now. The future is full of uncertainties, and no one knows what will happen. Then, with a slight smile, Colin Clarence added, "You had the nerve to call me the first practitioner of entropy cultivation. Aren't you afraid of making me angry?" Su Ming was taken aback, then chuckled awkwardly. "Well, I was so engrossed in my research that I just came up with a random title." Colin Clarence laughed heartily and looked at Su Ming with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "I must admit, your theory amazed me. I was feeling a bit lost in my cultivation path, but now you've helped me find a clear direction. I should thank you." Su Ming scratched his head and shook it. "It was your own exploration. I just built on your foundation. It's nothing much." Colin Clarence gave Su Ming a deep look before putting away the space isolator. He turned away, his voice gradually fading. "You're great. Much better than me as a father." Early the next morning, Imperial officials were waiting in front of Su Ming and his companion's residence, ready to guide Su Ming and Corin Clarence to the reception hall of the Empire's leader. Su Ming followed Corin Clarence towards an extraordinarily grand building. Corin Clarence, familiar with the surroundings from numerous visits, maintained a composed demeanor. For Su Ming, however, it was his first time here, and he found the buildings, sculptures, and reliefs around him to be exceptionally impressive and aesthetically pleasing, constantly glancing around with fresh curiosity. Before long, the Imperial officials led the two to a grand hall. With a creak, the door made a slight friction sound, followed by the activation of various devices. Although it seemed like an ordinary door, it concealed an incredibly complex defense system. Even if the door were open, without deactivating the defense system, not even three apocalyptics attacking together could breach the hall. Once the noises gradually subsided, the Imperial official spoke to Su Ming and Corin Clarence. "Please enter, the leader is waiting for you." Su Ming and Corin Clarence nodded and stepped inside. To Su Ming's surprise, the hall did not exude a solemn or austere atmosphere. Instead, it felt quite cozy. He had expected something formal, perhaps akin to an ancient court meeting, or at least a round-table conference. Unexpectedly, it resembled a warm family dinner, with the entire hall decorated with a few flowers and plants, and a simple, small dining table in the center. The table was laden with various delicacies, making it seem more like a family gathering than a formal meeting. Seated at the table was a man dressed in the Empire's iconic attire. Upon seeing Su Ming and Corin Clarence enter, he immediately showed a gentle smile and gestured to the chairs in front of him, saying warmly, "You're here? Please have a seat. His words were friendly, like a hospitable neighbor inviting guests to sit. However, the moment Su Ming saw this man, his pupils contracted sharply, and a look of intense shock flashed in his eyes. Cold sweat slowly trickled down his neck as the hairs on his back stood on end. This man gave Su Ming an indescribable feeling. The aura he exuded was perfectly balanced, not too strong, not too weak. His gaze held just the right amount of authority. His demeanor was neither too distant nor too familiar. Everything about him was perfectly measured, as if an invisible ruler constantly gauged every aspect of his being. Su Ming couldn't sense any human presence from him. It was as if his way of thinking had transcended humanity, merging with the Empire itself. He had abandoned all biological thought patterns. His will was the Empire's will. He was like a flawlessly operating machine, powerful and without flaws. His level of self-control was terrifyingly extreme, to the point where even the word discipline seemed an insult when applied to him. If the Empire desired a ruthless leader, he could immediately transform into the most iron-fisted ruler. If the Empire wanted benevolent governance, he could be more compassionate than any king in history. If the Empire sought a powerful figure, he could become the most formidable being in existence. He could even change his gender at a genetic level to become a female monarch if the Empire needed one. Absolute control over oneself, at all times. Su Ming felt that this man had turned divinity, thought, and consciousness into mere tools, interchangeable and manufacturable at will. Su Ming shivered inwardly at the thought of fourth-level energy. Even if the Empire's leader hadn't mastered such energy, he was likely not far from it. His self-control was so immense that he could easily create different personalities, thought processes, or even divine attributes within himself. He could effortlessly steer the future, foresee its various possibilities, and lead the Empire towards the optimal choice. This was the most powerful being Su Ming had ever encountered in the universe. Ordinary beings with apocalyptic power would likely be defeated in a single move by this leader. Even Su Ming's father, a strong figure who had taken a different path, would stand no chance against him. It was laughable Su Ming had been worried about the crystal civilization invading human civilization. If they dared to come, they would be annihilated each time. No wonder the void civilization, which was even stronger than human civilization, had been pushed to the brink of extinction. This man had gradually mastered fourth-level energy. Although he couldn't yet traverse future possibilities at will, he could easily foresee and choose the most advantageous path for the Empire. With countless correct choices, even the formidable void civilization would fall to human civilization, or rather, to the Empire's leader. Su Ming, what's wrong? Come over and sit. Kellen Clarence looked at Su Ming in surprise, and then pointed to a nearby chair. Though Kellen Clarence had learned about the energy classification theory from Su Ming, he hadn't cultivated divinity. He couldn't perceive the unique nature of the man across from him. To him, the leader was still the leader, with no other thoughts arising. Upon hearing his father's words, Su Ming snapped back to reality and smiled wryly. Seeing the leader makes me nervous. I'll come sit now. As he spoke, Su Ming walked over to the dining table and sat down. He continuously used the divinity within his mind to steady his gaze, trying not to give anything away. Su Ming feared that even a fleeting emotion in his eyes might reveal everything about him to the man across the table. The Empire's leader glanced at Su Ming, his eyes showing no other emotions, remaining as kind and trustworthy as ever. He looked at Su Ming with a smile and said, I didn't expect the leader of Wantong to get nervous. That's quite rare. Here, try this. It's roast beef, prepared by the Imperial chef, made from Shika cattle specially slaughtered on Shika Star. The taste is excellent. Su Ming didn't show much emotion on his face as he took the roast beef offered by the Imperial leader, cut a piece, and put it in his mouth. Indeed, it's very good. The meat is tender and juicy, Su Ming remarked with a calm smile, seemingly genuinely praising the dish. However, inside, he was on pins and needles. He finally understood why this grand hall didn't need to exude an air of solemnity. Anyone facing the man opposite would naturally feel a sense of seriousness and gravity. At the dining table, everyone was enjoying themselves. The leader of the Empire exhibited an unusual level of talkativeness and humor, effortlessly creating a harmonious atmosphere with just a few words. Even the usually stern Imperial warlord, Kellen Clarence, had a faint smile on his face. Winning hearts and livening up the atmosphere was second nature to the Empire's leader. Even Su Ming, under the leader's influence, found himself momentarily dazed. If not for his awareness of the leader's manipulative nature, Su Ming might have genuinely felt a sense of camaraderie. The leader showed no interest in discussing the matter of Wanting, much to Su Ming's relief, though it also left him feeling uneasy. Su Ming couldn't help but wonder what else the leader might have discerned about him. Despite his best efforts to gauge the leader's intentions, the leader remained inscrutable, revealing nothing. After several rounds of drinks, the leader turned his gaze to Su Ming, his eyes filled with the affection and pride of a senior towards a promising junior. I must say, Among the younger generation of the Empire, Su Ming stands out as one of the most talented, the leader remarked with a warm smile, his appreciation for Su Ming becoming increasingly evident. Your Excellency flatters me. Su Ming responded with a smile, though a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Being praised by the leader was indeed a matter of pride. Yet, Su Ming knew this was merely a test of their acting skills. Haha, it's no flattery. The young ones in the Empire often mention you. Eager to learn from such a distinguished talent who has been away, the leader said lightly. Su Ming, hearing these seemingly innocuous words, felt a chill run down his spine. The leader was likely getting to the main point. It has been about 3 years since I left the Empire. Returning now feels especially heartwarming, Su Ming remarked with a smile. The leader nodded, gradually adopting a more serious expression. He paused, then looked at Su Ming and slowly said, the Empire currently needs a lot of talent. You've gained enough experience outside. It's time to come back. Even Lord Kellen Clarence would want you to return. This operation against the beast god civilization requires a field commander. Since you are well acquainted with the matter, you are the ideal choice. If you succeed, you will transition directly into a political role within the Empire, making Lord Kellen Clarence proud of you as the next rising star. Hearing the leader's words, Su Ming subtly frowned and exchanged a glance with his father. Seeing Kellen Clarence give a slight, imperceptible nod, Su Ming understood. Leader, if I take on the role of field commander, what about Wanting? He also wishes to contribute to this matter, Su Ming said with a smile. The Empire's leader couldn't help but laugh. Wantang is part of the Empire. This time, they are going to war with the Empire, and leading Wantang's troops is no different. Given the risks involved, Wantang's forces might suffer losses in such a large-scale conflict. This arrangement is meant to minimize unnecessary casualties for Wantang, he said, his words carrying a tone of undeniable authority to Su Ming's ears. Wantang is part of the Empire. Su Ming pondered over this statement. Today's conversation had been brief, but the leader's attitude and intentions were clear enough for Su Ming to reflect on deeply. It seemed the Empire's leader had begun to hold some reservations about Wantang, a nation established under the banner of the Empire's trusted ally. Previously, this alliance showcased the Empire's strength and vastness. However, if the Beast God Empire fell to the combined forces of the Empire and Dongming, the Empire would no longer need such vassal states to demonstrate its power. Wantang was now in an awkward position. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming finally understood the precariousness of serving a powerful ruler. All right, as you command, Your Excellency. I will stay within the Empire and await further orders, Su Ming said obediently, despite his inner turmoil. The leader had made his point clear, almost cornering Su Ming. If he had refused, the Empire's leader would likely have enforced a brutal policy to ensure compliance. Su Ming had no choice but to agree. With Su Ming's compliance, the atmosphere warmed once more. The Empire's leader smiled kindly, seemingly pleased with Su Ming's decision. He stood up slowly and gazed out the window, then turned to Su Ming and said, very good. The brightest minds of the Empire should return to its embrace. Coincidentally, the Divine Kingdom is currently celebrating the Tian Shuang Festival, and other young talents have gathered there. You should take this opportunity to meet them for future collaboration. Hearing the leader's words, Su Ming and Karen Clarenceston immediately understood that they were being dismissed. They stood up and addressed the leader, Your Excellency, we will take our leave now. The leader turned back, smiling, and said to Karen Clarenceston, Lord Clarenceston, why not depart today and get a head start? Karen Clarenceston nodded in agreement and left the leader's reception room with Su Ming. Dad, where did the leader ask you to go? Su Ming asked curiously once they had left the palace grounds. Karen Clarenceston smiled and explained, a portion of the troops needs to advance to a nearby star region. I am one of the commanders leading the vanguard. Su Ming nodded in sudden realization. Colin Clarence looked at his son, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly began to speak. Your choice today is fine. I understand your thinking, but don't rush things. This is a good opportunity for you to enter the Empire's political circles. You should attend the Tian Shuang banquet and meet some of the Empire's officials. The Tian Shuang banquet? Su Ming asked in surprise. Colin Clarence nodded. Yes, the Tian Shuang banquet is a competition platform for the younger generation organized by the Empire. Many government officials will be there to watch. It's a good chance for you to mingle with the offspring of influential families and maybe even have some fun. Su Ming showed a thoughtful expression and then nodded. I'm sorry, but I have military duties to attend to, so I must leave now. Once it's over, you can stay at the Clarence residence, Colin Clarence said, looking at his son with a hint of apology. Su Ming smiled and replied casually, no problem. I can handle this small event. You go ahead. I'll catch up soon. Colin Clarence left quickly, and Su Ming didn't waste any time in the Empire either. He wandered aimlessly, taking in the sights of what could be considered the most prosperous planet of human civilization. The lavish streets, bustling avenues, and highly developed commercial areas were a sight to behold. Occasionally, luxury flying vehicles worth a fortune would pass overhead, and even on the ground, there was a constant stream of high-end cars. On this planet, poverty was a foreign concept. Even those who came from other places to work as servers could make a fortune here. It was a paradise of extravagance, a center of technology, and the starting point of dreams. Despite its harsh survival-of-thefitist rules, this planet was undeniably captivating and teeming with life. As Su Ming strolled casually, a luxurious flying car descended from the sky and stopped in front of him. His expression changed slightly. Not everyone had the privilege of flying rights. Those who did in the Empire's capital were of incredibly high status. Soon, the car door opened, and an exceptionally handsome young man stepped out. He looked at Su Ming and smiled. "Brother Su Ming, my father sent me to take you to the Tianshuang banquet." The young man was about 16 or 17 years old, slightly younger than Su Ming. However, his manners, demeanor, and speech were all elegant and refined, indicating that he was a true aristocrat. Unlike the derogatory term often used for the sons of nouveau riche, a true nobleman from a distinguished family was someone of excellent character and great ability. Despite his young age, Su Ming sensed something extraordinary about him. "Who are you?" Su Ming asked, surprised. The young man smiled slightly. "You can call me Gu Lin. My father is a close friend of Mr. Colin Clarence." "Brother Su Ming, I've heard a lot about you." "Gu? Could you be the son of Gu Boisji, the Wind Spirit Awakener?" Su Ming's expression changed as he asked. Gu Boisji was also one of the Empire's 99 powerful awakeners, known as the Wind Spirit Awakener for his ability to move as swiftly as the wind. Among his father's close friends, Gu was the only one with that surname. Hearing Su Ming's words, Gu Lin smiled. "That's right." Su Ming quickly replied, "I apologize for my ignorance. I've been away for a while, and didn't know the name of the Wind Spirit Awakener's son. Now that I've met you, it's clear that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree." Gu Lin laughed. "You're too kind. Brother Su Ming, please get in the car. I'll take you to the Tianshuang banquet for some fun." After a brief hesitation, Su Ming nodded and got into the flying car. Gu Lin quickly joined him, engaging Su Ming in a warm and lively conversation. Su Ming smiled as they talked, feeling a growing sense of camaraderie with Gu Lin. The Empire's elite formed a close-knit circle. Those outside of it were not considered friends. But within this circle, one could easily find genuine goodwill and sincerity. Although Su Ming had been away for a long time, due to Kellen Clarence's influence, he was undoubtedly considered a member of the Empire's elite. At this moment, Gu Lin was proactively showing goodwill and sincerity towards Su Ming. Not one to be stingy with his own goodwill, Su Ming exchanged contact information with Gu Lin, thinking they might collaborate in the future. Soon, Gu Lin led Su Ming to a magnificent hall. "We're here, Brother Su Ming," Gu Lin said with a smile. Su Ming nodded, got out of the car with Gu Lin, and entered the hall. Su Ming? Lord Su Ming. It's indeed Lord Su Ming. It's rare to see you in the Empire. I heard you established a vassal intergalactic state? Truly impressive." Along the way, many people were surprised to see Su Ming and greeted him warmly. "What's going on, Gu Lin? Why do so many people know me?" Su Ming asked quietly, handling the greetings as they came. Gu Lin chuckled softly and replied, "When the Empire first traded with you, Brother Su Ming, you became quite famous. The subsequent establishment of the Wanting Group only boosted your reputation." And Gu Lin paused, his tone taking on a deeper meaning. "Today, the leader has specifically summoned you. It seems the leader holds you in high regard." Hearing this, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, but then understood. The talk of trades and the Wanting Group was just flattery. The real reason was the leader's summons. It seemed within the Empire's elite circles, there were whispers that Su Ming would play a crucial role in the upcoming actions against the Beast God civilization. This indicated that the leader valued Su Ming highly and planned to cultivate his talents further. These elites, with their razor-sharp political instincts, could sense that Su Ming was poised for great influence within the Empire. Everyone was curious about what abilities and charisma this second son of the Kellen family possessed to earn the leader's favor. No matter the reason, Su Ming found himself at the center of attention at the Twin Stars banquet. People, whether they knew him or not, came over to chat, familiarizing themselves with him. Su Ming experienced firsthand the intricate social interactions within officialdom, especially as someone who had recently gained favor. Just managing these interactions was already exhausting. Su Ming sighed inwardly. He had always despised bureaucratic red tape, yet here he was, a wanderer now caught in the eye of the bureaucratic storm. At that moment, a chorus of cheers erupted from a distance. Su Ming's expression shifted as he looked toward the source of the noise. He saw a large arena encased in a transparent energy shield. On the stage, two young men in mech suits were fighting. The cheers had erupted because one of them had gained the upper hand and was on the verge of victory. Su Ming was intrigued. This is one of the events at the Tianshuang Feast, where young talents compete in the arena to showcase the military prowess of the Empire and provide some entertainment for the feast. Gu Lin's voice came from beside. Let's go and take a look. Su Ming and Gu Lin walked to the area near the arena and casually found a place to sit. Mr. Su Ming. A government official from the Empire greeted Su Ming from nearby. Hello, Su Ming responded with a smile. I am Zhang Xie, the Minister of the Second Department of the Imperial Archives. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Su Ming, Zhang Xie said with a smile. Hello, Minister Zhang. I look forward to working with you, Su Ming replied, then glanced at the arena and asked with curiosity, who are the two gentlemen on the stage? Zhang Xie took a look and chuckled lightly. One is Sun Shi, the third son of Wanhe Tianqi, and the other is Wang Li, the second son of the director of the Second Military Supplies Department. Su Ming looked at Zhang Xie in surprise. Minister Zhang, you seem to know their backgrounds very well? At this moment, Gu Lin couldn't help but laugh. Brother Su, the Second Department of the Archives is responsible for recording information about the Empire's officials and notable figures. Minister Zhang naturally knows these details well. Su Ming suddenly understood. My apologies for the oversight. Zhang Xie nodded with a smile and said meaningfully, Mr. Su Ming, if you ever want to familiarize yourself with the faces of the Empire's officials, you can come to me. I may not know everything, but I am quite knowledgeable about the officials' information. Hearing Zhang Xie's words, Su Ming glanced at him and nodded. He made a mental note of Zhang Xie's name, feeling that this person might be of great help to him in the future. Just then, the match on the stage came to a conclusion. Evidently, Wang Li, the second son of the military supplies director, had the upper hand and defeated Sun Shi, the third son of Wanhe Tianqi. Wang Li removed his mech suit, a slight smile on his face. Tianqi's son is indeed extraordinary. If I hadn't been careful, I might have lost to Brother Sun, Wang Li said. Fortunately, my previous military experience and real battlefield combat gave me a slight edge. Su Ming felt nothing unusual at first, but the second part of Wang Li's statement hinted at a subtle disdain. Clearly, Wang Li did not think highly of Sun Shi, despite maintaining decorum for the occasion. Su Ming found it interesting. It was evident that there were different factions within the Empire, and this scene was not merely a friendly match. Brother Su, you may not know, but within the Empire, those with military backgrounds often look down on the descendants of Tianqi, Gu Lin explained. Oh. Su Ming's interest was piqued. Why is that? Gu Lin smiled and shook his head. Nobles with military backgrounds take pride in their battlefield experience and rising from humble beginnings. They despise those who wield power without merit. The descendants of Tianqi, though not necessarily pampered, come from wealthy families and lack the ruggedness and combat experience of military personnel. Naturally, the two groups do not get along. Hearing Gu Lin's explanation, Su Ming suddenly understood. It was similar to the ancient rivalry between civil and military officials. Though they served the same court, they belonged to different factions and inevitably clashed. At this moment, a burst of cheerful laughter and chatter came from not far away. Su Ming and Gu Lin were both taken aback. They then saw a group of girls pushing a tall, shy-looking young lady towards Su Ming. The girls giggled and teased. Su Ming, little brother, we brought you your fiancé. Su Ming was stunned and looked at the young lady. Is this Miss Tang Mianmian? He asked with a strange expression. Seeing her reminded him of a childhood betrothal arranged by his parents with a noble girl he had never met. His fiancée in the Empire was named Tang Mianmian. Su Ming glanced at her and had to admit that, for an old bachelor like him, Tang Mianmian was indeed captivating. Even after traveling through several interstellar nations, he had never encountered a girl who could match her beauty. But this was just too sudden, and Su Ming felt a bit flustered. Hello, Su Ming, Tang Mianmian said softly, her head lowered in shyness. Her voice as sweet and soft as her name suggested. Hello, Su Ming replied awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Just then, something in his mind, the divine sense, began to pulse frantically. His pupils contracted as he sensed danger. In the next moment, Tang Mianmian suddenly attacked, pulling out a dark green dagger and thrusting it towards him. Her energy level surged to that of a 10th level genetic warrior, and the dagger, like a venomous green snake, aimed straight at Su Ming. Brother Su, watch out, Gu Lin shouted in alarm. The other nobles were shocked, and the entire venue descended into chaos. However, Su Ming remained calm. His hand moved swiftly, catching the dagger mid-thrust. The sharp blade, instead of injuring him, emitted a metallic clang and was firmly gripped in his hand. Su Ming crushed the dagger into pieces and prepared to strike back at Tang Mianmian. But then he paused, sensing an unfamiliar force retreating from her body. Su Ming lifted Tang Mianmian's chin, noticing an abnormal flush on her beautiful face and a vacant look in her eyes. She's been controlled, he realized. No wonder such a young girl could exhibit the strength of a 10th level genetic warrior. Without hesitation, Su Ming knocked her unconscious with a precise palm strike and gently moved her away from him. He had no intention of killing Tang Mianmian. However, Su Ming had once been ambushed by a human bomb in the dark territory, so now he didn't dare let Tang Mianmian stay close to him. If there was a bomb inside her, Su Ming would be in big trouble. Su Ming thought, well, I have a fiancée, so I don't need to care. I'll just knock her out and throw her out. Yeah, I'm just messing around. Within the Empire, an assassination attempt on a high-ranking official was nothing short of a major event. Almost instantly, chaos erupted at the venue of the Tian Shuang banquet. The dignitaries' faces were filled with fear. Noblewomen screamed loudly, and the entire hall descended into pandemonium. However, no matter how loudly they cried for help, their voices couldn't be heard outside. At the very moment Tang Mianmian made her move to assassinate Su Ming, hundreds of space isolators dragged the entire venue into another dimension. The space within the hall was completely separated from the main star of the Empire, making it impossible for any cries for help to be heard. The assassin, having missed with the first strike, did not plan to retreat. He seemed well aware of certain situations within the Empire, knowing that if he didn't isolate this space, a dozen or so Tianqi would arrive at the scene within seconds. Attempting an assassination on the main star of the Empire was a death wish. Just as Su Ming pushed Tang Mianmian away from him, dozens of hostile energies locked onto him. Immediately, two terrifying close-range assassination attempts and dozens of long-range sniping attacks were launched at Su Ming. These two assassins were of the Fatian level. For an ordinary mech warrior, there wouldn't be enough time to don a mech in such a short period. But Su Ming was an exception. A sudden apparition of a divine tree appeared behind Su Ming, and in an instant, a mass of gray liquid covered him. The next moment, as the attacks arrived, Su Ming's mech was already in place. Entropy mech. Su Ming and his team had long since developed the entropy cultivation method. They continued to study it in seclusion, focusing on using entropy to revolutionize existing mechanical technology. The entropy mech and the entropy divine tree were two such advancements. The entropy divine tree was derived from divine knowledge within the court of life, specifically the tree of life. The original tree of life would draw the life force of enemies and inject it into the user. However, the entropy divine tree was anchored in the void domain, continuously absorbing entropy and supplying it to Su Ming. The entropy mech, on the other hand, was based on nanomech technology, an advanced mech technology mastered by Zhang Sun. The units of entropy were far smaller than those of nanotechnology, allowing the entropy mech to form and be donned at speeds hundreds of times faster than ordinary mechs. As long as Su Ming had entropy within him, he could instantly assemble and wear his mech. Boom! The entropy battle blade emerged from the mech and clashed violently with the two Fetian-level assassins. The blade's energy wreaked havoc, slicing the luxurious tables and chairs around them into pieces. At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy radiated from the clash, and the two assassins, with cold and determined eyes, aimed to kill Su Ming with this strike. Su Ming, equally determined to kill, spun his body and mech, infusing the battle blade with immense power and sending the two assassins flying. Simultaneously, more than a dozen sniper attacks landed on Su Ming's mech, causing it to crack open. However, in the next moment, the cracked mech instantly healed itself as if nothing had happened. What was going on? The two assassins were taken aback. What kind of technology was this? It seemed like nanorepair technology, but nanorepair was nowhere near this fast. He must die today. Suddenly, over 100 figures emitting terrifying auras emerged around the venue. They were clad in cold, gleaming mech suits, resembling ferocious beasts as they charged towards Su Ming. Sensing the presence of these hundreds of assassins, Su Ming frowned. Where did so many assassins come from? To manage to smuggle this many assassins into the venue without anyone noticing. It must mean that the person orchestrating this assassination was someone from within the Empire. Su Ming had no time to ponder further. His body shot forward, meeting the oncoming figures head-on. The space around was completely sealed off, turning the venue into a gladiatorial arena. Su Ming had no choice but to fight these assassins to the death. Escaping was nearly impossible. He wielded an entropy blade, his entire body encased in a mech suit coursing with gray entropy, looking like a warrior of death emerging from the depths of hell. He lunged fiercely at one of the vacuum-level assassins. Seeing Su Ming charging at him, the vacuum-level assassin immediately maneuvered his mech, thrusting his mechanical blade to clash with Su Ming. They had investigated Su Ming beforehand and used an energy detector to measure his energy level. They were reassured to find that Su Ming's energy level was still at the 9th level Gene Warrior, the same as it had been over 6 months ago. Su Ming hadn't improved at all during that time. A 9th level Gene Warrior would surely die under the combined assault of over 100 vacuum level and a dozen flying level experts. In fact, if Su Ming dared to attack him, he should be prepared to be counter-killed. How could a 9th level mech warrior possibly be a match for a vacuum level mech warrior? The assassin thrust his blade, his energy level surging to its peak, advancing instead of retreating to meet Su Ming head-on. He could almost see the scene of Su Ming being instantly defeated in their clash. However, in the next moment, his pupils contracted sharply. Su Ming didn't seem to care about the oncoming mechanical soldier. He reached out forcefully and grabbed the soldier's blade. The terrifying, high-energy mechanical soldier was stopped by the entropy mech. In the next instant, sharp claws grew from the fingers of the entropy mech and, with a fierce grip, turned the mechanical soldier into a pile of scrap metal. Su Ming's movements didn't stop. He reached out again and crushed the assassin's mech helmet, revealing the assassin's face. What made Su Ming frown was that the assassin's face was melted, looking like a flat surface with only eyes, nostrils, and a mouth. A death soldier. Some forces in the universe train death soldiers, deliberately melting their faces to prevent their identities from being discovered. Even their genes were likely modified. Su Ming took just one glance before abandoning the idea of finding out who was behind these assassins. He thrust his entropic blade into the mech, killing the assassin instantly. At that very moment, a terrifying aura surged towards Su Ming, taking advantage of the moment he killed the assassin. Detecting the energy fluctuation, a cold glint flashed across Su Ming's face. A stellar-level expert? Even stellar-level warriors are being used as expendables now? Su Ming turned to face the approaching stellar-level expert, showing no hint of panic. In that instant, he dispersed his entropic mech, exposing his body to the expert's attack. What? Does he have a death wish? The stellar-level expert's killing intent surged as he transformed into a streak of light, charging fiercely at Su Ming. Just then, Su Ming reached out, and in his hand appeared a stone that only he could see, invisible to everyone else around. A relic of advanced cosmic civilization. The stone transformed into a dark streak of light, merging into Su Ming's body. Instantly, Su Ming's body was enveloped in the dark light. At this moment, an extraordinarily terrifying aura erupted from Su Ming, matching, if not surpassing, the stellar-level assassin's aura. A black gleam flickered in Su Ming's eyes. Come on, let's see what this hyperentropic state can do. The concept of the superentropy state refers to the fusion of ultra-civilization artifacts with the entropy practitioner's own being, allowing the practitioner to transcend the inherent entropy of their original form. Ultra-civilization artifacts are actually impurities generated before entropy was compressed into the universe. Strictly speaking, these artifacts are composed of entropy itself. Although they are considered impurities, they are still part of the universe. Each ultra-civilization artifact contains special rules and powers formed during the creation of the universe. During their research, Su Ming, Zhang Sun, and another colleague naturally did not overlook these artifacts. In a chance discovery, they found that any practitioner of the entropy cultivation method could temporarily merge these artifacts into their bodies, becoming one with them. Since both entropy practitioners and ultra-civilization artifacts share the same origin, entropite is theoretically possible for only Su Ming and his father to achieve this superentropy state in the universe, at least for now. They are also the only ones capable of fully harnessing the power of these artifacts. Once an ultra-civilization artifact merges with an entropy practitioner, it forms a highly dense entropy aggregate, or a superentropy state. This state grants the practitioner immense power and mass. As Su Ming entered the superentropy state, his mass increased dramatically, causing the floor beneath him to collapse instantly, and he fell through. The assassins and the panicking elites at the venue were all stunned. Moments later, Su Ming slowly floated up from the ground, apologizing with an awkward smile. Sorry, it's my first time using this in combat. I forgot to levitate myself. The stellar-level assassin sneered. Don't you think you look like a clown? He then lunged at Su Ming with his mechanical warblade, transforming it into a deadly giant blade aimed at Su Ming. Black light flickered in Su Ming's eyes, and his body became enveloped in a dark aura, the color indicating the high density of his entropy. As the stellar-level assassin attacked, Su Ming did not hesitate. He moved instantly to counter the assault. The floor and furniture exploded in his path due to his massive weight, despite him using entropy to float. His movement caused tremendous destruction around him, leaving a trail of devastation. Stop pretending to be a god. The stellar-level assassin's eyes glinted coldly as his mech unleashed terrifying energy levels. The two collided with a deafening crash. The explosion's blinding light and loud noise enveloped the entire venue, causing many to cover their ears, disoriented by the impact. The entire hall was in ruins, with nothing left intact from the overwhelming force. At the center of the explosion, the stellar-level assassin's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt as if he had struck the hardest object in the world, and his mechanical battle blade couldn't even slow it down. It was instantly shattered by the opponent's fist. The opponent's momentum didn't stop and came crashing straight at him. At that moment, the star-level master felt an immense sense of danger. Without thinking, he twisted his body sharply to avoid Su Ming's advance. However, although he dodged Su Ming's charge, the part of his mech closest to Su Ming was still grazed and shattered by Su Ming's force, breaking its protective shield. How is this possible? You're just a level 9 gene warrior. How can you possess such immense strength? The star-level assassin's pupils contracted as he felt an overwhelming force coming his way, as if anything in Su Ming's path would be obliterated. Isn't it obvious? When mass reaches a certain magnitude, the resulting inertia becomes terrifyingly large, crushing anything in its path. Moreover, mass and density are closely related. When Su Ming's volume stayed the same but his mass increased exponentially, his density also skyrocketed. Density represents hardness, too. So now Su Ming had become an incredibly dense and hard mass of entropy matter. Su Ming even felt like he had turned into Thor's hammer from his previous life on Earth. Throw it, and it would crush anything. Again. Su Ming charged at the star-level assassin once more. Seeing Su Ming's movement, the assassin's pupils contracted again, and he instinctively dodged to the side. In this state, Su Ming was unstoppable. Even a graze could cause severe damage, and a full hit would mean certain death. Anyone in his path would be pulverized. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded in the hall. A powerful star-level master was being chased around by a black shadow. The other assassins nearby were also thrown into chaos by this shadow. The place was a mess, and pandemonium reigned. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, the nobles were knocked unconscious by the shockwaves, with only a few stronger individuals managing to stay conscious. In the exchange, over 20 assassins had already died from Su Ming's collisions. However, after a while, Su Ming frowned slightly. Time was running out. The superentropy state had a time limit not because of the fusion time with the super-civilization artifact, but due to the impending danger. The enormous mass was constantly putting tremendous pressure on Su Ming's body. If it exceeded his body's tolerance, the superentropy state would result in one outcome: compressing Su Ming into an extremely dense sphere. Once compressed into such a sphere, Su Ming would likely become a tiny black hole, losing all consciousness, thought, and life, leaving only the black hole. Therefore, Su Ming had to deactivate the superentropy state before reaching his physical limit. The next strike must take down this stellar-level assassin, or else I'm in danger. Su Ming couldn't help but focus his gaze on the assassin, gradually locking his aura onto him. Su Ming wasn't just a formidable warrior. He was also a highly skilled sniper. A sniper's essential quality is the ability to lock onto a target's presence. Over long distances, Su Ming might struggle to pinpoint a star-level expert, but now, these assassins had dragged him into a confined space within the venue. They had trapped Su Ming, but in doing so, they had also trapped themselves. The space was small, making it easy for Su Ming to lock onto the star-level expert's presence. In an instant, Su Ming's aura locked onto the expert. He envisioned himself as a sniper bullet, targeting the expert's blind spot, and launched a fierce attack. The star-level assassin quickly realized that Su Ming's current attack was fundamentally different from his previous ones. This strike wasn't aimed at killing the other assassins. It was meant to kill him. His pupils contracted sharply, and he frantically tried to evade. However, the distance was too close. At such proximity, once locked on, escape was nearly impossible. Su Ming charged straight at the star-level expert. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, and everyone witnessed a gruesome, violent scene. The star-level expert, along with his mech suit, was shattered into pieces by Su Ming's impact. Metal fragments mixed with blood and flesh exploded, splattering across the venue. The star-level expert was dead beyond any doubt. Everyone who witnessed the scene was utterly shocked. This was a star-level expert, not some common soldier. To see a star-level expert reduced to minced meat with no chance to resist was astonishing. Just as Su Ming killed the star-level expert, his expression changed. His divine sense detected a sudden, suppressed aura fluctuation in a corner of the venue. Su Ming's gaze locked onto that direction. In the next moment, he deactivated his superentropy state, and the advanced artifact returned to its original stone form within his body. He vanished from his spot and reappeared where he had sensed the aura. Without hesitation, Su Ming's arm was instantly covered in the entropy mech shell. He tore the door apart, revealing the room's interior. Su Rue, it's you. Su Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Inside the room stood Su Rue, accompanied by several men in Imperial military uniforms. The men were initially panic-stricken when Su Ming tore open the door, but one of them quickly composed himself and stepped forward. Su Ming, there are assassins out there, and instead of dealing with them, you're coming after us? The man questioned. Su Ming glanced at the man, not recognizing him immediately. But that didn't matter. He could ask Zhang Xia later for the man's identity. This was your doing, Su Ming coldly accused. If these people weren't involved, then why didn't they intervene when the assassins attacked? And why did we sense several bursts of energy in the room when the star-level expert died? Only if they all realized something was amiss at the same time would they react so uniformly. Su Ming, I admit you're strong and capable, but you can't just say whatever you want. Which eye of yours saw us doing it? Accusing the Empire's nobility without evidence is reckless. Unless you kill everyone here, the Empire will surely punish you if anyone sees it. Su Ming sneered, casting a deep look at the man before turning his gaze to Su Rue. In a cold voice, he declared, "I won't kill you all today, but Su Rue must die." With that, Su Ming broke open the door and walked in. At that moment, vacuum level and flying level experts who hadn't been killed by Su Ming outside rushed in with a desperate attitude, attacking Su Ming fiercely. Forced to retreat from the room by their attacks, Su Ming's attention returned to the assassins, dealing with their assaults. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw several assassins' attacks clearly aimed at the men in the room. Just as the attacks were about to land, the assassins abruptly pulled back, preferring to suffer the backlash rather than harm those men. Witnessing this, Su Ming had no more doubts. The ones orchestrating this assassination attempt were indeed those men. Although the chaotic scene made it hard to gather evidence immediately, Su Ming vowed to teach that man a lesson once this was over. He looked at the assassins surrounding him, and with a swift motion, 10 mechas materialized from the entropy god tree behind him. These mechas, wrapped in a gray glow, appeared like warriors awaiting Su Ming's command. A silver gleam flashed in Su Ming's eyes, a sign of his divine power. His divinity, born from his dedication to research, had grown stronger as he and his colleagues, Zhang Sun and Li Ran, delved into the mysteries of entropy. With this enhanced divinity, Su Ming could now effortlessly control more than a dozen entropy mechas. A level 9 gene warrior? No, Su Ming had long surpassed traditional rankings, forging a new path. Level 9 was merely his state from over 6 months ago. Glancing at the assassins around him, Su Ming chuckled lightly and said, "Die." Meanwhile, as Su Ming faced the assassins, the Empire's leader stood in the Grand Hall, looking out the window towards the venue. His gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, observing everything happening at the venue. "It seems some youngsters are getting restless," the leader murmured to himself. Without changing his expression, he calmly said, "Shadow, come out." The Grand Hall was empty, and it was unclear who the leader was summoning. But soon, a pitch-black figure began to seep out from the wall. "Leader." The figure spoke respectfully to the leader of the Empire. The leader turned his head, glanced at the shadow, and then said calmly, "Get this kid out of here. He can't die yet." The shadow nodded and respectfully replied, "I will rescue Su Ming immediately." With that, he prepared to leave. However, just then, a deep voice echoed through the vast hall. "Su Ming? I never said Su Ming. I said Su Rue." The venue was in utter chaos, with the once luxurious setting now resembling a construction site, littered with cracked and broken ground. The elites huddled in a corner, protected by a defensive shield from a mysterious umbrella company. Their eyes were vacant, filled with shock and disbelief. "Is he even human?" one of the elites muttered to himself. Just as he spoke, the last assassin's mech suit was completely dismantled, turning into scrap metal. The assassin, though severely injured, had survived thanks to the suit's protection. His eyes were filled with terror and despair as he crawled forward with difficulty, driven by a frantic desperation as if a terrifying demon was closing in from behind. At that moment, a gray figure descended from the sky and stomped down, crushing the assassin's head instantly. The last assassin met a gruesome end at the hands of Su Ming, who was clad in an entropy mech suit. After killing the assassin, a slight surge of energy emanated from Su Ming's mind. The 10 gray entropy mechs behind him dissolved into a liquid state and flowed back into the entropy tree on his back. The tree gradually vanished into thin air. Su Ming's face remained emotionless, showing no sign of satisfaction or pride for his incredible feat. He walked calmly, devoid of any human warmth, towards a room in the venue that appeared relatively undamaged. Undamaged? Su Ming sneered internally. The assassins must have deliberately avoided this room. "Su Rue, come out and face your fate." Su Ming's steps were steady and deliberate. Inside the room, Su Rue was terrified out of his wits. There was only one door, and escape was impossible. Seeing Su Rue's petrified state, Su Ming's killing intent surged. He moved in a flash, appearing right in front of Su Rue. Entropy began to coalesce in Su Ming's hand, forming a gray long blade. He thrust the blade towards Su Rue. Clang! A loud sound rang out as an energy shield appeared in front of Su Rue. Another shield from the umbrella company? Su Ming recalled the time on the warship when he couldn't break through Su Rue's shield. But this was different. Su Ming discreetly activated an ultra-civilization artifact, integrating it into his body. "Just 1 second is all I need. I can handle this pressure," he thought. "Break!" Su Ming shouted softly, delivering a powerful strike to the shield. Clang! The shield shattered completely, revealing a terrified Su Rue inside. "Su Ming, don't kill me. You can't kill me. So many people are watching. Aren't you afraid of Father's wrath?" Su Rue cried out in panic. However, Su Ming remained unfazed, his hands gathering a terrifying force. The immense energy erupted from within him. "Die!" Su Ming's attack surged towards Su Rue, almost envisioning Su Rue's death at his hands. But at that crucial moment, the space behind Su Rue suddenly tore open, and a dark shadow enveloped Su Rue. Su Ming's ultimate power struck the shadow, but it didn't budge even slightly. Apocalypse. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply. The next instant, the shadow pulled Su Rue backward and disappeared silently into the shattered space. Su Ming watched the scene unfold, a deep hatred and coldness flashing in his eyes. But there was nothing he could do. With Apocalypse's intervention, no matter how strong Su Ming was, he couldn't kill anyone under Apocalypse's protection. After the shadow vanished, the hall returned to its calm state. Shortly after, someone from outside deactivated the space barrier, and the Empire's rescue team quickly entered the hall, evacuating each of the dignitaries. Lord Su Ming, are you all right? We heard many assassins came to kill you. A soldier in Imperial uniform approached Su Ming, his face filled with concern. Hearing the soldier's words, Su Ming glanced at a few men in the room, giving them a deep, memorable look. Then, turning to the soldier, he said, I'm fine. I killed all the assassins. Let's go. The soldier instinctively looked around at the wreckage in the hall, secretly astonished, then slowly nodded. All right. An assassination attempt on the Empire's main star was an unforgivable act of provocation. The massive machinery of the Empire immediately sprang into action, beginning an investigation into the Knight's assassination attempt. While chaos ensued on the Empire's main star, the hall of the Empire's leader remained eerily quiet. A young man stood there, looking at the Empire's leader with disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Leader, my leader, the young man, Su Rue, said, still showing traces of fear in his eyes. He couldn't believe that the person who had saved him was the Empire's leader. He had considered countless possibilities, but the truth was the least expected. The Empire's leader slowly turned to look at Su Rue, his gaze indifferent and devoid of much emotion. He then spoke slowly. Su Rue, 10 years ago, you placed the Guangling apocalypse into the Corrin family, causing Lord Corrin Clarence to lose his wife and the Empire to lose a piece of super-civilization treasure. Hearing the Empire's leader's words, Su Rue's head shot up, his pupils contracting wildly. This was a deeply buried secret of his, and he never imagined the Empire's leader had known all along. Su Rue's face turned pale instantly, but before he could utter a word of denial, the Empire's leader looked at him with an icy gaze. At that moment, Su Rue understood that under no circumstances could he lie to this man, or he would face the most brutal consequences. The leader of the Empire shook his head and then slowly began to speak. 10 years later, you collaborated with Zishuan, the offspring of Zelene Tianqi, and openly attempted to assassinate Imperial officials on the main planet of the Empire. Hearing the leader's words, a look of despair flashed in Su Rue's eyes, and his face had already turned deathly pale with fear. However, the leader's next words pulled Su Rue back from the brink of hell, giving him a glimmer of hope for survival. But all of this, in my eyes, is merely child's play. Your Excellency, I realize my mistake. I promise to turn over a new leaf and contribute to the Empire, Su Rue said, tears streaming down his face. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, he might have clung to the leader's legs, crying. The leader glanced at Su Rue, his eyes devoid of any emotion. It seemed he had no interest in seeing any remorse or anguish from Su Rue. He handed Su Rue a peculiar crystal and spoke slowly. For now, go home. I will need you soon, and this task might cause a rift with the Corrin family, even between you and your father. But if you trust me and work for the Empire, I will protect you and grant you the status and honor you desire. This crystal is a spatial teleportation coordinate. Crush it, and I will appear by your side. If the Corrin family troubles you, break it, and I will come to your aid. Hearing the leader's words, a hint of resistance flashed in Su Rue's eyes. He seemed reluctant to break ties with the Corrin family and Corrin Clarence. Despite his actions against the family and his father, he still felt a sense of belonging and filial piety. He was unwilling to oppose his father unless absolutely necessary. Your Excellency, Su Rue said hoarsely, struggling to speak. Is it possible not to oppose the Corrin family? I don't want to. Before he could finish, the leader interrupted him. Su Rue, don't you understand? From the moment you brought Guangling Tianqi into the Corrin family and attempted to assassinate Su Ming, there was no turning back. It's not me setting you against the Corrin family. You chose this path yourself. I'm merely offering you protection and compensating you with status and honor after your choice. Su Rue seemed to realize something, lifting his head to look at the leader. Leader, are you asking me to make this public? Su Rue was not foolish. At that moment, he seemed to understand the leader's intentions and why the leader said he would be at odds with the Corrin family. If that were the case, Su Rue looked at the leader again. He saw the ever-unfathomable expression, the perpetual calm and wisdom in the leader's eyes, and the Empire's vision behind him. He suddenly comprehended the leader's unwavering stance, the Empire. Su Rue remained silent for a while. He had previously feared the leader, feeling that he was being exploited or coerced. But now, he realized the leader was not forcing him. By revealing Surue's assassination attempt on Su Ming, the leader was reminding him that such actions could not be hidden. A little investigation would uncover the truth, and the attempt on Su Ming's life would inevitably lead back to his facilitation of Guangling Tianqi. Rather than waiting to be exposed and facing inevitable condemnation, it would be better to come forward voluntarily and offer this as a weapon for the Empire. If successful, it could earn him respect and a place within the Empire. As for the conflict with the Kellen family that would arise from this revelation, well, as the leader said, there's no turning back. This matter will come to light sooner or later. Su Rue touched the crystal the leader had handed him, knowing it would save his life once his father found out about this. Redeeming himself through meritorious service? Su Rue let out a bitter laugh, feeling as though he was falling into a chasm beyond his control. But indeed, as the leader said, he had been sliding into this abyss from the start, and it was now too late to turn back. The only option was to continue down this dark path, hoping for an unexpected turn of events. Leader, I understand. From now on, I will be loyal to the Empire and to you, Su Rue said, bowing his head before the leader. The leader looked deeply at Su Rue before nodding slowly. Loyalty to the Empire is enough. You need not be loyal to me. You may leave now. Stay near my palace and do not go out. When I need you, that will be the time for your freedom. Su Rue nodded slowly and respectfully withdrew. Shortly after Su Rue left, the leader, as if speaking to himself, said, "Did you see the ability Su Ming used today?" A shadow emerged from the darkness of the wall and nodded slowly. It's strange. I've never seen such power before. The leader chuckled softly, then, as if reflecting, said, "Strange? Indeed. What's on your mind, leader?" The leader's eyes glinted with an unusual light as he spoke slowly. "You haven't seen this ability, but I once saw it in someone else." The shadow raised its head in surprise. "Who?" The leader smiled and replied slowly, "Kellen Clarence." "Kellen Clarence?" The shadow was taken aback. Muttering to himself, he said, "No wonder he's so strong. He hasn't grasped any divinity, yet his power is terrifying." The leader nodded. "Seeing Su Ming today made me realize this isn't a matter of innate constitution, but rather, a legacy, a certain cultivation method. I sensed Su Rue's internal energy earlier and found no trace of this power, but I did sense it within Su Ming. This proves that Kellen Clarence taught this cultivation method to Su Ming but not to Su Rue." The shadow frowned. "This is a cultivation method? But why does this power feel completely different from ours? Do you know what this power is, leader?" The leader glanced at the shadow, then sighed deeply, looking up at the starry sky. "In my lifetime, I have predicted everything with precision, with an acute sense of future events. As my cultivation deepened, I could even vaguely see future possibilities. However," the leader paused, a complex look in his eyes, "when it comes to Kellen Clarence, I can't discern his future at all. It's as if his existence runs parallel to ours, like an enigma. At first, I thought it was his personal issue. Later, when I met Su Ming, I sensed the same aura from him and encountered the same unfathomable mysteries. I realized that it wasn't them individually that I couldn't understand, but rather their cultivation method. They seemed to be practicing a form of cultivation that diverged from everyone else's. I had a vague feeling that no matter how strong I became, or even if I reached another realm, I still wouldn't be able to grasp them. It was as if..." The leader's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. "Void. They are like a void beyond all possibilities," he mused. Shadow's eyes showed a trace of confusion. "Void? I don't understand." The leader shook his head and smiled. "I don't understand either, but this feeling troubles me greatly. For me, not being able to grasp something makes me uneasy." Shadow was startled. "Are you saying that Kellen Clarence might betray the Empire?" Upon hearing Shadow's words, the leader's expression turned rare, serious, and cold. "Shadow, watch your words. Kellen Clarence's contributions to the Empire deserve our utmost respect. Never question the merits of a hero of the Empire. Sir Kellen Clarence is our ally." Realizing his mistake, Shadow bowed slightly to express his apology and then gradually faded into the shadows of the Great Hall. The leader was left standing alone in the hall, his gaze directed out the window, as if trying to see through all the possible changes outside. The Empire's search was grand and overwhelming, as if it intended to turn the heavens upside down. In the skies and streets of the divine nation of Tianqing, search teams moved stealthily at every moment. The once lavish and decadent atmosphere began to tense up. However, the search, although it began with a bang, ended in silence. 2 days after the assassination attempt on Su Ming, an invisible force seemed to block the path to the truth, forcing the search teams to quietly withdraw. The once sensational assassination incident gradually cooled down, as if it had been nothing more than a misunderstanding. This event was soon buried under the opulent atmosphere of the divine nation of Tianqing. Life went on, full of luxury, splendor, and brilliance. The socialites continued their extravagant lifestyles, and the elites carried on their discussions of the political landscape. Su Ming stood in the luxurious courtyard that the empire had arranged for him, observing everything coldly. A thought crept into his mind. I hope it's not you. If it is, that would be too heartbreaking, Su Ming muttered to himself. Just then, Gu Lin's call came through. Gu Lin, did you find anything? Su Ming asked. Gu Lin nodded, then shook his head. Those people weren't hard to investigate. After all, they're all Imperial nobles, familiar faces. The leader is Zilin Tianqi's son, Zixian. The others are mostly offspring of other nobles from the divine nation of Tianqing, essentially Zixian's faction. Zixian? Su Ming murmured, shaking his head. I have no impression of him. Why would he want to assassinate me? Gu Lin let out a bitter laugh. You might not believe this, but before you came to the empire, the leader had intended for Zixian to hold a significant military position. This role involved a major operation, and if performed well, it would have earned him considerable military merit, potentially skyrocketing his future in the empire. But when you arrived, you took over Zixian's position. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's face showed a look of realization. So that's how it is. It seems the originally appointed military leader was Zixian. The major operation Gu Lin mentioned must be the action against the beast god civilization. Due to its significance and high confidentiality, only a few top leaders were aware of it, while other officers and soldiers thought it was just a routine exploration mission. Even Gu Lin didn't know about it. Zixian's father, Zilin Tianqi, must have known the true purpose of the operation and informed his son in advance. Seeing such an important opportunity taken away, Zixian naturally wanted revenge. But whether it's because he's been a spoiled noble for too long, or simply due to arrogance, Su Ming felt that Zixian's actions were impulsive and immature. Or perhaps there's more to it. Su Ming muttered to himself. What did you say, Brother Su? Gu Lin asked, puzzled. Oh, nothing. Did you find any evidence or clues? Su Ming smiled, then shook his head and asked. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Gu Lin's expression turned slightly grave. No, that's what baffles me the most. It's as if someone erased all the evidence and clues. There's not a single flaw to be found. It's truly unbelievable. Hearing Gu Lin's words, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. If it's really that person, how could you possibly uncover anything? I understand now. Thank you, Gu Lin. Oh, and there's no need to continue investigating this matter. You should stop, or you might get entangled in some trouble. Gu Lin looked surprised. Trouble? Su Ming nodded. I can't say for sure, but I have a feeling. Just trust me on this. Gu Lin showed a look of partial understanding and then slowly nodded. All right, I understand. Take care, Su Ming. Su Ming smiled and nodded before hanging up the phone. Zixian, he muttered to himself, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly sensed a familiar ripple in his mind. Xiaolan, he thought joyfully. You're awake? Master. Xiaolan's voice was lazy, as if it had just woken up. How's it going? Did your abilities improve during this sleep? Su Ming asked with a smile. Huh. Xiaolan seemed a bit dazed from just waking up. It paused for a moment, then suddenly became excited. Master, I've evolved and gained many powerful abilities. But, Master, why are there so many energies in your body that I can't understand? They are chaotic yet orderly, somewhat like entropy, but not quite. Su Ming chuckled. We'll talk about that later. What new abilities have you evolved? At this, Xiaolan's excitement returned. It chuckled. I think I can help you even more now. For example, cerebral domain splitting. Cerebral domain splitting? Su Ming was taken aback. Yes, didn't you learn some divine knowledge about cerebral domain splitting before? I can assist you in amplifying that ability tenfold. Previously, you could split your cerebral domain into 3 parts. Now, with my support, you can split it into 30. Upon hearing Xiaolan's words, Su Ming was overjoyed and asked incredulously, Really? If I can split it into 10 parts, can you still manage? 10 parts? Xiaolan hesitated but then replied, It will be more exhausting than 3, but it's still within the range I can handle. Hearing Xiaolan's words, Su Ming was elated. Without hesitation, he summoned the entropy god tree and constructed 100 gray entropy Mechs from it. Xiaolan, let's give it a try. Instantly, Xiaolan's power flowed into Su Ming's cerebral domain, expanding his ability to split it from 10 parts to 100. These 100 parts then surged into the 100 gray entropy Mechs behind him. Boom! A terrifying surge of power emanated from the entropy god tree behind Su Ming. The 100 entropy Mechs were activated, equivalent to 100 experts of flying level descending at once. The terrifying energy waves spread out in all directions. The energy fluctuation spread throughout the Divine Kingdom's celestial star, immediately attracting a lot of attention. Attention! Attention! Suspicious energy fluctuations detected. Enemy count, 100. Security forces, please proceed to investigate immediately. Alarms blared across the sky of the Divine Kingdom's celestial star. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.